Dad wants me to end the family line. He even forces me to marry a vegetable as my wife. But I'm actually thrilled about it. This good fortune wasn't supposed to come my way. Ever since my mother died in a car accident 3 years ago, after my scumbag dad brought in my stepmom and that illegitimate child, the tragedy began. The once favored Yi family is now met with disdain and indifference, especially after hearing my father hand over the billion-dollar company to the illegitimate child. I've completely turned to the dark side, becoming a notorious madman, which is exactly what the illegitimate child Yi Hao wanted. To avoid the fate of marrying a vegetable, he deliberately provoked my anger and then pretended to fall down the stairs and remain unconscious, leaving me speechless, forced by my abusive father to marry into the Su family. To marry the Su family's young lady who was permanently paralyzed. But as a time traveler, I already knew the plot in this refreshing world. That Su family young lady is the destined protagonist's younger sister. She will soon awaken safely, and now, the flourishing Yi family will be wiped out after the protagonist Su Yang appears. They will become the stepping stone for him to start his legendary journey. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but sneer. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing lies quietly on the sickbed, showing no response on the surface, but her heart is constantly collapsing and wailing. Kill me, please, let me die. But no matter how frantically Su Qingqing struggles, he couldn't move a muscle. The fear of being bound in endless darkness shattered her in despair. However, it was at this moment she suddenly felt her little hand being held by someone. Then a gentle voice sounded in her ear. Qingqing, I came to see you. By the way, you still don't know who I am, do you? My name is Yeshuan, your future husband. The sudden movement slightly eased the despair in Su Qingqing's heart. According to the plot, of course, I know he has subjective consciousness, can clearly perceive everything around, so I told him the ins and outs in his ear. He soon knew who this person claiming to be his future husband was. Yi Hao called off the wedding, so Yi Xian was forced to marry in his place. Regarding the situation at the Yi family, she also knows some things, but since he's already given up, he doesn't care about our family's deceitful behavior. Meanwhile, the moment I held Su Qingqing's hand in mine, the D-host and Su Qingqing's palms touched. Reward, 1 point every 20 seconds. A sudden system prompt sounded. I couldn't help but feel excited in my heart. On the first day of transmigrating into this cool world, I awakened myself. As long as the golden finger is attached to someone with a high charm value, points can be obtained. So, when I found out that I was forced to marry into the Su family by my scumbag father, to marry a vegetative woman as a wife, I reflect instead of getting angry. Su Qingqing is the real sister of the protagonist Su Yang. Isn't that a proper scale? Thinking about this, I can't help but feel excited. Once again, tightly holding Su Qingqing's hand. Qingqing, you can rest assured, I will definitely find a way to wake you up, so you can't give up on yourself. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Qingqing, who was originally heartbroken, suddenly felt a stir in her heart. Could this man be serious? He even found a way to wake me up. But the next second, his emotions returned to bleakness once again. How is that possible? It's nothing but consoling my dad, giving hope to others, but unable to remain silent. It's just deliberately showing care in front of others. To win Grandpa's favor with this, men are indeed as bad as rumored. Su Qingqing, who thought she had seen through the truth, now has no good feelings for me. Even Lu, who is standing by, has the same thoughts. After all, Su Qingqing suddenly became a vegetable a week ago. Even the renowned Dr. Deng is helpless. What can Yeshuan do? It's just sweet talk from a young person. Just as I was about to say something else, I suddenly smelled a foul odor. I turned my head and found the bedsheet was already wet. Su Qingqing wet herself. Lu, who was standing by, also reacted. Mr. Yi, please go back to His Majesty. Upon hearing this, I hurriedly walked to the door. I know, the most unbearable person at the moment is Su Qingqing lying on the sickbed. I quickly left. It's the best way to alleviate the other's mental pain. At this moment, on the sick bed, I lost control again. Still in front of a man, emotions are once again on the brink of collapse. Even though every time Louis does her best to bathe him, but Su Qingqing still finds it hard to adapt to this torment. You should know, not long ago, he was still known as the first beauty of the Magic City, had infinite expectations for the future. How could this not make him feel desperate and numb? It would be better if I could die. And at this moment, next door, I'm standing in the study. Grandpa Su, I want to move in for a while, to take care of Qingqing. Upon hearing this, Su Shengtian was stunned for a moment, instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, who moves into the bride's family before getting married? but thinking of his granddaughter. In this special situation, perhaps I can take this time to observe my behavior. So Su Shengtian agreed, but he also expressed his concerns. I don't actually object to you moving in, but make sure your family is okay with it. Grandpa Su, those so-called family members of mine, they're just bluffing. I should have left the Yi family earlier. I haven't hidden anything. I openly admitted the fact that I am at odds with the Yi family. I'd rather stay by Su Qingqing's side and earn points. I've opened the system mall and looked at all kinds of dazzling items. All sorts of dazzling items almost blinded my eyes. Devil fruit, death note, space battleship, the cultivation of the former emperor, elixir of life. It can be said, as long as you have enough points, countless legendary items can be bought in the system mall. So now I just want to be tied to Su Qingqing all the time. The reason I have to rush back to the Yi family, it's just to get back the will of my previous mother. My previous mother, before she died in a car accident, left a will in the hospital. I left all of the 30% shares of the Yi Group to Qiancheng. According to the market value, these shares are worth at least 3 billion. It's enough to deal with the bankruptcy crisis of the Su family. Thinking in my heart, I left the Su family in a hurry. At this moment, at the Yi family estate, Yi Jianjun and his family were enjoying their meal with laughter and conversation. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. What a truly happy and harmonious family. Seeing me walk in, Yi Jianjun, who was just smiling, suddenly turned black. And at this moment, Yi Hao stood up first and greeted, "Brother, are you hungry? I deliberately saved half a chicken leg for you. Come and eat while it's hot." I raised my eyebrows at the words. Looking at the half-eaten chicken leg, I resisted the urge to give him a few slaps. Disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Smack. Nonsense. It's one thing to let down Xiuhao's kindness. Daring to ignore me, Yi Jianjun angrily slammed the table. Hard to suppress the anger inside. Seeing this, a hint of joy flashed in Yi Humu's mind. Then he started to show off his acting skills. Self-blame continued in his mouth. Dad, brother must still be mad at me. Otherwise, maybe I shouldn't let my brother marry Miss Su. This would ruin his entire life. Let me go and fulfill the marriage contract. As long as my brother is willing to forgive me, as long as Dad can be well, I'm willing to do anything. As I was saying, Yi Hao suddenly teared up, wearing a pitiful baby look, and Bai Yuelan on the side also nodded repeatedly. Husband, I think what Heyer said is right. Xiao Xian didn't use much force at first. It was Heyer who accidentally fell down. But now letting Xiao Xian marry into the Su family instead of Heyer, it's so unfair. I don't want this to affect the relationship between you and your father. Looking at the front regardless of their own grievances, Yi Hao and son who only think for themselves. Yi Jianjun was deeply moved. Ah, you two are just too kind. But the more so, I can't let you suffer more. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem like I'm extraordinary? Seeing Bai Yuelan still with a look of not wanting to embarrass you, Yi Jianjun, in addition to feeling distressed, became even more determined in his thoughts. All right, stop trying to persuade them. Howard, you go and call that rebellious son down, for the sake of your dignity. As long as that rebellious son can repent, I can also give him a chance to change and start anew. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao sighed helplessly. He pretended to worry and walked upstairs, and at this moment, after finding that will contract upstairs, couldn't help but smile. With this 3 billion to solve the impending bankruptcy crisis of the Su family, it's as easy as pie. And my preemptive actions to save the Su family, not to mention instantly winning over the goodwill of the protagonist's family. As for myself, I just need to enjoy the enormous benefits brought to me by the protagonist. As for the life and death of Yi Jianjun's family, glancing at this room full of cobwebs, a cluttered room with a sleeping area of less than 2 square meters, I can't help but feel sorrow for the experiences of my predecessor. And right at this moment, Yi Hao, with a gentle smile, leaned against the doorframe. Brother, Dad needs to see you. As for this green tea guy, I don't even want to bother with him. He nonchalantly packed the documents into his backpack. Just couldn't help but imagine the original ending where Li Haocan died tragically at the hands of the protagonist Su Yang. On the other side, Ya Hao, who is unaware of his impending death, is still pretending to care. Brother, are you tidying up the room? I'll talk to Dad about it. Let's switch to another utility room for you. By the way, Dad is planning to buy me a new model of Lamborghini. I think your electric car looks a bit old, brother. Why not have Dad get you a new electric car too? But no matter how Ya Hao provokes, I always remain indifferent. What's going on? This guy seems a bit different. Ya Hao kept his mouth shut. There's a sense of foreboding in my heart. In the past, I would have been provoked by this. He would have rushed up to hit someone long ago, while he would take the opportunity to fall to the ground, waiting for the angry Yi Jianjun to come upstairs and uphold justice. Why didn't it work this time? Yi Hao looked puzzled, and at this moment, I packed up and left with my backpack on my back. Passing by the embarrassed Yi Hao, I didn't even bother to look at the other person. Unable to restrain himself, Yi Hao challenged again. I know you hate me. After all, under my design, you can only take that plant that can only wait to die. But I haven't finished speaking yet. I swung my right hand and it was a big hole. Do you dare to say my wife? Believe it or not, I'll call your brother to death. And at this moment, a system prompt sound rang out. The host and Yi Hao's ears were close together. Reward a little accumulated anger. I looked at the palm of my hand, a face full of incredulity. Equally incredible is the opposite Yi Hao. He didn't expect such a strong reaction just by mentioning Su Qingqing. My reaction was so intense, but the two of us had no interaction before. Why did I even mention my wife? But feeling the burning pain on my face, Yi Hao suddenly became furious, raised his hand to strike back, but then he suddenly had a clever idea. Very skillfully lay down on the ground, and glared at me fiercely. You're really in trouble this time. He had just opened his mouth to wail, but he hadn't made a sound yet. I got excited. The big arm came at me again. I retract my hand, carefully listening to the voice of guidance in my mind. Ding Su and Yi Hao's slap on the ear. Rewarding 2 points. Points have increased. Does it mean the harder you hit, the more points you get? I glance around, immediately guessed the key to the problem. Then, in Yi Hao's terrified eyes, I raise my hands with ill intent. Left and right swings, several consecutive wild swings with my arms. A few minutes later, Yi Hao has fallen into a coma. The corners of his mouth are also covered in blood. In total, I've earned 30 points. Not bad. I nod slightly satisfied. Then I pick up my backpack again. I walk downstairs quickly, and at this moment, the roar of Yi Jianjun came from the sofa again. Rebel, kneel down quickly. I looked strange, staring like a fool, seeing me indifferent. Yi Jianjun stood up suddenly from the sofa. Nonsense. What kind of look is that? Are you deaf? Do you still have me as your father in your heart? Upon hearing this, I raised my eyebrows. Dad, I don't have a dad, but I do have a stepdad. What did you say? Yi Jianjun's face was blank. Couldn't believe what he heard. From the day you brought in the mistress, what biological father has long become a stepdad? Hearing this, Bai Yulan couldn't help at first. Xiao Xian, I'm your mother, you know. Ha, you and Xiao San are fit to be my mother. Bai Yulan staggered back at the words, as if being slapped in the face, completely broke my heart. Seeing this, Yi Jianjun quickly comforted softly. I'm really heartbroken for you. Xian Ji turned his head and glared at me. Do you have any conscience, you beast? Your mother just told me not to make a big deal out of you pushing me down the stairs, but you said such hurtful words. You still haven't immediately apologized. Your mother kneels down to apologize. Facing the disdainful look from Yi Jianjun, a sense of sadness and anger rose in my heart. It's the resentment left over from the past. I couldn't bear the impact. I couldn't help but get emotional. Suddenly lifted up my shirt, exposing my chest, a large red scar from a burn with boiling water. See this scar, and still have the nerve to ask me not to mind. And listen to me clearly. I didn't push him at all. He pretended to fall down the stairs himself. Otherwise, how could he be unharmed? Use your brain. He glanced at the horrible scars on my body. A flash of blood in Yi Jianjun's eyes, pain in his heart. But when I heard myself slandering my illegitimate child, I couldn't help but shake my head and angrily refute. Nonsense. Xiaohao is so innocent and kind. How could he possibly do such a thing? Looking at the always stubborn Yi Jianjun, I just feel tired in my heart. Yi family, quickly destroy it. Completely rotten. No hope. And just at this moment, a cry of ghosts and howls came from the stairs. Dad, look. My face is completely ruined. Immediately after, swollen-faced Yi Hao rushed down. Seeing the miserable appearance of his youngest son, Yi Jianjun immediately glared. A beast actually harmed their own sibling. Today, how can I easily let you off? Finished speaking, then take out the belt from the waist, and prepare to strike at me. But I won't just surrender without a fight. Just raised my hand to prepare for a few counterattacks. The great fighter Bai Yulan suddenly opened her hands and blocked in front of me. Husband, don't! Xiao Xian must have acted impulsively. As his mother, it's because I didn't educate him well. If you want to hit, then hit me. Beside, Yi Hao also hurriedly knelt down, crying, Dad, don't hit brother. Brother didn't cause this injury. It's all my fault. Seeing Yi Hao's mother and son crying like that, Yi Jianjun can no longer suppress the raging anger in his heart. Yeshuan, are you still human? Your mother, your brother's painstaking efforts. You really didn't feel anything at all. Has your conscience really been eaten by a dog? You really disappoint me now. In the end, seeing Yi Jianjun's tears, I was dumbfounded by this scene. I can't help but burst into laughter. At this moment, Yi Junjun suddenly took a deep breath. I'll give you a chance to assist your brother. Ah, but you really disappoint me. I hope you'll just be a burden in the future. As for the Yi group, I have decided to completely hand over to the younger generation. Wav. Yi and his son advanced their breathing. A glint of excitement shimmered in the cluster of pupils. Yi's fundraising is finally about to pay off. However, yet, there is not a trace of resentment on my face upon receiving this bad news. I suddenly burst into laughter. Hoof, the Yi Corporation was built from scratch by my mother. You want the illegitimate child of the mistress to inherit. Aren't you afraid that once mom finds out, she'll come back and strangle you at night? Upon hearing this, Yi Jianjun couldn't sit still immediately. Sternly admonished, listen carefully. I built the company from scratch. I love to give. But before the words were finished, I directly interrupted with a wave of my hand. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you about this. Actually, I don't care who inherits the Yi group. Anyway, I have the 30% stake that my mom left me before she passed away. Hearing about the will, the three of them were all taken aback. They've always seen the company as a cash cow, and since I haven't mentioned it in recent years, they subconsciously ignored it. Yi Jianjun immediately became nervous. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? You're still young. It's not a good thing to hold so many shares. Transfer the 30% stake to my name. When you're capable in the future, I'll transfer it back to you. Yi Hao and his mother couldn't help but speak up in support. Yes, child, you're still too young. Listen to mom. Let dad hold the shares for you first. Looking at their three very different and kind attitudes, I was instantly amused. How stupid can this be? To be able to say such shameless words. Not great. To be honest, I'm not interested in the company, so it's not impossible to transfer my shares to your name. Upon hearing this, Yi Jianjun nodded repeatedly in satisfaction, just about to pat my shoulder and praise me. Just then, my tone changed. How about this? I won't take advantage of you either. I'll give you a week to raise the funds. Buy it at market value. Not many shares, just 3 billion. This casual remark was like a bombshell. I wanted to be deeply ingrained in the minds of Yi Jianjun and the others. Nonsense. Do you know what you're saying? You're going to sell your shares to me. I'm your father. Damn it. Yi Jianjun was furious. I wish I could strangle this unfilial child in front of me. Let me tell you, don't even mention 3 billion. Don't even think about taking $30. If you dare to make such outrageous demands again, believe me, I will kick you out of the Yi family. Faced with Yi Jianjun's threat, I disdainfully laughed. Sure. From now on, I sever all ties with the Yi family. No more involvement. Finished speaking, I ignored the stunned gazes of the three people from the Yi family. I walked straight to the door. I heard the sound of Yi Jianjun's angry voice behind me again. Yi Xian, you better think it through. If you dare to walk out of this door today, then you can forget about ever setting foot in the Yi family again. However, no matter how he threatens, I still didn't stop in my tracks. Only my last words echoed at the quiet gate. 30 billion, only 1 week. Mr. Yi, I've been waiting for this moment from you. There was a sudden thud in Yi Jianjun's heart. It seems that something irretrievable is quietly slipping away. The next goal is to stay by Su Qingqing's side and harvest the accumulated manure. And before Su Yan returns to the Magic City, let all the Su family feel my love for Su Qingqing. Outside the villa, with a clear plan in mind, I rode my electric bike out of the villa gate. Meanwhile, I could still hear Yi Jianjun's angry roaring behind me. Let me tell you, leaving the Yi family, the entire city will have no place for you. Soon, I returned to the Su family villa once again. After settling into the room prepared by the butler, I couldn't wait to walk towards Su Qingqing's room. After pushing open the girl's boudoir, my smile froze on my face instantly. I saw several private doctors in white coats standing in the room, helping Su Qingqing eat, as vegetative patients cannot swallow food on their own. So in order to help Su Qingqing get water and food, the doctors chose to use long-term gastric intubation to feed her. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Su Qingqing, he must be feeling very uncomfortable now. After all, who can endure it as a normal person? Got it. Inserting a tube in the nose, and also directly into the esophagus. Su Qingqing on the sickbed looks as usual, but in the dark consciousness prison, she is extremely painful. It's really so painful. I can't hold on much longer. Can you help me? I really want to die. Just when her spirit was on the verge of collapse, he felt his hand being held by someone, accompanied by a man's deep voice. Qingqing, it's very uncomfortable, right? Endure a little longer. It will be better soon. By the way, let me tell you about myself. After all, we haven't had much interaction before. I'm sure you're curious about what kind of person I am. I slowly began to recount my past. In my recollections, Su Qingqing was unknowingly drawn into it as well. We didn't even realize the end of each other. It wasn't until the doctors left the room with puzzled looks that Su Qingqing was startled awake by the sound of the door closing. When she once again realized her current desperate situation, she couldn't help but feel a deep sadness. At this moment, I spoke again, full of confidence in my words. Rest assured, Qingqing, you will wake up within a month. You will definitely wake up. Believe me, now our marriage has become a reality. Then I will regard you as my lifelong love. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing smiled in her heart, but deep down, she didn't believe it. And at this moment, I kept holding Su Qingqing's hand without letting go, so the points panel originally displayed in my mind is now continuously jumping at a speed of adding 1 point every 20 seconds. But housekeeper Lu Wan couldn't help but cough lightly. Mr. Yi, it's getting late. Please go back and rest early. What? How come so fast? I haven't held enough yet. Reluctantly, I let go of the girl's hand. I was just thinking of discussing with the beautiful housekeeper. Just let me sleep here holding Su Qingqing. After all, this is a huge wave of points. But looking at the sharp gaze of the beautiful women gradually, I smiled awkwardly. Finally gave up this unrealistic idea. After saying goodnight to Su Qing, then reluctantly left the room. And this operation reached the ears of Su's family and others, all filled with confusion and incomprehension. No one believes that there really will be any man in this world who would have any real feelings for a vegetative person. Meanwhile, I had already returned to my own room, calculating today's gains with an excited face, only to see the points panel showing a staggering 920. Just in one afternoon, the points surged from a few tens to nearly 1,000. Seeing this, I quickly opened the system panel to get some good stuff, but after 1 minute, I looked depressed. I directly exited the online store. This online store must be run by a crooked merchant. Random items cost thousands. Crooked merchant. I kept muttering to myself. It's only then that I realized I'm just a poor guy. But this time, upon checking, I did have some gains after all. I set my eyes on a set of Danshin's amazing massage techniques. It's claimed to be the ultimate massage technique specially for vegetative patients. After reading through the system introduction, my eyes lit up with joy. It's unbearable not to exchange for this skill. It's late at night, 2 a.m. In the study, Su Xingtian was carefully asking for my news. Are you saying that the whole afternoon today, Xiao Xian was with Qingqing the whole time? Yes, Mr. Yi. He seems to care about the young lady. At least it doesn't seem like a show on the surface. But this seems a bit strange. After all, Mr. Yi and the young lady had little interaction before. Now, meeting for the first time, but it seems a bit too enthusiastic. Lu Wan pondered for a moment, answered truthfully, I understand. Xiao Lu, observe Xiao Xian's behavior more during this time. Report to me immediately if there is any situation. Su Shengtian gave a few more instructions in succession, then waved to let Lu Jun leave. When the door was closed, when the study returned to silence again, Su Shengtian then sat back on the sofa with his cane. Weariness was written all over his face. As for me, Su Shengtian is also a little worried. After all, my reputation in the Magic City wasn't very good before. It's just that now, in order to clear my granddaughter's name, she can only rush things for now. The only fortunate thing is that I don't seem to be as bad as the rumors. I hope I didn't misjudge the person. In that case, even if my old bones can't hold up, my unfortunate granddaughter won't be left without care for the rest of her life. The next day, I left early in the morning. When I returned to the Su family again, I was holding a large bunch of purple flowers in my hands. Violets, the flower variety Qingqing that Su Qingqing likes the most. I came to see you. I also brought you your favorite flowers. I couldn't wait to push open the door, then naturally took Qingqing's little hand, and our palms touched. Reward points every 18 seconds. Hearing the system prompt sound, my mood suddenly became very good. And what's even more exciting is, as Qingqing's favorability towards me increases, the speed of earning points is also increasing. This lesson, even Su Qingqing lying on the bed noticed my arrival, smelling the familiar scent of violets next to my head. My heart calmed down a lot. He actually knew that I love violets the most. The whole morning, I hardly left her side, talking to Su Qingqing by the bedside. During this time, after obtaining Lu Wan's consent, I had the opportunity to pat Su Qingqing's back for a turnaround. 1. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new patting area. Reward 100 points. At this moment, another new system prompt sound came to mind. This made me feel great for a while. Just one morning, I earned 900 points. The value on the points panel finally reached 1800. With the points I've accumulated, I can already exchange for the 1500 point Danshin Miaosho massage method. What I didn't know was that my actions in the morning gained more than just points. There is also Su Qingqing's goodwill. I didn't expect him to be so patient. He could actually patiently pat my back for me. At this this moment, my low voice rings out again. Ching, are you getting bored? Let me sing for you. Upon hearing this, Su Ching's entire curiosity was aroused. He can still sing. I remember when I was young, my dream was to become a singer. But dreams remain just dreams, unable to be realized. Just as Su Ching sighed and felt emotional, I asked Lu Yi to bring a guitar. Watching Lu Wan's figure disappear, I also began to think about what song to sing next. According to the setting of Su Ching in the novel, he has a special fondness for music, but ended up in a vegetative state. This experience has distorted some of her psychology. Later on, he basically becomes a cold-blooded and unfeeling iceberg CEO. Put your mind to it. It's for the sake of avenging her parents. In the end, she even sacrificed her life for this. It can be said that Su Ching's original life setting is a tragedy. What should I sing? The novel didn't specifically mention the music Su Ching likes. Forget it. Let's first take a look at the music charts of this world. With that in mind, I opened the QQ Music app. I casually clicked on the top-ranked song in the music chart. Seeing this scene, I was completely stunned. I even doubted if I clicked the wrong one. The top-ranked song is You Are So Beautiful. My pupils dilated. Seems to have some incredible speculation. I quickly glanced again, ranked at the bottom. So cool. I really didn't sleep. I smiled bitterly and closed the music app. There was a trick in my heart. Since there are no various good songs from before the time travel in this world, then I'll choose the suitable songs to sing according to my own thoughts. Just then, the door was pushed open. Lu Wan walked in with a guitar in hand. Ching, this song is the one I wrote when I was lost. I hope you will like it. After taking the guitar, I said to Ching's ear. When Su Ching heard this, suddenly became more curious. She can actually create something so talented like him. And I had just finished speaking. Fingers plucked the strings. In an instant, beautiful notes flowed out like water. People as outstanding as me. How should one's life be? Many. Still in people. This is also too pleasant to listen to. He's surprisingly so talented in music. Su Ching on the bed missed a step. At this moment, he's completely immersed in the ocean of music. I'm playing the guitar and singing in the living room. Just as the melodious and pleasant singing started inside the Su family villa, bodyguard, maid, cleaning staff, chef, almost all the staff at the Su's residence stopped to listen. Some clever ones quickly took out their phones to record it. And at this moment, Su Shengtian happened to return from the company. Just as he pushed open the door of the villa, he found several staff members daydreaming and slacking off. He frowned and was about to speak out to reprimand them when a burst of resentful dance music came from his ear. This sound made Su Shengtian pause for a moment, and then his expression turned puzzled. He looked upstairs. Meanwhile, my performance had come to an end. Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you to be such a musical genius. You've been hiding it well. Lu Wan, who had just realized, wiped her slightly red eyes, clapping from the bottom of my heart. Sister Lu, you're too kind. This piece is relatively inferior among my works. Not worth mentioning. I remain indifferent. I calmly concealed my pressure. Lu Jun suddenly widened his eyes. This piece is still relatively inferior. How good do the other music pieces have to be? At this moment, Su Ching lying on the bed was also shocked. Who spread the rumor that made Yeshuan look so bad? That's too much. To create such touching music pieces, he can't possibly have fallen to the extent rumored. I really want to listen to his other works. I had just put down the guitar. Immediately, I held his hand again. Ching, from now on, I'll sing you a song I wrote every day. I hope you will like it. Hearing my promise, Su Ching is extremely happy in her heart. Since falling into a coma, this is the first time he has had a joyful emotional fluctuation. Even started to have some expectations for the new day. Just then, Su Shengtian suddenly pushed the door open. My granddaughter must like him, but she really likes music. After coming in, his face was full of smiles. And Xiao Xian, you are being modest. Just based on that song just now, you definitely have the chance to become a star in the entertainment industry. He came to ask for your hand in marriage for my granddaughter. Consider it as a treasure I picked up. How could Grandpa Su come over? I remember in the plot, because of the crisis the company is facing, he should be busy and puzzled in my heart at this time. But I still smiled and greeted. Grandpa Su, how come you have time to come over today? I heard from Sister Lu that the Su family seems to have encountered some trouble. Is it resolved? Upon hearing my inquiry, a hint of gloom flashed in Su Xingtian's eyes, but he quickly reacted and put on a smile again. I just dropped off a document and came back. I was just attracted by your singing. Came up to take a look. As for the company, indeed encountered a little trouble, but I can handle it. No need to worry. 1 yen. I pretended to be relaxed. That's good. But from Su Xingtian's reaction, I know full well that the crisis facing the Su family is not small. After all, in order for the protagonist to show off in front of his family after returning, the author has set up this crisis for the Su family. That's why the Su family is facing this crisis. So unless someone like me, a time traveler, intervenes, the Su family won't be able to get through this crisis on their own. But now is not the time. Sending charcoal in snowy weather has a much greater emotional impact than adding flowers to brocade. I have to wait until Su Xingtian can't hold on any longer. And at this moment, Su Xingtian seemed to remember something. He cautiously asked me, Xiao Xian, it seems like your father is making a move outside. You've already severed ties with your father, right? He even kicked you out of the Yi family. I chuckled at his words. It seems they want to use public opinion to force me to go back. After all, being driven out of the house by my own father, I'm unfilial. Having a bad reputation spread is indeed not pleasant to hear, but I don't care at all. Reputation is just a fart. It's not like it brings me any benefit. Grandpa Xiangsu, stop trying to persuade me. I was the one who suggested cutting ties with the Yi family. I don't want such family members. My response was decisive and firm. Su Xingtian felt regretful but also relieved at the same time. Speaking selfishly, he still sees this matter as a good thing. It's almost time for dinner. I hurried back to my room. System. I want to exchange for the Danchin's wonderful massage technique just as I sat down. I immediately activated System D and congratulated the host on successfully exchanging the skill. Deduct 1500 points. Epiphany. Start. Later, a set of profound massage knowledge surged in my mind. Next is to find an opportunity to give Su Qingqing a massage. But this is a bit difficult. I frowned and pondered. After all, apart from professionals, how could outsiders believe in his massage technique? Unheard of. Maybe they will just see me as a scheming woman. And just when I was feeling a headache, suddenly, footsteps came from outside the door. Then a maid reported to Lu Wan. Manager Lu. Miss Chen has arrived. She even brought Deng Lao and said, find a way to wake up Miss. Found the method. Then quickly invite them in. Lu Wan was delighted at the words. And I also know these two people in the plot. Su Yang is writing on Deng Lao's bright head. Became the hottest voice in Magic City. As for little Lolita Chen Kursen, if the other party is really the same as the character setting in the novel, then it's really a bit tricky. Thinking about this, I was the first to walk into Su Qingqing's room. Mr. Yi, Miss Chen, her feelings for our miss are quite special. Otherwise, you should let go of your hand first. Seeing me holding Su Qingqing's hand as usual, Lu Wan looks at you nervously. No, absolutely not. But I can't completely ignore it. I held Qingqing's hand tighter in a fit of pique. Meanwhile, the bedridden Su Qingqing also sensed that Chen Keqing was coming. My heart was also a little uneasy. Just at this moment, the door was pushed open again. A 1.5 meter tall Lolita girl rushed in. Seeing Su Qingqing's hand being held by a man, the smile on the loli's face instantly froze, clutching her twin ponytails in frustration. Damn pervert. Don't defile my sister with your claws, let go of me quickly. She stormed off in anger. I felt a headache coming on at the words, hesitating as I sensed the biggest obstacle to earning points. He noticed my strange gaze fixed on him. Chen Kursen felt a chill run down his spine. Humph. What's with that look in your eyes? Let me tell you, Su's sister can only be mine. I've found a way to cure her. After he wakes up, you better not have anything to do with him again. Finished speaking, Chen Kursen then turned his gaze to the old man beside him. The old man was dressed in expensive attire, with white hair and a youthful face. Grandpa Deng revives Su's sister immediately. Upon hearing this, the old man's head is full of black lines. There's no way to deal with this old friend's naughty granddaughter. I've already said it. This method was seen in ancient books, and the ancient books have long been damaged. This massage method is incomplete. I'm sure the effect is not great. Originally, old Deng had found a special massage method for vegetative people in an ancient book long ago. But the ancient book is incomplete, so old Deng didn't take it seriously either. But this matter happened to be known by Chen Kursen. He insisted on dragging him over to give it a try. I don't care. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we all have to give it a try. Isn't that right? Chen Kursen grinds his teeth, with a face full of discontent. Mr. Deng frowned and glanced at the sleeping beauty on the bed. Finally, he sighed and nodded. He gestured for Chen Kursen to put the patient in a supine position, and guided him on acupressure techniques on the side. This is crucial to whether Su Kursen can wake up. Chen Kursen also dared not be careless. Following Mr. Deng's guidance, he started to perform professional medical massage seriously, because of his grandfather and teacher Deng's rescue at the time. So, in his spare time, teacher Deng would occasionally teach him some basic health massage techniques. At this moment, faced with the complex acupoints mentioned by Mr. Deng, he seemed to be quite adept at it. While everyone was focused, no one noticed. I, on the side, looked shocked. How come this massage technique is so different from the skills I exchanged in the system? Is this the Danqing Miaoshou massage technique? Perhaps it's due to the incomplete ancient texts. I found many flaws in the massage technique. Quickly spoke out to stop it. Listen to your method. Pressed the wrong point. You didn't apply force for long enough. Pressed the wrong acupoint as well. This not only fails to clear the meridians but also leads to disorder in the organs and blood. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Kursen's movements instinctively paused. After reacting, he turned his head to angrily stare at my lack of understanding. Don't be reckless. Be careful. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Pang Dang furrowed his brows tightly, shook his head to stop it. No, but was told by the little brother that it was correct. This method does indeed have problems. I actually sensed it faintly just now. I just want to give it another try. If you don't believe me, just look at the color of Sue's daughter's face. Continue on. There might be a life-threatening danger. Chen Kursen regained consciousness. Everyone was shocked to see Chen Kursen's pale face at this moment. There's not a hint of color in her face. Her forehead is covered in cold sweat. No matter how you look at it, you know the massage technique went wrong. What should we do, Grandpa Deng? Chen Kursen is in a lot of pain, and Grandpa Deng's technique has a problem. Chaotic. I'll give Sue's daughter acupuncture to regulate her energy, then prescribe some Chinese herbs for a few days of recuperation. However, this massage technique can't be used anymore. Mr. Deng sighed helplessly. Upon hearing this, Chen Kursen looked disappointed, but there's nothing he can do either. He can't joke about Su Qingqing's safety. Failed again? How many times is this? Am I really destined to be a vegetable for the rest of my life? Seeing hope shattered once again, Su Qingqing was completely in despair. Although just now when Chen Kursen was massaging, he was enduring intense pain every moment in his body. But in the hope of Su Qingqing waking up, even if this pain doubled in intensity, he could still endure it with a smile. It's just that now, there is no hope at all. And just when he was desperate to resign himself, my voice rang out again. Actually, this massage technique is fine. It's just incomplete. Coincidentally, I happen to have learned the complete massage technique before. I have learned the complete massage technique. Why not let me give it a try? Can you do acupressure massage? Chen Kursen was full of doubt. He really doesn't believe it. Someone like me, a young master, actually studied these things, while Mr. Deng on the side had a very serious expression. Young man, if you really have confidence, then you should give it a try. I'll be watching from the side. He nodded confidently. He can also do acupressure massage. It should just be superficial. After all, this is a disease that even Dr. Deng can't cure. I'm sure he is also helpless. Perhaps it's due to the huge psychological gap before. The current Su Qingqing no longer dares to hold any hope. Meanwhile, I rely on the guidance of my memory in my mind. Officially start the massage. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the head patch area. Reward points 100. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the back patch area. Reward points 100. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the waist patch area. Reward points 100. As I touch different parts of Qingqing's body, several system prompts continuously sound in my mind, but I always turn a deaf ear to them. Just focused on the massage. From the head, back, lower back. It's only then that I realized, due to being bedridden for a long time, Su Qingqing's body has already shown signs of atrophy and degeneration. Fortunately, there's the systematic single-parent massage technique. I was pondering in my heart. The fingers never stopped skillfully pressing on various acupoints. Meanwhile, in the dark consciousness cage, Su Qingqing's emotions fluctuated intensely, experiencing both pain and pleasure. Numb, sore, but also very comfortable. This is completely different from the feeling Ku Xian just gave me. He could feel that the originally stiff and intolerable body now seemed as if the run and do meridians had been opened. There's a long-lost vitality reviving in the body. After noticing the changes in her body, Su Qingqing was ecstatic. Perhaps he really has the ability to rescue me from the nightmare. It's not just Su Qingqing who realized this. The people present were all shocked and watched this scene in astonishment. They could all see the skillfulness of my massage technique. They all believed that this level of skill could only come from years of immersion. And since I took action, Su Qingqing's originally pale complexion visibly recovered at an astonishing speed. Chen Kursen even widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. This dang Tuzi didn't expect there are really two brushes, but he's actually so close to my sister Sue. It makes me so mad. He's so angry. He's touching his baby teeth, staring fiercely at her love rival. 1 hour later, I'm panting heavily. Stopped the massage. She must be very tired. Hearing my faint panting beside her ear, Su Qingqing felt a little guilty. But really, so comfortable. If only he would massage me every day. Seeing me stop and leave the sickbed, Dr. Deng couldn't wait to come to Su Qingqing's side to diagnose her body. After a moment, he looks in my direction, continuously exclaiming in amazement. It's really amazing. Su Nuwa, the blood and qi that were somewhat weak not long ago, after your treatment, actually returned to a normal state. Your massage technique can simultaneously promote blood circulation and unblock the meridians. Enhance blood circulation, relax muscles and promote circulation. In theory, this should be impossible. Young man, may I ask from which renowned master you learned this technique? Faced with Mr. Deng's inquiry, I shook my head. I smiled but remained silent. I can't exactly say it was obtained through a system exchange, can I? I understand it's an industry secret. I've spoken out of turn. I'm sorry. Seeing me remain silent, Mr. Deng could only scratch his head. I laughed it off. Young man, if you can continue to give this girl a massage every day in the future, perhaps she really has a chance to wake up. I just don't know how long it will take. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Although I may seem capricious, my heart is full of joy. With Mr. Deng's wise judgment, I can now rightfully give Su Qingqing a massage in the future. Mr. Yi, miss, she really has had a hard life. Now she has the chance to wake up. Please, you must help. Lu Wan was very excited to hear this, and hurriedly pleaded with me. I am definitely going to help with this. Sister Lu, why be so polite? Qingqing is soon to be my wife. I will definitely go all out as well. Hearing this, Lu Jun was moved and at the same time bowed to me at a 90-degree angle, expressing gratitude from the heart. Su Qingqing's emotions are complex on the sickbed, not sure how to react for a moment. At the beginning, she just treated me as a tool for marrying into the family, but now this coincidental husband might really awaken herself. This made him suddenly at a loss, while her best friend was completely depressed, pulling her double ponytails, looking frustrated. Won't this guy be able to stick to Sister Su every day in the future? Dang Lao on the side saw the situation, hastily got up and took his leave, dragged the unwilling Chen Kursen and quickly left, afraid of delaying my massage time. But even if I go home, Chen Kursen was also indignant for a while. The feeling of having your cabbage that you've been growing for years dug up by a pig suddenly arises. Then, in order to change her mood, she habitually opens her own B station to watch videos. Suddenly, she found a video on the popular list that quickly climbed to the top, bringing tears to her eyes. The best tear-jerking song of the year is released. I dare ask, who would dare to disagree? This exaggerated title immediately piqued Chen Kursen's curiosity. She clicked the play button. The screen suddenly turned black. Only a few large characters resembling the song title are visible to people like me. The sound quality is not very good either. It sounds like it was secretly recorded from a distance with a phone. But the slightly melancholic BGM at the beginning still immediately captured Chen Kursen's heart. People as outstanding as me should shine brightly throughout their lives. How come after more than 20 years, we're still lost in the sea of people waiting for Chen Kursen to come to his senses again? The song is coming to an end, and he was already moved to tears. This is also so pleasant to listen to. Susu's sister loves to listen to songs the most. Tomorrow, I must let her listen to this song. It turns out that he also knows what real talent is. Thinking about this, Chen Kursen got excited again. Time quickly came to the next day. I arrived early at Su Qingqing's room, lying quietly for a night. Your body must be feeling uncomfortable. Let me give you a massage. Su Qingqing seems unconscious on the surface, but her consciousness is actually clear. Awakening at this moment, I feel like a doll, letting me pose in various positions, suddenly feeling a sense of shame in my heart, but worried about the comfort brought by the amazing massage technique, letting her experience unprecedented pleasure, while I, beside her, am focusing on massaging, from head to waist to legs. Almost every part has been massaged. This girl's feet are really noisy. At this moment, I hold her beautiful feet in my hands, accurately massaging the acupoints. So your feet are really comfortable. Su Qingqing only feels a continuous numbness coming from her feet. But at this moment, a sudden inexplicable feeling rushes over. Don't you want this familiar feeling? Stop for me. Inside the dark consciousness cage, Su Qingqing let out a strong resistance, but it had no effect on the destined outcome. Soon, She soon felt the wet and cool sensation of her clothes sticking to her thighs. Her emotions plummeted suddenly. This was the second time she lost her composure in front of a boy. And it was in front of Yi Xian. When will this kind of day come to an end? At this moment, she smelled a pungent odor. I immediately knew what had happened. I calmly put down my beautiful feet. Ching ching, I'm going outside to get a drink of water. I'll be right back. Then, I slowly walked out of the room. Seeing this scene, the housekeeper, Lu Wan, showed a look of appreciation in her eyes. She increasingly feels that her young lady may have found a good match. Then she smiled and began to change the young lady's clothes. On the sickbed, Su Qingqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Gratitude also appeared on her face. Thank you, Yeshuan. 10 minutes later, I returned to the girl's boudoir. In addition to the brand new clothes that caught my eye, and the brand new bedding, everything else was more than usual. Sister Lu, the sun is shining today. Can I take Qingqing out to enjoy the sun? Without mentioning the topic of urinary incontinence, I just smiled at the sunny window and asked Lu Wan. Lu Wan nodded. I came to the bedside. He picked Qingqing up in a princess carry. So warm, this kind of sunshine like warmth. How long has it been since I felt it? To the garden outside. Qingqing quietly savored this long-lost peace. Qingqing, I've asked Sister Lu to bring the guitar. I'll sing a song for you in a moment. I habitually held Qingqing's hand, whispering softly. Hearing that I'm going to sing again, Qingqing was looking forward to it. But at this moment, why is this perverted man taking advantage of my wife? Chen Kurson suddenly appeared. I'm speechless. I can't be bothered to listen to the little loli's nonsense. Completely ignored her presence, and Su Qingqing on the lounge chair was itching to jump up. Gave Chen Kurson's head a fierce scratch. So despicable. I treated you as a close friend, but you only have eyes for my body. Just at that moment, Lu Wan returned to the willow tree with a golden guitar in hand. Mr. Yi, here are the things you asked for. What do you, a fool, want with a guitar? Don't tell me you can also sing? Let me tell you, Sister Su is very picky about music. Don't taint my sister Su's ears with that vulgar music of yours. Chen Kurson looked at me disdainfully. Lu Wan and others present all had a strange expression upon hearing this. I don't know how to remind Chen Kurson. Instead, I appeared very calm. Just gently tightened Qingqing's hand. Today is Children's Day. I'll create a song that kids will like for you. Chen Kurson couldn't help but chuckle at the words. Only you can dance on the spot. You can sing well. It's good enough if it sounds beautiful in your heart. Seeing her sarcastic little face, I didn't pay any attention. Just picked up the guitar from the ground. Various songs from the past kept flashing through my mind. Seeing me ignore her, Chen Kurson pouted again, still looking down on people. If you can't create it, then in the future, apart from giving Sister Su a massage, can't touch her body again. Good. Then if I win, then you have to help me with something. After I finish speaking, my fingers dance on the strings, jumping with cheerful lyrics, also singing along with the music, planting a seed in my heart. Dada, tick tock. He can fulfill small wishes. Another magical power. I heard every child wants to get him. Just the first few lines of lyrics will captivate everyone present. Chen Kurson was even more shocked and stunned in place, not moving at all. For him who has liked anime since childhood, this type of children's song is his favorite. Yeshuan is too amazing. With such talent, how did it become the crazy person everyone in the Magic City avoids? Su Qingqing became more curious about her emotional outburst. As the last note falls, after I put down the instrument in my arms, I silently sit back next to Su Qingqing. Qingqing, do you like this song? Wishing you a happy Children's Day again. Who is in the wheelchair? Although Su Qingqing cannot respond, her heart is full of gratitude. These 2 days are the most relaxed and happy since he got lost. And at this moment, Lu Wan and others who came back to their senses from the song couldn't help but applaud. Among them, Chen Kurson applauded the hardest. How is it, Miss Chen Kurson? Do you think I can win this bet? I looked at him with a playful expression on my face. Chen Kurson nodded with her twin ponytails, admitting it. Don't look at me with that kind of look. If I, Chen Kurson, lose, I dare say that your poem is pretty good. But don't get too proud either. There's always someone better. There's always someone else. I found a song yesterday, as if it's from heaven, not inferior to your piece. After saying that, he took out his phone directly. This song only emerged yesterday, and today it's already topping all the major music charts. I think this song has more artistic conception than your song today. The creator of this song must be a talented genius. Chen Kurson's constant boasting suddenly piqued our curiosity. We immediately listened quietly, but as soon as we heard the opening BGM, I was stunned. Then I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't expect the song I sang yesterday to cause such a stir online today. It seems my plan was right. As long as I make good use of the lack in the world's entertainment sector, I can quickly increase my social influence. Meanwhile, Chen Kursin is still boasting, continuously elevating people like me, in order to suppress the position of those with the courage to break out. The butler, Luan, standing to the side, looked so embarrassed that she almost dug a 3-bedroom apartment. Why do you have this expression? Is this song not good? Finally realizing the awkward atmosphere, Chen Kursin touched his head, looking so silly. Seeing this, I grinned. I'll be honest, it sounds really good, but I'm the one who sang this song too. Thank you for your recognition. Upon hearing this, Chen Kursin was suddenly stunned. Then his face turned red, frantically grabbing both pigtails. Nini, why didn't you say so earlier? You jerk. You must have wanted to see me make a fool of myself on purpose. I'm willing to admit defeat. Every day from now on, I will release a new single that I sang for Ching Ching. I hope you can help me register an account on B Station. Help me edit and release the songs I sang. I've decided to take advantage of the entertainment gap in this world to significantly elevate my status in society. Rising to release a new song. Do they all have the quality of these two songs? Pretty much. Seeing my confident nod, Chen Kuxian was amazed and couldn't close his mouth. Just now, the two hands have already caused a sensation on the internet, and yet I'm prepared to daily release a high-quality song. As everyone knows, at this moment, she can already imagine that it won't be long. I will become the top player in the global music industry. At this moment, even Su Qingqing lying in the wheelchair was shocked. I didn't know Yeshuan liked singing so much. Will I be a distraction? After all, he has to do massage therapy every day, and he has to write and release songs. Face here. Su Qingqing really feels guilty. Is singing your dream? Chen Kursin suddenly asked with a curious look. No, it's not. This is Qingqing's dream. Didn't he want to be the world's #1 singer when he was a child? I want to fulfill this dream for him before he wakes up. At least become the #1 singer in China first. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room fell silent. Chen Kursin, who reacted first, suddenly teared up. All right, from today on, I admit you are my strongest rival in love. But let me make it clear first. My love for Sister Sue is not less than yours. I will compete with you for her. What competition? This Tuesday, the lowly is really beyond saving. I roll my eyes. I can't be bothered. I pick up Su Qingqing lying on the recliner and prepare to walk towards the villa. And at this moment, Chen Kursin suddenly called out to me. Brother Yeshuan, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. It's about your father. Tonight is her birthday. I heard that many celebrities and dignitaries have been invited to attend. They also plan to announce Yi Hao as his heir at the banquet. I already know about this. I will attend tonight. Upon hearing this, Chen Kursin was a little stunned. He also knows about me being kicked out of the Yi family. What's there to be surprised about? Debts must be repaid. It's only right and proper. The deadline is 1 week. It's time to take back some things. 8 o'clock in the evening. The crescent moon hangs high. After giving a gentle massage for the last time, I got up and left the Su family. I had just walked down the stairs. I bumped into the flustered Lu Wan head-on. Sister Lu, what's wrong? The chairman said he forgot his heart medication. Let's have it sent to her. Lu Wan frowned, a face full of worry. These days, due to the trouble encountered by the company, Su Xingtian is busy to the point of being overwhelmed. He even directly stayed at the company. Long-term high-intensity work has made the already aging Su Xingtian appear even more distressed, coupled with Su Qingqing becoming vegetative. If the Su family now only has the lonely old man struggling to support it, this has caused panic within the Su family group. Many shareholders seem to smell the scent of bankruptcy and demise. They have all begun to look for a way out. I see. Then, Lu Jia, be careful on your way. Musong Lu Wan quickly left, with a thoughtful look on her back. Actually, I had already guessed that Su Su is almost at the end of the road. It looks like the day of Su Yang's return is not far off. I need to quickly resolve this trouble for the Su family. Thinking about this, I hurried towards the direction of the Yi family manor. At this time, luxury cars were abundant outside the Yi family manor. All the attendees were wealthy bosses here for the birthday banquet. And standing at the door welcoming guests was Yi Jianjun's illegitimate son, Yi Hao. He kept evading. The arriving guests bowed and expressed their thanks. The superficial performance was excellent. This made many of the guests present nod repeatedly. No wonder Yi Jianjun wants to hand over the company to his illegitimate son. His social skills are indeed good. Some guests couldn't help but praise him. Hearing this, Yi Hao's heart had long been filled with joy. Oof. One day, I will become the true master of the Yi family. Just as Yi Hao's ambition was expanding limitlessly in his heart, some guests asked about the injury on his face. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao suddenly felt a pain in his cheek. Anger surged in his pupils, but he put on a look of grievance on his face. His eyes turned red. It's all my fault. I made my brother angry, but he didn't mean it. It's just me. I really want to have a good relationship with my brother. Hearing this, the dignitaries present immediately understood. They all cast sympathetic glances. Seeing this, Yi Hao continued to strike while the iron was hot. I know my brother has a bad temper. Some of the friends present may have been offended by my brother in the past. I'm here. I apologize on behalf of my brother to everyone. Finished speaking, Yi Hao directly bowed 90 degrees to the whole audience. This sincere expression immediately drew the admiration of some emotional guests. And just at this moment, I apologize on behalf of me. Yi Hao, are you worthy? An untimely voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Everyone turned their heads in astonishment. I saw him crossing the threshold and coming in at this moment. Wasn't he kicked out of the Yi family? Interesting. Your violent temper. You wouldn't start by staging a beating of the illegitimate child, would you? Just as everyone was whispering and preparing to watch the show, Yi Hao had already opened his mouth wide. This damn guy, how did he suddenly come back? Could it be that he's unwilling to come back and compete with me for the family property? Face here. Yi Hao's heart is filled with ruthlessness. Don't even think about it. But in the face of many wealthy and powerful people, Yi Hao still maintains the image of a good little brother. He greeted with a happy face. Brother, you're finally back. Smack. But as I raised my hand, it was a big hole. I mourn in silence. In the face of this kind of green tea man, even a second later to act is disgusting to myself. More importantly, I just need to slap Yi Hao. The system can also reward points. The harder the hit, the more rewards. So I completely ignored the shocked looks of the guests present. I just unleashed a barrage of attacks on green tea guy. Bro, stop hitting. Today my cousin Susu also came over. She hates violence the most. He'll get angry if you do this. Yi Hao was crying and screaming from being beaten. When Susu heard this name, I was first stunned. Then I remembered who it was. By Susu, Yi Hao's cousin, the former white moonlight in my heart. Ha, what white moonlight? A white lotus bully. I couldn't help but laugh in my heart. In the plot setting, because of the previous plot, gradually feeling dark and lonely inside. During this process, I met Bai Susu, who was playing with her aunt, and fell in love with this innocent and naive Bai Lianhua. The former owner unconditionally transferred 30% of the shares to Yi Hao. It was also because I wanted to make this moonlight girl happy. Damn, after looking through the memories of the previous life, I just felt annoyed. I suddenly lost interest in dealing with Yi Hao. I walked into the banquet hall. Seeing me leave, Yi Hao seemed to have caught my weakness. The corner of his mouth revealed a confident smile again. A lapdog is just a lapdog. As long as my cousin is around, it's just not letting me get a handle on it. And at this moment, in the living room on the second floor, after hearing the news I brought, Yi Jianjun widened his eyes. Somewhat unbelievable. That disobedient son came to my birthday party. Wasn't he just showing a resolute attitude to cut ties with me yesterday? Could it be that he couldn't swallow his pride and wanted to take this opportunity to apologize to me? Bai Yulan on the side also pretended to be happy at the words. Husband, since Xiaoxian already knows his mistake, when he kowtows to apologize to you later, you must not get angry and drive him away again. Listening to the tone of the little wife's coquetry, Yi Jianjun felt extremely relieved in his heart, waved the white paper in his hand. This time he completely provoked me. So just kneeling down and apologizing is not enough. Unless that unfilial child signs this share transfer agreement, transferring unconditionally the 30% shares in hand to my name, then I can reluctantly give him a chance to be my son. Upon hearing this, Bai Yulan pretended to sigh helplessly, but inside, she felt quite pleased. As long as Yeshuan transfers the shares, then these shares will definitely end up in her son's hands sooner or later. But will he really foolishly transfer the shares? Bai Yulan is a bit uncertain, especially after sensing my changes recently. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of his niece. Instantly, he felt reassured, pretending to sigh casually. Honey, if you want these shares, it's just to see Xiao Xian's sincerity. But if your efforts make Xiao Xian or others think, they might misunderstand you for trying to seize shares. Finished speaking, the two brothers of the Bai family winked at each other. The two looked at each other. They immediately saw through their aunt's true intentions. The reason why the Bai family can develop rapidly now is all built on the foundation of the parasitic Yi family. So the assets of the Yi family must not fall into the hands of an outsider like me. Thinking about this, eldest brother Bai Hai stepped forward and said, "Uncle, to avoid misunderstandings, why don't we go and meet with me first? After Yi Xian signs the contract in advance to show sincerity, we will bring him here to kneel and apologize to you. After all, this matter is a family affair. It's best to resolve it privately, to avoid letting other dignitaries laugh at us." Finished speaking, he didn't even wait for Yi Jianjun's reaction. He took his sister, who was hesitant to speak, and left the room. Meanwhile, I was holding a wine glass, as if contemplating something. By Susu, I remember that after he destroyed the Bei family in Suyang, he started to enter a dark revenge mode. Unfortunately, facing the son of destiny, how could he possibly succeed in revenge? The most ridiculous thing is, he actually fell in love with Suyang. Recalling the plot about Bai Susu, I just find it incredibly funny. And just at this moment, the clear voice of Brother Yi Xian rang out behind me. Then I saw Susu running over with a smile on her face. It's clear that I didn't respond to his call. Behind him, Bai Hai scolded. "Didn't hear my little sister's arrival. Are you deaf?" Bai Hai and Bai Jiang looked at the two young men behind Bai Susu like a pair of clingy band-aids. I squinted my eyes. In the original plot, these two doting maniacs are not good people either, taking advantage of the previous life's love for his little sister, often domineering towards him. But even if the previous life tried to please, voluntarily became the brothers' ATM, but all I got in return was their heartfelt contempt. Thinking of these memories from the previous life, I didn't even care about the feelings of the siblings. I turned around and drank by myself. "Brother Yi Xian, why are you ignoring me? Did Susu do something wrong to make you angry?" Bai Susu immediately looked aggrieved, looking at her two brothers behind her. It's like a knife twisting in the heart. Also watching the male guests around her gulp. They can't help but want to embrace such a pure and beautiful woman and cherish her. But what makes everyone feel unbelievable is, as the #1 bootlicker. But at this moment, I coldly spit out a word. The smile on Bai Susu's face instantly froze. Tears still shimmered in her eyes. "Brother Yi Xian, what's wrong with you? What's going on?" This is the first time he's been scolded with a stern face since he's known me. "Nonsense. Why are you talking to my little sister like that? Want to die?" Bai Hai immediately couldn't sit still, immediately going to start a fight. Seeing this situation, the surrounding guests immediately took a few steps back. Get ready to watch the show. Z's. It seems that Yi Dasho has awakened. Don't want to be a lapdog anymore. Stop it. I guess it's because the pressure is too great. After all, Chairman Yi kicked him out of the house, losing power and wealth. How can the girls still be in the mood? The guests are discussing. Some of these words fell into Bai Susu's ears, making him suddenly realize. So it turns out that Brother Yi Xian became like this because of this. So, all I need to do is help him and my uncle clear up the misunderstanding. Then he will become the caring older brother Yi Xian again. Thinking about this, Bai Susu's mood improved once again. Then, she playfully handed me a contract. "Brother Yi Xian, I know you're not in a good mood," Uncle said. "As long as you sign this contract, he will forgive me." Bai smiled inexplicably at this. She took the contract and looked at it. Seeing this, Bai Susu was already laughing uncontrollably. It's as if he can already see that with his help, I just need to add misunderstanding resolved and the joyful scene. "Little sister, don't forget that after signing, Uncle said to make Yeshuan kneel and kowtow." At this moment, big brother Bai Hai also took the opportunity to hand over a jar. Upon hearing this, Bai Susu couldn't help but glare at his older brother. Then she resumed her happy smile. "Promise me with your hand on your chest. Yeshuan, don't worry, I'll help you beg for mercy later. Uncle definitely won't make you kneel and kowtow again. Hurry up and sign." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle, staring at the girl in front of me like an idiot. "Do you know what signing this contract means?" "I know. Isn't it just transferring all the shares you own to Uncle's name?" Bai Susu looked bewildered. "I don't understand. Why did I suddenly ask this?" "Ha, these shares are worth at least 3 billion. So what?" Bai Susu scratched her head. Gu Ming continued earnestly. "Wealth is just an external thing. I think spiritual wealth is far more important than material abundance. Isn't it?" Speaking of this, Bai Susu gradually understood. He saw that I couldn't bear to part with this mere 3 billion, so a feeling of disappointment arose in my heart. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken. "Brother Yi Xian, money can be earned again, but if you lose family affection, then you really have nothing left." Bai Susu shouted hoarsely. He really hopes to awaken my conscience, lead me back to the right path. But he didn't realize he was just talking a lot. But my expression in front of him becomes even stranger. Even his two brothers behind him were embarrassed by this motherly speech. "You want to save all sentient beings, don't you? I suggest you buy a ticket to Lesan immediately. There is a giant Buddha there. If you make him stand up, Where will you sit? As for this share transfer agreement, go to hell. Under Bai Susu's astonished gaze, I tore the contract to pieces in no time. What are you doing? Bai Susu opened her mouth wide, an unbelievable look, and just at this moment, a familiar shout woke him from his daze. Cousin, what are you doing here? Then he saw a man with a swollen face like a pig's head running towards him. Yi Hao, who beat you up like this? Bai Hai immediately recognized who the person was. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Then he pretended to be wronged and fell to the ground. No one hit me. I fell by myself. It definitely wasn't my brother who hit me. I'm telling the truth, it wasn't my brother. But even a fool could see who he was referring to. Even the naive Bai Susu could tell who he was talking about. Bai Hai was furious at this moment. Couldn't hold back any longer. How dare you hit my cousin? You will pay for this. Before Bai Hai could even make a move, I grabbed the bottle on the table and smashed it over. Take your mom's family. I've tolerated you for a long time. Stupid Yeshuan, you dare to hit my big brother. At this moment, Bai Jiang also realized what was happening. I immediately countered with a big punch. Shut up, you idiot. I've tolerated you for a long time. Don't be like this. Brother, don't hit him. If you guys want to fight, then fight. I'm begging you. Seeing this scene, Yehao was in tears, just about to rush up to mediate. But as soon as I got up, I felt a kick to my stomach. You green tea man, disgusting, stay away from me. And this sudden change, leaving the guests in silence, staring at this scene. Only the faint sound of Sue crying and persuading remains. I beg you not to fight anymore. And at this moment, Hayer Baoyuelen suddenly ran over from the crowd. Mom, brother, hit me. Yehao on the ground immediately burst into tears. Little rabbit, you dare to hit me. Baoyuelen, who was eager to love her son, has forgotten to disguise herself as a loving mother at this moment. I'm too lazy to talk. A big hole in the back of the hand. You, the third party, shut up. You have no right to talk to me. Feeling the intense pain on her cheeks, Baoyuelen was dumbfounded. Her mouth moved, but she couldn't say a word. She never expected Lin Xian to be so insane. In front of everyone, he dared to even hit his own mother. Shame. This was the greatest shame she had ever encountered in her life. And at this moment, the only person she could rely on was husband. Say something quickly. You beast, how dare you hit your mother? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Get down on your knees and apologize to your mother immediately. Lin Jianjun did not disappoint, his face turning red as he roared. At the same time, he picked up an iron chair, ready to vent his anger for his delicate wife. But what greeted him was a wine bottle coming straight at him. Bang! Fortunately, Lin Jianjun dodged quickly, otherwise his head would have been split open on the spot. But even so, looking at the beer bottle exploding on the ground, and then at Lin Xian who had just withdrawn his throwing motion not far away, Lin Jianjun's forehead was covered in cold sweat, stiff and stunned in place. Say it again. She's just a homewrecker, not my mother. Lin Hao is just a few months younger than me. This proves that when my mother was pregnant with me, you're fooling around with your former secretary. You're not worthy of being my father either. Gone mad. Completely gone mad. Lin Jianjun, as well as Baoyuelen, Bai Susu, the Bai brothers, and all the wealthy and powerful witnesses present, were all shocked by Lin Xian's insane actions. This was even more outrageous and insane than before? What do you want to do? Lin Jianjun took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, speaking slowly and deliberately. But there was no trace of fatherly affection in his eyes. In front of everyone, the other party's actions had completely disgraced him, and he was thoroughly angry, on the verge of losing control. I have two purposes for coming here today. The first is for you to sign this contract. Lin Xian took out a contract from his pocket and threw it to the dark-faced Lin Jianjun. He picked it up and looked at it. The contents of the contract were all about Lin Xian severing all ties with the Lin family and not having to support anyone from the Lin family. Are you serious? After signing, we will have no relationship at all? Lin Jianjun's breathing became rapid. He was really afraid of being angered to death by this unfilial son here. He thought the other party had come to apologize today, but he never expected. This was his ultimate goal. Yes, sign it. For you, having Lin Hao as a bastard son is enough. Lin Xian had checked the laws of this world. Its laws and regulations were different from those before he crossed over, and supported contracts that severed relationships like this. So, in order to avoid future trouble, Lin Xian didn't mind cutting off all ties with this bizarre family directly. If you are willing to turn over a new leaf and drive away Lin Hao and his mother, then I don't mind considering. No need, it's better to raise a dog than to raise you. Little Hao is 100 times better than you, you're not even worthy of his little toe. Lin Jianjun's face was full of resentment, wishing to strangle this unfilial son on the spot. Fine. Then sign it. Lin Xian acted as if he hadn't heard, shrugged indifferently, and urged the other party to sign quickly. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, to the disbelief of the surrounding people, Lin Jianjun, suppressing his anger, quickly signed his name and threw the contract at Lin Xian. Lin Xian picked up the contract from the ground, looked at the signature on it, and satisfactorily put it away. So, Mr. Lin, let's talk about the second matter. When he heard the words, Mr. Lin, the guests present all looked at him strangely. As for Lin Jianjun, he was almost so angry that he almost spat out blood. What is the second matter? Speak quickly. It's about the 30% of the shares and 3 billion that I said I would transfer to you last time. How are you preparing for it? Are you serious about selling your shares to me? I am. I never lie. Lin Xian decisively nodded. Hearing this, Lin Jianjun's face turned red with anger, and he clenched his fists tightly, making a creaking sound. He had wanted to scold this unfilial son harshly, but then he remembered that he had already signed the severance agreement. I don't have that much money right now. Can we negotiate the price? No. Nonsense. Do you really want to be so ruthless? What do you need so much money for? 3 billion. I need to prepare a dowry. Lin Xian spoke with righteousness, his face calm and his heart steady. Seeing the shocked expressions of the others, Lin Xian explained seriously, in a little while, I will be marrying into the Su family. This 3 billion is my dowry for the Su family. Any problem with that? Any problem? What do you think? 3 billion, not 30 bucks? Throughout history, a 3 billion dowry is unheard of. What kind of woman deserves such a price? But Lin Xian seemed oblivious to the shocked looks of the others. He smiled slightly, his eyes filled with deep affection. I don't care about the money. I just want to quietly wait for the day when Chinga wakes up, holding hands with her, growing old together. But now the Su family is in trouble, and this dowry is needed. I don't want my wife to wake up and find her family gone. What will she do then? What to do? Deal with it. Hearing these outrageous yet seemingly reasonable words, the reactions of the people varied. Lin Jianjun and the majority of the male members, including Lin Hao and Bai Hai, stared at Lin Xian as if he were a fool. They couldn't understand why Lin Xian would spend 3 billion on a dowry for a vegetative woman. Isn't he just plain stupid? But most of the female members, including Bai Susu, were deeply moved and filled with admiration for Lin Xian's sincere emotions. This man is too good, isn't he? If the roles were reversed, if they were in Chinga's position, lying in bed unable to move, their spouse wouldn't even think about leaving them. If they could hold on for a month without cheating, it would be considered a blessing. Compared to most men of this era, Lin Xian was even rarer than a giant panda in the zoo. He was simply the perfect prince in the hearts of countless girls. At this moment, the gazes of many women towards Lin Xian were filled with deep admiration. The looks they gave their partners were only filled with disdain and disappointment. People are so infuriating. Goods are so disposable. Sensing the different reactions of the people, Lin Xian couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up in his heart. Once his heartfelt confession reached the ears of the protagonist, Su Yang, wouldn't he be spoiled by his brother-in-law in every way? Then Lin Xian smiled and turned to face the various dignitaries and tycoons with different expressions. Since Mr. Lin can't come up with the money to buy my shares, I have decided to sell them to a more capable buyer. Anyone here interested in shares of the Lin Group is welcome to contact me at any time. The highest bidder wins. Omega? Is this for real? Young Master Lin actually intends to sell his shares to an outsider. If the shares were really bought by a competitor outside the Lin family, with this 30% shareholding, the Lin Group might really face a change of leadership. Lin Xian, you rascal! This time Lin Jianjun couldn't sit still, and he roared out of control. If Lin Xian really let the wolf into the house, then his position as chairman would be taken away in minutes. The company that originally belonged to the Lin family would be completely taken over by others. No, I won't allow it. I absolutely cannot let this happen. Lin Hamother and son, who were standing beside him, also did not want to see this happen. After all, the Lin Group had long been considered their own property. How could they accept a sudden appearance of a new player like Chang Yaojin, Xiao Xian? As the saying goes, the fat water does not flow into someone else's field. This is an internal matter of the Lin family. We can handle it ourselves, there's no need to involve others. Besides, this is the industry your mother worked hard to build. If you sell it to someone else, how can you face your deceased mother? With tears in her eyes, Bai Yuelan continued to persuade earnestly. But looking at the red handprint on her face, Lin Xian felt extremely ironic. Selling it to someone else is disrespectful to my mother? Is it more respectful to let the son of your mistress inherit it? Hearing this, Bai Yuelan's face froze, not knowing how to respond. Alright, Mr. Lin, if you don't want the shares to fall into someone else's hands, then I suggest you raise the money quickly. At this point, Lin Xian had no more patience. He left with these final words, waving his hand and walking towards the Lin family's door, leaving behind a group of wealthy and powerful people looking at each other. Seeing Lin Jianjun's darkening face, everyone knew that the birthday banquet tonight could not continue, and they all politely excused themselves. Chairman Lin, something has come up at home, I have to leave. Mr. Lin, I wish you a long and prosperous life, but my wife just called and urged me to come home, so I'll take my leave. Sorry, Mr. Lin, I'm not feeling well, I'll take my leave. I'll take him to the hospital. Goodbye. Soon, the once lively banquet hall was left with only the 3 members of the Lin family. And as the wealthy guests left, everything that happened at the Lin family tonight spread at a terrifying speed. Big news, there's big news. That kid from the Lin family went crazy tonight. I can't believe it. Lin Xian is crazy, using 3 billion as a dowry to marry into the Su family? I envy Su Qingge. Before becoming a vegetable, she was the most beautiful female CEO in the city. Now that she's a vegetable, there are still men willing to do this for her. 30% of the shares of the Lin family. If I get that, won't I be on top of the world? Even Lin Jianjun won't be able to compete with me? Come on, can you come up with 3 billion? And it's the highest bidder, maybe the final price will be more than 3 billion. Lin Jianjun, that old man, must be dumbfounded now. He's the one who's sick, favoring his illegitimate son so much. So romantic. For the sake of his lover, a man is willing to break with his family. This is more touching than a movie. From today on, I'm willing to call Lin Xian the most romantic man in the city. For a while, Lin Xian's name caused quite a stir in the city. After all, a 3 billion dowry was quite intimidating. Unheard of. But unlike before, this time Lin Xian received not only criticism but also praise. And the first to receive this news was Su Xingtian, who was facing pressure to repay debts in the company. At night, under the bright moon and sparse stars, inside the meeting room of the Su Group, Chairman, Starlight Bank called again, saying they want to collect the loan we took out last time. And Mr. Xiao has been urging us to pay the default penalty more and more frequently these days. He has already made it clear. If we can't pay the default penalty, we'll have to see each other in court. In the past few days, many employees have been resigning from the company. In front of the mahogany desk, Su Shengtian, with silver hair, took off his reading glasses, looking weary. Listening to the continuous stream of bad news from his secretary, he felt a sense of powerlessness as if he were a lone tree struggling to stand. Since the company's recent incident of a large batch of medical equipment problems, in order to prevent these devices from causing harm to the public, Su Xingtian, disregarding the advice of the major shareholders of the company, resolutely chose to reprocess the batch of medical equipment. However, this also led to the need to pay a huge amount of liquidated damages. The Su Group has been on a downhill path since a few years ago when his only son and his family encountered an accident. Now, they cannot come up with the tens of billions in liquidated damages. Learning about the crisis facing the Su family, many longtime partners have avoided them, even adding insult to injury. This has worsened the situation, making bankruptcy and liquidation a real possibility. Is it reaching the limit? But if the Su family fails in my hands, how can I face my future descendants in the afterlife? And with the high medical expenses for Qingge, what will we do without the support of the group? Not to mention Xiaoxian if he finds out about the arranged marriage. Not only do we have to take care of Qingge, who is in a vegetative state, but also bear a heavy debt. Will he choose to divorce directly? I don't mind my old bones, but what about Qingge? How will she live in the future? Looking at the deep and endless dark night outside the window, Su Xingtian pondered deeply. The more he thought, the darker his eyes seemed to become. He seemed to see the difficult days for the grandfather and granddaughter after the company went bankrupt. At this moment, a strong sense of powerlessness enveloped Su Xingtian's heart. And what he is most worried about now is Lin Xian's decision to divorce and leave after learning about the situation. In fact, many people have advised him that the traditional practice of Chongqi is just superstition and cannot help Qingge's condition at all. But as an elder, Su Shengtian still has a little hope. What if it works? What if after the Chongqi ceremony, his granddaughter really wakes up? Especially now, it seems that Lin Xian has some kind of magical massage technique. After being checked by Dr. Deng these days, his granddaughter's condition has indeed been improving. This makes him even more unwilling to let Lin Xian leave. Even if Xiaoxian wants to leave, let's try to persuade him to complete the Chongqi ceremony as much as possible. Su Shengtian massaged his temples, relieving the mountain-like pressure, but couldn't help but sigh in his heart. And just then, The door of the meeting room was pushed open. The secretary, who had left with a worried look on her face, now ran in with a happy smile. "Chairman, there's hope, Chairman. Starlight Bank just called and said we don't need to rush to repay the loan. They also said that if we need it, they can increase the loan amount for us." Ha! Could it be that Starlight Bank, based on our many years of cooperation, has chosen to lend a helping hand? That's right. This is the only possibility. It seems that the Su family is not doomed. Hearing the secretary's report, Su Shengtian was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized. His originally furrowed brow instantly relaxed. But the next moment, the secretary's report once again left him puzzled. Not only Starlight Bank, but more than a dozen banks in the Magic City have just sent messages expressing their willingness to provide us with loan assistance. Several companies that had previously refused to do business with us have now sent intentions for commercial cooperation. And President Xiao, he just called me, telling me to inform you that there's no need to rush about the liquidated damages, take it slow. Listening to the secretary's continuous reports of the latest news, Su Shengtian was dumbfounded. He even thought he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could things take such a big turn in just a few minutes? At this moment, he also understood. Certainly something happened that I don't know about, which caused a shocking change in attitude among many wealthy and powerful people. But what exactly is this thing? Chairman, congratulations on picking such a good son-in-law. Your taste is really good. What do you mean? Does this have anything to do with Xiaoxian? Ah, Chairman, don't you know? I just heard from a friend about the crazy thing your son-in-law did for love. Soon, the secretary briefly described to the stunned Su Shengtian the general situation that happened at the Lin family tonight. What? Xiaoxian has broken with the Lin family? And he even took out 3 billion as a dowry to help the Su family through a difficult time? So Xiaoxian loves Chinga so deeply. At this moment, Su Shengtian's old face turned red with anger. He felt very ashamed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. He had just been suspecting that Lin Xian might abandon the Su family, but the other party was willing to do everything to help the Su family through the difficult time. It seems that I am really old, my eyesight is failing. Xiaoxian is such a good kid, and I actually doubted his character? At this moment, he finally understood why many business partners had changed their attitude towards the Su family. After all, with the influx of such a huge amount of funds, the bankruptcy crisis of the Su family naturally resolved itself, and even a new lease of life might be possible. In the business world, there is no hatred, only eternal interests, so it is normal for major forces to change their course with the wind. Such a good son-in-law, this time he saved the entire Su family. Perhaps in the future, if Chinga really can't wake up, it's not a bad idea to let Xiaoxian take over the Su family for me. At this moment, Su Shengtian completely approved of Lin Xian as his son-in-law. He already had the idea of handing over the 10 billion family property of the Su family to Lin Xian in the future. Bang! 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 Inside the Lin family villa. At this time, there were continuous sounds of smashing and roaring. Beast! This beast! How dare he! Lin Jianjun's face was ferocious, holding a baseball bat in his hand, smashing all kinds of furniture in a frenzy. After a while, the originally luxurious and tidy villa, in Lin Jianjun's anger, turned into a mess. Husband, calm down. Things have come to this, we can only think of a solution. See if we can beg Xiaoxian for forgiveness. Bai Yuelan and her son stood aside, with equally unpleasant expressions. They had thought that the Lin family was already in the bag, but now they had to spend a full 3 billion to buy back the shares that belonged to them. This feeling was really too suffocating. Yes, Dad, why don't I go apologize to my brother again tomorrow? Even if I have to kneel and kowtow to him, I will definitely find a way to beg for his forgiveness, even if he is unwilling to forgive. But even if we can negotiate and lower the 3 billion demand, it would be great. Hearing the advice of the mother and son, Lin Jianjun became even more angry. Negotiate what? What's there to negotiate? Why are you still so naive? Since that unfilial son has already made up his mind, it's impossible for him to change his mind. Going to him will only bring shame upon ourselves. It has to be said that a father knows his son best. After Lin Xian's behavior over the past few days, Lin Jianjun had already seen that this unfilial son was determined to sever ties with him. Fine. Sever ties, right? Who's afraid of who? As long as the Lin group is in my hands, money will continue to flow to me, and that unfilial son can only eat and drink his fill. Thinking like this, Lin Jianjun no longer hesitated, looked up at the magnificent villa, and made up his mind. Find a way to raise enough funds to buy back the shares from that beast. If the company's visible working capital is not enough, then sell all the villas, luxury cars, stocks, and anything else that can be sold that has been hoarded over the years. I will go to the bank for a loan again, find partners to borrow money, even if it means borrowing from loan sharks, I will spare no effort. Also, you on loan, see if you can make a call and ask your brother to help with some money. After all, I have also helped the Bai family a lot over the years. Lin Jianjun's attitude was resolute, and he was determined to take decisive action. He would never allow himself to be led by the nose by that unfilial son again. Ah, what's this? Hearing that Lin Jianjun was preparing to make a big investment, Lin Hao and his mother looked at each other, hesitating for a moment. After all, with Lin Jianjun's plan to empty everything, the accumulation of many years would basically be wiped out in one fell swoop. Would it be too risky? Are these shares really worth it? Seeing the expressions of Lin Hao and his mother, Lin Jianjun couldn't help but frown and rebuke, a woman's kindness. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. The research department has already developed the latest beauty cream. It will be launched next week. Based on the effect of that cream and my years of experience, as long as the beauty cream enters the market, it will definitely cause a sensation. By then, the stock price of the Lin Group will surely soar, and the value of this 30% stake will at least double. Double? Doesn't that mean it's worth at least 6 billion? This calculation made Lin Hao and his mother no longer hesitate, and they repeatedly expressed their support. Dad, we have also accumulated some wealth over the years, and I am willing to use it all to help you through this difficult time. Honey, leave it to me. I will immediately call my brother and ask him to use the full power of the Bai family to help you. Seeing his mother and son so eager to help, Lin Jianjun smiled with relief. Compared to that unfilial son, this was his good wife and good son, right? The Bai family. In the brightly lit villa, in the reception room, a middle-aged man with a mustache and dressed in a suit and leather shoes was carefully listening to the phone call. This man was the head of the Bai family, Bai Jinglong. As I expected. Your aunt did call me, asking me to do everything I can to help Lin Jianjun. After hanging up the phone, Bai Jinglong lowered his head in thought and informed his three sons of the situation. So, father, should we lend money to uncle? Lend what? Our Bai family's working capital is only 300 million, and your aunt wants to borrow it all? This is too risky, but if we don't lend, will it make uncle resentful and create a rift between us in the future? Humph. If he dares, then let your aunt handle him properly. The three brothers of the Bai family looked at each other, each with their own opinions. Enough. Seeing his three sons arguing, Bai Jinglong frowned, slammed the table, and his authority was fully displayed. In the hall, it quickly became quiet again. Lend. And we must do everything we can to lend. 3 billion is not enough. I will go to the bank or other families to raise another 2 billion for Lin Jianjun. Ah, what's this? Has father gone mad? Is it necessary to do this? Hearing Bai Jinglong's words, the three brothers of the Bai family subconsciously opened their mouths and wanted to stop him. But under the stern gaze of their father, they ultimately dared not speak out in opposition. It was just the look of suspicion that seemed to say, has dad lost his mind? That left Bai Jinglong speechless. He explained with annoyance, I'm not blind yet, so don't look at me like that. The reason I'm doing this is because your aunt just revealed. The Lin Group is about to launch a beauty cream, with such strong effects that it can overturn the entire medical beauty market and double the market value of the Lin Group. If we want to get a bigger piece of the pie and gain more benefits at that time, we must now earn Lin Jianjun's gratitude. Adding flowers to brocade is easy, but sending charcoal in the snow is difficult. Think about the huge benefits in the future. What we are doing now is nothing compared to that. Seizing this opportunity, maybe we can promote our family to the second tier. Under Bai Jinglong's explanation, Bai Hai and his brothers suddenly realized, and they all praised their father's wisdom. Ha ha ha. You guys are still too naive. There's still a lot for you to learn from your old man. Feeling the admiration of his sons, Bai Jinglong felt a sense of relief. At this moment, he noticed that his beloved youngest daughter was not present. Where's Su Su? Didn't she come back with you guys? Oh. Su Su said she was a bit tired, so I let her go back to rest in her room. Bai Hai rubbed his shiny bald head and replied, I see. Then have her come see me tomorrow. Although I used to look down on that Lin Xian, but now that he holds a fortune of 3 billion, maybe I should give him a chance to be my son-in-law. Bai Jinglong narrowed his eyes and focused on the huge wealth in Lin Xian's hands. He knew that the former Lin Xian was interested in his daughter, but at that time, he only knew that Lin Xian was not favored, and was unaware of the fact that he held 30% of the shares. After all, Lin Jianjun deliberately concealed this matter. This also led to his strict control over Bai Su Su and cut off Lin Xian's further opportunities. If he hadn't stopped it back then, would the 30% of the shares be the dowry belonging to our Bai family now? With this thought, Bai Jinglong's heart beat faster, and he regretted not acting earlier. Oh, but it's not too late now. With Susu's looks, she's definitely better than a vegetable who can only lie in bed. On the other side, in a small building, in a pink girl's room, Susu lay on a large pink bed, holding a large sponge doll, unable to fall asleep. In her mind, all she could think about was Lin Xian's actions tonight, which overturned her previous perception of this brother. Did Lin Xian change like this because of Su's sister? Thinking of Su Qingge, a look of longing flashed in by Susu's beautiful eyes. She had been taken by Jinglong to attend a certain evening party, where she had seen Su Qingge. She was wearing a red dress, exuding grace and luxury. Holding a wineglass, she mingled among the wealthy and influential people of her father's age, chatting and laughing. That calm and composed demeanor made Susu feel ashamed for the first time in her life. As women, although the other party was only a few years older than herself, in front of Su Qingge, she felt like a just grown-up child. Later, she heard that Su Qingge had become a vegetable. While Susu felt sorry, she also felt a hint of schadenfreude in her heart. She had thought that the other party would become a permanent legend in the city. But then the matter of Lin Xian's marriage happened. Thinking back to Lin Xian's attitude towards her tonight, Susu felt a bit uncomfortable and unwilling, especially since he had once been so obedient to her, but now he was indifferent to her because of another woman. How much charm do you have to make Lin Xian change so much, as if he's a different person? You're already a vegetable, why do you still want to compete with me for Lin Xian? At this moment, Susu herself did not realize that, because of her jealousy towards Su Qingge, her mentality was gradually undergoing some new changes. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Regarding the events in the Lin family, some people were furious, some were indifferent, some were ambitious, trying to raise money. Even Su Qingge, lying on the sickbed unable to move, was still worried about what was happening with Lin Xian. Has the Lin family caused trouble for her? But if she knew who she was worrying about, lying in the bed next to hers, fast asleep, would she jump up in anger on the spot? A night of silence. The next day, Lin Xian woke up full of energy, still went to the flower shop as before, bought a violet and returned to the Su family. Qingge, I'm here. He greeted softly, placing the violet on the bedside and began today's rehabilitation action. He helped Su Qingge sit up and started a massage package from head to toe. Lin Xian? He's back. I wonder if anything happened at the birthday party last night? I really want to know. Why won't you tell me? Last night must have been extraordinary. If only I had the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, then I wouldn't be in the dark like this. But Lin Xian's skills seem to have improved. It feels so comfortable. While Su Qingge felt comfortable, she was also curious. She vaguely heard a few servants whispering last night, discussing Lin Xian's affairs. Good man. Miss is envious. Lin is truly the most affectionate. Due to the distance, Su Qingge only caught fragments of information, but it was enough to pique her curiosity. After enduring until dawn, she thought she could learn the truth from the person involved, but to her surprise, Lin Xian didn't mention a word. Ugh, so annoying. On the other side. Ding. Host in Su Qingge palm touch, reward 1 point/9 seconds. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Lin Xian felt delighted. Great, finally some progress. So the day when he becomes the invincible immortal emperor is taking another small step forward. This life is becoming more and more hopeful. Just as Lin Xian was full of hope, the door was pushed open. A little girl with twin ponytails, wearing a JK uniform, bounced in. The moment she saw Lin Xian, she blurted out, "Onie-chan? Ha? Sister, don't call me that. I don't like anime, please don't use such awkward terms to address me." Lin Xian was speechless and quickly stopped her. In the novel, only Su Yang, who gained recognition later on, received the title Onie-chan from Chen Kursen. He never expected to receive this honor before the plot even began. Don't be shy, Onie-chan, I admire you now. Your glorious deeds last night were so cool. The last time I saw such a touching love story was in the anime Your Name. Your dedication to Sister Su moved me so much, I approve of you. So I've decided to make you my Onie-chan. You should feel honored. Lin Xian's deeds had spread throughout the city last night. Chen Kursen had also heard about it. She never expected that apart from the anime world, there was such pure love. This made the little girl yearn for it, and she had no hostility towards Lin Xian. She had to admit that Lin Xian's love for Sister Su was much deeper than hers. Honored my foot, I have nothing to do with the Japanese. I refuse this name. Anime knows no borders. Those who love anime and yearn for it are all family. Get lost. One day, I will create a world with only anime. Let the world feel the beauty of anime. Hopeless. This little devil is beyond help. Lin Xian was speechless and didn't bother with Chen Kursen, focusing on massaging Su Qingge. But the little girl was still full of energy and approached Lin Xian to ask for something. Onie-chan, actually, I have something to ask you. You are now a celebrity in the Magic City, recognized as the most passionate in the Magic City. I have many sisters who want your autograph. Can you sign a few for me later? I promised them. It would be embarrassing if I couldn't deliver. Lin Xian massaged the girl's legs, turning his head without a word, and said impatiently, have you lost your mind? When I was massaging Chinga before, you looked so annoyed, and now you don't care? That's because, Onia-chan, you have proven yourself to be the most passionate in the Magic City. I approve of your love for Sister Sue. Chen Kurson clapped her chest, indicating that she no longer had any hostility towards Lin Xian. But I haven't given up on Sister Sue either. So I've decided that the three of us will get married in the future. In the world of anime, this is very normal, as long as there is love. Lin Xian. Ha. The world of anime is really scary. Lin Xian's brain circuits were silenced by the little loli on the spot. But at this moment, the most helpless one was Su Chinga lying on the hospital bed. Physically, she was like a puppet, allowing Lin Xian to manipulate her into various positions. Mentally, she was like an outsider. Clearly, it was a world of three people, but she never understood what these two were talking about. What's going on? What are you guys talking about? Don't speak in riddles. What did Lin Xian do last night? Why did he become a celebrity in the Magic City and be called the most passionate? I can't hear, I really can't hear. Su Chinga screamed in her heart, but received no response. At this moment, she once again longed to wake up. Even if she could just say a word, move a finger, it would be better than lying here like a living dead person. On the other side, unable to resist the little loli, Lin Xian reluctantly signed his name on the paper. After Chen Kurson happily put away the paper, a while passed. Su Chinga's entire massage process came to an end. Only then did Lin Xian turn around and ask the little loli, how was the response to the song I Really Want to Love This World yesterday? Hearing this, Chen Kurson became excited again, pulling her twin tails and admiringly said, I almost forgot about that. The response was incredible. It immediately topped the charts on various music lists as soon as it was released. I really want to know how your mind works. How did you write such a beautiful song? I heard that someone wanted to jump off a building due to depression yesterday. But after hearing this song, they gave up the idea of suicide. Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to inadvertently save someone. However, he was not surprised. The charm of music lies in this. This is also why he likes to sing. If he could use the music from his previous life to make the people of this world feel that charm, it wouldn't be bad. But now, his social status is high enough. There is no need to spend too much energy on this. It's time to adjust his time. Lin Xian picked up the guitar on the ground, lightly tested the pitch, and said, I've hit a creative bottleneck. I'll release a new song every 3 days from now on. Okay. After feeling disappointed, Chen Kurson could only nod helplessly. But she also understood that good music takes time to polish. Every song Lin Xian created was a masterpiece. Even if he had talent, it was impossible to produce such high-quality work every day. Do you have a song you want to sing today? Yes. Lin Xian spoke succinctly. He casually played with the strings, thinking of being called the most passionate in the Magic City. When it came to passion, Lin Xian suddenly had an idea. With a flick of the strings, a pleasant melody mixed with a deep voice emerged. Girl, I don't want to see you suffer the same injury, so learn to spoil again and again and again and again, blaming the wrong. Climbing mountains and crossing seas for you, emptying my pockets for you, fulfilling the expectations in your eyes, not daring to slack off for you even if tired, pretending to be okay for the admiration in your eyes. Just listening to the beginning of the lively part, Chen Kurson was instantly attracted. This was a song written by a boy for a girl, the lyrics filled with deep affection. But for some reason, she always felt like it was more of a scumbag song, possibly becoming the anthem of scumbags in the future. This was her intuition after immersing herself in the world of anime for years. How could this guy, Oni-chan, create such a scumbag song? Girl, my story unfolds because of you, learning to endure for you, changing my bad habits for you. Girl, I don't want to see you suffer the same injury, so learn to spoil, blaming the love you truly want. On the sickbed, Su Chinga was immersed in singing. She really wanted to pry open Lin Xian's brain to know how he could come up with such high-quality songs every day. Especially this one today. Su Chinga carefully listened to the lyrics, lost in thought. Is this song really for me? Girl, my story unfolds because of you. Could it be that Lin Xian is using this opportunity to confess to me? No, that's not right, girl. I heard that Lin Xian used to have a crush on a certain girl before. It seems to be from the Bai family. The girl? Could this song be for her? Who is this song really for? Just as Su Chinga was caught in a dilemma, the song also reached its conclusion. In a young girl's room, Lin Xian's guitar playing fingers paused, the lingering sound echoing. Clap, clap, clap. Reacting, Chen Kursen, with her twin ponytails, enthusiastically applauded. So good, truly deserving of being the most passionate in the Magic City. Singing with so much passion, but it feels a bit scummy. Lin Xian. The little girl put away the recorder and bid farewell to Lin Xian. But just as she reached the door, as if remembering something, she suddenly stopped and turned back. What now? Hurry up and say. Seeing Chen Kursen's somewhat ingratiating expression, Lin Xian knew that she must have something to ask of him. Can you spare some time? To be my temporary boyfriend? Ha? No. I'm busy, and I already have Chinga as my fiancé. Why would I go and be your temporary boyfriend? Before the little girl could explain the situation, Lin Xian shook his head repeatedly. Although he didn't understand the situation, but he was busy earning points, how could he possibly play the game of being a temporary boyfriend with a little brat? And on the sickbed, Su Chinga, upon hearing Lin Xian's unhesitant refusal, felt a natural sense of joy. Kursen, you've gone too far. Lin Xian is now at least carrying the title of my fiancé. How could you let him be your boyfriend? And what's with this temporary thing? Can you just borrow it temporarily? Oh, all right. Receiving the rejection, Chen Kursen was not surprised, and she anxiously tugged at her twin ponytails. My parents are forcing me to meet Su Fan next week. He's my fiancé. But I'm only interested in the paper Big Brothers in the anime world, and I can't resist my parents, so I thought of finding a fake boyfriend to play a role. I'll look for another way. Sigh. Who? Su Fan? Isn't that the pseudonym of the protagonist Su Yang? Right. If you calculate the time, the plot is indeed about to start. In the original plot, Chen Kursen did find someone else to play the role of her boyfriend, attempting to make Su Yang jealous. But the rich second-generation man she found ended up being the one to expose Su Yang's pretentiousness. It was at that moment that Su Yang found out about his sister, Su Chinga, becoming a vegetable. Watching Chen Kursen leave in frustration, Lin Xian squinted and said, Wait, although I can't be your temporary boyfriend, I can help you as a friend. If that guy really is unbearable, then I'll help you find a way to drive him away. Really? You can't deceive me. Chen Kursen turned around suddenly, with a mix of joy, excitement, and disbelief on her face. Why would I deceive you? Mainly because you've been working so hard to manage my account, I'll reluctantly help you. Lin Xian said with a straight face. Chen Kursen quickly believed and accepted this, feeling touched. You're the best, Onia-chan. Stop, don't gross me out. Go on. Oh, then I'll go, Onia-chan. Sayonara. Seeing Chen Kursen about to pounce, Lin Xian quickly waved his hand to refuse. The little girl shrugged and left happily. In the dark consciousness cage, Su Chinga was very surprised by Lin Xian's change of heart. What's going on? How did Lin Xian suddenly agree? Wasn't he just hesitating to refuse a second ago? Could it be because he wanted to thank Kursen for her help? There's a possibility, but not much. It seems that it's because he heard Kursen's fiancé's name. That's why he changed his mind. Does he know that Su Fan? Su Fan? Has the same surname as me. Suddenly, Su Chinga was stirred up by memories, thinking of her brother, Su Yang. Her emotions immediately sank. I miss you so much. Brother, are you and Mom and Dad doing well in heaven? While Su Chinga was feeling melancholic, Lin Xian had already returned to his original position, habitually holding the girl's hand in deep in thought. The reason he agreed to help Chen Kursen was actually very simple. Just because he was curious to meet the destined one in person and observe if he matched the character described in the plot. Thus, he could determine the next plan. Time passed quickly. The whole next day, Lin Xian stayed by Su Chinga's bedside, taking care of her attentively. Apart from eating, drinking, and using the restroom, he didn't miss any chance to stick close. This unwavering scene, seen by Lu Wan and the Su family, moved them to tears. Truly deserving of being the most affectionate in the Magic City, he's not just talk. Who says that in times of trouble, a couple will flee separately? There are still good men and true love in this world. I envy Miss so much. She found a good man after a disaster. If my future husband is half as good as Lin, I'll be content. After this period of getting along, they almost all approved of Lin Xian, the soon-to-be son-in-law. With his unwavering affection, Lin Xian gained the collective approval of the Su family. And as night fell, Lin Xian continued to stay by the sickbed, occasionally chatting with Su Chinga. Chinga, do you know what kind of book you can't buy in a bookstore? A book you can't buy? Something you can't find in a regular bookstore. Could it be that kind of book? The answer is, a farewell letter. Newton was hit by a falling apple and discovered the law of universal gravitation. If you were standing under a peach tree and got hit by a peach, what would you discover? You wouldn't discover anything. There's only one Newton, and only a great man like him can discover the truth. The answer is, you would discover that your head hurts. If I were to find a wife who could help me with half of the household chores, what do you think I should do? You should take good care of her. You handle the other half of the household chores. The answer is, find 2 wives. That way, each person can handle half of the household chores, which is fair. Several bizarre questions in a row almost drove Suchinga to the brink of collapse. Eventually, she chose to shut herself off. She no longer responded to Lin Xian's words in her mind. Click. Just as Lin Xian was enjoying himself, the door was pushed open. Who could it be this time? Curious, Lin Xian turned around and saw an elderly man with white hair and a cane slowly walking in. Grandpa Su, why do you have time today? It's all thanks to you. Xiao Xian, if it weren't for you last night, Sai, the Su family might have. Sai. In the sickbed, Su Qingge was initially very happy to hear her grandfather's voice. After all, Su Xingtian had been busy with official duties and hadn't come to see her for several days. But the next moment, Su Xingtian's ambiguous words left Su Qingge speechless and a little frustrated. Last night? Why is it about last night again? What happened last night? Grandpa, why are you also becoming like Curson, speaking in riddles? Can't you just be straightforward? What happened last night? I really want to know. But the things you're saying, I don't understand. I really don't understand. On the sofa in the room, Su Shengtian and Lin Xian sat facing each other. I had already prepared for the worst, to let the company go bankrupt and liquidate. But I didn't expect you to, for Qingge's sake, break ties with the Lin family and sell off 30% of your shares to save the Su family. Having you as her husband is the greatest fortune in Qingge's life. Ah, this? Faced with Su Xingtian's misunderstanding, Lin Xian felt a little embarrassed. In fact, this was only part of the reason. The bigger reason was that Lin Xian was laying out a plan to completely control the Lin family. But as he glanced at the sleeping Su Qingge on the sickbed, Lin Xian admitted without hesitation, with a sincere face, Grandpa Su, you're exaggerating. It's my greatest fortune to marry Qingge. As for money, it's just an external thing. We can't bring it when we're born, and we can't take it when we die, so why be so attached to it? If this money can save the Su family from danger, then I think it's worth it. At this moment, Lin Xian directly quoted by Susu's teachings, which moved Su Xingtian to tears and deeply touched him. Great enlightenment! I never expected that at such a young age, you would have such enlightenment. Your future achievements are unimaginable. Su Xingtian was full of shock and admiration for Lin Xian's character. To view money as worthless was not something an ordinary young person could achieve. The more he looked at Lin Xian, the more satisfied he felt, believing that the Su family would shine under his control. Faced with Su Lao's straightforward praise, Lin Xian blushed slightly and gave a somewhat embarrassed smile. On the other side, after a long period of eavesdropping, Su Qingge finally pieced together what had happened last night. Emotions surged within her, and her thoughts were in turmoil. Lin Xian cut off ties with his own father for my sake? The Su family is currently facing bankruptcy? How much pressure is Grandpa under? Lin Xian is planning to sell his stocks for 3 billion to help the Su family through this crisis? Is it really because of me that Lin Xian is doing this? Can I really deserve his kindness now? Even if I wake up in the future, I will only bring danger to him. This version of me. I'm not worthy of this affection, am I? For Su Qingge, when Lin Xian first appeared by her side, she resisted and was repulsed. But she didn't know when it started. Because of Lin Xian's intrusion, her mindset began to change. She no longer abandoned herself, no longer feared the endless darkness. Instead, she began to have hope, anticipation, and the motivation to persevere. Lin Xian became like a warm ray of sunshine, a guiding star in her boundless dark consciousness, showing her the way forward. Su Qingge gradually got used to Lin Xian's presence. She got used to the scent of violets every day. She got used to his warm encouragement in her ear. She got used to the tingling sensation when their skin touched during massages. She got used to many things she had never dared to think about before. When I wake up, can I really get used to the days without Lin Xian? Can I go back to being alone, seeking revenge, with no one to confide in? Can I really? Su Qingge asked herself in her heart, but she suddenly couldn't confidently say that word, yes. From luxury to frugality is difficult, but from frugality to luxury is easy. After experiencing the warmth of being cared for and looked after, suddenly having to return to that helpless loneliness, Su Qingge felt a bit reluctant, as if she had become addicted. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were unaware of the turmoil in Su Qingge's heart, and they were chatting slowly. Grandpa Su, get ready in these few days. As long as I receive Lin Jianjun's 3 billion remittance, I will contact you and transfer it to the account of the Su Group. This money should be enough to deal with the troubles the company is facing. Hearing this, Su Shengtian trembled all over, tears welling up in his eyes. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so generous, actually preparing to hand over 3 billion to him at once. He repeatedly waved his hand in refusal. It's not necessary to have so much, 1 billion is enough. I am already very grateful if you are willing to lend me 1 billion, Xiaoxian. Grandpa Su, your words clearly treat me as an outsider, creating distance. Do you really look down on the intentions of your grandson-in-law? No, I understand. Since you put it that way, then I will graciously accept it. That's right, Grandpa Su. We are family, why bother about whether this is your money or mine? Right, we are family, we are family. At the end of the conversation, Su Xingtian choked up a bit. He didn't expect that the crisis that had troubled him for days would be resolved with the help of this grandson-in-law. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that when he passed away in the future, he would hand over the Su group to Lin Xian. Grandpa Su, have you heard any news from the Lin family? I'm curious if my scumbag father has already gathered enough money by now. He must be in a panic. Lin Xian stroked his chin, looking smug. He was well aware of the Lin family's financial situation. With just the liquid assets on the surface, they could only come up with 20 billion at most, which was far from the amount of funds Lin Xian required. I've heard some things. It seems your father is borrowing money, selling cars, houses, and stocks. It looks like he's planning to empty the family's coffers. Mentioning Lin Jianjun, Su Shengtian couldn't help but look grim. Originally, the Su and Lin families were old friends and should have supported each other. However, when the Su family faced a crisis before, he had more than once swallowed his pride, humbly and quietly communicated with the younger generation, Lin Jianjun, seeking help. But what he got in return was a dismissive "take care of yourself." This almost gave Su Sheng a heart attack. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was always Lin Xian's father, he would have wanted to curse out loud by now. Lin Xian received the expected answer and smiled slightly. Even if he emptied his family's fortune, he would definitely buy it. He couldn't possibly watch me sell the shares to someone else, especially a competitor of the Lin family. In addition, he holds the latest research on a beauty cream. He's also planning to turn the tables with this and fulfill his ambition to elevate the Lin family to a higher level. In the original plot, the Lin family did experience a brief period of success with this cream. However, the antagonist, after all, did not enjoy it for long. Various serious side effects began to appear in the creams on the market, causing the Lin group to plummet and face public outcry. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Su Yang, took the opportunity to present a more perfect improved formula, helping the struggling Su family to make a comeback. Of course, now that I'm involved, certain plot points should be changed a bit. Beauty cream? After hearing Lin Xian's revelation, Su Sheng couldn't help but widen his eyes. He hadn't expected the Lin family to have such an opportunity. If the cream's effects could really attract the public, it could indeed elevate the Lin family to a higher level. In that case, why would you still want to sell your shares, little Xian? If the news is true, once the cream developed by the Lin family is released, the value of your shares will definitely skyrocket. Su Sheng's eyes were filled with doubt. He knew that with Lin Xian's intelligence, he would never do something so short-sighted. And since he did, there must be his own reasons behind it. That cream has significant side effects. In the short term, it can indeed make one look radiant, with smooth and tender skin after application. But the effect lasts less than a week, and the skin will start to ulcerate and fester. In the original plot, when the Lin family first released their self-developed beauty cream, it did indeed attract a large number of people in the short term. However, in less than a week, the first woman who applied the cream began to itch and her face gradually ulcerated. At first, Lin Jianjun didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a personal health issue. But as more and more people used the cream and problems arose one after another, Lin Jianjun became completely panicked. Unfortunately, there was no turning back. In less than a day, the Lin group faced nationwide boycott and even received a summons from the relevant authorities. It was at this time that Su Yang, as the protagonist with powerful medical skills, undoubtedly stepped forward. He handed the improved perfect formula to Su Sheng, and the Su family thus welcomed a new beginning. Ah, this? No wonder you had to sell your shares quickly, little Xian. Otherwise, as the major shareholder of the Lin group, you would be the most likely to be implicated. Su Sheng suddenly realized and greatly admired Lin Xian's decisiveness. Although he was very curious about Lin Xian's source of information, everyone has their own secrets, and Su Sheng naturally wouldn't ask too much. After all, he trusted this son-in-law unconditionally. By the way, Grandpa Su, here's the formula for you. Lin Xian took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Su Sheng. What's this? Su Sheng took the paper in surprise and saw that it was densely filled with various formulas and medicinal materials. This is the formula for making the beauty elixir. As the name suggests, it can beautify and nourish, with better effects than the beauty cream currently owned by the Lin family. And it has no side effects, because it can nourish the body from the inside out. I hope Grandpa Su, you can take this prescription, and after the company's research department successfully produces the sample, invest a large amount in production and storage. After the problem with the Lin family's ointment, using the effect of the beauty cream to treat skin ulcers, it quickly entered the market. Lin Xian did not hide anything. He directly explained the effectiveness of the prescription obtained from the system. What? So miraculous! Su Xingtian's hands trembled. He instantly felt that the piece of paper in his hand was invaluable and extremely heavy. If someone else said this, Su Xingtian would only consider it boasting. But the person was his son-in-law, whom he unconditionally trusted. So he firmly believed in the miraculous effect of this prescription, just as Lin Xian had said. It's too precious. Xiaoxian, this elixir is so miraculous, it can completely spawn a new commercial empire from scratch. I'm not interested in any commercial empire. I just want to stay by Chinga's side day and night. So this prescription is a waste in my hands, just consider it as my dowry for Chinga. Another dowry? A dowry of 3 billion is already shocking enough. And this prescription is invaluable. The wealth it can spawn is unimaginable. And Lin Xian just gave it away like that? However, Su Shengtian ultimately did not refuse. The current Su group really needs this prescription to revitalize itself. Anyway, the vast Su family will eventually be left to Lin Xian and the others. If he said more about refusing, it would really seem inappropriate. Well, then I'll accept it with a thick face. I'll go and explain to the research department, and strive to produce the sample as soon as possible. Su Shengtian smiled and nodded, carefully placing the prescription in his arms. Then, after exchanging a few words with Lin Xian, he left the room under the others' farewell. Click. Listening to the sound of Su Shengtian leaving, in the dark consciousness space, Su Chinga was very low-spirited, both feeling sorry for her exhausted grandfather and resenting her own incompetence. Has Grandpa left? It seems that the company has encountered a lot of trouble recently. Grandpa must be very tired. He's already so old, but still has to worry and work so hard every day. And I not only can't help at all, but also become a burden, making Grandpa worry day and night. If only I could wake up. If only I could share some of Grandpa's burden, instead of lying here motionless like a useless person. I really am useless. Just then, Su Chinga felt a familiar warmth in her palm. It was the warmth of Lin Xian's hand. It's okay, Chinga, don't worry. With me here, everything will get better and better. Everything you want to protect, whether it's Grandpa or the Su family, I will protect it for you until you wake up. I promise. As if knowing what Su Chinga was worried about, Lin Xian made his own promise. And these low and firm words, when they fell into Su Chinga's ears, made her heart tremble. At the same time as she was moved, she was surrounded by a strong sense of security. This was something the former Su Chinga could not experience. Before becoming a vegetable, she was a well-known female CEO in the Magic City. No matter what difficulties she faced, she subconsciously wanted to solve them on her own, because she had been betrayed before. So Su Chinga only believed in relying on herself, thinking that human nature is selfish. With this belief, she had endured many hardships on her own, in order not to let others think she was too young and therefore be looked down upon. Every time she went out, she had to dress up to look more mature, and try to present a cold and aloof face, keeping to herself. But it's so tiring like this. Occasionally, I also want to be like an ordinary girl, leisurely hiding at home and watching dramas. Freedom to do what you want without constraints. Eating fried chicken, wearing a nice dress, going shopping with friends, and leaving home with a smile every day. But I can't. My identity, my deep-seated grudges, all remind me that I can't. But now, I become a vegetable, so it should be okay to slack off a little, right? It should be okay to rely on others a little, right? In the dark, Su Chinga muttered to herself, her consciousness slowly sinking uncontrollably. Snap! It seemed like a taut string had broken, and Su Chinga completely relaxed. She fell asleep. Before this, she was only physically asleep, but her mind had always been in an extremely oppressive and painful environment, her consciousness always awake, in a daze. Because she was afraid that once her consciousness disappeared, she would completely fall asleep, become a living corpse without even consciousness. But now she suddenly relaxed, suddenly felt that she could rest without any worries, because that man said, he would protect everything I cherish until I wake up. He's so capable, he must be able to do it. I'm so tired. So, even if it's just for a while, let me rest well. Good night. See you tomorrow. The next day, when Su Chinga regained consciousness, it was still a hollow darkness. I fell asleep? I actually fell asleep? How long have I been asleep? Suchinga, who had no sense of time and could not perceive the outside world, suddenly felt a little panicked. She was very afraid of being like the protagonist in some movies, waking up after a nap to find that decades had passed. Wait, this familiar scent. Although unable to move, Suchinga could still feel a faint familiar floral fragrance. It was the scent of violets. Smelling this familiar scent, Suchinga felt a lot more at ease. This exact same scent should still be the violets Lin Xian gave me. Where is Lin Xian? If it were like usual when he gave me violets, he would first hold my hand and sit beside me to chat. Only the fragrance, no familiar person. Suchinga felt very uncomfortable, with some sense of loss and unease in her heart. Click. Shinga. Your house is too big, I have to run so far just to use the bathroom. With the sound of the door opening, the familiar voice followed, instantly calming Suchinga's previously tense heart. He is still here. Then, Suchinga felt someone sitting beside her, and once again felt a familiar warmth in her palm. Shinga, your grandfather is really efficient. He only got the prescription from me last night, and today he's already supervising production. His energy is even more vigorous than young people. Listening to the familiar way of teasing, and the content of the teasing, Suchinga finally completely relaxed. From just a few words, she deduced that only one night had passed, and a little while longer. Alright, Shinga, it's time for the much-anticipated massage session, he. Listening to Lin Xian's laughter, Suchinga couldn't help but find it amusing. Why does this laughter sound so much like a scoundrel? If you have the guts, take advantage of me. Saying nice things, but actually just following the rules for the massage. Am I really that uncharismatic? In the dark consciousness space, Suchinga kept teasing. After such a long time together, Suchinga, facing Lin Xian's approach, had long since lost her aversion and discomfort. Instead, in her heart, there was a tiny bit of hope that Lin Xian would be a little bit out of line with her. This would prove her own charm. At this moment, perhaps even Suchinga herself was not aware that her aversion to men had completely failed in front of Lin Xian. On Lin Xian's side, there was a silent smell of dog food. Lin's villa. Smoke filled the air. Lin Jianjun, with a grim expression, sat on the sofa, constantly smoking. And at his feet, upon closer inspection, were already piled with cigarette butts. Dad, the current company's liquid assets that can be withdrawn in full amount to 2 billion. This is already the limit, any more might seriously affect the normal operation of the company. Beside Lin Jianjun, Lin Hao frowned and stated the amount of funds he had found. However, Lin Jianjun had long anticipated this amount. He deeply exhaled a puff of white smoke and continued to inquire, so, how much money have we raised by selling some luxury villas, luxury cars, and stocks these past 2 days? Honey, I handled these things, and altogether we sold 5 billion. White Yuelan, wearing a tight skirt, yawned and replied. She was exhausted, with dark circles around her eyes. Not only her, but Lin Jianjun and Lin Hao were also in a similar state. In order to raise 3 billion in these days, they had exhausted all kinds of methods, and were so busy that they didn't even have time to eat and sleep. But the three of them dared not rest at all. After all, according to the information they received, not only were some ambitious shareholders in the board of directors making moves, but also the major wealthy families in the Magic City had made changes in purchasing shares from Lin Xian. In order to prevent their own shares from falling into the hands of others, Lin Jianjun could only grit his teeth and try to raise funds. This is only 25 billion. It's still not enough. Hearing that they were still a few billion short of the 30 billion, Lin Jianjun's face immediately became as heavy as water. Seeing this, White Yuelan and her son quickly began to express their loyalty. Honey, I have bought a lot of jewelry, clothes, and various luxury goods over the years. I'll take them all to pawn, they should still be worth some money. Ah, this? Looking at his delicate wife, Lin Jianjun felt a warmth in his heart, extremely moved. And at this moment, his son Lin Hao also began his performance, directly taking out a bank card and placing it on the wooden table. Dad, I know our family is in trouble now, so I secretly pawned all my clothes, watches, and luxury cars over the years. Including my and mommy's savings, we raised a total of 1 billion. Facing the bank card on the table, Lin Jianjun felt as if it were a glaring sun, stimulating tears from his eyes. The whole bank card seemed to be emitting the taste of affection. Xiaohao, Yuelan, it's my incompetence, it's me, Lin Jianjun, who has made you suffer. Rest assured, as long as we get through this difficult time, I will compensate you double for what you have lost in the future. And Xiaohao, from now on, you are my only son, my heir. As for that illegitimate son, I'll treat him as if he were run over by a car. His life and death have nothing to do with me anymore. Lin Jianjun was truly moved, embracing the mother and son, pouring out his heart and soul. The plan succeeded? This old stubborn man completely trusts us now. It's not in vain that we even brought out our funeral money." In a place where Lin Jianjun couldn't see, Lin Hao and his mother looked at each other, and could see the satisfaction and joy in each other's eyes. In order to completely gain Lin Jianjun's trust, Lin Hao and his mother had brought out all the embezzled and bribed private money from these years, just for this moment. Now, although they were penniless, as long as the beauty cream mentioned by Lin Jianjun was launched, everything could turn around. The Lin Group might soar and successfully rise to become a first-class family, and at that time, the reward they could get was immeasurable. Thinking of this, Lin Hao couldn't help but grin, but the smile immediately tugged at the wound on his face. The intense pain made Lin Hao gasp for breath, and he seethed with anger towards the culprit, Lin Xian. But he couldn't help but smirk triumphantly. "Humph! Lin Xian, even though you have 3 billion, I have the entire Lin family. As long as the Lin Group is in my hands, money will naturally come rolling in. When I fully develop, I will use the family power created by your mother to crush you underfoot." Ha ha ha. The next few days were calm. Lin Xian continued to stay by Su Qingga's bedside, sticking around in various ways. This unwavering scene silenced many of the keyboard warriors in the Magic City who had doubted Lin Xian's sincerity. The title of Magic City's most passionate became even more resounding, but Lin Xian didn't care at all. He was only interested in his sticking around points. After days of hard work, the numbers on the points panel finally broke through 20,000 again, and they were increasing at a rate of 1 point every 8 seconds. This made Lin Xian feel extremely gratified. His efforts had finally paid off. Just then, the door was opened, and Luan walked in. "Mr. Lin, your brother Lin Hao is here. He said he has something to discuss with you. Should I bring him in?" "Lin Hao. He must be here to deliver money. Please bring him in, Lu." "Understood." As the door closed again, Lin Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully. In recent days, he had also learned a bit about Lin Jianjun's situation. The other party was borrowing money and selling cars and houses. It was said that the Bai family had also lent a hand, pooling their efforts to raise 400 million for Lin Jianjun. It seemed that he was now coming to transfer his shares. On the sickbed, upon hearing that Lin Hao was coming, Su Qingga instinctively felt a sense of disgust. "Lin Hao, my former fiancé? Ah, I was really blind back then to agree to the engagement with him." Fortunately, it ended up being a blessing in disguise, with Lin Xian replacing him. Otherwise, I would have been sickened to death. In recent days, Su Qingga had been well taken care of. She could feel her body rapidly recovering, and perhaps she would wake up soon. This feeling was inexplicable, but it existed, and it was Lin Xian who had brought her this hope. Naturally, Su Qingga was deeply grateful to him and trusted him. So when Lin Xian mentioned the grievances suffered in the Lin family, she believed and sympathized with him. If she could move, she would have to find a way to seek justice for Lin Xian. On the other side, at the entrance of the villa, Lin Hao held a folder with a gloomy expression. In recent days, they had spared no effort to raise money, and they had also been extorted by many forces. But even so, the funds collected were still not enough for 3 billion. Fortunately, his uncle Bai Ginglong had stepped in. Not only did he contribute the resources of the Bai family, but he also borrowed some high-interest loans. This barely filled the last big hole for the Lin family. Now, whether it was the Lin family or the Bai family, they could be said to be extremely impoverished. We can only hope for a few days later. When the Lin family holds the press conference, I hope the effects of the beauty cream will be as expected. Lin Hao's eyes lowered, filled with eager anticipation. Click! At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Luan walked out with a cold and indifferent expression. "Hurry up and follow me. Mr. Lin is waiting for you inside. Don't keep him waiting." After speaking, without even looking at Lin Hao, Luan turned and led the way ahead. Her impatient demeanor sparked a hint of anger in Lin Hao's eyes. This despicable person. The previous few times I visited, at least there were smiles, but now who am I giving a sour face to directly? Still afraid that Lin Xian has been waiting for a long time? I've been standing here for so long and haven't complained yet. But even though he was angry, Lin Hao did not forget the main business. He could only endure his anger and put on a smiling face, following behind Luan into the gate. Soon, the two of them went upstairs and stood in front of the door to the Taoist room. Knock knock knock. "Mr. Lin, I brought Lin Hao here." Luan knocked on the door, respectfully asking for permission. And behind her, Lin Hao's expression became even more ugly, especially when he heard Luan being so respectful to his brother, whom he had always looked down upon, but addressing him directly by name. This contrast almost made Lin Hao lose his composure. Originally in his understanding, with Lin Xian's irritable temper, he simply couldn't bear to take care of a vegetable, and it should be very difficult for him to marry into the Su family. Not to mention being beaten every day. At the very least, he would be subjected to cold eyes and ridicule. But now the reality is completely opposite to what he thought? Seeing Lu Wan's respectful attitude, Lin Xian should be highly valued and loved in the Su family, living a very comfortable life. But why is that? Clearly, he's just a brute who was kicked out of the house and only knows how to use violence. Why should he receive such treatment? Am I not Li Jie? Let him in. Just when Lin Hao was doubting life, a familiar and disgusting voice came from the room. Then the door opened, and Lin Hao followed in. As soon as he entered, he saw a scene that made him furious. He saw his former fiancée, who was once the most beautiful woman in the country, lying in Lin Xian's arms, like a doll, allowing Lin Xian to play with her in various indecent poses. Brother, Xinga is a vegetable. How can you be such a beast? Lin Hao's face was full of disbelief, as if Lin Xian was doing something even worse than an animal. In response, Lin Xian remained silent. Instead, the beautiful woman in the sickbed couldn't help but speak out, rebuking, "You rascal. Mr. Lin is clearly massaging and treating my young lady. If you don't understand, don't speak nonsense." If it weren't for Mr. Lin, my young lady's complexion wouldn't have improved so much. With these words, Lin Hao was directly choked. It was only then that he was shocked to find out. Although Su Qingga had been in a coma for many days, she still had a healthy complexion. Someone who didn't know might think she was just sleeping. But logically speaking, the condition of a vegetable should be constantly declining, with a withered appearance. But Su Qingga's condition was too good, wasn't it? Could this really be Lin Xian's doing? This thought was instantly rejected by Lin Hao. In the past few years of returning to the Lin family, in order to successfully take over the Lin family, he had thoroughly investigated Lin Xian, his only competitor. He couldn't possibly be good at massaging. It must be a lucky coincidence. But looking at Lu Wan's unwavering belief, as if he was about to explode when questioned, Lin Hao fell silent. He knew that no matter how much he said, no one would believe him, so he could only silently curse in his heart. And at this moment, Lin Xian on the sickbed smiled and spoke, "Sister Lu, don't be angry. My father's illegitimate son is not well educated and has little knowledge. It's normal for him to misunderstand. Why bother arguing with a country bumpkin? Alright, he's a guest from afar. Moreover, he's the big benefactor who brought money to us. Sister Lu, please serve him a cup of green tea." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Wan immediately put on a smiling face, nodding in understanding. As she was leaving, she even asked, "Mr. Lin, do you need me to call in 2 bodyguards to watch over him?" "No need, my little brother, the pretty boy, can't beat me. I can knock him out with one punch, no need to bother the bodyguard brothers." Understood. When the door closed again, the room returned to silence. At this time, Lin Hao had already been humiliated by the 2 people as if no one else was around, making him flushed with anger. What the hell? This is too much bullying. Just as Lin Hao was deeply frustrated, Lin Xian's question made Lin Hao both angry and startled. "You have such thick skin. Last time I clearly slapped you with a dozen big slaps, but now, look at you, your recovery is really good. Could it be that the Lin family has come up with some good medical beauty products recently?" Looking at Lin Hao's smooth and tender face, Lin Xian's expression was very playful. "Oh, no, my recovery ability is just better. Alright, let's get down to business. This is the share transfer contract, take a look and sign it if there are no problems." Lin Hao didn't dare to make a fuss, and quickly went through it. He didn't want Lin Xian to know about the beauty ointment, otherwise he would definitely not agree to sell his shares. Lin Xian understood Lin Hao's thoughts very well. He didn't delve into it, just casually reminded, "Is that so? That's good. By the way, let me give you some advice. Many beauty products have side effects, using them too much might ruin your face." "You're the one who will ruin your face? Your whole family will ruin their faces. Dare you curse me? When the ointment is launched and the market value of the Lin Group soars, you will regret it." Thinking about the pitiful and angry appearance of Lin Xian in a few days, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel very good. "Didn't you see that I'm still massaging and clearing the blood for Qingga? It will take another 10 minutes, just wait." Lin Xian didn't even look at the contract handed to him, and casually said. Only Lin Hao stood awkwardly in place, not knowing what to do next. In the following time, Lin Hao could only watch his former goddess, completely turned into someone else's shape by a certain beast. Lin Hao felt extremely depressed, a sense of inexplicable frustration arose. But he couldn't erupt. After all, the matter of marrying on behalf of someone was created by him in the first place, he couldn't blame others. But looking at the beautiful face of Su Qingga, Lin Hao had to admit that he regretted it a little. To be honest, Su Qingga, as the first beauty CEO of the Magic City, was the goddess in the hearts of countless men, including Lin Hao. When he first learned that the goddess had become his fiancée, Lin Hao was so excited that he couldn't sleep for several days. Even though the number of times they met was few, and he was often given the cold shoulder, Lin Hao still couldn't stop feeling proud. But he never expected that. As the wedding date approached, the news of Su Qingge becoming a vegetable came. Although he felt a little reluctant, becoming a vegetable was basically equivalent to a death sentence. So Lin Hao decisively made Lin Xian marry on his behalf, and even to compensate the Su family, he instigated Lin Jianjun to propose that Lin Xian marry into the family. This plan killed two birds with one stone, perfect to the extreme. He thought Lin Xian would live the unfortunate life he had imagined. But looking at the young man in front of him, with a sleazy smile on his face, who was so close to the goddess, Lin Hao was left with nothing but anger and frustration. So, in order to make Lin Xian feel a little uncomfortable, "Brother, you are really good to Qingge. Back then, when Qingge and I made vows, we were also so intimate." At this point, Lin Hao seemed to realize that he had said something wrong, and quickly covered his mouth. Then he hurriedly explained, "Oh brother, please don't misunderstand. Qingge and I are just good friends, we rarely have private contact. You have to believe me." Listening to this kind of green tea-like speech, Lin Xian didn't even lift his eyelids, too lazy to respond to Lin Hao's attempts to sow discord. After all, what kind of person was Su Qingge? In this novel world, no one understands music better than him. How could he care about Lin Hao's crude lies? In the dark prison space, Su Qingge was originally enjoying Lin Xian's pain and pleasure massage. She only felt that Lin Hao was noisy and had no emotional reaction. But when the other party said some ambiguous words, intentionally distorting the relationship between the two, Su Qingge was directly enraged. If she could move, she would have given Lin Hao a good beating. What nonsense is this bastard talking about? Who made vows with you? Who was intimate with you? Who was good friends with you? Our meetings, at most, were only a dozen times. Each time, I drove you away in less than 5 minutes. But how come in your mouth, it seems like we have spent time together as if we were in love? This jerk. Why is he deliberately telling these lies in front of Lin Xian? What if Lin Xian misunderstands? What should I do? I really want to slap this jerk hard. Su Qingge was really angry. Suffering from androphobia, she felt uncomfortable even within 10 meters of Lin Hao, let alone any intimacy. But at this moment, Su Qingge also realized Lin Hao was deliberately causing misunderstandings with Lin Xian. This was something Su Qingge could not tolerate, and it was what she was most afraid of now. She really wanted to tell Lin Xian that she had no relationship with Lin Hao, and there had been no physical contact at all. From beginning to end, Lin Hao was just a tool for arranged marriage in her eyes. Not to mention love, there had not even been a basic fondness between a man and a woman. And at this moment, she was even more itching to shut up Lin Hao's nonsense. But the next moment, what Lin Xian said shocked both her and Lin Hao. So what? I only care about now. No matter what Qingge's past emotional life was like, I don't care. Anyway, from now on, I will always be involved in her life, until the end of her life. Lin Xian touched the girl's delicate cheek, full of affection. And hearing the man's heartfelt confession, Su Qingge was deeply moved, her emotions fluctuating in excitement. So, Lin Xian, he really likes me? But am I worthy of his pure and flawless love? Can there really be someone like him in my life? But I might bring him disaster. Lin Hao, I'm actually quite grateful to you. If it weren't for your deliberate scheme, maybe I wouldn't have married Qingge, so you've done a great thing. After completing the final massage procedure, Lin Xian got off the bed, came to Lin Hao's side, patted his shoulder with a grateful and sincere face, and thanked him. Seeing that his scheme not only did not separate Lin Xian, but also made them show affection, Lin Hao felt more and more frustrated, completely breaking down his defenses. Seeing that there was no one in the room, Lin Hao, who had already broken down, slapped away the hand on his shoulder, grabbed Lin Xian's collar with a sneer on his face. "Humph, Lin Xian, what are you pretending for? I know you hate me, but so what? Even if I am a bastard, I can still take everything from you. Everyone will only believe me, Lin Jianjun, that idiot, will only let me, the illegitimate child, inherit the family business, not you, the legitimate son. Remember, you will never be able to beat me." Thinking of the recent setbacks he suffered at Lin Xian's hands, Lin Hao was completely frustrated and no longer hid his true self. But what surprised him was his outburst. Lin Xian's reaction was very calm, with a hint of a mysterious smile on his lips. "Oh, Lin Hao, you look much better now than when you pretended to be a green tea man. You. Looking at the carefree Lin Xian, Lin Hao became even more frustrated. He felt extremely unwilling. Over the past few years, he had always been manipulating Lin Xian. In front of him, the other party was completely like a cat playing with a mouse, allowing himself to be manipulated at will. But he didn't know when it started. The roles of cat and mouse between the two had reversed, and he found himself at a disadvantage in front of Lin Xian. This was something Lin Hao couldn't accept. What are you so proud of? If it weren't for the shares in my hand, what would you use to compete with me? Even this vegetable man was a pair of shoes I gave you, and you just… Ah! Before Lin Hao could finish, a cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes, and he raised his hand for a big slap. Smack! You green tea man, do you feel like you've been given face? Do you remember what I said the first time I slapped you? You can say anything about me, but dare you say something about my wife? Do you believe I'll use a big slap to knock you out? Under this big slap, Lin Hao's ears rang, making it impossible for him to hear what Lin Xian was saying, but the intense pain on his cheek was clear. I've been hit again? How many times is this now? As the saying goes, 3 strikes and you're out. Unable to bear it any longer, there's no need to endure it. From childhood to adulthood, Lin Hao had never suffered such humiliation. Now, in just a week, everything was in Lin Xian's hands, which made Lin Hao completely furious. Lin Xian! Lin Hao first shouted, then assumed the basic stance of Taekwondo, intending to give this bastard a profound lesson. But Lin Xian just sneered and easily blocked the leg kick coming at him. Fancy punches and kicks. Let me show you what authentic martial arts is. Then, a hand chop hit Lin Hao's neck, causing him to collapse in pain. Lin Xian pounced forward, grabbed Lin Hao's collar, and delivered several big slaps. Smack! 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 Soon, Lin Hao's cheeks were swollen, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and he cried out in pain. Well done! Lin Xian, hit this troublemaker hard. Humph! Let's see if he dares to be arrogant in the future. But Lin Xian just now seemed to call me his wife and stood up for me. This is really a bit embarrassing. Oh, asterisk forward slash 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 asterisk, Q. On the sickbed, Su Qingga appeared to be still asleep, but her mind was very active, constantly cheering on Lin Xian. Although she couldn't see the scene, just by listening to the sounds, Su Qingga could roughly understand what was happening. When she first heard Lin Hao call her a pair of shoes, Su Qingga was infuriated, but unable to move, she could only endure the humiliation. However, she didn't expect Lin Xian to suddenly stand up for her, which made Su Qingga both moved and worried. After all, she had heard that Lin Hao was a master of Taekwondo, and had more than enough strength to deal with 3 or 4 ordinary people. Would Lin Xian really not suffer? Fortunately, the thing she was worried about didn't happen. Lin Xian could really fight, and he quickly knocked Lin Hao down. Lin Hao's screams finally alarmed the people outside the Su family. Lu Wan, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, rushed into the room with a worried expression. What's wrong? What happened? Are you okay, Mr. Lin? Did this guy attack you? Seeing everyone entering, Lin Xian was the first to show concern, not himself lying on the ground. Lin Hao was so angry that he almost fainted on the spot. If anyone's not blind, they can see that it's me who's been beaten, right? Why are they all asking if Lin Xian is okay? Clearly, it's me who's in trouble. This mess. Just now, when I wasn't paying attention, as I was about to sign the contract, suddenly reached out with salty pig hands trying to molest Qingga. Luckily I acted quickly and stopped him with a big wall. It's all my fault, I didn't see Lin Hao's ugly heart, and almost let him succeed. Lin Xian's eyes were moist, his voice trembling, as if blaming himself for not protecting Su Qingga. Omega, what a nerve! How dare he be so bold in broad daylight? Lu Wan and the others immediately turned their heads, glaring fiercely at Lin Hao. Beat him to death. He dared to make a move on our young lady, kill him. Beast! I didn't expect you to look so decent, wearing glasses and all, but you can do such despicable things. The crowd was agitated, clamoring to kill Lin Hao. Even though Lin Hao cowered in the corner, shouting that he was framed, no one believed him. Fortunately, at this moment, our righteous comrade, Lin Xian, timely stopped the crowd from acting, saying, "Everyone, I am as outraged as you are, but using violence privately is illegal. As law-abiding citizens, let's call the police. Let the police uncle come and uphold justice for us." 5 minutes later, compare and contrast, the righteous police uncles arrived at the Su family's house and took Lin Hao away. Mr. Lin, we need you to come to the police station for questioning. Are you available now? Sure, I'll cooperate. Before leaving, Lin Xian held Su Qingga's hand, bidding a reluctant farewell, and then left with the police uncles. This deeply affectionate scene moved everyone present. He actually loves his vegetative girlfriend so deeply. What a passionate, handsome man. And in the dark consciousness space, listening to the surrounding lamenting voices, Su Qingga remained asleep, but was already amused by Lin Xian's antics. Lin Xian is really too much. Seriously talking nonsense. the ability to speak so confidently is truly admirable. If Lin Hao's charges are proven true, his good reputation built up over the years will be completely ruined. But it's also good, so that Lin Hao won't continue to harm people with a hypocritical face. 10 minutes later, inside the police station in the city, in the furious gaze of Lin Hao, Lin Xian, with tears in his eyes, sat on a wooden chair. Looking at the righteous police uncles opposite, he wiped his tears and recounted the course of events. He directly portrayed himself as the victim who couldn't bear it any longer and finally fought back. Lin Hao became an unforgivable scoundrel. All these years he had been secretly bullied by Lin Hao, forced to marry Su Qingga on his behalf, but now lusting after his fiancée's beauty, threatening and beating him. He had already been driven out of the Lin family by design, and Lin Hao wanted to exterminate him. His scumbag father colluding with the mistress, subjecting him to various forms of domestic violence, psychological manipulation. Inside the police station, numerous righteous police uncles and aunts were all saddened and tearful, especially the matter of Lin Jianjun favoring his illegitimate child, which had long been known in the city. At this moment, they completely believed Lin Xian's words and looked at Lin Hao with disgust. This is a miscarriage of justice. This scoundrel is talking nonsense, don't believe him. Lin Xian, you despicable scoundrel. You're slandering others, show us the evidence if you have the guts. In the interrogation room, Lin Hao listened to Lin Xian's endless talk outside the room, and cursed angrily. In the past, he had framed Lin Xian, but he never expected that one day, the hunter would become the hunted? This feeling, not to mention how aggrieved it was. And at this moment, outdoors, Lin Xian completely ignored him and took out his phone from his pocket, playing a recording. Humph, Lin Xian, what are you pretending for? I know you hate me. So what? Even if I am a bastard, I can still take everything from you. Everyone will only believe me. Lin Jianjun, that idiot, will only let me, the illegitimate son, inherit the family business, not you, the legitimate son. Remember, you will never be able to beat me. What are you so proud of? If it weren't for the shares in your hand, what would you use to compete with me? Even this vegetable is something I let you have, you. Not long ago, taking advantage of Lin Hao's anger, Lin Xian secretly recorded the crucial words on his phone. Now, in front of everyone at the police station, Lin Hao's hypocritical face was completely exposed. Uncles and aunties, this is a recording I made when my brother threatened me before. I didn't expect my brother would hate me so much. I just wanted to be a good big brother to him. It's all my fault. I don't blame my brother. Please, police uncles, go easy on him. Humph, just playing the role of a good person, right? Who wouldn't do the same? Do you really think I wasted my time watching those cheesy TV dramas from before? Lin Xian sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he had a betrayed and sad expression, with a tear hanging from the corner of his eye. This pitiful appearance immediately attracted countless sympathetic glances. Listening to Lin Hao's arrogant words in the recording, everyone no longer doubted Lin Xian. Unjust? Look at this good kid, having to go through so much hardship. Not only did his biological father become a stepfather, but he also suffered persecution from his half-brother and stepmother. Thinking of this, everyone's gaze towards Lin Hao became even more angry and disgusted. What? This cunning little Lin Xian, how despicable and shameless. When did he secretly record it? Damn it! What should we do now? If this recording reaches Lin Jianjun's ears, my carefully crafted image of being a good boy will completely collapse. What should I do? In the isolation room, Lin Hao was sweating profusely. After calming down from his initial anger, he became dumbfounded. Just as Lin Hao was anxiously thinking of a way out, Lin Xian's voice came from outside again, earnestly speaking. Police uncles, can I have a private chat with my brother? I believe he is a good kid, just temporarily led astray. As his big brother, I want to guide him well and help him repent and confess his crimes as soon as possible. Seeing Lin Xian's pitiful situation, a police leader who seemed to be the captain was moved with compassion and agreed to the request. 3 minutes. Click. The door opened, and the moment Lin Xian walked into the interrogation room, the pitiful look on his face disappeared, replaced by a slightly playful smile. What do you want? At this moment, Lin Hao no longer wanted to hide anything and went straight to the point. After all, he had a handle in Lin Xian's hands, and being stubborn was meaningless. It's simple. Admit that you behaved inappropriately towards Qingga today. You bastard. Are you trying to ruin me? Impossible. Lin Hao was furious, his resentful gaze fixed on Lin Xian, inappropriately touching an immobile vegetable. If he admitted to that, he would forever have an indelible stain in the city. Perhaps he would have to live under people's judgmental eyes for the rest of his life. Do you still have the face to say? I had a bad reputation in the Magic City before, and a large part of it was spread under your design, right? I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Of course, you can refuse. As for the consequences? Lin Xian opened his phone screen, which still had Lin Hao's recording, full of threats. After all, he had taken over the identity of his predecessor. Lin Xian didn't mind seeking justice for his predecessor within his capabilities, and for the upcoming plot. Whether it's a good reputation or the Lin Group, Lin Xian now wants it all back. The first step is to make Lin Hao and his son become enemies, and he knew that Lin Hao would definitely agree. After all, inheriting 100 billion family is more important than so-called reputation. In order to avoid the possibility of Lin Jianjun changing his mind, Lin Hao had no choice but to agree. And as expected, it was just as Lin Xian had anticipated. I agree. Lin Hao said each word through gritted teeth. But you must abide by the agreement, and the recording must not be leaked. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Of course, I am a person who keeps his word. Lin Xian smiled and made repeated assurances. Then, when Lin Hao reluctantly closed his eyes, he found the contact named Stupid Stepfather in the address book and immediately sent the recording. The door of the interrogation room at the Magic City police station was opened. Lin Xian walked out first, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Uncle Policeman, I have given my brother a profound ideological education. He has repented and is determined to turn over a new leaf. Please make every effort to deal with him leniently. Behind Lin Xian, Lin Hao, with a constantly changing expression, followed out and heard these words. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Then he put on a professional fake smile and said, "Yes. I know I was wrong. I was confused at the time, but fortunately my brother advised me, and now I want to turn over a new leaf. Uncle Policeman, do I still have a chance?" Hearing this, many righteous police officers nodded repeatedly. Of course. As long as you repent, you can still be a good young man in society. But you must thank your brother. He really cares about you and is always worried that you will go astray. Lin Hao's mouth twitched. He wanted to strangle Lin Xian, and now he had to thank him? But under the gaze of so many expectant eyes, Lin Hao gritted his teeth. Finally, he stiffly turned his head and thanked Lin Xian. You're welcome. After all, you are my dearest brother, right? Lin Xian's face was full of sincerity as he stepped forward and hugged Lin Hao. Seeing this scene of brotherly love, the surrounding police officers couldn't help but sigh. This is truly a kind and generous big brother. Soon, after repeated confirmation by the police officers, Lin Hao admitted to attempted indecent assault, and the charge was established. But because of his voluntary surrender and the relatively mild nature of the offense, he was sentenced to 3 days of detention. Just as everything was settled and Lin Xian was preparing to leave, he ran into Lin Jianjun, who had hurried over. As soon as he saw Lin Xian, he shouted, "Xiao Hao! Where's Xiao Hao? What have you done to him, you scoundrel?" He had just been waiting for Lin Hao to return home in a good mood. But instead of Lin Hao, he received a call from the police station. "Quiet, what's with all the shouting? Master Lin, don't forget where you are." Seeing such a well-behaved child as Lin Xian being scolded by his scumbag father who unreasonably favored his illegitimate son, some of the police officers couldn't help but speak out. And as for Lin Hao's matter, we have investigated it thoroughly. Lin Hao attempted indecent assault on a vegetative patient. But considering his good attitude in admitting his mistake and not causing a major offense, he will be detained for 3 days as a disciplinary measure. I hope that after Lin Hao comes out, the head of the Lin family can provide more education and improve the moral standards of his own children. What? Attempted molestation? Impossible, absolutely impossible. When Lin Jianjun heard that Lin Hao had been detained for molestation, he was completely stunned. Then he suddenly glared at Lin Xian, as if he had suddenly realized something. Although he was not clear about the reasons, it was obvious that Lin Hao had gone to the Su family to sign a contract, so how could he suddenly have the urge to molest a vegetative person? The only possibility was, "It's you? You scoundrel, he's your brother. You actually framed him like this, are you still human? Hurry up and explain the situation to the police and get your brother out." Lin Jianjun roared, raising his hand and approaching Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Xian's eyes turned red, and he immediately hugged the elegant and heroic policewoman next to him. "Police sister, he's going to hit me again." I'm scared. This helpless appearance of being subjected to domestic violence immediately aroused the policewoman's compassion. She furrowed her brows and scolded, "Head of the Lin family, please behave yourself. Are you trying to commit domestic violence in the police station? Even if you are this child's father, your behavior could easily be charged with child abuse." "Child abuse? You call this 1.8-meter-tall young man a child?" Lin Jianjun was almost driven to madness, but sensing the restless gazes of the surrounding police officers, he dared not make any further moves. After all, the Lin family was just a bottom-tier existence in the second-tier families, and had no power to act recklessly in the police station. I'll go and ask Howard to get to the bottom of this. Helpless, Lin Jianjun could only glare fiercely at Lin Xian and then walk past him towards the detention room. Thank you, police sister. Seeing Lin Jianjun leave in anger, Lin Xian sweetly smiled at the policewoman. No need to thank me, it's just a small effort. If your father dares to lay a hand on you in the future, you can report it at any time, and we will definitely ensure justice for you. The middle-aged policewoman felt a deep sympathy for the young man in front of her and carefully advised him. And beside her, the other police officers also spoke up to comfort him. They were not fools. From Lin Jianjun's unjustified aggression just now, they could fully imagine what kind of life Lin Xian led at home. Okay, I understand. Goodbye, police uncles and aunties. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Xian smiled and left the police station. Just as he walked out of the gate, he was drawn to a green Lamborghini parked not far away. Is that Lin Jianjun's car? It seems that 3 billion is still not enough to completely drain him. Lin Xian circled the Lamborghini, lost in thought. In order to achieve the goal of completely controlling the Lin group, Lin Xian would wait until Lin Jianjun was completely desperate and then buy back his shares at a low price. So the first step was to completely corner the other party. Thinking of this, Lin Xian stroked his chin, a playful smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He already had an idea. Since 3 billion is not enough, let's add a little more. On the other side, inside the detention room. Smack! You disgraceful embarrassment, say that again if you dare. Lin Jianjun, who was already full of anger, came to the detention room to inquire about Lin Hao's situation. He had thought that Lin Hao must have been falsely accused by Lin Xian. But he didn't expect this kid, for some reason, to actually admit that it was true, that he had indeed committed the act of molestation. Unable to believe it, he asked several times and received the same answer each time. This drove Lin Jianjun to lose his composure, and for the first time, he slapped his son. Usually, this honor is only enjoyed by Lin Xian. Now it has been arranged for the most favored illegitimate son, and it is easy to imagine how angry Lin Jianjun is. Daddy! It's all my fault, I'm sorry. I was confused at the time, please forgive me. I won't dare anymore. Sob. Lin Hao covered his hot cheeks, crying and kneeling in front of Lin Jianjun, begging for forgiveness. Confused? You idiot! Do you know how much impact this will have on me when this matter spreads? I, Lin Jianjun's son, a pervert? Damn it, you've disgraced me. There is an ancient saying, endure for a while to calm the storm, but the more you think about it, the angrier you get. Lin Jianjun felt it made sense. He took several steps back and felt like his lungs were about to explode. Unable to control himself, he slapped Lin Hao several times. Slap! Under Lin Xian's torment, Lin Hao's face had already turned into a pig's head. Oh, now, he was being attacked by Lin Jianjun, and his face seemed even more swollen, like a basketball. This old man! He slapped so hard, I'll make sure to disconnect your oxygen tube when you're old. Lin Hao cursed in his heart, but still cried and apologized to Lin Jianjun, clinging to his legs. He had no choice. Pervert had most just had a bad reputation. In the current situation where he had fallen out with Lin Xian, Lin Jianjun could only choose him as the remaining heir. But if Lin Jianjun found out that his previous obedient image was just a facade, with his suspicious nature, it would be difficult to gain his trust and favor. Maybe Lin Jianjun would suddenly come up with another illegitimate child to replace him, just like he replaced Lin Xian. But whether it was Lin Xian or Lin Jianjun, they had all earned Lin Hao's hatred, and he would seek crazy revenge whenever he had the chance. At this point, Lin Jianjun finally stopped. After all, he was his most favored youngest son. Looking at the pitiful face of the other, Lin Jianjun felt a bit sorry. But when he thought of the mess Lin Hao had made, he was furious again and decided to talk about business. Alright, it's come to this. You stay here for 3 days and reflect on it. Where's the contract I gave you this morning? Give it to me. When it came to the contract, Lin Jianjun's excitement surged. Now, he would finally realize his dream of becoming the true controller of the Lin group. That Lin Xian, he's still too naive, isn't he? If he doesn't wait for the money to be received before signing, then don't blame me for implementing the delay tactic. I'll slowly wear you down. Lin Jianjun made up his mind to slowly wear down Lin Xian, and maybe in the end, he wouldn't even have to give him a single penny. Daddy, he hasn't signed the contract yet? Just as Lin Jianjun was feeling triumphant, Lin Hao's cautious words came, instantly pouring cold water on him. You! What did you say? Lin Jianjun stiffly turned his head, veins popping on his forehead, speaking slowly and forcefully. Seeing the other's appearance, Lin Hao nervously swallowed, but still spoke up. I said. Lin Xian hasn't. Before he could finish speaking, smack! The already infuriated Lin Jianjun slapped Lin Hao hard, making him spin in place. You really disappoint me. When I asked you to do the right thing, it was because I trusted you. But you, instead of doing the right thing, were busy doing such filthy things. You're really trying to make me angry? Lin Jianjun cursed loudly, the first time he had laid a heavy hand on his illegitimate son. Shortly afterwards, Lin Jianjun remembered that Lin Xian might not have gone far, and he no longer paid attention to Lin Hao, who was covering his face and falling to the ground. He hurriedly ran out of the detention room. He wanted to find Lin Xian, quickly finalize the share transfer contract, so as not to affect the upcoming beauty ointment press conference in 3 days. And behind Lin Jianjun, only Lin Hao, full of resentment, staring at his back. Hoo-hoo at the entrance of the Mo-do police station. Lin Jianjun rushed out quickly, panting. He looked around. Finally, he found Lin Xian not far away. Stop, Lin Xian. Wait, I have something to tell you. What's wrong? Mr. Lin, is it because I hit your son and you want to ask me for an explanation for him? Lin Xian frowned and turned back, with a cold and distant look, as if keeping people at a distance of 1,000 miles. Let's make it clear first, it's all because your son is not clean. When I turned my head, I saw Lin Hao reaching out his dirty hands. Then I just pushed him away. Looking at the man in front of him, who kept saying, Mr. Lin on one side and your son on the other, his words were full of the eldest son's insistence on drawing a clear line. Lin Jianjun suddenly felt a sour feeling in his heart. How obedient and respectful his son used to be to him. How did he become this rascal in less than a week? But thinking back over the past few years, putting oneself in his son's shoes, it seemed that he had indeed been a bit excessive, and it seemed normal for Lin Xian to be emotional. So, Lin Jianjun decided to mend his ways and give this father-son relationship another chance. Lin Xian, after all, we are father and son. Why make it like this? Well, how about this? Let's make up. I won't favor Lin Hao anymore in the future. I will give you enough fatherly love. Let you be a good eldest son to me. Looking at Lin Jianjun, who opened his arms to him, as if saying hurry up and hug daddy, let's start over, Lin Xian felt disgusted. How self-centered can this person be? Does he really think others are so eager to be his son? Mr. Lin, are you talking such nonsense? Can I go now? Well, stubborn. Lin Jianjun sighed lightly, but he soon stopped worrying. Although the eldest son was useless, he still had the youngest son. Currently, the most important thing was to resolve the share transfer contract issue first. Forget it. Let's talk about business. Because of the accident, you haven't signed the 3 billion share transfer contract yet, right? How about this? Sit in my car now and we'll go to the company to draft a new one and sign it again. After speaking, Lin Jianjun opened the door of the Lamborghini and gestured for Lin Xian to get in. Mr. Lin, it seems like you've misunderstood something. It's not a 3 billion share transfer contract. It's 5 billion. Looking at Lin Jianjun, who was stunned in the driver's seat, Lin Xian grinned. He originally wanted to push it to 4 billion. But considering Lin Jianjun's current financial situation, increasing it by 5 billion was basically the limit. And Lin Xian's main goal was not to make money, but to push Lin Jianjun into a corner, so adding 5 billion was almost enough. Lin Xian, are you out of your mind? Didn't we agree on 3 billion? How did it become 5 billion? As Lin Xian had expected, Lin Jianjun exploded directly, shouting in anger. With the current financial situation of the Lin family, 3 billion was already very difficult, but it could still preserve some assets so as not to be completely emptied. But if it was increased by 5 billion, even if he sold the remaining villas and luxury cars, it would still be far from enough. In this situation, he might have to resort to borrowing at high interest rates. After all, we were once father and son. Do you really want to win things like this? Faced with Lin Jianjun's questioning, Lin Xian just took out his phone and opened the WeChat interface. The next second, he saw the chat records on the interface. Lin Jianjun immediately broke out in a cold sweat and fell silent for a moment. On the phone screen, all he could see were conversations between Lin Xian and the members of the company's board of directors, as well as various influential figures in Shanghai. The content was all about the purchase of shares in the Lin Group. Some only wanted to buy a portion, while others wanted to buy the entire company for 3 billion. Mr. Lin, it's because of our past relationship. That's why I haven't agreed to anyone's request for a share exchange. Otherwise, your position as chairman would have been in jeopardy long ago. Listening to Lin Xian's words, along with the compelling evidence, Lin Jianjun suddenly lost his confidence and became somewhat flustered. He didn't want his hat to be taken away by someone else. When he spoke again, there was a hint of pleading in his tone. Lin Xian, This company was at least built by my wife and your mother back then. Can you bear to let it fall into the hands of outsiders? As for 3.5 billion, I really can't come up with it. How about we discuss it and settle for 3 billion? Faced with Lin Jianjun's capitulation, Lin Xian didn't even raise an eyelid and said with a sardonic smile, 3 billion? Originally, there wouldn't have been any problem. I'm glad you acknowledge that the Lin Group was built by my mom. But today, Lin Hao's indecent behavior towards my future wife has made me very unhappy. So, 500 million is my mental distress fee, and I'll only give you 2 days. If you can't come up with the money within 2 days, I'll sell it to someone else, that's it. After saying this, Lin Xian didn't even look back, and walked away on his own. Hearing that the extra 500 million was due to Lin Hao's indecent incident today, he wished he could immediately return to the detention room and give that idiot a few big slaps. 5 billion. This is 5 billion. Just because of Lin Hao's carelessness, 5 billion is gone. Lin Jianjun gritted his teeth in anger. This was the first time he had felt anger towards Lin Hao, and it directly caused his heart to ache. Seeing Lin Xian's figure getting further and further away, the anxious Lin Jianjun quickly drove his Lamborghini to catch up, attempting to make a final effort. Faced with 5 billion, he didn't hesitate to sell out Lin Hao. Wait, Lin Xian. Let's discuss this. How about, I'll make Lin Hao apologize to you? Not good enough? An apology to offset 5 billion, do you think Lin Hao deserves it? Then I'll make him kneel down and apologize to you? I'll break the hand that touched that girl, how about that? Not interested. If you bother me, I'll raise it to 4 billion. Hearing that Lin Xian was going to raise it to 4 billion, Lin Jianjun was so scared that he almost slammed on the brakes. Seeing that Lin Xian really had no room for negotiation, he had no choice but to step on the gas and leave. He had to hurry back and figure out how to fill the 500 million gap within 2 days. As for his beloved son Lin Hao, it's a good thing that he's out of sight for now. Otherwise, Lin Jianjun couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't pick up a stool and beat that prodigal son to death. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian returned to the Su family villa. As soon as he entered, he was greeted warmly by the staff, including Lu Wan. Due to their recent interactions, Lin Xian had already won over these staff members with his actions. At this moment, several maids surrounded Lin Xian, chattering away. Mr. Lin is back. Mr. Lin, I've poured you a glass of water, please have some. Mr. Lin, what about that pervert? Yes, has he been executed, or sentenced to life imprisonment? Upon hearing that Lin Hao would only be detained for 3 days and then released, everyone was filled with righteous indignation and shouted that it was unfair. Ahem. Alright, everyone, go back to work. Don't disturb Mr. Lin, said Lu Wan, the head steward of the Su family, and the crowd dispersed. Mr. Lin. Chairman Su is here, in Mrs. Room. Su Shengtian is here? Of course. With such a serious matter as his granddaughter being molested, he would definitely come to see her. So Lin Xian headed towards the second floor. Meanwhile, in Su Chinga's room, Su Shengtian looked at his granddaughter on the sickbed, his aged face filled with doting. But the next moment, he was enveloped in a chill. The Lin family, Lin Hao. That beast. Granddaughter, rest assured, Grandpa swears to seek justice for you. If Lin Jianjun doesn't give me an explanation, then our relationship ends here. If we meet again, our families will be enemies. Su Xingtian's face was frosty, his tone icy. His most precious is Su Chinga, his last blood relative. Even if it means sacrificing his old bones, he must seek justice for his granddaughter. What Su Shengtian didn't know was that on the sickbed, his granddaughter, who was unconscious, was anxiously calling out a certain young man's name. Lin Xian, why aren't you back yet? My grandpa thinks I've really been bullied. At this rate, I'm afraid his health will suffer. Even if his health doesn't suffer, what if he decides to confront your Lin family? With the current situation of the Su family, we can't afford such turmoil. I'm still waiting to wake up and continue to support the growth of the Su family, and one day seek revenge on that family? That despicable Lin Xian. He's so irresponsible, he should come and explain to my grandpa. Lin Xian, where are you? Hurry and appear. I'm counting, you better appear. 3, 2, 1. Perhaps it was fate, but just as Su Chinga finished counting to 1, a familiar voice appeared in her ears. Grandpa Su, don't be angry. Take care of yourself. I'll tell you a secret. Actually, Lin Hao didn't molest Chinga, I framed him on purpose. Ahem. Don't look at me like that. I didn't mean to deceive you, but Lin Hao was too arrogant. Just as Lin Xian reached the door, he heard the old man's face turn red with anger, swearing and vowing to explain the whole story. He was afraid that Su Shengtian, in his anger, might suffer a stroke and collapse. After Lin Xian revealed the truth, Su Shengtian was first stunned, then stared at Lin Xian in disbelief for a moment. He remembered his own righteous indignation and the hot-blooded words he had spoken. His eyes twitched involuntarily, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. Then he picked up the walking stick next to him and waved it up and down, creating a fierce wind. Lin Xian, if only you were my grandson. Back in the day, when my granddaughter made me angry, I used the stick to discipline my grandson. Lin Xian, Omega? Did I hear that right? When your granddaughter misbehaved, you disciplined your grandson? Isn't it said that most elderly people favor boys over girls? How come it's the opposite with you? At this moment, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy for the protagonist Su Yang's pitiful childhood. Oh, when will us boys ever stand up? Grandpa Su, get ready. At the latest the day after tomorrow, Lin Jianjun will come up with 3.5 billion to buy the shares in my hands. By then, that money will go directly to the Su Group's account. After playing around with his grandson, Lin Xian's expression became serious as he brought up the matter at hand. 3.5 billion? Wasn't it agreed upon as 3 billion before? Will your father agree to add more money? Su Shengtian was somewhat surprised. After all, based on the market value, Lin Xian's shares were worth at most 3 billion. He has no choice but to agree. I have already made the deadline clear to him. If I don't see the money within 2 days, I will sell the shares to someone else who wants them. In order to keep the position of chairman of the Lin family, he will do whatever it takes to come up with this money for me, even if he has to sell the pot and the iron. Lin Xian sat by the bedside, a hint of a smile in his eyes. He, who was familiar with the plot, had long understood Lin Jianjun's thoughts and had set up a targeted trap. Now, everything was under control. Although the current financial situation of the Lin family would definitely not be able to bear this 500 million shortfall, Lin Xian didn't care. He was determined to completely drain Lin Jianjun's savings. Whether the other party ended up borrowing at high interest rates or selling blood and kidneys, Lin Xian didn't care. As long as you come up with the money for me, it's fine, right? You're right. I heard that the Lin family's beauty cream is also about to be launched. In order to prevent you, Xiaoxian, from regretting after seeing huge profits, Lin Jianjun is definitely the one who wants the transfer of shares to be completed as soon as possible. After listening to Lin Xian's explanation, Su Shengtian also realized at this moment, and a smile appeared on his old face again. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. Suddenly, as if remembering something, the old man patted his head, carefully took out a small box from his pocket. Grandpa Su, is this some kind of treasure? Look at how happy you are. Looking at Su Shengtian's joyful smile, Lin Xian asked curiously. This is indeed a treasure. And it's the treasure you gave me. I gave it to you? Is it the beauty pill? Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, vaguely guessing the contents of the box. Sure enough, after Su Shengtian carefully opened the box, there was a round, golden pill the size of 2 fingernails inside. Its appearance was almost exactly as described in the novel. The moment Lin Xian saw the golden pill, he had a clear understanding. He knew that the development of the beauty pill had been successful. Xiaoxian, your prescription is really amazing. I had the research department working day and night, and we failed several times in a row before finally producing a few samples of good quality. This is one of them. Looking at the golden pill in the small box, Su Shengtian couldn't contain his joy, his face full of wrinkles from smiling. He knew that the successful development of this pill would completely overturn the original situation in the medical and beauty market. The Su Group would also gain unprecedented benefits in this opportunity. Thinking that the Su family might grow and become strong again, just like in the past, Su Shengtian couldn't help but shed tears. Speaking incoherently with excitement, and holding Lin Xian's hand, he thanked him loudly. Xiaoxian, you are truly the lucky star of my Su family. The first time I saw you, I felt that you had a very auspicious appearance for a wife. Back then, when my family's Chinga went to have her fortune told, it was said that her life was destined to be full of hardships and misfortunes. Only by meeting the destined person could the situation be changed. At that time, I was so worried. Now, when I look at you, aren't you the destined person for my granddaughter? My family's Chinga is truly fortunate to marry you. Lin Shen. Is he praising me? After all, by marrying into the Su family, isn't it a way of marrying Su Chinga? But freeloaders seem to have it good too, right? The ability to lie down and be lazy, being supported by a wealthy woman, is quite enjoyable. After comforting Su Shengtian for a few words and waiting for his emotions to gradually calm down, Lin Xian earnestly advised, Alright, Grandpa Su, have you conducted experiments on this elixir? After all, for it to enter the market, it must be guaranteed to be foolproof. Otherwise, if any problems arise, it will not only fail to bring about a great opportunity, but the entire Su family may also suffer a catastrophe.
Hearing this, Su Xingtian's expression changed and he handed the elixir to Lin Xian.
Rest assured, I understand the seriousness of this more than anyone else,
so I personally participated in supervising the experimental process and had a large number of experiments conducted.
Now I can ensure that there will be no mistakes. This elixir is currently the most perfect creation. I thought of bringing it to you first. After all, if it weren't for your prescription, this miraculous elixir wouldn't have come into existence. Looking at the elixir in his hand, Lin Xian did not refuse and accepted it with a smile. He then turned to advise Su Xingtian. Now that the elixir has no issues, they can start mass-producing the beauty elixir. Just as Lin Xian and Su Xingtian finished discussing matters, Su Xingtian left with a smile on his face.
On the sickbed, Su Qingda showed no reaction on the surface, but in her heart, she had completely heard the words of Lin Xian and Su Xingtian.
Lin Xian brought out the elixir formula. It seems that the beauty elixir has been successfully produced, but is its effect really that miraculous? If it is true, then that would be great. Maybe our Su family can seize this opportunity and once again reach the peak.
Because she had not personally witnessed the effects of the beauty elixir, Su Qingda still had some doubts in her heart. However, she sincerely hoped that the elixir was real. In that case, perhaps she would have the possibility of seeking revenge. Of course, it was just a slight possibility. After all, that prestigious family had long been at the peak of the city, difficult to shake. They had only used some means in secret. The Su family had declined from being a top-tier second-rate family to the bottom of the current second-rate families.
But no matter how slim the hope is, I will not give up.
The deaths of my parents and brother are definitely related to that family.
Maybe my coma this time is also related to them, so I must find out the truth.
But in doing so, perhaps,
it will endanger Lin Xian. Indeed.
If it is for Lin Xian's sake, I will eventually have to separate from him. This would be the best result for both of us. As Su Qingda's thoughts were in turmoil, worrying about what reason she could use to separate from Lin Xian when she woke up, she suddenly felt a cool sensation on her face, as if some kind of gel was being applied.
What is this? It feels so refreshing. Wait, what exactly are they applying on my face?
At this moment, Lin Xian's voice came, explaining the current situation.
Xingda, this beauty elixir can be used externally as well as internally.
I see that you've been lying down for a long time, and your skin has become a bit dry, so I crushed the beauty elixir and used it as a face mask for you. No need to thank me.
Thank you, my foot. My skin is fine, I don't need to apply these things. Quickly wipe it off for me, it's so itchy. It's both itchy and cool, it won't disfigure me, will it? Su Qingda strongly resisted skincare products in her heart.
Her skin had always been naturally beautiful, and she didn't need these external aids.
Even before she fell into a coma, she had never used any cosmetics, instinctively feeling that these chemical products were not reliable.
Now that Lin Xian had applied some unknown substance, she naturally became worried. She was really afraid that something would happen to her face. Unfortunately, she couldn't move now. Even if she shouted in her heart, no one could hear her. She could only be like a puppet, at the mercy of others. On the other side, Lin Xian sat in front of the sickbed, holding a bowl in his hand. Inside it was a small amount of water, stirred to form a beauty pill. This method was also learned from the book, from the protagonist Su Yang's operation.
Alright, perfect.
I'll help you clean your cheeks later. Your skin will definitely be smoother and more delicate. Wiping the last bit of powder on the girl's face, Lin Xian finally put down the bowl and chopsticks, nodding in satisfaction.
Actually, the best way to use the beauty pill is to take it internally.
It can improve your internal organs from the inside out, and when the internal circulation in your body is good, it will show on your face with the healthiest complexion.
But in your situation, how about I grind it finer next time, and then feed it to you mouth to mouth?
This pill melts in your mouth, so you don't have to worry about choking. Looking at Su Qingda's rosy lips, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows, suddenly feeling that the time to sacrifice his looks had come. After all, he was also doing a good deed, and Su Qingda
shouldn't mind, right? In the dark consciousness cage, Su Qingda was still listening carefully, but she didn't expect Lin Xian to become more and more outrageous, and even suggested feeding her mouth to mouth. No, absolutely not. Lin Xian, don't mess around. This is my first kiss, I absolutely refuse to give it up here. My internal organs are fine, I don't need to take any beauty pills. Detu, if you dare to steal my first kiss sneakily, you're dead when I wake up. Hearing Lin Xian say he wanted to feed her mouth to mouth, Su Qingda was completely at a loss.
She was a relatively traditional woman. She had never even held a boy's hand from childhood to adulthood, let alone something as improper as kissing.
And she also had androphobia. Moreover, kissing should at least be done when she was conscious, right? Suchinga didn't want to lose her first time lying in bed like this, without understanding anything.
Such a sacred thing should only be done at a special time. But no matter how much Suchinga resisted, as a vegetative person, she could only listen and accept. Fortunately, Lin Xian's sigh came again.
Let's forget it. After all, this is your first kiss. It's better to kiss when you're conscious. I am a gentleman. How can I take advantage of someone's weakness? My bad, my bad. Chinga, did you hear that? When you wake up, you have to give me your first kiss. 3. Red heart if you don't speak. I'll take it as your agreement. You can't go back on your word. After that, Suchinga felt her hand being held by someone. Then her little finger was pulled, accompanied by Lin Xian's playful voice. Hook and hang, no changing for 100 years. Whoever changes is the puppy. You're the puppy. I didn't agree, you're being unfair. And, how can I, a vegetative person, speak? Aren't you bullying a vegetative person? And you're already so old, still hooking and hanging. Such a childish ghost. A gentleman wouldn't hold a vegetative person's hand and force such an agreement. Feeling Lin Xian's shameless behavior like turning cooked rice into a meal, Suchinga kept complaining in her heart. But complaints aside, perhaps Suchinga herself hadn't realized that she didn't actually have much aversion to Lin Xian's shameless behavior. Instead, through interacting with him, she gradually forgot the despair and pain she felt when she first became a vegetative person. Now, at least she had something to look forward to every day. Unlike at the beginning. Every day I just want to figure out how to end the painful life. To live on. I want to live. I want to wake up. A strong will to survive lingers in Suchinga's heart. And she also firmly believes that one day, she will definitely wake up again. It's a promise. Although your approach is very shameless, but who told me? I am a person who likes to keep promises. If I really wake up one day, at most, I can only kiss you. Epsilon. Hashtag. What's going on? The outside world. Lin Xian is holding Suchinga's hand. Suddenly, he found that her pulse was beating very fast. Chinga, your heart is beating so fast? Did you hear what I was saying? Are you shy? Lin Xian grinned, knowingly asking. At the same time, he was also somewhat delighted. This was the first time he had clearly noticed something unusual about Suchinga. It seems that the skills produced by the system are indeed top-notch. Perhaps, the day when Suchinga wakes up is not far away. It's just that, by that time, the plot of Su Yang's return to cure the illness, wouldn't it have been completed ahead of time by himself? Ahem. Sorry, uncle. And in the consciousness space, Suchinga was dumbfounded, and even felt a little hesitant to speak out. Is it true? Did Lin Xian really guess that I can sense the outside world? No, that's not the point. He actually said I'm shy. No, it's impossible. What am I shy about? Damn Lin Xian. Originally, I was going to let you kiss me, but now, carrot. At most, half a kiss. At this moment, as the two young lovers had a tacit understanding, they engaged in a silent interaction of affection. Lin's villa. Hey, Mr. Phone. Hello, I'm in urgent need. I want to ask if you have any money to lend me. Mr. Tang, I've encountered some difficulties. I don't know if you have any spare money. Old Jiang, it's been a long time since we last contacted. Oh, I wanted to ask. What? Is the signal bad on your end? Who are you trying to fool? Lin Jianjun was busy and frantic, constantly calling his friends on WeChat. But the results were minimal. Most of his friends made excuses and hung up the phone. After all, the matter of the father and son conflict in the Lin family was almost known to everyone in the upper echelons of the city. At this time, calling himself was obviously to borrow money. But for such a large sum of money, besides very close people, who would be so foolish to lend it to you for no reason? If your Lin family suffers too much loss because of this incident, wouldn't it be a big trouble to declare bankruptcy directly? Damn it! These bastards, damn it! They act all friendly and polite usually, but as soon as something happens, they all hide like cowards. Bang! Seeing that he really couldn't borrow any money, Lin Jianjun was so angry that he overturned the table in front of him. At this moment, he hated Lin Xian to the core. If it weren't for this unfilial son, he wouldn't have fallen into such a dilemma. Especially when he thought of the 2-day deadline given by the other party, Lin Jianjun was so anxious that his hair was falling out in clumps. The Lin Group was his lifelong effort, and he would not allow the company to fall into the hands of others no matter what. But under the current conditions, he couldn't come up with 5 billion even if he sold the pot and the iron. Helplessly, Lin Jianjun picked up his phone and thought of calling Lin Xian again to plead. After all, they were father and son. He couldn't really push himself, as a father, onto a dead end. Opening WeChat and clicking on the profile picture of unfilial son, Lin Jianjun then realized Not long ago, Lin Xian sent him a recording. Ha! What is this? With curiosity, Lin Jianjun frowned and opened the recording. The next second,
a familiar voice came from the Xiaomi phone.
Ha! Lin Xian, what are you pretending to be? I know you hate me, but so what? Even if I am an illegitimate child, I can still take everything from you.
Everyone will only believe me, and Lin Jianjun, that fool, will only let me, the illegitimate child, inherit the family business, not your legitimate son.
Remember, you will never be able to defeat me. What are you so proud of? If it weren't for the little bit of shares in your hand, what would you use to compete with me? Even this vegetable is something I let you have, you just. How is this possible? This is Lin Hao's voice. How could the gentle, kind, and innocent boy Lin Hao speak in such a malicious tone? And he even called me a fool? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be forged. Could it be that Lin Xian is trying to sow discord? But thinking back to Lin Xian's indifferent and distant eyes not long ago, Lin Jianjun knew he was overthinking it, even though he didn't want to believe it.
But from Lin Xian's recent actions, he had to admit that Lin Xian might really be ready to disown him as his father.
So, this recording is probably real?
After all, Lin Xian, that unfilial son, now has no reason to falsely accuse Lin Hao and curry favor with himself. After all, as the head of a billion-dollar group, Lin Jianjun's thinking was still clear. He instantly thought of the reason why Lin Hao confessed at the police station.
Was he threatened? Choose the lesser of two evils.
And Lin Xian sent this to me, just to let me see Lin Hao's true colors.
Even to make us enemies? A plot? Sowing discord?
Lin Jianjun smiled bitterly, feeling like a fool now. Although the recording was only a few words, he wasn't stupid, and naturally could guess that Lin Hao's usual appearance was a disguise. As for why he had to disguise himself, sigh. It seems that in these years, I have only seen things on the surface.
At this moment, Lin Jianjun suddenly realized. He could probably guess that Lin Xian had indeed suffered a lot of injustice in recent years. But now I can't turn back. No matter what Lin Hao is like in private. But at least he is obedient on the surface, that's enough. Even if he knew he was wrong, Lin Jianjun planned to pretend not to know, to continue making mistakes. After all, he only had 2 sons. And now, the falling out with his eldest son Lin Xian had caused a stir in the city. Lin Jianjun couldn't bring himself to apologize. His pride wouldn't allow it, and neither would his dignity. So he could only continue to be wrong. Looking at the recording on WeChat, Lin Jianjun hesitated, then chose to delete it. He didn't want to care about what Lin Hao was like in private anymore. As long as he maintained the facade of being a good and obedient son on the surface, he would acknowledge the other as the sole heir of the Lin family. Sigh. How am I going to make money now? At this point, Lin Jianjun, feeling guilty, didn't dare to call Lin Xian again. And he also knew in his heart that even if he did, it would be of no use, and in the end, he would probably be hung up on after a round of bickering. Just as Lin Jianjun was pondering and sighing, bang! The door suddenly burst open. A glamorous woman rushed in, her face filled with anxiety. Honey, I heard that Xiaohao was taken to the police station? What's going on? It was Bai Yuelan. She had just been having afternoon tea with her best friend when she received the news of Lin Hao's detention, which scared her into sprinting home. To her, Lin Hao was her hope. Whoever dared to touch her precious son, she would fight with them even if it meant giving up her life. Lin's home. Lin Jianjun recounted the ins and outs of the matter. However, he did not mention the recording, intending to keep it a permanent secret. As long as it wasn't revealed, Lin Hao would still be his obedient and sensible good son. Upon learning the reason for her son's arrest, Bai Yuelan felt absurd and unbelievable. She widened her eyes and exclaimed, "What? Xiaohao molested a vegetative person? Detained for 3 days? It's impossible, there must be a misunderstanding. Xiaohao is definitely innocent, how could he do such a thing?" As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his mother. She knew her son too well. Compared to women, Lin Hao valued wealth and power more. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for him to do something so irrational at this critical moment. So there was only one possibility. He was framed by that dog Lin Xian. Honey, you must go and rescue Xiaohao. He must be very scared in the police station. Bai Yuelan hurriedly hugged Lin Jianjun's arm, tears streaming down her face. You understand our son. He is so pure and kind, how could he possibly behave so despicably? This must be Lin Xian's child's plot, that child. Choked up. I have treated him as my own, why does he have to be so excessive? Bai Yuelan cried, vaguely pointing out Lin Xian's despicable behavior. Pure? Kind? Listening to the words from his wife's mouth, Lin Jianjun felt extremely grating. If it were before,
he would have believed it without question and would have long ago cursed Lin Xian.
But since listening to that recording,
Lin Jianjun felt a lump in his heart. For the sake of Lin Hao and his mother, he finally drove away Lin Xian.
Was it really worth it?
Suddenly, Lin Jianjun looked down at his petite wife, feeling extremely fearful.
Did Juelan know the true face of Lin Hao?
Or perhaps,
both mother and son were the same, with their own unknown sides. From start to finish, was he the only one being played like a fool?
But looking at his wife's tearful face, Lin Jianjun dispelled his own speculation. He had known Bai Yuelan for many years. She had always been so virtuous and thrifty. How could she be such a scheming woman?
Honey, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that?
At this point, Bai Yuelan finally noticed the man's strangeness and raised her head to ask in confusion.
It's nothing. Xiaohao's situation is not serious. He will be out the day after tomorrow.
Lin Jianjun hurriedly shook his head, indicating to Bai Yuelan not to worry.
More importantly now, we need to quickly raise 3.5 billion. What? Lin Xian's child wants more money, and it's another 5 billion?
Bai Yuelan exclaimed again. At the same time, her hatred towards Lin Xian grew heavier. This bastard not only framed her precious son but also made such unreasonable demands. He was just as despicable as his slutty mother.
So honey, what do we do now? Do we really have to give it? That's 3.5 billion.
Although she was worried about her precious son, Bai Yuelan also understood the urgency of the situation.
The most important thing now.
The matter of transferring shares must be resolved first, as it is the foundation for my son to inherit the Lin family in the future.
She was unwilling to just give 3.5 billion to Lin Xian like that.
Clearly, this money originally belonged to her son.
We have to give it. That ungrateful son has given a deadline.
If we don't give it within 2 days, he will sell the shares to someone else.
To avoid further trouble, we must quickly gather the money.
When mentioning the 2-day deadline, Lin Jianjun gritted his teeth in anger, but he was helpless. At this moment, he thought of the Bai family.
Yulan, do you think we can borrow some money from the Bai family again? We can't borrow anymore.
My brother has already used up all the savings of the Bai family over the years, and there is still 1 billion borrowed from loans. Bai Yuelan frowned, showing a difficult expression.
She was very clear about the current situation of the Bai family.
In order to gain more benefits from the sale of the beauty cream, Bai Jinglong took a risk and raised 4 billion with the help of the whole family, and now they couldn't squeeze out a single drop.
Borrowing money?
Lin Jianjun narrowed his eyes.
With no other options, he had a different idea. Yulan, from whom did your brother borrow the money? Can several billion be borrowed at once? He borrowed the money from Hu Yi. Honey, do you mean? But the interest from Hu Yi is very high.
Mentioning Hu Yi, Bai Yuelan couldn't help but shiver. The other party was a prominent figure in the underground world of the Magic City, and it was said that there was a powerful family supporting him.
In the Magic City, he could basically do whatever he wanted.
If you borrowed money from Hu Yi, it would be impossible to avoid becoming a defaulter. He would use all means to take the money from you. When she learned that her elder brother had borrowed 1 billion from Hu Yi, Bai Yuelan was almost scared to death. If they couldn't repay it, the Bai family would face a disaster. Seeing that Lin Jianjun now had the same idea, Bai Yuelan was very resistant.
But there's no other way. Let's use it to tide over the immediate difficulty. As soon as my cream is on the market, we can easily earn back a few billion. Lin Jianjun had also heard of Hu Ye's cruelty and felt uneasy.
But thinking about his own capital for a comeback, he suddenly felt confident and full of ambition.
And what is Hu Yi? What is there to be afraid of? As long as my Lin family seizes this opportunity and rises to the top family, I can even ignore Hu Yi. Listening to Lin Jianjun boasting, Bai Yuelan felt a sense of disdain. But when she thought of the beauty cream, she felt it made a lot of sense. She had also used it and the effect was indeed amazing. Once it was launched on the market, it would surely cause a sensation among the beauty industry. With a monopoly on capital, making a fortune would be a breeze, and repaying the money would be a small matter. Thinking of this, Bai Yuelan no longer hesitated and took out her phone to make a call. Honey, wait a moment.
I'll call my brother and ask him to help us make a connection with Hu Yi. 10 minutes later, at the Bai family restaurant, everyone was enjoying a luxurious dinner. Bai Hai held a large lobster in his hand, his mouth full of oil. Seeing his father's serious expression when he hung up the phone, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Dad, who called you?"
Bai Jinglong put away his phone and didn't hide anything. "Your aunt.
She said Lin Hao has been framed and detained for 3 days. And that kid Lin Xian asked for more money, saying he would only sell his shares for 3.5 billion. This news shocked everyone in the room. Then, the 3 brothers of the Bai family sitting in a row began to curse Lin Xian.
Damn, that's ruthless. That bastard is crazy for money.
He's taking advantage of the situation. It's too much. For money, he's pushing his own father to a dead end.
Last time when he hit me on the head with a bottle, I knew this bastard wasn't a good guy. Fortunately, my sister didn't agree to his confession at the time. At the edge of the dining table, Bai Susu, who was quietly eating, also raised her head in surprise at the words. Today, she was still wearing a white dress, with an extremely pure temperament. Hearing that her cousin Lin Hao had been detained, she couldn't help but worry. And the matter of Lin Xian adding money. She thought what he did was not right. They had agreed on 3 billion, so how could it suddenly increase to 3.5 billion in just a few days? This was not keeping one's word. Brother Lin Xian, how could you become like this now? You used to be so gentle and righteous. At this moment, Bai Susu felt deeply disappointed. On the other side, hearing the indignation of his sons, Bai Jinglong suddenly slammed the table and said angrily, "What are you arguing about? Do you have the face to scold others? If you are so capable, you can also bring 3 billion for the family like Lin Xian." Under the father's reprimand, the three brothers collectively fell silent and dared not argue back, only silently eating their food. At the same time, they were very puzzled, not understanding why their father would reprimand them for the sake of an outsider. "Dad, did Auntie call you to borrow money? But our family doesn't have money to lend her, right?"
Hearing the question from his beloved daughter, Bai Jinglong, who had always been a daughter's slave, immediately changed his tone and responded with a smile, "Yes, your aunt's family can't come up with this money. She wants me to introduce Mr.
Who to them? Mr. Who? Does uncle also need a loan? Ah, now there is only this one way."
After receiving a definite answer, Bai Susu was surprised. She had also occasionally heard of Mr.
Whose name?
It was said that he was a ruthless demon who didn't blink when it came to killing, and he especially liked to cut people's waists. A few days ago, when she heard that her family was borrowing money from Mr.
Who, she had wanted to stop it.
But her words were light, and in the end, she couldn't stop her family's decision. Bai Jinglong and the others were ambitious. They all pinned their hopes on the future of the Lin family, believing that it would definitely rise to become a first-tier family in the city with the newly developed beauty cream. Then they would all rise with it, becoming a long-awaited second-tier family. As Bai Susu was lost in thought, Bai Jinglong's voice came faintly. "Susu, have you been in contact with Lin Xian recently?"
"Ah, Lin Xian. He hasn't contacted me for a long time."
Speaking of this, Bai Susu felt a little unhappy. Before, Lin Xian would occasionally take the initiative to contact her, showing concern. But this time, she had waited for a long time and didn't receive a call from Lin Xian. Originally, she had thought that as long as Lin Xian sincerely apologized, she would forgive him for the incident of beating her brothers that night. Then you can also take the initiative to contact him. Lin Xian is a good kid, I have high hopes for him. Young people should communicate more, especially since he already likes you.
Ah, this?
After hearing her father's words, Bai Susu was suddenly at a loss. She still remembered not long ago, Bai Jinglong had strongly opposed her contact with Lin Xian, so why now? Was he hoping that she would take the initiative to contact Lin Xian? At this moment, even the usually silent Bai brothers noticed something was wrong. Bai Hai, rubbing his shiny bald head, looked a little dissatisfied. "Dad, what do you mean? How can you let our little sister take the initiative to jump into the fire pit? What's good about that dog Lin Xian? Especially since he's about to marry into the Su family and become a freeloader." Bai Jiang scratched his short hair, looking displeased. "Are you trying to match our little sister with that bastard? Him? How is he worthy of our little sister, especially since he's about to become a freeloader in the Su family?" Bai He tossed her flowing hair and spoke in a cold tone. "That's right, it's simply embarrassing for us men. How can such a waste of space qualify to stand by my little sister's side as her husband?" Hearing the disdainful words of the three sons, Bai Jinglong raised an eyebrow and said irritably, "Just because he has 3.5 billion. The three brothers of the Bai family fell silent at their father's brief words. 3.5 billion. That's the kind of money the Bai family might not be able to accumulate in 10 years. And this is disposable income, completely different from the fixed assets of the company. Now Lin Xian and Lin Jianjun have fallen out again. If he brings this money to marry into the Bai family, this money would become the dowry owned by the Bai family, and it would instantly elevate the family's assets to the second-tier level. Thinking this way, the three brothers of the Bai family suddenly felt unexpectedly excited about Lin Xian becoming their brother-in-law. "Dad, brothers, what do you take me for? Humph, you've made me so angry, I won't talk to you." Even the simple-minded Bai Susu could see through the thoughts of the Bai family. She shamefully put down her chopsticks and fled from the dining table. When she returned to her room, she found herself occasionally thinking about her family's words. She suddenly realized that she didn't actually reject the idea of marrying Lin Xian as much as she had imagined.
Could it be that I also have feelings for brother Lin Xian?
Bai Susu felt a little confused. She had never been in love before and didn't know what it felt like to like someone. But brother Lin Xian has always been so good to me. Even if we can't become boyfriend and girlfriend in the end, I still want to save him from the Su family. Bai Susu clenched her small fists, her gaze determined. After getting to know him these past few days, she also learned that Lin Xian only married into the Su family because he took the place of the original groom, Lin Hao, who was forced to marry into the family by his uncle. As for the affection Lin Xian showed that night, in Bai Susu's eyes, it didn't come from the heart. After all, a comatose person can't move or speak, and needs someone to take care of their eating, drinking, and bodily functions. Lin Xian and Su Qingge had no previous interaction, so how could he fall in love so deeply in just a few weeks?
It just doesn't make sense at all.
Even if Sister Su is the most beautiful woman in the city, she can't possibly still have that kind of charm after becoming comatose.
So, brother Lin Xian is actually lying. But why?
Suddenly, Bai Susu seemed to have guessed something. She covered her cherry lips, her eyes flashing with a look of shock.
She understood. Could it be that brother Lin Xian did all this, just to make me jealous and get my attention?
The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Lin Xian still went out early in the morning and bought a bouquet of violets to bring back to the Su family.
Qingge, good morning. Lin Xian, good morning. Hearing the familiar greeting and smelling the familiar fragrance of flowers, Su Qingge felt very happy.
Then, she felt her small hand being enveloped in warmth once again.
Ding! Host and Su Qingge's palms touch, reward 1 point per 7 seconds.
It seems that it's getting harder and harder to increase the points as we go along, but that's normal. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Xian didn't feel discouraged and decided to redouble his efforts. Especially when he saw that the number on the points panel had reached the 40,000 mark, it made Lin Xian even more excited. He felt that the day when he would become an invincible immortal emperor was just a little bit away. Then, Lin Xian calmed his mind and began the day's massage process. An hour later, when Lin Xian had finished the massage and was about to take a rest,
Oni-chan, as soon as he heard this hair-raising address, Lin Xian knew who it was. And sure enough,
the next moment, the door was pushed open. A certain Lolita, dressed in Lolita clothing and with her iconic twin ponytails, walked in. As soon as she saw Lin Xian, her eyes were full of twinkling stars.
Asterisk Omega, Oni-chan, I'm here, do you have a new song ready?
After the hiatus these days, your fans are almost bursting the comments section.
Each one of them is red-eyed, begging you to release a new song. By the way, report all the songs you sang before.
Now they are basically occupying the top 10 hot searches on all major music apps. Your fan base on the entire internet has skyrocketed, and it has already exceeded 10 million in a few days.
Now you are also considered a mega internet celebrity with over 10 million followers. Surrounding Lin Xian, Chen Kurson chattered excitedly, reporting.
Her hostility towards Lin Xian has now disappeared without a trace, leaving only admiration. Only those who spend a long time surfing the internet know how popular L is online has become a legend in the singer's circle. Even her Chen family's group has gained a large number of new download users because the songs were first released on D Station.
Market value soared.
After learning that Chen Kurson managed the L account, possibly having a close relationship with the other party, her parents and relatives surrounded her, pressing for the real identity of L, willing to sign Lin Xian under their name at any cost. But because she promised to keep Lin Xian's identity a secret, Chen Kurson ultimately gritted her teeth and guarded L's identity.
Not revealing the identity is L's bottom line.
He once said, if you dare to force me to expose his identity, he will hand over the first release rights of the songs to other platforms. As soon as this was said, the people of the Chen family's enterprise were instantly silenced, no longer daring to make any extra moves. After all, L is now a guaranteed source of traffic.
And in this era, traffic represents money.
For their group, which focuses on the internet industry, Lin Xian, who can continuously attract fans to the platform, is like the god of wealth, who dares to offend him. They can only instruct Chen Kurson to please L, well, promising that the Chen family can meet all demands and so on, no problem.
I have a good relationship with L, leave it to me.
As a daughter who does nothing at home, Chen Kurson was praised and paid attention to by many elders for the first time, and she was overjoyed in her heart. On the other hand, Lin Xian was not surprised by the words of the little Lolita. He had also glanced at the rankings on various major music apps these days. It can only be said that with the entertainment level before crossing, any song that comes out can easily dominate this world. In the expectant eyes of Chen Kurson, Lin Xian stood up and picked up the golden guitar from the corner, pondered for a moment, and finally decided on the song to be sung today.
the song I'm going to sing today? The title is Rakshasa Sea City. Rakshasa Sea City? Is this name supposed to praise a city? Chen Kursen looked puzzled. She, who is obsessed with the second dimension, rarely pays attention to the third-dimensional world. She is not sure if there really is a place called Rakshasa Sea City in the third-dimensional world. And on the sickbed, Suchinga, who has been paying attention to the movement around her, was now filled with great curiosity. Rakshasa Sea City? If I remember correctly, this should be a classical short story created by the Qing dynasty novelist Pu Songling. It tells the story of Ma Ji, the son of a merchant, drifting into a city where beauty and ugliness are reversed, and the various stories that unfold. Is Lin Xian trying to turn this story into a song? While Suchinga and the two others were guessing, Lin Xian had already plucked the strings and started to sing. In an instant, a melody similar to a duet began to play in the room. The Rakshasa country is 26,000 miles to the east, crossing the seven torrents, passing through the Jiao Sea, 3 inches of yellow mud, all for the river with a hill. The river flows through the Guagua camp. The leader of the Guagua camp is called Mahu. What is this singing about? Little Lolita listened to the profound lyrics, with question marks all over her head. Perhaps it's because of her life experience. She listened to the unconventional and strange melody, feeling that something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. In the end, she concluded, this song is not good. The previous simple and pleasant melodies, with simple and understandable lyrics, sounded much better. A young man came from the west, his name is Maji, beautiful and elegant, a descendant of the Chinese nation. Only for him, sailing on the sea, braving the wind and waves, roaming treacherous rapids, stranded in a desolate land. He sees that the Rakshasa country is often upside down. The song continues to play. Unlike Chen Kursen, Suchinga listened carefully to the song on the sickbed, pondering. Purely in terms of melody, she didn't quite like it, finding it hard to appreciate this duet style. But based on her intuition, this song could become popular, for a short period of time at least. Because the lyrics do have some depth, some thoughts, and a hint of satire of reality. For most ordinary people, perhaps the lyrics could resonate with them. Of course, despite the praise it receives, it will likely also face criticism. This is a song that can cause a huge controversy. However, Suchinga doesn't care about that. She is curious about what Lin Xian has experienced. Why can he create such a song, which is already considered unconventional? Ordinary musicians probably can't create such a song. Just as Suchinga wanted to wake up quickly and ask Lin Xian about the inspiration for his songwriting, Lin Xian's playing had come to an end. The Mahu is singing again. It's a fundamental problem for us humans. With the last line of the lyrics, Lin Xian put down the guitar and looked at the little Lolita not far away, with a smile that seemed like a smile. What do you think? It's so hard to listen to. This is probably the most difficult song I've ever heard. Chen Kursen didn't hide her feelings, crazily pulling her double ponytails, expressing her true feelings. She didn't understand, really didn't understand. Obviously, the songs Lin Xian had created before were so good. How could this one be so unconventional? Oni-chan, could it be that your talent has run out? Don't! Oh, you are known as the last rising star in the entertainment industry. You can't fall. Looking at the exaggerated shaking of the little Lolita's head, with a face full of despair, Lin Xian just found it funny. Each to their own. Maybe this song can surpass the previous ones and become a hit? Tisk. Hearing this, Chen Kursen looked incredulous. This song? So hard to listen to, who would like it? If it becomes popular, I'll do a handstand and live stream diarrhea. Okay, you have to keep your word. Lin Xian just shrugged, indicating that he was waiting to see. The infuriated little Lolita gritted her teeth and pounced on Lin Xian, wanting to strangle him with her double ponytails. Outside the door, Luan suddenly opened the door and walked in. Mr. Lin, Miss Bai Susu is here. She said she wanted to see you and Miss Bai Susu? How could she come here? Hearing this name, Lin Xian was extremely surprised. Mr. Lin, do you want me to send Miss Susu away? Forget it, Sister Lu. The visitor is a guest, just bring her up. Although Lin Xian felt surprised, he was still prepared to listen to Bai Susu's intentions. When Luan nodded and left the room, Bai Susu? Isn't that Oni-chan, your former white moonlight? Chen Kursen, who was originally puzzled and pondering who the visitor was, suddenly slapped her head and turned to glare at Lin Xian with a pout. Okay. I didn't expect that you already have me and Chinga's sister, yet you still think about the outside mistress. Scumbag. Because of her close relationship with Lin Xian recently, Chen Kursen had deliberately inquired about Lin Xian's past. And this Bai Susu was also within her knowledge. Lin Xian. What scumbag? I am a man of integrity. This is a blatant slander. And what are you to me? My future wife is Su Chinga. Please don't have strange thoughts like a love triangle. I'm not interested in your little grapes.
Ignoring the pouting Chen Kursen, Lin Xian with a black line on his head sat back at the bedside, holding Su Chinga's hand. Affectionately he said, "Chinga, please don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in by Susu, just like Ma Yun is not interested in money. It's sincere and the heavens and earth can testify. In my eyes, the stars in the sky are not even a fraction of you." Damn. A scumbag is a scumbag. These cheesy words just come out naturally. On the side, Chen Kursen was stunned. She felt that a man's words were like deceitful ghosts, completely unreliable. But for the sake of her best friend, Chen Kursen decided to get to know this by Susu well, and she must not let her best friend have the possibility of being cuckolded. What Chen Kursen didn't know was that Su Chinga unconditionally trusted Lin Xian. After all, during this period of time, the other party had already proven his character with practical actions. If Lin Xian was really the kind of man who only thought with his lower body, how could he stay by her bedside all day, never leaving or abandoning her? He even massaged her with proper and respectful movements? But it's unexpected for Bai Susu to come. She should be here to find Lin Xian. After all, I've only met Bai Susu a few times at a few social gatherings, and we're not familiar. In my impression, she's a pretty innocent girl, not worldly wise. If Lin Xian could be with her, perhaps, it would also be a good choice. If he really falls in love with another woman, then one day when I wake up, I can sincerely bless him, and leave with peace of mind. In the dark consciousness prison, Su Chinga murmured to herself. But when she thought of the image of Lin Xian standing side by side with another woman, a strong sense of loss surged in her heart, an indescribable discomfort. Click! At this moment, a door-opening sound caught Su Chinga's attention. Along with it, there was a soft and gentle call. "Brother Lin Xian. This is, Bai Susu is here?" Her voice is quite pleasant, you can tell she's a soft and cute girl. Boys should like this kind of sweet and gentle voice. Sensing the movement of someone entering the room, Su Chinga instinctively shifted her attention over, her mind in a state of confusion. She both hoped that Lin Xian could find a more suitable and outstanding girl, yet she couldn't suppress the inexplicable sourness in her heart. On the other side, Lin Xian and the two others also noticed the arrival of the young girl. Her skin was like condensed fat, her lips red and teeth white. She was wearing a snow-white princess dress with a delicate bow tied in front. With a faint smile on her face, her overall temperament was as beautiful and lovely as a first love girl. Just as she entered the room, she smiled sweetly at Lin Xian and waved to greet him. However, what disappointed Bai Susu was that, despite her deliberate dressing up today, Lin Xian only glanced at her and then continued to focus on Su Chinga on the sickbed. On the other hand, Chen Kursen was amazed by the girl who entered the room. What a beautiful girl. I really want to get close to her. Apart from Sister Chinga, this image and temperament can basically appeal to both men and women. Stay calm, stay calm. I almost got swayed by her. This woman might even make Sister Chinga jealous. Realizing this, Chen Kursen quickly pulled her twin ponytails, feeling a sharp pain on her scalp. She instantly regained her composure and entered the legendary sage mode. Then, she furrowed her brows and stared at Bai Susu with a sense of crisis. Not good. What should I do? How should I handle this? Based on my experience of watching countless anime, this kind of pure and innocent girl with a first love aura is a killer for boys of different age groups. She's definitely one of the top types among the boy-cutting girls. How could Lin Xian, this dog of a man, resist her? It's over, it's over. Just as Chen Kursen felt hopeless, she suddenly looked down and noticed Bai Susu's steamed bun, then glanced at her own grapes, and Su Chinga's pineapple on the sickbed. It's well known that grapes plus pineapple steamed bun. Phew! It's 2 against 1, the advantage is still on our side. After comparing, Chen Kursen breathed a sigh of relief and her eyes once again sparkled with confidence. Brother Lin Xian, I heard that cousin Lin Hao was detained. Is it because of indecent behavior? I want to ask if there's a misunderstanding in this? How could cousin do such a thing? Seeing that Lin Xian ignored her, Bai Susu, feeling aggrieved, still took the initiative to speak. He confessed and accepted the punishment voluntarily. What's impossible about that? Lin Xian didn't even lift his eyelids and responded with a question. But cousin is such a good and straightforward guy. How could he do such a thing? So, are you saying that I framed him? No, that's not what I meant. I just hope to resolve the conflict between you brothers. I'm doing this for your own good too. Ha ha. Let me tell you, thank you. With you around, even the Lesan giant Buddha could retire early. Lin Xian was not willing to waste time and urged, what is your purpose for coming here today? Don't waste my precious time. Seeing Lin Xian's impatience, Bai Susu couldn't help but feel wronged. What's wrong with brother Lin Xian? He never used to be so harsh with me. After adjusting her emotions, Bai Susu gently spoke, trying to persuade him about uncle. He's been working hard these days, almost sleepless at night, to gather the remaining money for you. He has almost sold everything that can be sold in the Lin family. Yesterday, he even asked my dad to help him borrow 300 million from Mr. Who. You should have heard of Mr. Who. If uncle can't repay, it will be dangerous. Brother Lin Xian, why don't you just give up that little money? If this continues, uncle will really cut ties with you. Listen to me. There's no father in the world who doesn't love his child, and uncle deeply loves you in his heart. As the saying goes, there's no one better than dad, and a child without a father is like a weed. Do you really want to ruin your relationship with your father for the sake of worldly wealth that you can't take with you when you die? Why not let me help you? As long as you trust me, I will definitely find a way to resolve the conflict between you and your family. Bai Susu said a lot of reasons, trying to use love to influence Lin Xian. In her eyes, there is no child who does not long for the love of their parents. Lin Xian is definitely no exception, he is just too shy to say it. Seeing how good Lin Xian was to her before, this time she will help him. As long as she finds a way to bridge the gap, she will definitely be able to reconcile Lin Xian with his family. Then, the Lin Xian who loves her will definitely come back. Just as Bai Susu was happily imagining the future. Hu Yi? Oh, that's Xiao Hu, the loyal little brother of the protagonist after being embarrassed. That's enough for Lin Jianjun to be upset. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, a hint of schadenfreude flashing in his eyes. Are you done talking? If you are, then leave quickly. Don't disturb me while I'm massaging Chinga. Looking at the time on his watch, Lin Xian took off his shoes and got on the bed, preparing to massage Su Chinga. As for Bai Susu, he really couldn't be bothered. This late-stage sickly sweet supporting female character can be left for the protagonist to deal with. Ah, this? Seeing that Lin Xian was indifferent to her words, Bai Susu's eyes dimmed. She didn't expect Lin Xian to become so indifferent. Does he really not care about family affection at all? When the two of them were chatting before, Lin Xian was clearly very longing for family affection, so why is he so heartless now? I was wrong. This woman doesn't seem to be suitable for Lin Xian at all. She's too blindly arrogant. She only knows half of the story, but she's standing on the moral high ground and criticizing others. She even has the appearance of "I'm doing this for your own good, but I won't thank you for listening." This is not just being naive, this is being stupid. In the dark consciousness cage, Su Chinga, who had been listening to the conversation the whole time, instantly dispelled the idea of matchmaking the two. What Lin Xian needs is someone he can trust to help him, not someone who will only drag him down and think she knows best. For some reason, after coming to the conclusion that Bai Susu was not a good match for Lin Xian, Su Chinga felt inexplicably relieved. The dazzling golden light filled the room through the window, bathing Lin Xian and the others. I didn't expect. Brother Lin Xian is really good at massaging, and he's doing it so well. But why have I never heard him mention it before? When did he learn? Looking at Lin Xian, who was earnestly and skillfully massaging Su Chinga, Bai Susu was very curious and surprised, especially after hearing that he had been recognized by the famous Dr. Deng as a divine doctor. Admitting that his massage technique was unique, it was possible that Su Chinga would be even more surprised when she woke up. After all, being a vegetable, there is basically no cure, which is a fact recognized by modern society. I didn't expect that Lin Xian still has a way to wake up a vegetable person. He's been hiding it so well? Why hasn't there been any sign of it before? Just as Bai Susu was slightly shocked and looked at Lin Xian with a different look, when she was about to take a closer look. Miss, if you have nothing else to do, cough. I think you can leave first. Staying here might affect Lin Xian's massage process. Bai Susu turned in surprise and glanced at the girl who spoke. She was very short, about 1.5 meters tall, with a lowly figure. She was dressed in Lolita clothing, with twin ponytails, and she was quite cute. Who are you? In fact, from the moment she entered, Bai Susu noticed the other person. She thought she was a maid from the Su family, responsible for taking care of Su Chinga with Lin Xian. But now it seems that it's not the case. Me? I am the beautiful and intelligent, anime-loving Sailor Moon, Chen Kursen. Mentioning her own name, the little girl was very proud. She kept shaking her head and swaying, the bangs in front of her forehead moving with her head, shaking the air with every movement. Then she pointed to the sky with one hand and loudly declared her life motto. I want to become the queen of magic. I want to use my magic to create a world that is only two-dimensional, so that the realists can experience the beauty of the two-dimensional world. Ha ha ha. In the room, the little girl's arrogant laughter filled the air. Lin Xian, Su Chinga, Bai Susu. Faced with the little girl who was already in the late stage of her chinibyu, everyone fell silent, feeling as if their heads were about to explode. He. Then you go for it. Bai Susu awkwardly smiled, only able to offer encouragement. I will. Chen Kursen nodded solemnly,
then suddenly realized that something seemed off. Wasn't she supposed to drive her away? As Bai Susu averted her gaze and looked back at Lin Xian and Tai Tai on the sickbed, for some reason, she felt a bit uncomfortable and anxious. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Susu took a deep breath and earnestly stated her true purpose for coming to the Su family this time. Brother Lin Xian, actually, the main reason I came this time was to apologize to you. Ha? Apologize for what? Hearing this, Lin Xian couldn't help but pause, raising his head in confusion. What does she have to apologize to me for? Is it because of what happened at the birthday banquet last time? Just as Lin Xian was puzzled, Bai Susu's expression turned serious, and she said earnestly, I mean the matter of you marrying into the Su family. I didn't realize at the time. It turns out that you and Uncle's family already had such deep conflicts. If I had realized at that time, I would definitely have tried to help you. Maybe you wouldn't have ended up in such a situation with Uncle and the others. I'm sorry, that's one thing. The second is that at that time, I didn't accept your confession, and I'm also very sorry. If I had accepted you at that time, maybe Uncle wouldn't have forced you to marry into the Su family just for my sake. Bai Susu's eyes were filled with tears, her face full of guilt. She felt extremely guilty for causing Lin Xian to marry a vegetative person. Looking at Bai Susu, who was immersed in self-pity, Lin Xian was first dumbfounded, then speechless. This woman is really out of line. She's just too self-centered, isn't she? You're overthinking it. I married Su Qingga of my own free will. I couldn't be happier now. I don't need your apology either. If you came for that reason, then you can leave now. Lin Xian's tone was cold, and he directly issued an eviction order. The more Lin Xian denied it, the more Bai Susu was convinced of her own thoughts. It turns out that Lin Xian has always had her in his heart. Otherwise, how could he say such obviously comforting words like I'm very happy to comfort her? Who can be happy marrying a vegetative person? This life is basically ruined, just staying by the sickbed every day, taking care of eating, drinking, and excreting. How can that be happy? Brother Lin Xian is just trying to cover up the truth. As for driving me away, sigh, it's just to make me feel a little better, not too guilty and sad. At this moment, Bai Susu finally saw the light. She was deeply moved, deeply shaken by Lin Xian's unconditional love for her. Perhaps such a man, she shouldn't deny him the opportunity to pursue her. Bai Susu thought to herself, with tears of emotion shimmering in her eyes. Brother Lin Xian, you don't need to comfort me. Although Sister Su was very outstanding before, she has now become a vegetable unable to eat, drink, or excrete. How could a normal person willingly marry her? But it's the 21st century, and I believe we all have the right to pursue love freely. You really don't need to follow the family's arrangements and force yourself to marry a vegetable. In this way, you will not be happy in the future. Especially now. You have such a big conflict with Uncle. Even if you leave the Su family now to pursue true happiness, they won't be able to stop you. Bai Susu reasoned with him, appealing to his emotions. She really didn't want Lin Xian to ruin his life in confusion. Clearly, he still had more and better choices. Even though doing so made her feel a little sorry for Sister Su Qingga. But she was just an ordinary person, and sometimes she had selfishness, so she could only choose to let the people closer to her be happy. Brother Lin Xian, I rejected you before because I felt that we were more like siblings. I don't want our affection to deteriorate and cause us to not even be friends. But after these days of turmoil, I found that I still have feelings for you. And I feel that you have really changed, not like the shy little boy before. Now you give me a great sense of security. So I want to give each other a chance. If you are willing, you can pursue me again. I will try to start as closer friends with you. As the saying goes, sincerity can move mountains. As long as you are patient, you will eventually win my heart. At this point, Bai Susu seemed to have exhausted all her strength, her face flushed to the roots of her ears, covering her cheeks, not daring to look at Lin Xian directly. This was her first time saying such bold words to a boy. Oh, asterisk forward slash 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 asterisk. Q, it's really embarrassing. Am I too bold? I'm a girl. How can a girl be so proactive? In Bai Susu's concept from childhood to adulthood, emotional matters were definitely initiated by boys. And in the process of boys pursuing girls, they should be tested well, so that they can choose their true Prince Charming. After all, love is sacred. It's a lifelong matter, so it must be carefully cultivated to bear fruit in the end. Just as Bai Susu secretly praised herself for her courage today. On the sickbed, Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded. Sigma, he sat there for a moment without reacting. Oh, winky face what? Damn it. Outrageous, too outrageous. What the heck? Give me a chance to pursue you again? I have to be patient and slowly win your heart? This girl is really too much.
Lin Xian's mouth twitched. After crossing over for such a long time, this was the only thing that made him feel out of touch. He finally understood why Bai Susu's personality had become so pathological in the later stages. It turned out that the other party's thinking was different from normal people.
Damn third party.
You really wanna cuckold my sister Chinga in front of her, and say such provocative words in front of her?
Uncle can endure, but auntie can't. Kill the third party, everyone is responsible. Watch my rubber machine gun. At this moment, the little girl was completely angry. She didn't expect Bai Susu to be so excessive, actually digging her heels in front of her and sister Chinga. This absolutely cannot be tolerated. Watch me execute justice. Chen Kursen shouted the Chunibyu phrase rubber machine gun from her mouth.
Her hands quickly and continuously swung small fists back and forth, rushing towards Bai Susu.
This scene immediately left Bai Susu in a daze.
It was her first time encountering such a chase, and she was scared, screaming, and running around the room. Seeing this, Lin Xian hurriedly stopped her, not because he cared about Bai Susu, but because he didn't want to affect Su Chinga's treatment. Under his reprimand, although Chen Kursen pouted, she reluctantly stopped her machine gun attack and let Bai Susu go. At this moment, the panicked Bai Susu had already fled from the Su family. She looked back in fear from time to time, relieved when she saw that the Chunibyu girl hadn't caught up.
That bad kid didn't catch up? Right. I think I just heard Lin Xian scolding the other person and protecting me.
Sure enough, Lin Xian still likes me. Realizing this, Bai Susu's heart was suddenly filled with joy. With a smile on her face, 2 cute dimples appeared on her cheeks.
Then, she lightly stepped and skipped towards the door.
She had confirmed Lin Xian's feelings for her. All she needed to do was wait for that bad kid to leave, and then she could come back. For now, Bai Susu just wanted to share the joy of Lin Xian still deeply loving her with her father and brothers. Surely, they would also be happy for her after hearing about it.
What? Su Fan is coming to the Magic City in 3 days?
On the other side, Lin Xian, who had just regained his composure from the previous farce, was surprised to hear this news from Chen Kursen.
Su Chinga's brother, the legendary child of destiny, was about to make an appearance? Damn it!
My mom just sent me a WeChat message, saying that her friend's son will be here in 3 days, and she wants me to prepare for a blind date in advance. Chen Kursen cried with a mournful face, pulling her twin ponytails left and right, shaking her head in frustration.
Can you believe it? Is she really my dear mother? I'm only 18 years old. She's acting like she can't wait to marry me off. But I'm really not interested in 3D boys? How can I, a cute little loli, be buried in the grave of marriage so annoying. Chen Kursen was grinding her teeth frantically, getting more and more agitated. She pulled her long twin ponytails and bang used her head to hit the soft bedding in front of the bed. Across from her, Lin Xian remained silent, lost in thought. Through the information revealed in the little loli's crying, he had already figured out the whole story. Su Yang, or rather, Su Fan. He was coming even faster than expected.
In Lin Xian's original speculation, Su Fan wouldn't arrive in the Magic City for at least a dozen days.
By that time, he would probably have already secured the Lin family, but unexpectedly, the time had suddenly been moved up to 3 days later? Could it be because I caused some kind of butterfly effect? Oh well, it doesn't really matter. After all, with the events of these days between me and the Su family, being the first deep affection in the Magic City and the 3 billion dowry, Big Brother Su values family so much. Unless his character collapses, he won't refuse to recognize me as his brother-in-law, right?
Lin Xian stroked his chin, smiling. Asterisk, he had already started thinking about his plan to lay low when the protagonist arrived.
Just act indifferent. If you ask what to do if you encounter trouble after acting indifferent, well then, close the door, enlarge the uncle. Just as Lin Xianchang was imagining a beautiful future, Chen Kursen was determined to die, holding the hand of Su Chinga on the sickbed, solemnly swearing, "Sister-in-law, you can rest assured. The only one I want to be close to is you. I will never let you down.
My eyes, my hands, my feet, and my grapes, all exist for you. This time, I will definitely punch Su Fan and kick my mom.
If I don't come back, then I won't come back. But sister-in-law, you will definitely wait for me, right?
Wait for my triumphant return, wait for me to come to marry you wearing a brocade robe, holding a 9-ring staff, and riding a shared bicycle."
Su Chinga. Lin Shen. Winky face. Ha!
I can barely tolerate you competing for my wife, but listen to the rest of what you said, think about it yourself.
Can a normal human come up with that? Let go, don't touch my wife.
Lin Shen slapped the little loli's back of the hand, took back Su Chinga's tender little hand while she was in pain. Seeing this, Chen Kursen dared not speak out in anger, and could only continuously glare at Lin Xian. But thinking of the previous agreement, she put on a pleasing smile again.
Oni-chan, last time you promised to help me get rid of Su Fan as a friend, right?
I said I would help you consider it. If the guy's character is bad, then I'll help you get rid of him.
Oh, that's fine too.
I'll let you know the specific time later, okay? I'm leaving now. After saying that, Chen Kursen waved goodbye and then pulled her twin ponytails, making whoosh 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 sounds as she ran out of the room. She immediately went home to plan a strategy against Su Fan, tentatively named, Get Lost, Su Fan.
After Chen Kursen's whoosh 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 shouts completely faded away, the room returned to silence. Su Chinga's little hand was once again held by Lin Xian's claws. He looked at the girl's beautiful face, suddenly grinned, and asked with some mischievousness, Chinga, this Su Fan that Kursen is meeting. He also has the surname Su, could he be related to you? If I matchmake him with Kursen, would you and Kursen become even closer?
Of course, Lin Xian, who was entertaining himself, was destined to not get a response. Or perhaps, without the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, he couldn't hear a silent response.
How could they be related?
There are so many people with the same name and surname in the world, at most they might have been related 800 years ago.
But if the other party can really change Kursen's sexual orientation, then I'm doomed. Otherwise, that girl Kursen.
I treat her as my best friend, but she's always lusting after my body.
It's difficult, isn't it? But it seems like you care a lot about that Su Fan. Do you know him? In the dark consciousness space, Su Chinga kept talking to herself, but still couldn't get any response. This made her extremely frustrated. But soon, she was filled with joy. Because through the massage and manipulation she had received recently, Su Chinga suddenly found that she could control her body. This was a feeling she had never experienced before, and it filled Su Chinga with ecstatic hope for a complete awakening. And the part of her body that could move was her little toe. The smallest toe. But I'm not sure if it's just my imagination.
Maybe I feel like I'm controlling my little toe, but in reality, it doesn't seem to move at all to others.
And it's so tiring to control it.
The sensation in my little toe comes and goes. It seems to lose sensation after a while. I really want to know if I am really conscious, if I can really start to control my body.
Lin Xian, look at my foot. Why aren't you looking? Quickly, look at it.
You guys are always talking about jade feet, showing off in my mouth. Everything is jade feet and will only harm you.
I don't mind if you look. Look quickly, and then tell me if my toes really moved. Quickly, look. Ah, Su Chinga is very eager for the truth. If she can really confirm that she moved, then this is a huge progress.
For her, it is a huge boost of confidence. After all, if the little toe can move, it means that other parts also have hope of slowly recovering.
It represents the possibility of complete recovery.
And it can also inform the outside world, conveying the message that she exists, consciousness.
But what makes Su Chinga helpless is,
she almost broke her little toe, but still no one noticed.
The outside world.
Lin Xian is organizing the plot in the novel, in response to a series of plans after the arrival of the protagonist. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the slightly trembling, crystal-clear little toe not far away. At this moment, a gust of wind blew in from the window, lifting a corner of Su Chinga's waist, revealing a large expanse of snow-white, enticing skin.
Will he notice? Look down, look down. Look at my toes. Quickly, look at it. In the dark consciousness cage, Su Chinga shouted and prayed with all her might.
Finally, perhaps her sincerity moved the heavens.
Su Chinga sensed that Lin Xian let go of her hand, bent down, and stood up.
So she desperately controlled her little toe, trying her best to make it move. And as she hoped, the little toe began to sway. Just when Su Chinga thought this time it's stable, wuxia sheet covered everything below her head, bringing warmth. Along with Lin Xian's righteous words.
Don't worry, Chinga.
I had my eyes closed just now, I didn't see anything.
You don't need to be moved. Who made me a gentleman? It's a bit windy. I'll cover you with a blanket. Be careful not to catch a cold. I care about you so much. You must be really moved now, right? Huff, Omega, W. I'm moved. What the heck? Epsilon. Hashtag.
By family, small villa.
Reception hall.
By Jinglong and his 3 sons are asking by Susu, who has just returned home and is lying on the sofa eating an apple.
Su, are you really sure that Xiaoxian still deeply loves you? Of course. I'm sure, absolutely and definitely.
Bai Susu took a bite of the apple, looked at the uneven bite marks on it, and responded with a smile. At this moment, she is still wearing a pure white long dress. The dimples on her face have not disappeared since leaving the Su family. She exudes a joyful atmosphere all over her body, like a naive little angel. After all, she is still a little girl at heart. Knowing that Lin Xian still loves her deeply, Bai Susu was genuinely happy. Especially in front of Suchinga, she felt a sense of pride in finally being able to hold her head high. Because at some point, Suchinga was called the most beautiful female CEO in the Magic City, known for her beauty and intelligence. Renowned in the Magic City, and even famous in other provinces and cities, countless young talents flocked to the Magic City just to catch a glimpse of the beauty and win her smile. This made other high-quality women in the Magic City pale in comparison when facing Suchinga. Even if it's someone like Bai Susu, one of the four beauties, she still keeps her distance from Suchinga. After all, whenever they are in the same place, even if that person is outstanding, the focus is still on Suchinga. Suchinga is like a dazzling light, shining at the top of the pyramid of many women in the city, unshakable. Even the ignorant and non-competitive Bai Susu feels a hint of jealousy. This is human nature, an instinct that cannot be avoided. Now that she knows that Lin Xian likes her, Bai Susu's faint desire for victory is satisfied, feeling a sense of pride as if she had won a piece of candy when she was a child. Since that's the case, Susu, you should spend more time with little Xian. Dad has high hopes for you. Upon learning of Lin Xian's feelings, Bai Jinglong breathed a sigh of relief and then laughed heartily. He knew that the 3.5 billion that could change the fate of the family might already be within reach. Oh Dad, what did you say? Oh, Carrot, I'm not talking to you. Hearing Bai Jinglong's teasing, Bai Susu blushed and thought of her bold confession at the Su family, feeling shy. But thinking that Lin Xian would soon officially marry into the Su family, she felt a bit anxious and quickly asked her father what to do. Why are you worried about this? Before, Xian was forced to marry into your uncle's family, and he must have been full of resentment. Now that Xian is sure he likes you, just let him leave that vegetable-like person, right? Compared to my precious daughter. As long as Xian isn't blind, he probably wouldn't choose that useless person lying in bed waiting to die. Hearing this, Bai Susu frowned and glared at her father. Dad, don't talk about Sister Su like that. She's already in a pitiful state. Yes, Dad was wrong. Bai Jinglong patted his daughter's head, full of indulgence. Then he became serious and advised, Susu, even if Lin Xian likes you, you can't immediately agree to be his girlfriend, you know? Boys are foolish, the easier they get something, the less they know how to cherish it. You have to set up a series of tests for him. Wait for him to prove his true feelings before giving him a chance to be your boyfriend. Hearing Bai Jinglong's persuasive words, Bai Susu touched her head, feeling that something was not quite right. But she quickly dispelled her doubts. She had always listened to her father and he wouldn't harm her. What he said must be right. Okay, I understand. Bai Susu obediently nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. Then I'll go think about what kind of test to set up now. After saying this, Bai Susu was full of excitement, got up barefoot, and hurried back to her room. Dad, do you really want to let little sister put this flower on Lin Xian's dung heap? I see that little sister is already showing signs of interest in Lin Xian. Shouldn't we just let it be? Damn it! How could such a kind and innocent girl like little sister be tainted by that dog Lin Xian? Did he save the galaxy in his past life? Until Bai Susu's figure completely disappeared, the three brothers of the Bai family, who had been watching from the side, no longer held back and all expressed their thoughts. In response, Bai Jinglong raised an eyebrow and said only two words, 3.5 billion. This immediately silenced the three brothers of the Bai family. The three of them looked at each other and then unanimously surrendered to the smell of money. Lin Xian, our brother-in-law, we agree. At this moment, the White family discussed the situation of Lin Xian and Lin Jianjun's conflict. They debated whether to accept Lin Xian or support Lin Jianjun. After much discussion, they decided to handle the situation by letting Lin Xian's wife, Su, try to persuade him to give up the money, while also waiting to see the response to Lin Jianjun's new product. They also discussed the possibility of attracting a powerful figure in the city. I don't expect you to make friends with important people, at least don't bring disaster to the Bai family. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Xinga, smiley face. Good morning. Lin Xian, dressed in comfortable sportswear and holding a bunch of violets, entered the familiar girl's boudoir. As usual, he placed the violets on the bedside first. Then he sat in front of the sickbed and held Su Chinga's hand. Ding! Host in Su Chinga palm touch, reward 1 point /7 seconds. Ha! Still 7 seconds? As expected, the more you go, the harder it is to increase the favorability. Lin Xian muttered in his heart. But this was already within his expectations, so he didn't feel too disappointed. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian got up to say goodbye. Alright, Xinga, I have to leave now. Today is the day I officially signed the share transfer contract with my stepfather. So I have to rush to the agreed hotel to sign. Your grandfather is still waiting for me downstairs? After speaking, Lin Xian was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, in the dark consciousness cage,
hearing the movement of Lin Xian about to leave, Su Qingge desperately tried to control her right toe. She had a strong intuition. It seemed that she really regained some control over her body. Lin Xian, don't leave, first, help me check the position of my feet. Can I move now? I really want to know now. Quickly look at my foot, and tell me if my toes really moved. Hurry! Look! Foot! Su Qingge shouted in her heart. She really wanted to know if it was her illusion or if Lin Xian's massage really had an effect. Not knowing if her prayers had worked, Su Qingge sensed the familiar footsteps, and although they had already reached the door, they suddenly turned back. Finally going to be discovered? If they find out that I am conscious and starting to control my body, Lin Xian, Grandpa, and Curson, they will definitely be very happy, right? It was as if she could already hear the joyful cheers of the crowd. Su Qingge felt much happier. Then she once again exerted all her strength to control the sensation on her little toe. At this moment, her pure white little toe, like a courtesan in ancient times, slowly swayed up and down as if beckoning to a guest. Come, Mr. Lin. Just as her little toe trembled incessantly, thinking that she had successfully enticed Mr. Lin, a flash of white light covered her vision, and she went blind. I almost forgot, it's been a bit chilly these days. I have to tuck you in properly, otherwise you'll catch a cold. Lin Xian wrapped the girl tightly in a blanket, leaving only a beautiful head exposed. Satisfied, he clapped his hands and hummed an unknown tune as he left. I regret my impulsive silence, click. With the closing of the door, the room once again fell into a deathly silence. Only the girl on the sickbed silently complained. Damn you, Lin Xian, are you really trying to drive me crazy? Why can't I see anything? Are all guys so careless and thoughtless? And why did you wrap me up so tightly? You've made me feel a bit hot now, what should I do? Seeing another missed opportunity, Su Qingge silently criticized Lin Xian in her heart, but as time passed, she suddenly fell silent. So dark, so quiet, I really can't get used to this situation. These days, Lin Xian was almost like a Siamese twin, always by Su Qingge's sickbed, keeping her company and chatting to pass the time. Even if he spoke without receiving any response, he continued tirelessly, talking to himself. What Lin Xian didn't know was that, in fact, every word he said, Su Qingge silently responded to in her heart. Although this behavior was a bit ridiculous, although Su Qingge herself knew that Lin Xian couldn't possibly hear her silent responses, but she still made an effort to earnestly respond to Lin Xian in her own way. And it was precisely this silent form of communication that gradually made Su Qingge forget the hysterical sense of helplessness and despair from not long ago. Now, the young man who had been by her bedside all day was no longer there. Su Qingge finally remembered the fear that had once dominated her in the darkness and silence. But now, Su Qingge had hoped to support her in the warmth of someone's palm to hold. She was no longer alone. Lin Xian, come back soon. I miss you. Watermark for literary works. Xiaohao, don't worry. You'll be released this afternoon. Once we finish signing the share transfer agreement, we can come to pick you up from prison. Shanghai Police Station. Visiting room. Lin Jianjun and his wife looked at their son across the transparent glass with heartache. Sob. Mom, Dad, please come and get me out. I'm so scared here. Lin Hao's eyes were lifeless, and he looked extremely haggard. When he saw his parents at that moment, he couldn't hold back the fear and grievance in his heart, and tears streamed down his face. These 3 days had been filled with fear and anxiety for him. At first, he was detained in the same detention room with a dozen tough-looking men covered in tattoos. Initially, Lin Hao didn't mind and just wanted to endure the 3 days and get through it. But unexpectedly, those tough men found his fair skin and scholarly appearance appealing. On the first day, they forced him to pick up soap with them and even planned to overpower him and subject him to their tough men treatment. Fortunately, Lin Hao had been cautious and, in desperation, he took out a hidden toothbrush and fiercely defended himself. This allowed him to endure until the police finally detained him alone in another room. Otherwise, he might have been in serious trouble by now. Recalling the terrifying experiences of these days, Lin Hao trembled with fear and couldn't help but choke up. He wanted to go home. Seeing his pitiful state, Bai Yuelan's heart ached. As the saying goes, a mother and her son share a deep bond. She couldn't help but burst into tears. As they looked at each other through the window, tears flowed down both their faces. All right, stop crying. Be strong, my son. I'll come to pick you up this afternoon. Don't cry, be good. Daddy is here, and Daddy will protect both of you. On the side, Lin Jianjun, seeing this scene, also felt uneasy and quickly comforted them in a gentle voice. Regardless of what Lin Hao was like in private,
He was always his most beloved son. Plus, he had fallen out with Lin Xian, and in the future, he would have to rely on Lin Hao for his old age. That's why he wouldn't care about Lin Xian's sowing discord and would distance himself from Lin Hao.
10 minutes later, after repeated assurances from Lin Jianjun and his wife, Lin Hao, with red eyes, took 3 steps back. Finally, he was escorted out of the visiting room by 2 police officers. When the figure of their beloved son disappeared, Bai Yuelan couldn't hold back her emotions and immediately hugged Lin Jianjun, tears streaming down her face.
Honey, why does Xiaohao have to suffer so much?
Sob. Alright, it's okay. Don't cry, be good.
Lin Jianjun held his delicate wife in his arms and comforted her softly. After a while, with his efforts, Bai Yuelan's mood improved a lot, and she wiped away her tears with a smile. At this moment, she caught a glimpse of the large clock hanging on the wall out of the corner of her eye.
Oh no, honey, we're late.
Seeing that they were already half an hour past the agreed time, Bai Yuelan couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. It doesn't matter, the king always makes a grand entrance, Lin Jianjun said nonchalantly, glancing at the clock. Under Bai Yuelan's sweet and coquettish words, they were finally pulled out of the police station without haste. At the entrance, there was a newly rented van parked, surrounded by several well-dressed men eagerly waiting for something. They were all from the legal department of the Lin Group, responsible for the transfer of share transfer contracts. When they saw the figure of Lin Jianjun and his wife, they all bowed 90 degrees and shouted in unison, "Hello, Chairman."
Hello, Chairman's wife.
The loud voices attracted the attention of passers-by.
Well, let's get in the car.
This greatly satisfied the vanity of the couple. Lin Jianjun even gestured for the others to come and help him into the car. So, a few workers, oppressed by capital, could only open the car door and help Lin Jianjun into the car.
The remaining 3,
wearing black-framed glasses, vigilantly opened their hands, surrounding Lin Jianjun and his wife, fearing any danger.
This behavior, even more grandiose than that of national leaders, immediately attracted a wave of ridicule from onlookers. Damn, who is this idiot? What's with the show-off? Ha ha. Driving a van and showing off. If you want to show off, at least rent a sports car. Wow, hiring a few extras to help you into the car. If you didn't know, you'd think it was a disabled person. Family, I'll laugh first in respect. This is ridiculous.
I just saw it, and I thought it was some kind of national-level figure traveling.
I didn't expect it to be a few nobodies. Hey, watch your mouth. They have bodyguards, and if that big bald guy gives the order, the bodyguards will make you bleed on the spot. Ha, it's so funny.
Listening to the comments of the people around him, Lin Jianjun's face immediately darkened. He had intended to make those lowly people admire his wealthy lifestyle, but instead, he inadvertently attracted a wave of mockery. Before he could explode, Bai Yuelan stepped forward and hugged his arm, softly advising, "Come on, honey, why care about what others say?"
Humph, that's right. These lowly people are not worth my time.
After all, they were at the entrance of the police station, and Lin Jianjun didn't dare to cause trouble. He could only vent his anger with a few angry words and then got into the van. As soon as the couple closed the door, they were disgusted by the shabby environment inside the car.
This car, was it really not meant for beggars to ride in?
Lin Jianjun was immediately displeased and angrily scolded the bald middle-aged man in the driver's seat, "Useless.
Why did you rent this kind of car? Isn't this lowering my status?"
Hearing this, the bald man nodded and answered softly,
"But, Chairman, the company is out of money, we can't afford to rent a better car.
Even this van was rented with the help of a few of us brothers." As he answered, the bald man stole a glance at the beautiful Bai Yuelan, already mentally raping her in front of Lin Jianjun.
Damn, the evil capitalist dared to curse at me? Watch me mentally cuckold your wife and give you a big mental green hat.
On the other hand, when Lin Jianjun heard that the company was running out of money and couldn't afford the rent, his mouth twitched and he fell silent. He was afraid that if he continued to inquire, the bald man and he would have a falling out over the rental fee.
In order to raise 3.5 billion,
he almost emptied the company's funds and sold all his valuable assets such as cars, houses, and stocks. Now he has even resorted to borrowing money at high interest rates just to make ends meet. He is now practically penniless, so poor that even the average worker's savings could probably outdo his.
Let's go. What are you waiting for? Really, so lacking in time sense? Don't you know we're already late? What if they're waiting and getting anxious? Hurry up and drive.
Lin Jianjun scolded impatiently, using the authority of the chairman.
Yes, boss. I'll drive right away.
The bald man nodded and bowed, looking extremely submissive. But as he turned around, he glanced angrily at Bai Yuelan's chest with the corner of his eye once again. In that instant, Lin Jianjun felt 1,000 times more frustrated mentally. As the car started, Lin Jianjun and his group headed towards the agreed meeting point. After resolving this matter, we must immediately hold a press conference to promote the beauty ointment and recover our losses. Lin Jianjun has now placed all his hopes on his company's most successful product. Based on his years of experience, he judged that the chances of the Lin family's rise to a top-tier wealthy family were over 95%. As the saying goes, the great rock rises with the wind, soaring 9,000 miles. The rise of the Lin family is now unstoppable. My name, Lin Jianjun, will surely become the new legend of the city.
As for that rebellious son,
I will give him time to catch up, until he regrets not seeing the bigger picture.
Caesar Hotel.
Several expensive luxury cars slowly came to a stop. Lin Xian, having eaten and drunk to his heart's content, leisurely stepped out of the leading Maybach. Behind him, the white-haired Su Shengtian got out of the car as well. And from the other cars around, 7 or 8 more people also got out. They were all part of the Su Group's legal, accounting, and security team.
Xiao Xian, we're already over 2 hours past the agreed time. Isn't this a bit too much? I doubt your father can really wait that long. What if he's already left?
Looking at the grand hotel in front of them, Su Shengtian smiled bitterly.
They could have arrived on time, but this kid Xian said, I know that stepfather too well. They definitely won't be on time. Who cares, let's go eat first. And so, with various delays, they ended up being over 2 hours late. It's okay, he will definitely wait for us. Lin Xian grinned. He understood Lin Jianjun's current mindset too well, and he was firmly in control of it. Feeling the slightly suspicious gaze of Su's old man, Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Don't worry, old man.
Besides, the king always makes a grand entrance.
What's wrong with making them wait a bit? It's a good way to show our authority.
Lin Xian looked indifferent, leading the group into the hotel at a leisurely pace.
3 minutes later, the group arrived at the designated room 666. You bastard! You dare stand me up, and still haven't arrived? I thought I was being rude by being half an hour late, but this damn guy didn't even show up?
Listening to the familiar voice inside the room, full of impatience and cursing, Lin Xian turned to Su Shengtian and the others and smirked.
See, I was right, wasn't I? They're definitely still waiting for us.
The group exchanged knowing looks and all smiled. Then Lin Xian took the lead and pushed open the door.
You bastard! Finally decided to show up, huh? What, not welcome? Then I'll leave?
Upon seeing Lin Xian and the others, Lin Jianjun's heart was filled with uncontrollable anger, and he wanted to vent it all on them in an instant. But when he saw Lin Xian turning to leave, he was at a loss for words. Unable to let go of his pride, he called out to Lin Xian, standing there awkwardly and unsure of what to do. Fortunately, at that moment, a woman in a black dress, elegantly dressed, Bai Yuelan, stood up with a smile and called out to Lin Xian, Xiao Xian, you've misunderstood.
Your father was just joking with you, right? Father? I don't have a father. My father passed away a long time ago, but I do have a stepfather. You. Hearing Lin Xian curse himself, Lin Jianjun's anger flared up, and he struggled to control his temper. Fortunately, Bai Yuelan held him back in time and whispered 2 words in his ear, exercise restraint. These 2 words were like a cold shower, instantly sobering Lin Jianjun up. He took a deep breath, stepped back behind the Lin family, and remained silent, leaving the matter entirely to Bai Yuelan to handle. 2 minutes later, on a large table, representatives from both sides sat facing each other. Xiao Xian, the funds are all ready. If you have no issues, just sign the contract. We will transfer the money to the account you provide. Bai Yuelan's eyes flickered as she handed a contract to Lin Xian. But Lin Xian didn't even look at it, and instead handed it directly to the top lawyer of the Su Group. Seeing this, Bai Yuelan furrowed her brow. Still holding on to a glimmer of hope, she made a final effort. Xiao Xian, we are all family. Why make things so tense? Think it over. If you really sign, you will lose the most precious family bond. How about this? I have already discussed with your father. As long as you unconditionally transfer the shares to your father as a gesture of sincerity, we promise that the company will be handed over to you in the future. As for Xiuhao, you just need to provide him with a job. After speaking, Bai Yuelan looked sincerely at Lin Xian. At the same time, not far away, Lin Jianjun finally softened his tone. Xiao Xian, it was my fault before. Dad knows he was wrong. I promise to give you all the fatherly love in the future. Listen to your mom, and transfer the shares to me as a gesture of sincerity, okay? Otherwise, if you sign your name, you will truly lose me as your father forever. Are you willing? Are you really willing to be a poor child without a father? Faced with the psychological manipulation of the couple, Lin Xian did not immediately respond, but turned curiously to the bodyguards beside him and asked, Do I look like an idiot? How is that possible? Mr.
Lin is intelligent and courageous, handsome and charming, and elegant and dashing.
Stop, stop, stop. You can't finish listing my virtues even if you talk for 3 days and 3 nights.
Lin Xian was exasperated, making a stop gesture to the flatterers. Then he looked at the couple with a grim expression.
Since I'm not an idiot, why would you propose a request that only an idiot would agree to?
You. Just as Lin Jianjun was about to speak, he was interrupted by the lawyer next to Lin Xian.
Mr. Lin, there are several hidden traps in this contract.
If you sign it, you may encounter unexpected troubles in the future, even facing imprisonment. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian remained calm. He had anticipated this situation, which is why he had brought his own team of lawyers. However, Su Shengtian, who was standing beside him, couldn't bear it and stood up to reprimand Lin Jianjun.
Lin Jianjun, you are unworthy of being a father. You would even deceive your own son? Nonsense. There is nothing wrong with this contract.
It's just that your lawyer's skills are limited, and he's slandering others.
Lin Jianjun showed no sign of shame or embarrassment.
Instead, he confidently began to argue, shifting all the blame onto the lawyer. In response, Lin Xian didn't even bother with him, instructing the lawyer to unilaterally make comprehensive changes to the issue. After the new contract came out, Lin Xian directly confronted Lin Jianjun.
The money should be transferred directly to the Su family's account. Once I receive the money, I will sign. If I don't receive the money within 3 minutes, I will leave immediately. Lin Xian's decisive actions left everyone present dumbfounded.
However, by this time, both sides had already torn off their masks, and there was no longer any need for pretense.
So Lin Jianjun, too, was decisive, instructing his subordinates to transfer the money to the account.
Then, on the revised contract, he swiftly wrote his name and threw it in front of Lin Xian. But Lin Xian paid no attention, still calmly resting with his eyes closed, until
Xiao Xian, 5 billion.
It has indeed been transferred to the account. Su Xingtian's voice rang out, and only then did Lin Xian calmly open his eyes and pick up the pen on the table to sign. In the meantime, Lin Jianjun still tried to break through, constantly chattering in his ear.
You no longer have a father. You will regret this.
Lin Hao will be my only son in the future and will enjoy my deep fatherly love. I will also pass the company on to Xiao Hao to inherit.
You're on your own. Faced with Lin Jianjun's nonsense, Lin Xian couldn't be bothered. After all, he had only one thing to say. The weather is getting colder, and the Lin family is about to go bankrupt. Then, after signing, Lin Xian got up and left. At this point, the situation was already settled, and all that was left was to wait for the net to close. This bastard. Doesn't he have any feelings in his heart? Watching Lin Xian's resolute figure, Lin Jianjun felt both angry and a vague sense of loss.
At noon, a Maybach slowly stopped at the entrance of the Su family's estate. Xiao Xian, I have to go back to the company to handle some matters. I won't get out of the car.
Okay, then, Grandpa Su, you go ahead and be busy.
The door opened. Lin Xian got out of the car first, then turned and waved goodbye to Su Shengtian.
Boom. Watching the Maybach gradually drive away, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy being the chairman of a wealthy family. This is too hard. It's better to lie down and be lazy.
By the way, I can earn some points and live a carefree life with that. Lin Xian stretched lazily and leisurely walked into the Su family mansion. On the other side, in the departing Maybach, Su Shengtian was giving instructions to his company's top lawyer.
Lawyer who?
When you return to the company, draw up a contract first. I want to transfer all the shares in my hands to Xiao Xian's name.
What? Chairman,
you have 25% of the shares of the Su Group in your hands.
Are you serious?
Yes. If it weren't for Xiao Xian, the Su family might have gone bankrupt and liquidated long ago. This is what he deserves.
Su Xingtian's expression was very calm, as if he were talking about a trivial matter.
But lawyer who was facing him, was stunned.
Am I really going to have a new boss?
Based on the current distribution of shares in the Su family, Su Shengtian has 25%, Su Qingda has 22%, and Su Yan has 10%. If Lin Xian really gets 25% of the shares, whether the Su Group will be surnamed Su or Lin in the future is worth considering.
I'm not crazy. It's highly likely that my granddaughter won't wake up, and my health is deteriorating day by day. If I suddenly collapse one day, the group will definitely be in chaos. It's better to hand over all the shares to Xiao Xian and slowly cultivate him as my successor. After this period of contact, I know he is capable, not as unbearable as the rumors say. Su Shengtian explained in an orderly manner, clearly having already thought it through. He was very clear about the deteriorating condition of his body. It would be normal if one day everything went black before his eyes and he passed away. But what about his granddaughter at that time? Losing his protection.
Even though Su Qing, the singer, also had a considerable stake, as a vegetable, she could only become a sacrificial lamb for many small and large shareholders. If Lin Xian had no shares in his hands, he would not be able to intervene in the affairs of the Su group at that time. I can see the ambition in Xiaoshuan's eyes. He is not the kind of person who likes to lie down and be lazy. I am old. The future belongs to the next generation, and the group will definitely go further in Xiaoshuan's hands. As for whether the group will be surnamed Su or Lin at that time, it doesn't matter. I just hope that after I die, my granddaughter will have someone to take care of her for the rest of her life. I believe in Xiaoshuan's ability and character. After listening to Su Xingtian's words, lawyer who also understood the other party's actions, he wanted to ask why not let your daughter, Su Yan, take on this important task? But thinking about the well-known conflict between father and daughter, he wisely kept his mouth shut. I understand, Chairman. I will draw up the contract when I return to the company. Su Shengtian nodded with a smile. Then he stepped into the Maybach and the silence was restored. The water text separator reappeared. Second floor of the Su family villa. Honey, I'm back, let's continue pasting. Opening the familiar door, Lin Xian walked in with a smile, and the first thing he heard was, Nika. In Lin Xian's stunned gaze, he saw a weirdly dressed little girl standing in front of Su Qing's bed. White shirt, white cropped pants, white wig, tied behind was a yellow straw hat, wearing flip-flops. Ah, this outfit? Just as Lin Xian was still immersed in disbelief. At this moment, the other party also noticed Lin Xian who had just entered. She turned around, and in that instant, Lin Xian recognized the other party's identity. Chen Kurson, what are you doing? Why are you dressed like this? Lin Xian was speechless. Just as he was about to speak out, he saw Chen Kurson, who was dressed strangely, suddenly take out a 5-inch drum. The surface of the drum was still inscribed with Drum of Liberation. Then, while giggling with a fake smile, Chen Kurson kept playing the Drum of Liberation with her small hands. Nika 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 Nika's legendary 5-gear Nika Nika machine gun, stepping on Kaido, beating Kizaru, fighting Red Dog. Nika will continue to advance until the enemy is completely driven out. Nika, you big-headed ghost? Speak human language to me. Lin Xian couldn't stand it anymore, and he went up to the smooth forehead of the little girl and gave her a knock on the head. Ah! Ouch, ouch. With just one hit, Chen Kurson was back to her original form, covering her head, squatting on the ground with a grievance. What are you doing? Shouldn't I be asking you that? What are you doing? I played the Drum of Liberation and have become the freest person in the world. You can call me the sun god, Kurson. My Drum of Liberation will resound throughout the entire summer. With that, Lin Xian was immediately silenced. However, he also recognized that Chen Kurson was cosplaying as the protagonist, Luffy, from One Piece, superset of Luffy. So there is a pirate king in this world too. When he was young, Lin Xian's favorite was One Piece, and the most memorable part was the War of the Summit. But as the plot became more and more watered down, and he became busy with work, he gradually stopped watching it. How many episodes of One Piece are out now? Has Luffy become the Pirate King? Episode 1071. When it comes to this, Chen Kurson immediately became interested and chattered non-stop. I believe Luffy will definitely become the Pirate King. Now in the anime, it has already turned into the 5th gear, the Sun God Nika form, and is currently in a big battle with the 4 Emperors Kaido. In the manga version, Luffy has already defeated Kaido and become the new 4 Emperors, currently staying on the Egg Tip Island. Since it had been a long time since she had watched anime, Lin Xian was slightly curious and asked about the plot. Egg Tip Island? What kind of island is that? Luffy has become one of the 4 Emperors? I wonder if with Luffy's current strength, he has a chance of winning in the Summit War. Seeing that Lin Xian did not reject this topic, Chen Kurson was very happy. In the past, when she talked about anime with others, she would almost always be labeled as immature for still watching cartoons at her age. This made her very depressed and upset. Now, finally someone was talking about her favorite One Piece, and she immediately answered every question. Just as the two of them were discussing fervently, no one noticed that Su Qingda, lying motionless on the sickbed, was desperately trembling her little toe on her right foot. On the other side, in the dark consciousness prison, listening to the enthusiastic discussion about anime, Su Qingda was almost driven to madness. Hey! #Oh, you two are really something. My toe is about to break from shaking, and you're still discussing One Piece? Could it be that the arc of my shaking is not big enough, but I'm already trying my best? Damn it! What should I do to make people realize that I am conscious? Kurson, you little brat, you deserve a good beating. When I wake up, I'll make sure to spank your little butt. Not long after Chen Kurson had just arrived, Su Qingda found the opportunity and desperately shook her little toe. And her luck was good. This time, Chen Kursen happened to see it and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god! Finally! I finally succeeded?" Hearing Chen Kursen's exclamation, Su Chinga was first stunned, then extremely happy. She didn't expect that it was just a stroke of luck, but it quickly made Chen Kursen realize that she could move. "Great, Kursen, you're amazing. You're so much better than that careless Lin Xian. You succeeded on your first try. Go tell the others, especially my grandfather." Even though during this time, I haven't heard any bad news from my grandfather, but I also know that he must be the most worried and hardest working one for me. If he knew that I could move, even if it's just a tiny part, it would surely make him happy for a long time. Just as Su Chinga was secretly rejoicing and waiting for Chen Kursen to leave and inform others. "Sister-in-law, your little feet are so charming. Su Chinga? Your tender, snow-white feet. It's like a special gift from heaven, a deliberate design by the creator, a beauty miracle of the human body." Too winky face. I really want to show off in my mouth, swallowing sound? Before Su Chinga could react from her daze, a familiar warmth enveloped her whole body. Such a captivating pair of feet must be well protected. "Oh, Oni-chan, you didn't even bother to tuck in Sister Chinga before leaving. So careless. Look, my dear Sister Chinga, you've got cramps in your toes from being frozen." Su Chinga. Who's got cramps? Do I look like someone with cramps in my toes? I'm sorry, I cannot translate that text. Could it be a problem with the body? Where is the cramp? Let me see what's going on. Seeing Lin Xian's serious look, the little girl also froze. In an instant, she thought of a bad situation and hurried to the bedside, nervously lifting a corner of the blanket, revealing a flawless white jade foot. In the dark consciousness cage, listening to the conversation of the two live treasures, Su Chinga, who had already given up completely, suddenly stirred. Finally found a problem, right? Hula, Su Chinga only felt someone lifting a corner of the blanket, followed by a chill at her feet. Even though she couldn't see, the slight tingling sensation at her feet still made her shudder. That kind of tingling was not the physical pain of being pricked by a needle. It was as if there were two substantial hot gazes, like a scanner, scanning up and down her feet. This real sensation made Su Chinga suddenly feel extremely embarrassed. So embarrassing. Before, she only wanted to be discovered by someone as soon as possible. But now, after calming down, she was terrified again? Could it be that her feet would become a means of communication in the future, like a medium such as a telephone, and everyone would unconsciously stare at her little toes when communicating with her? Just thinking about it makes me feel socially dead. But even if it's embarrassing, this is one of the few best opportunities. I must seize it. At this moment, the conversation of Lin Xian and the others came from her ear. "You might be having a hallucination. Where is the cramp? Oni-chan, you have to believe me. I, the sun god Nikik Koexien, am not someone who talks nonsense." "Then let's squat down and carefully observe from all angles?" I think your suggestion is very reasonable." Su Chinga, winky face. "Ha!" Outside, Lin Xian and the others eagerly stared at the snow-white tenderfoot, their breathing becoming rapid, but perhaps out of conscience. Lin Xian finally resisted the temptation and reluctantly averted his gaze. At the same time, a slap landed on the shining forehead of Chen Kursen, stopping her from further observation. "Hey, what are you doing, ahem? I think this behavior is not in line with the conduct of a gentleman, so I have to stop you." At these words, the little girl immediately became furious, and large veins popped out on her forehead. She put on a straw hat on her little head. Instantly, her silly and cute demeanor changed, and she took a step as if she didn't know anyone, pretending to punch Lin Xian. "How dare you stop the sun god Nika Koexien from stepping into the new world? #hashtag I'll take your life. Rubber machine gun." Seeing the little girl continuously saying "dadada" and waving her little fists, Lin Xian just extended a hand and stopped her in her tracks. "You bully a child, and I'll fight you dada." Frustrated by her short arms, Chen Kursen was in despair and furious. Meanwhile, Lin Xian effortlessly freed up a hand and wanted to cover the half-lifted blanket again. But at that moment, Lin Xian seemed to have a moment of confusion. On the tender white jade foot, there were slender little toes. They were slowly swaying up and down, as if an ancient courtesan was beckoning to him. "Come on, Lord Lin. Look here, look here." Looking at the trembling little toes, Lin Xian couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Could it be that I'm having a hallucination? Not sure, let's take another look." Rubbing his eyes, Lin Xian looked again. Lin Xian took a sharp breath, causing the oxygen content in the room to drop significantly, and this unusual sight instantly caught Chen Kursen's attention. Following Lin Xian's gaze, she discovered the swaying little toes. You see, I didn't lie, did I? Quickly cover yourself with the blanket, Chinga's sister is shivering from the cold.
Chen Kursen's eyes turned red. Suddenly, she felt really guilty.
Chinga's sister was in this state, and she was still thinking about being close to her face.
Shivering? What's shivering? This is a sign of Chinga regaining consciousness.
After all, he had the knowledge of the Danqing Miaoshuo massage method in his mind. He was very clear about the steps for a vegetative person to regain consciousness. It was not an immediate process. The kind of monster that could sleep tonight and run and jump tomorrow only existed in novels. In reality, vegetative people first regain consciousness in certain parts of their body. Then the areas with regained consciousness gradually expand and increase until they can fully control their entire body. That's when it can be considered a true awakening. It's just that because everyone's physical condition is different, the parts where consciousness is regained first are different.
I didn't expect that.
The place where Chinga first regained consciousness is
her little toe? No way? Could it be that she had already regained consciousness a long time ago, and I just didn't notice?
Looking at the stubborn and lonely wiggling little toe, Lin Xian felt regretful.
If only I had been more careful before. I really don't know when Chinga regained consciousness. She must be very anxious and worried too. I'm sorry.
Chinga, it's my fault for not being careful enough to notice that you had already regained consciousness.
It's okay, Lin Xian, you don't need to apologize. It's not your fault. And I only regained consciousness recently, so it's normal that you didn't notice.
Hearing Lin Xian's self-blame, Su Chinga comforted him in her heart. But she also knew that Lin Xian couldn't hear this silent communication, so she could only sigh silently in her heart.
Wow, is it true? Are you saying that? Chinga's sister has regained consciousness? Is she conscious now? Can she hear us talking and perceive the outside world?
Seeing Lin Xian nod, Chen Kursen still expressed doubt, so she decided to do a test herself. The little girl squatted in front of Su Chinga's foot, cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone, and shouted loudly, "Billy Billy!
Little toe, please respond, over. Little toe, if I call you, will you respond? Oh, why no response?"
Seeing that the little toe didn't move, Chen Kursen looked puzzled and suspicious, and turned her questioning gaze to Lin Xian.
What are you doing? Who asks like that?
If it were me, I would be embarrassed to come out if my entire foot regained consciousness.
That's right.
Kursen, if my entire foot regained consciousness now, I would probably be embarrassed to come out of the room.
Chinga, if you are conscious and can hear me, then move twice in a row. Okay. Su Chinga didn't hesitate and focused her senses on her foot. Soon, to the surprised gazes of Lin Xian and the others, the little toe playfully moved twice. Yay! Chinga's sister has really started to regain consciousness? Chinga's sister, wait for me. I'll go get Lao Deng to come and diagnose you. Let's see how long it will take for you to wake up. After saying that, the little girl put on her straw hat, clack in her flip-flops, and excitedly ran out of the room. In the room, silence returned once again. Chinga.
Looking at the motionless girl on the sickbed, Lin Xian called out. But suddenly, he felt a bit tongue-tied, and didn't know how to continue. In the end, he sighed out of habit. Although he also knew that Su Chinga had consciousness, the girl still didn't move at all. Lin Xian always felt relaxed and at ease psychologically. It was like facing a completely helpless vegetable person. He was in a dominant position, able to do whatever he wanted, looking down from a high position. And now, Su Chinga has begun to show signs of recovery and is likely to wake up completely soon. Contacting the other party again, Lin Xian felt somewhat restrained. After all, before Su Chinga fell into a coma, there was almost no interaction with the previous owner. The most frequent interaction between the two was during this period of vegetative state. But, actually, it's not really an interaction. It's completely one-sided output from me. Now I don't know if my efforts during this time have touched Su Chinga, who is about to wake up. Otherwise, if the other party wakes up and refuses to be close to me, or even asks me to leave, it's over. In the quiet room, Lin Xian's mouth curved into a slight bitter smile. Because he never received any feedback. No matter what he did, whether it was singing, massaging, telling jokes, Su Chinga always slept silently like Sleeping Beauty. So even though Lin Xian was confident, he didn't dare to guarantee 100% that he had completely figured out Su Chinga's thoughts. People are fickle. Especially a woman's heart. It's like finding a needle in the sea. Before Su Chinga truly woke up, everything was full of unknowns. And just as Lin Xian was lost in thought, in the dark consciousness cage, Su Chinga was puzzled. Why did Lin Xian call her name and then say nothing else? What's wrong with him? Why isn't he speaking? If it were before, he should have held my hand by now and chatted with me about everything. Why didn't it happen this time? And just now, he seemed to have sighed. Why the sigh? Why? After knowing that I am conscious and have hope of waking up,
Did he still sigh? Could it be? Lin Shen doesn't want me to wake up? Su Qingga's heart trembled. Because of an unintentional action by Lin Xian, an incredible thought emerged in her mind. The originally extremely joyful emotions plummeted at this moment. Su Qingga inexplicably felt a blockage in her chest. Did my waking up make him unhappy? Has Lin Xian grown tired of me? After all, facing a motionless living dead person every day, anyone would get tired and disgusted, right? But shouldn't he be more eager for me to wake up? I can't understand, I really can't understand. After waking up, can we still be close to each other like now? Su Qingga's mind was in chaos and extremely complicated. She even had a feeling of not wanting to wake up so soon, to avoid quickly breaking the current silent bond between the two. This kind of feeling was unprecedented. After all, as a vegetable person, she was in extreme pain, praying for waking up at all times. Now that hope was right in front of her, she had the idea of delaying waking up because of the worry about some unknown change. But just as this thought arose, the appearance and laughter of her family suddenly flashed in Su Qingga's mind. Dad, Mom, Brother. With the smiling faces of her loved ones, they kept appearing in front of her like a revolving lantern. Su Qingga regained her determination once again, no longer feeling lost. This is good. If Lin Xian really dislikes me, that's even better. In that case, after waking up, I can also quickly sever this relationship. We were never meant to be together, destined to not live in harmony. Love is too extravagant for me. It's better to never have started at all, than to bring each other pain in the future. Such enlightenment. I made up my mind 5 years ago, didn't I? At this moment, Su Qingga no longer hesitated, and the waves of emotions that had arisen in her heart because of Lin Xian gradually subsided. Just then, Lin Xian's voice came, instantly stirring her heartstrings. But at this moment, Su Qingga had already made up her mind to abandon her romantic thoughts and immediately suppressed the palpitations. Humph. Men? Not needed. They will only affect the speed of my revenge, right? Qingga, I guess the person you most want to share the good news with right now is your grandfather, right? Yes, my grandfather. Let me tell my grandfather first, he will definitely be very happy. Suddenly, Su Qingga's attention was drawn again, urging herself in her heart. If you want me to inform your grandfather, then move a little. If not, move twice. Lin Xian's gentle voice came again. At the same time, Su Qingga felt a chill slowly emerging from her feet. Obviously, Lin Xian had lifted the corner of the blanket and was looking at her feet, waiting for her reaction. Thinking of this, Su Qingga instinctively felt a sense of social death and embarrassment. Oh, asterisk forward slash 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 asterisk. Q. This Lin Xian, he doesn't give any mental preparation. Doesn't he know that a girl's feet shouldn't be looked at casually? This is a forbidden zone for men, a private area. But at the thought of her grandfather, she still endured the feeling of shame and moved her toes. I understand, Qingga. Leave it to me. Lin Xian was not surprised by this result. He took out his phone and called Su Xingtian. On the other side, Su Qingga realized that she was being seduced by Lin Xian again. Under rational control, she began to recite in her heart. Amit Ba. Great Compassion Mantra. Namo Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. Infinite Heavenly Venerable. Men are as fierce as tigers. Men are all red-faced skeletons. Soon, Su Qingga once again had a clear mind, as if entering a sage's time, officially resigning from delivering takeout and writing full-time. In this way, she could write more words every day. Otherwise, writing and posting in the middle of the night, I would only know the plot an hour earlier than you, sooner or later I would have to kneel. Comment. The unit price of the beauty group is really low. And there are many competitors this year, including many female knights. Life is not easy, take care of yourselves. Good night, blessings. Half an hour later, under the forceful pull of Chen Kursen, the renowned Dr. Deng arrived late. After careful diagnosis, he concluded that Su Qingga's recovery was good, and she would definitely wake up in at least half a month, or at most several months. Mr. Lin, your massage technique is extraordinary. Truly, there are people beyond people, and wonders beyond wonders. I admire it. After the consultation, Deng looked at Lin Xian with astonishment. Based on his medical judgment, the girl from the Su family should have been lying in bed asleep for the rest of her life. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian, with his miraculous massage technique, actually created a medical miracle? It's just a stroke of luck. Please keep the matter of the massage technique confidential, Lin Xian said. Once someone becomes a vegetable, it's almost like a death sentence. If it were known that Lin Xian had awakened Su Qingga with his miraculous massage technique, it would undoubtedly cause some trouble. In order to comfortably lie down and relax, Lin Xian chose to cut off this trouble at the source. Confidential?
Alright, I understand, Deng said, puzzled but still nodding in agreement. Beside him, the beautiful housekeeper Lu Wan's eyes shimmered with tears, feeling happy for her young lady. She had been prepared to take care of the other party for the rest of her life. Unexpectedly, there was a turn of events. Su Qingge actually had the possibility of waking up. This makes her truly grateful to Lin Xian, who brought this hope from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, Luan truly approved of this future brother-in-law. He must be a good match for her Mr. Lin, really. Thank you so much. Sister Lu, don't be like this. This is what I should do. Seeing Luan suddenly with red eyes, he bowed 90 degrees to himself. Lin Xian was first stunned, then smiled and waved his hand. Is Sister Qingge going to wake up? Yay / amazed face, /. Finally, I can openly stick to my wife's sister again. The most excited at this moment is Chun Kurson. She grabbed her twin ponytails and ran around the room choo-choo-choo like a crazy train. Lin Xian, this little devil. Ambitious, huh? If anyone is going to stick, it should be me. Where do you come in? After a while, Lin Xian, citing the need for Qingge to rest quietly, tactfully left one by one. Even Chen Kurson, who was unwilling, was forcibly dragged away by Uncle Deng. The room returned to quiet again. Lin Xian silently got into bed, embraced Su Qingge, and began today's rehabilitation massage. He felt the warmth and softness in his arms, feeling complicated. If it were before, Lin Xian would have been looking forward to Su Qingge waking up. But now, as the signs of Su's awakening appeared, he had some concerns. As for the description of Su Qingge's plot, apart from a few words during her coma, the rest revolved around the cold and ruthless, unsmiling, decisive and strong-willed ice-cold female president. Lin Xian was also not sure whether his recent behavior could change the other party's original character. If not, with Su Qingge's cold and aloof personality, she would probably give him a large sum of money, let him leave, or let him fend for himself and the Su family. Anyway, sticking is impossible. Headache. The most suitable for me to harvest points in the plot is Su Qingge. Even if it's not for the sake of sticking points, Su Qingge, who he has taken care of for half a month, still has some affection for Lin Xian. If possible, he really didn't want to change, and even had some selfish thoughts in his heart. Maybe the other party has been a vegetable all along. That's not bad either. But this thought quickly passed. After spending half a month together, knowing that Su Qingge was trapped in a cage of consciousness, suffering and helpless, Lin Xian really couldn't remain indifferent. However, maybe I'm worrying too much. Maybe when Su Qingge wakes up and sees my handsome face, she'll fall in love with me directly and crazily hug me and shout, "Husband, stick to me," is also possible. Thinking like this, Lin Xian felt much better, although he also knew the possibility was slim. Ah, so annoying. In the dark cage of consciousness, Su Qingge, who was enjoying the massage, suddenly shifted her attention back upon hearing Lin Xian sigh. What's wrong with Lin Xian? Why is he sighing again? He never had this kind of situation when he helped me with the massage before, right? Is he really starting to get tired of me? Starting to hate taking care of me, this useless person who can't move? Lin Xian's sigh once again plunged Su Qingge into groundless speculation. Even though she had already decided to get rid of her love brain, her emotions were inevitably affected by the twists and turns. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice came again in her ear. Ah, Qingge, I have a question for you. After you wake up, you won't kick me, will you? Do you hate me now? After all, you have androphobia. Is it uncomfortable for you when I get close to you? I've thought about it. If you wake up and kick me out of the Su family, I'll have nowhere to go, so I can only go to the rooftop to catch some wind. The wind on the rooftop must be very strong. Come on. If you dislike me, wiggle your toes twice. If you don't, just once. Ah. What? Lin Xian's distress is actually because of this. The unexpected development left Su Qingge's mind in turmoil. So, Lin Xian doesn't dislike me? He cares about me? He's conflicted about whether I dislike him. He's worried that I might be uncomfortable. He's concerned that I might kick him out. He's worried about the strong wind on the rooftop. Something seems off. Why worry about the strong wind? No. I should ask why he wants to go to the rooftop after being kicked out. It can't be just to simply catch some wind. Could it be that he wants to? At this point, Su Qingge felt a pang of confusion and unease. She never expected Lin Xian's feelings for her to be so deep. But ironically, Su Qingge's original decision was to separate from Lin Xian after waking up, right? Is he planning to go to the rooftop to seek death on the same day? Oh, please don't. Just as Su Qingge was caught in a dilemma, Lin Xian, seeing her toes still unmoving, felt a pang in his heart and complained, seriously, Qingge, how much do you dislike me? You won't even move once. No, don't misunderstand. Please don't go to the rooftop. Regardless of our future, I'm sure I don't dislike you. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Su Qingge finally reacted, anxiously wiggling her toes. Outside, seeing the delicate toes move, Lin Xian couldn't help but smirk mischievously. Indeed, I still have charm. The efforts I've put in recently haven't been in vain. Even if Qingge hasn't fallen for me, she still has some affection. Just as Lin Xian was marveling at his own charm, he caught sight of the toes moving again. Omega! In an instant, a look of disbelief flashed across Lin Xian's face. Before he could snap out of his daze, the toes moved again. Omega! Then, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. Watching the toes twitching uncontrollably, Lin Xian's face froze in disbelief. Qingge, so you really dislike me that much? Wiggling twice isn't enough, you have to wiggle hundreds of times to show determination. At this moment, if Lin Xian had the superpower of mind reading, he would surely hear the screams of the girl in his arms. No, Lin Xian, don't misunderstand. Help! Damn it, I can't control it. It seems that I've moved too many times today, and now I really have a cramp. Su's group headquarters. Chairman, I've drafted the contract you requested. Would you like to review it first? Knock knock knock. After the knocking, there was no response from inside the room. Just as Lawyer Who frowned, suspecting that the chairman was in some kind of trouble and preparing to enter directly. Come in. Hearing the chairman's voice, Lawyer Who breathed a sigh of relief and entered the room. As soon as he entered, he noticed Chairman Su, with white hair, sitting at the desk, with redness around his eyes. Ha! Did the chairman just cry? Is that why he didn't respond for so long? Lawyer Who was puzzled. However, his expression remained unchanged as he handed the share transfer contract to Su Xingtian, and began to report, Chairman, thanks to the 3.5 billion. Mr. Zhao's penalty has been paid, and all the various troubles from before have been mostly resolved with the help of money. Now the company is thriving, and the funds are very abundant. I suggest we can invest further and expand some projects, maybe the company can reach new heights. Despite Lawyer Who's enthusiastic words, Mr. Su remained unresponsive. He simply put on his reading glasses and carefully reviewed the contract. As for the investment and expansion, you can discuss it with your new boss when he takes office. Once he agrees, then you can proceed. After reviewing the contract and finding no issues, Mr. Su nodded in satisfaction, picked up the pen on the table, and solemnly signed his name. Next, all he needed to do was hand the contract to Mr. Lin, and once he signed it, the share transfer contract would be fully effective. Chairman, aren't you reconsidering? You don't have to rush. In a few years, transferring the shares to Mr. Lin will be the same. Seeing Mr. Su's determination, Lawyer Who couldn't help but speak up. Having followed the old man for so long, he still felt reluctant to see this kind and gentle old boss retire and follow a young upstart. Haha, little Who. Maybe I won't be around in a year, let alone a few years. Cough. Mr. Su, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, laughed heartily, covering his mouth as he coughed a few times. When he removed his hand, there were faint traces of blood on his palm. But the old man paid no attention to it and said calmly, I'm old, I belong to the remnants of the old era. The new era has no place for my company. This world belongs to the young. Birth, old age, sickness, and death, the cycle of the old and new, is the unchanging law of the world. Now my granddaughter has hope of waking up. As long as I can see the day she wakes up, then I will have no regrets. Mr. Su laughed heartily, tears of old age gathering in his eyes. He had just received news from home that his unfortunate granddaughter had regained some consciousness. Mr. Deng even asserted that she would wake up soon. How could Mr. Su not laugh heartily at this news? And the person who brought all this hope was none other than Mr. Lin, who was initially underestimated. Who would have thought that the person he had turned to in desperation would turn out to be the greatest savior of the Su family and his granddaughter? Just these shares. I still feel it's not enough to repay Xiaoshuan's kindness. My Su family owes him too much. Listening to Mr. Su's rambling, Lawyer Who finally understood roughly, knowing that Mr. Su's intentions would not change. Seeing the other party frown and sigh, and in order to please the future boss, he spoke up, Chairman, there's no need for this. You have raised the most beautiful and outstanding Miss Qingge in the Magic City, which is enough for Mr. Lin to be grateful to you. If you feel it's not enough, then wait for Miss Qingge to wake up and help Mr. Lin build a football team. I'm sure Mr. Lin will be grateful to you. A football team? Mr. Su didn't initially react. When he realized it, he couldn't help but smile wryly and point at Lawyer Who was chuckling. But what you said makes sense. While I still have the strength to hold my grandchild, I really should urge them after Qingge wakes up. But a football team is too far-fetched. Let's start with a mahjong table. And the rest will come slowly, more children, more blessings. Amidst laughter and conversation, lawyer who got up to take his leave and reported one last thing.
Oh, Chairman, I forgot to mention.
The Lin Group's official website just released the latest news. They will hold a press conference tomorrow.
A press conference?
Oh, it should be about the announcement of the beauty cream product. After all, Lin Jianjun definitely needs a large amount of capital to recover from the loss of 3.5 billion. Lin Jianjun. To drive such an outstanding son like Xiao Xian out of the house, this will be the decision you regret for the rest of your life.
You just enjoy the last happy moments. After all, what comes next is a nightmare. Megalopolis, police station.
The 3-day sentence has been served. Lin Hao, who has been released, hurriedly ran out of the gate with his exhausted body.
He never wants to come back to this ghostly place.
As soon as he stepped out of the gate, the fresh air hit him.
Phew! Lin Hao took a deep breath, a look of enjoyment on his face.
The taste of freedom, so good and fragrant. As Lin Hao regained his composure and looked around at the gate, he didn't see his own Lamborghini. Not far away, there was only a shabby van parked.
Damn it! Why haven't my parents come to pick me up?
Lin Hao frowned unhappily. He had been through a lot these past few days. Now he just wanted to hurry back to his villa, take a refreshing shower, and get some sleep. Beep beep beep. At this moment, the van slowly approached, honking at him continuously. This made Lin Hao very impatient. He despised nothing more than these poor people driving around in beat-up cars. Just as he was about to turn around and curse, Lin Hao suddenly saw his father sitting in the driver's seat. He was startled. Instantly, he restrained his fierce expression and put on a harmless and weak scholarly look, running towards the van in confusion.
Dad! Mom! Are you here to pick me up? Why are you driving a van? Where's our Lamborghini?
After greeting Lin Jianjun, Lin Hao asked in confusion.
As soon as these words came out, Lin Jianjun's temper flared up. Do you still have the face to say? If it weren't for you,
now your mom and I wouldn't have to endure riding in this kind of shabby car. On the side, Bai Yuelan quickly stepped forward to soothe Lin Jianjun's emotions. Then she explained the whole story to Lin Hao. Upon hearing that Lin Xian had to leave because of him, costing the Lin family an additional 500 million, and that the Lin family was now at the end of their rope, Lin Hao suddenly understood the reason for Lin Jianjun's outburst. He felt guilty and, with a thud, knelt in front of Lin Jianjun, tears streaming down his face.
I'm sorry, Dad. It's all my fault. I was confused. Sob. He didn't mention the fact that Lin Xian had framed him. After all, he had already spent 3 days in prison, and now it was meaningless to defend himself. If his parents found out the truth and went to confront Lin Xian, leading to the exposure of the recording, he would end up worse off. Fortunately, based on his understanding of Lin Jianjun,
as long as he shed a few tears, the other party would surely forgive him.
All right, get up. Why are you kneeling in the middle of the street? If people see, they'll think I'm abusing you. Come on, let's go back first.
Watching Lin Hao, who was holding onto his pant leg, crying and wailing, Lin Jianjun softened his tone, indicating that he had forgiven him, and got into the van to leave. He only had this one son left, the other one was already useless. So Lin Jianjun couldn't be bothered to dwell on what kind of person Lin Hao was in private. As long as he behaved well in front of him, that was enough.
Thank you, Dad. Mom, let's get in the car.
Seeing that his plan worked as usual, Lin Hao proudly got up, took his mother's hand, and got into the car. After the three of them were in the car, Lin Jianjun stepped on the gas.
The van creaked and started moving.
The extremely poor experience made Lin Jianjun and the others in the car frown. But there was nothing they could do but endure it. In the back seat of the van, Bai Yuelan caressed her son's visibly haggard face, feeling sorry for him.
You've lost weight these past few days. Hey, why are you so naughty and harassing others?
But hey, you've really grown up, and you're interested in women now. If you want a woman, tell mommy, and mommy will help you get into bed. Bai Yuelan indulgently flicked Lin Hao's head, as a punishment for his misbehavior this time. She originally thought her precious son was being framed, but Lin Hao himself admitted to the harassment behavior, so it must be true.
However, Bai Yuelan didn't think there was anything wrong with it.
Instead, she felt relieved that her son knew how to actively touch women.
It's true, people are attracted to beauty and sex. A graceful lady, a gentleman's ideal partner.
Any woman who catches the eye of her little hare is truly lucky.
And the Su family, too. How could that vegetable get Hare's favor? This is her lifelong glory. Besides my little hare, who would be interested in a living dead person who can't take care of themselves? Not being grateful is one thing, and to report to the police for such a small matter. Don't they know how much impact this has on Hare's reputation?
Thinking about this matter in advance, Bai Yuelan's face turned red with anger. Especially the title of Lin Hao as a harasser was spreading like wildfire in the city. How will her precious son marry those noble women in the future? As the person involved, Lin Hao obviously realized the consequences and sighed helplessly. He was ambitious and wanted to use his handsome face to pursue the daughters of those top families, to achieve a social climb. But now his reputation is ruined. For those noble families who care about this, his path to social climb has been cut off. Ruining someone's future is like killing one's wife and insulting one's mother. At this moment, Lin Hao is filled with unprecedented hatred for Lin Xian, who has ruined his future. Fortunately, thinking that Lin Xian will spend his whole life with a vegetable, dragging him down, Lin Hao's heart feels a little more balanced. Sigh. Actually, at that time, I knelt down and apologized to my brother. And I promised not to do it again next time. But my brother said that in order to retaliate against Dad's favoritism, he must send me to the police station. What? Hearing Lin Hao's words, Lin Jianjun, who was driving, suddenly felt his blood pressure skyrocket. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would do this for such a ridiculous reason, wanting to ruin Lin Hao's life. Xiao Hao, you knelt down, and that beast still won't let you go? Yeah, but it's not my brother's fault. It's all my fault. I was confused. I let Dad and Mom down. Saying this, Lin Hao's tears flowed like rain. Seeing this, Lin Jianjun felt even more angry at Lin Xian, who showed no mercy. That beast. Doesn't he know the saying that brothers are like limbs, and women are like clothes? He actually sent his own brother to the police station for a piece of clothing. He's simply not human. Lin Jianjun shook his head bitterly. He felt that it was his own fault for not teaching his son properly, which led to the tragic situation of the brothers fighting each other. It made Lin Xian become someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong, especially that unfilial son. He dares to say he's biased? Just like his mother, saying he's biased? Where is he biased? When he and Yuelan were in love, they were overjoyed to have their son Lin Hao. They happily returned to the Lin family with mother and son, but in the end, they were all driven out by that wicked woman. You have to know, at that time, Lin Hao was only 3 years old. 3 years old. Such a young child, that woman was so cold-blooded and ruthless, without a shred of mercy. She even dared to cry in front of him, pretending to be pitiful. She even cursed him as a scumbag, loving the wrong person. When all he wanted was to find her a sister to share the household chores and give little Lin Xian a playmate. What did I do wrong? Kindness is taken for granted. Lin Jianjun doesn't understand why the woman's reaction is so strong? He really doesn't understand? Rich men have 3 or 4 concubines, isn't that normal? Compared to that, he just wants to give 2 women a home at the same time. What's wrong with that? 10 minutes later, Lin's group headquarters. A van creaked to a stop in front of a tall building. Dad, didn't we go back to the villa? Why are we at the company? Getting out of the car, Lin Hao looked puzzled. He was about to ask something when he saw Lin Jianjun's face quickly darken, and he stopped talking. At the same time, he remembered the previous talk of selling off the family property. If nothing unexpected happened, the luxurious villa at home was definitely on the list of properties to be sold. Villa? Humph, you still want to live in the villa? Thinking of the loss of 5 billion, Lin Jianjun felt a surge of anger. But seeing Lin Hao looking pitifully at him, he couldn't bring himself to blame him further. With a cold snort, he led the way forward. This old guy. When you can't move, I will definitely pull out your oxygen tube. Suppressing the feeling of being wronged, Lin Hao followed along with his mother. Soon, they arrived at the employee dormitory in the company. This was where some senior staff rested during normal times, but now, under Lin Jianjun's early notice, it was empty. Opening the door to the room, Lin Jianjun frowned and pushed the door open first. For the next period of time, we can only temporarily live here. With no money at all, the 3 of them couldn't even afford to stay in a hotel. Helplessly, they had to move into the employee dormitory in the company, making do for a while, which was better than being homeless. But looking at the small, poor environment in front of them, the 3 of them all had a change in expression. 2 rooms and a living room. No air conditioning, washing machine, or any other furniture. There was only 1 toilet, and it was an old, dirty squat toilet. This living environment might be acceptable for ordinary people, but for the 3 who had enjoyed a luxurious and exquisite villa, it was like falling from heaven to hell. At this moment, the disgust and disdain in the eyes of the 3 seemed to overflow into substance. But now, they could only endure their disgust and first move their luggage into the room. After a brief busyness, Lin Jianjun sat on the hard sofa in the center of the hall, sweating profusely. He looked around the oppressive and uncomfortable environment and felt uneasy everywhere. If he hadn't fallen out with Lin Xian in the first place, perhaps
he would still be enjoying wine in the villa, enjoying life. How could he have fallen to
living in this broken house without even air conditioning, a place where even dogs wouldn't want to live? At this moment, Lin Jianjun felt regret for the first time. He felt that after deceiving Lin Xian for his shares, he should have kicked him out of the house instead of falling out with Lin Xian in a hurry for the sake of Lin Hao and his mother, leading to the inhumane treatment they were receiving now. Thinking of this, Lin Jianjun looked at Lin Hao not far away with a hint of annoyance and dissatisfaction. And this subtle expression was noticed by Bai Yuelan in another direction. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Then her emotions quickly brewed, her eyes turned red in an instant, and she wiped away her tears.
The room was so small that any movement could attract everyone's attention. Yuelan? Why are you suddenly crying? Don't cry.
Lin Jianjun noticed his wife's strangeness and quickly got up to comfort her, holding her gently in his arms. After all, Bai Yuelan was his young love, and he still doted on her very much.
Honey, I feel sorry for you. Sobbing, because of me and Howard, you have to live in this small house.
If it weren't for our mother and son, maybe Xiao Xian wouldn't have fallen out with you, and you wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state today, sobbing non-stop.
Otherwise, I'll take Xiaohao and leave. We'll go apologize to Xiao Xian.
As long as he can let go of the past, our mother and son can be fine in any way.
If only we hadn't entered the Lin family back then, you wouldn't have been implicated by us. Sob. Sob.
Leaning on Lin Jianjun's shoulder, Bai Yuelan cried helplessly. Seeing her so fragile, Lin Jianjun almost couldn't bear it, but before he could speak to comfort her, Lin Hao, not far away, suddenly rushed forward with red eyes and knelt in front of Lin Jianjun, crying, "Daddy, Howard is unfilial. I'm afraid I can't take care of you in your old age. I'll go beg Lin Xian brother now, as long as he's willing to return to the Lin family, willing to restore the father-son relationship with you.
Then I can pay any price, even if Lin Xian brother wants my life, it doesn't matter." Bang! Bang! Bang!
After Lin Hao finished speaking, he resolutely knocked his head, as if bidding farewell to this touching father-son relationship. With several heavy knocks in a row, his forehead was bleeding, looking very miserable. My dear Bai Yuelan was really heartbroken, shouting loudly. Witnessing the determination of the mother and son to sacrifice everything for themselves, Lin Jianjun was deeply shocked. At the same time, he felt deeply guilty, ashamed, and regretful for his recent thoughts. In comparison, his wife and son were truly great.
Lin Jianjun's nose tingled.
Under extreme self-reproach, 2 lines of hot tears of guilt slowly slid from his eyes. At this moment, his heart was extremely warm, filled with the taste of being enveloped by deep affection. I, Lin Jianjun, am so blessed to have a wife and son like this in my life. At this moment, Bai Yuelan happened to look up and was startled to see the 2 lines of tears on Lin Jianjun's face.
Honey, are you okay? Why are you crying blood? Don't scare me, okay?
Hearing this, Lin Jianjun wiped the blood and tears from his cheeks, unconcerned.
Hematidrosis.
This was a strange disease he had suffered from since childhood. When his emotions were extremely turbulent, his eyes or nose would uncontrollably bleed, and doctors were helpless about it.
But fortunately, it wasn't a big problem.
As long as he drank more pig's blood, dog's blood, chicken and duck blood, and replenished the lost blood, it would be fine.
It was reasonable and well-founded, not fabricated or fictitious. It's nothing. I've just been a little hot-headed recently. Alright, stop crying, I can't bear for you and Howard to leave. And you, Howard, get up. My good son, Dad is still waiting for you to take care of me in my old age. Don't ever talk about leaving again in the future. As for apologizing to that unfilial son, does that beast even deserve it? With this little episode, when Lin Xian was mentioned again, Lin Jianjun's regret was completely gone, leaving only deep anger and hatred. That beast, worse than a pig or a dog, was extremely rebellious. How could he come into this world without his own sperm? Based on this favor of giving birth, shouldn't he voluntarily kneel down and apologize, unconditionally transfer 30% of the shares to his name as a reward? And that damn short-lived mother of his, she actually chose to leave the shares to the rebellious son instead of leaving them to his father. Otherwise, how could he be so passive now? Indeed, that bitch didn't love me at all. Lin's Group, Employee Dormitory. The press conference is scheduled for tomorrow. Once the beauty cream is launched, the Lin family will definitely experience a real breakthrough. As long as we can seize this opportunity, we will surely rise to the top and achieve great success. At that time, that rebellious son will be dumbfounded in minutes, regretting transferring the shares to me. Ha ha ha.
In the room, Lin Jianjun's laughter echoed. Hearing these words, Lin Hao and his mother looked at each other, both seeing the excitement in each other's eyes.
Finally, the bitter days are about to turn sweet, right?
It wasn't in vain for them to put in so much effort. As long as the Lin family rises to the top-tier families, they will truly be the elite, enjoying the envy of the masses. But it's going to be tough for you and your mother for a while, living in this kind of place. Holding Bai Yuelan's hand, painted with red nail polish, Lin Jianjun felt extremely distressed.
What are you saying? Bai Yuelan looked shy, holding Lin Jianjun's big hand in return, fingers intertwined. We are a family. As long as the three of us are together, wherever we are, that's home. Yes, we three will always be together. We are the happiest family in the world. Looking at his beloved wife, Lin Jianjun's eyes were filled with love, with a hint of emotional tears gathering. Oh daddy, mommy, stop being so lovey-dovey, it's making me cringe. I'm still a pure boy hearing this. Bai Yuelan turned her head impatiently, glaring at Lin Hao with indulgence. You, always ruining the good atmosphere. Ha ha. But daddy is right. We are a family, the happiest family. Lin Hao stuck out his tongue, covering his mouth with his hand, laughing mischievously. Lumbering? Yes, little Hao is right. We are lumbering, forever loving and caring lumbering. Lin Jianjun, who couldn't read a single word in English, spoke in broken English, making Lin Hao and his mother burst into laughter. At this moment, in the simple employee dormitory, there was a warm and harmonious atmosphere of family laughter, portraying a picture of a happy and complete family. In the following time, the family started to tidy up the room, have dinner, try on evening gowns, and go to bed. A night of silence. The next day, in the employee dormitory, Lin Jianjun and his family woke up early with dark circles under their eyes. Accustomed to the luxurious villa, they couldn't sleep in the cramped little room last night. But even after a sleepless night, the three of them were still full of energy and looked radiant. After so many setbacks, today is finally the time for a turnaround. The special water line reappears. At the scene of the press conference, people were coming and going, and heads were turning in all directions. Major news media reporters came in droves, carrying cameras and wandering around, waiting for the official start of the press conference. Backstage. Daddy, I'm a little nervous. This kind of large press conference, it's my first time attending. This will be on TV. I'm really afraid of embarrassing you. Lin Hao, dressed in a white suit with white leather shoes and gold-rimmed glasses, looked both nervous and excited at the moment. Yes, honey, asterisk. Oh, I'm a little scared too. Beside Lin Hao, Bai Yuelan, dressed in a black evening gown with a gold necklace around her neck, looked like a wealthy woman. She was also feeling nervous. She had been waiting for this day for a long time, ever since that woman didn't die, and since she entered the Lin family 3 years ago. But in the eyes of outsiders, she was still insignificant, unable to hold her head up high in the city. Fortunately, after today, everyone will know that she, Bai Yuelan, is the lady of the Lin family, the future mistress of a top-tier family. Ha ha ha. You guys, relax. I've got everything under control. You just need to show your faces. I not only want to announce the matter of the beauty cream to the outside world today, but also want to clear your mother and son's name. From now on, the entire upper echelon of the Magic City will know both of you, and know that you are my Lin Jianjun's wife and son, and no one will dare to look down on you again. Seeing the worry of Lin Hao and his mother, Lin Jianjun, with a big back-combed hairstyle and dressed in a black suit, was full of confidence and waved his hand vigorously. He felt like a king showing his dominance. He was full of confidence for the long-awaited day of the Lin family's rise. The only thing that made him feel inadequate was his own financial constraints. Whether it was the black suit on him or the luxurious dresses on Lin Hao and his mother, they were all rented with borrowed money. He even almost got refused by a taxi in the morning because he couldn't come up with the fare. These embarrassing behaviors made Lin Jianjun resent a certain unfilial son even more. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was not being a good son, perhaps the most important day of his life could have been perfect. Humph, just you wait. Then you will regret it. I will lead the Lin family step by step to the top. And you will live with regret and remorse for the rest of your life. Just thinking about the look of regret and pain on Lin Xian's face when he learned about the rise of the Lin family, Lin Jianjun couldn't help but bring up a wicked smile. At this time, the news conference held by the Lin family also attracted the attention of many prominent families in the Magic City. Among them, the Bai family's living room. Bai Jinglong and his family of 6 were all present, anxiously waiting for the start of the press conference through the live broadcast on the big screen. I hope the Lin family can turn the tide this time and regain their glory. If he can rise to the top with the beauty cream, then our Bai family will benefit greatly from it. At the forefront, the head of the family, Bai Jinglong, was breathing heavily, witnessing this historic moment. He seemed to have already seen the scene of his own family rapidly rising by sucking the other party's blood after the rise of the Lin family. Sitting beside him was Bai Su, nestled in her mother's arms, blinking her big eyes, eagerly watching the live broadcast. Uncle, Aunt seems to be announcing a major event? Did Lin Xian brother hear about the news conference that Uncle held today? I should tell him. After all, Uncle is his father. Even if Lin Xian brother doesn't say it, he must be concerned in his heart. Thinking like this, Bai Susu took out the latest pure white Xiaomi phone and found the contact for gentle big brother in her WeChat contacts, and shared the live broadcast with him. The Lin family will slowly suffer, and the ending will be very tragic, rest assured. There will be one more chapter, writing now. You should go to bed early. I will come out even if I die, wake up and read it tomorrow. Yesterday was Thursday, and the manuscript fee came out last month. It's a bit tough. The Su family. In a familiar girl's room. On a certain blue star, humans and monsters were originally living in harmony. But one day, a demon named Dijia suddenly appeared. He bullied the weak and tried to destroy humanity. Countless monsters fought bravely to protect humanity, but were all killed by the demon Dijia in the end. Finally, the hero Jia Tan Jia appeared. He defeated Dijia and was ready to purify the world with eternal darkness. But the demon Dijia appeared again. He forcibly swallowed all the light of humanity in the world. With one move, he cruelly killed the hero Jia Tan Jia, and the world mourned. After the massage and rehabilitation, Lin Xian obtained the consent of the young girl and hugged her from behind, telling her a fairy tale. This story. Why does it seem a bit different from the version I heard? After listening to the story told by Lin Xian, Su Qingge felt that something was not quite right. Was the protagonist's position in the story reversed? Ding dong! At this moment, a mobile phone notification sounded in the room. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, and curiously opened the message on his phone. Ha! By Susu. Why is she contacting me? Ha! This name. Is that girl who came over that day? Why is she contacting Lin Xian? Hearing a girl contacting Lin Xian, Su Qingge instinctively felt a shock and listened intently. TSK. I almost forgot, today is the day of Lin Jianjun's press conference. After Lin Xian opened the message, he saw the live broadcast shared by Bai Susu. He grinned and casually clicked to open it. At the press conference. Click click. The sound of numerous cameras taking photos filled the air. Reporters from various major news media in the city were shouldering cameras, interviewing the three people on the stage. Chairman Lin, what is the purpose of today's press conference? Chairman Lin, it is said that you have kicked your eldest son out of the house. Is this true? Chairman Lin, there are rumors that in order to buy back 30% of the shares from your son, you sold your car, bought a house, and even borrowed money. Is this true? Faced with the reporter's barrage of questions, Lin Haomu and his son felt overwhelmed. If it were them, they would probably be at a loss for words and unable to answer. Fortunately, Lin Jianjun, aside from other aspects, after all, he had been the president of a prestigious family for many years, and dealing with such a small scene seemed effortless. Dear journalist friends, please calm down first. I know you are in a hurry, but please don't be in a hurry. Listen to me slowly. Lin Jianjun, with a big backcombed hairstyle, seemed to enjoy this moment of being in the spotlight. He looked confident and raised his hand to the air. Soon, the press conference venue quieted down a lot. First of all, I did indeed reclaim 30% of the shares from my rebellious son Lin Xian, in addition to my original 25%. Now, I have completely gained control of the Lin Group. I promise to all Lin Group employees and shareholders. Within a year, I will double the market value of the Lin Group and lead it to unprecedented glory. Hearing the information revealed by Lin Jianjun, the many media reporters in the audience looked at each other, all able to perceive the astonishment in each other's eyes. Did I hear it wrong? Doubling the market value within a year? This is not a simple matter. Daring to make such a boast, aren't they afraid of failing to deliver in the end? And calling his own blood a rebellious son. Have this father and son really fallen out completely? You guessed it right. My rebellious son Lin Xian disrespected his elders, was arrogant and spoiled, and tarnished the reputation of my Lin family. I have completely kicked him out of the house. From now on, I, Lin Jianjun, have nothing to do with him. If one day he uses the name of my Lin family to swagger and commit crimes outside, when you find out, please don't give me face, just go and give him a good beating. Thinking back to the humiliation suffered under Lin Xian in recent days, Lin Jianjun's anger surged. But when he looked at Lin Haomu and his son standing beside him, he felt relieved. Heaven has been kind to me. Although I lost an unfilial son, I gained a more outstanding and obedient son, and a wife who has been with me through thick and thin. This is what they call a blessing in disguise. Then Lin Jianjun pursed his lips, indicating Lin Haomu and his son to step forward. He wanted to formally introduce his wife and son to the successful people in the upper echelons of the city. This day finally came.
The mother and son, Bai Yuelan, who had long anticipated this moment, suppressed their overwhelming joy and approached Lin Jianjun, embracing his arms.
Let me introduce everyone. This handsome and elegant young man beside me is Lin Hao, my designated heir and the future head of the Lin family. And this beautiful and charming lady is my current wife, Bai Yuelan. I couldn't have achieved the current assets of the Lin family without their private encouragement and support. After the introduction, the flashing cameras captured the heartwarming scene.
Lin Hao, with a gentle smile, stood proudly, knowing that from today on, he would be the top rich second generation in the city, and he must display the demeanor befitting such a status. Beside him, Bai Yuelan, dressed as an elegant lady, waved to the reporters below, wanting to leave her most beautiful and dignified side in the camera for future admiration.
At this moment, Lin Jianjun was most satisfied, embracing the high point of his life. At the Su family, Lin Shen looked at the screen of his phone, observing Lin Jianjun's laughing face, feeling a sense of amusement. Treasure it well, Lin Jianjun.
This will be one of the few happy moments for your family, like the last glow before the candle extinguishes. Lin Xian, indifferent, stared at the live broadcast. What he didn't know was that Su Qingde, in his arms, was feeling a whirlwind of emotions.
Lin Xian must be feeling very sad now, right?
After all, being publicly humiliated and trampled by his own father, no man can remain indifferent.
I really want to comfort him. It's so pitiful.
Because Lin Xian did not intentionally lower the volume while watching the live broadcast, Su Qingde probably knew what was happening and felt a few strands of pity for Lin Xian. At the press conference, Lin Jianjun took the opportunity to launch the latest developed beauty cream. He boasted about its miraculous effects, claiming that it could beautify and rejuvenate the skin, keeping it youthful, and so on. On the other side, after making an appearance, Lin Hao and his mother returned to the backstage, feeling pleased as they watched Lin Jianjun's passionate speech. This old man's words are a bit exaggerated,
but fortunately, there shouldn't be any major problems. People who have used the cream will definitely be attracted by its amazing effects. As one of the first users of the cream, Lin Hao was well aware of its miraculous properties. His face, which had been nearly disfigured by Lin Xian, had completely recovered in a very short time thanks to the cream. Initially, he had doubted the cream's effectiveness and worried about potential side effects, but fortunately, apart from occasional itching on his face, there were no other discomforts. Lin Hao touched his smooth face, and the smile on his lips became even more pronounced. He seemed to vaguely see the glorious scene of the Lin family rising to the top through this opportunity. And at that time, he would truly become the top rich second generation in the city, overlooking everything. As Lin Hao contemplated how to seek revenge on Lin Xian for the humiliation he had suffered, Lin Jianjun had already finished his speech. From then on, the press conference came to an end. The next step was to launch the beauty cream and push it into the market. If the market feedback was good enough, the Lin family would rise to the top. In the Bai family's living room, now it's just a matter of waiting. We should see the results by evening at the latest.
As long as this product is really effective, perhaps the Lin family will truly rise. Watching the screen displaying live broadcast has ended, Bai Jinglong stated his conclusion. Sitting not far below him, Bai He, with long flowing hair, held a mirror, admiring her beautiful appearance. Upon hearing Bai Jinglong's words, she confidently patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, Dad.
This beauty product is bound to be a hit. Look at my skin, it's become much smoother lately. It's all thanks to this product. I got these in advance from my cousin. Here, let's share. After using it for a few days, you'll see the effects."
With that, Bai He took out a black bag and handed out several palm-sized white bottles to each family member present.
Is it really that amazing, third brother?
Bai He, rubbing his shiny bald head, took the white bottle and looked at it skeptically. At this moment, Bai Jiang, who used to have a crew cut but now had a buzz cut, eagerly took the beauty cream. "It should be real, big brother. I can see that third brother's complexion has indeed improved, and his skin looks good. And our cousin too, his face was almost ruined by Lin Xian before, but now he looks fine. Either our cousin has thick skin and strong resilience, or it's all thanks to this thing." Hearing this, the Bai family no longer doubted. After all, even their own relatives were using it, so it must be fine. Besides, the Lin family wouldn't harm them. So, several people at the scene began to apply the cream directly. Can this thing really improve beauty and maintain youthfulness? Seeing that her brothers were all convinced, Bai Su, dressed in white, hesitated. As a woman with smooth skin, her beauty secret was to get enough sleep, exercise, and maintain a healthy diet. She found it hard to believe that a scientific product like this could bring about a significant change in a person. Ding dong! Just then, her phone received a WeChat message notification. Looking at it, it said, "Not interested." Bai Su's eyes dimmed instantly. She had just been worried that Lin Xian would feel angry and upset after watching the live broadcast, so she had invited him out to relax and comfort him. But she didn't expect to receive this response.
Ding dong!
Another message notification sounded.
Could it be that Lin Xian regretted it?
The cream has problems, I suggest not using it.
Ah!
Bai Su was surprised. She didn't expect Lin Xian's reply to be this.
But how did he know that the cream had problems?
Her uncle and the others were trying to make it big with this product. If there were really problems, it would be troublesome once it entered the market, and it would harm many people. Bai Su was half in doubt, unsure whether to tell her uncle and the others about this.
But even if I did, they probably wouldn't believe it. Bai Su wasn't naive.
She knew that Lin Xian's words wouldn't be accepted and would be treated as jealousy. And she couldn't be sure if Lin Xian's information was accurate. Glancing at her family members applying the cream, Bai Su could only pray that Lin Xian's words wouldn't come true.
The Su family.
Lin Xian put away his phone, lost in thought. The reason he had warned Bai Su was also because she had shared the live broadcast with him, allowing him to watch a monkey show for free.
Consider it as payment for the circus ticket.
As for whether to believe it or not, that was up to her. It had nothing to do with him.
Follow the original novel's plot.
In the next few days, the Lin family will reach its peak, and a large amount of ointment will flow into the market, especially into the hands of many naturally beauty-loving women.
Then, there will be a comprehensive collapse, tisk tisk tsk. I wonder how many girls in the Magic City will collapse due to disfigurement.
But the more they collapse, the better the promotional effect of the beauty pill hoarded by the Su family, and the Su family can also take advantage of the situation to rise. However, this plan was already anticipated by Lin Xian. What he is thinking about now is the matter of his eldest uncle, Su Yang. During the days when the Lin family is experiencing a resurgence, he came to the Magic City.
No, Su Yang might have already arrived in the Magic City.
If the plot has already started,
then he is now.
If I remember correctly, he should be at the Han family, the first confidant to break off the engagement.
The Han family
once belonged to the second-tier families of the Magic City along with the Su family and the Lin family. However, the Han family's leader of the older generation had great insight. During the most prosperous years of the real estate industry in China, during the golden age of real estate that was once hailed as the elephant running faster than ants,
seizing the opportunity, they entered the real estate industry.
Since then, they have risen rapidly and become a new first-tier powerhouse in the Magic City, with assets worth billions. And today, the Han family is about to receive an unexpected guest. In the reception hall, a father and daughter are having an unpleasant conversation.
The man is named Han Zhengyang, the current head of the Han family.
He is well-dressed, strong, and looks to be in his early 40s, exuding the confidence of a successful person.
Sitting across from him is his beloved daughter, Han Xinxiao.
One of the 4 beauties of the Magic City, ranked 3rd. She is tall and beautiful. She is wearing a pure white crop top that reveals her waist, and a pair of blue denim shorts, showcasing her perfect S-shaped figure. At this moment, she is glaring at her father with anger and furrowed brows.
Dad, you hurriedly called me back home just to meet that Su fan for a blind date? Are you kidding me? And he's supposed to be my fiancé? When did this happen? Why didn't I know? It's already this era, you wouldn't still be thinking of arranging marriages, would you? I absolutely disagree.
Faced with his daughter's puzzled and questioning expression, Han Zhengyang slightly averted his gaze, filled with helplessness. Xinxiao, this marriage was arranged by your grandfather.
Even I only just learned about it from your grandfather. And you know your grandfather's personality. He absolutely does not allow anyone to question his decisions.
Although he said that, Han Zhengyang himself was also very puzzled. At noon, the old man suddenly called and informed him that his son-in-law would be coming, asking him to prepare for the reception.
At that time, he was completely bewildered. What, is this grandfather's decision?
Thinking of his own dignified and sullen grandfather, Han Xinxiao's voice involuntarily weakened a bit. But since it concerned her lifelong matter, she couldn't be careless and could only argue based on reason.
I don't care. Except for this matter, I can't just listen to grandfather. The man I, Han Xinxiao, want to marry must be outstanding, and definitely not some unknown person who appeared out of nowhere.
Saying this, Han Xinxiao suddenly remembered that she hadn't asked about Su Fan's situation.
If he is from a top-tier family, then perhaps she shouldn't dismiss him outright. Dad, where is this Su Fan from? Is he handsome? And what is his family background? How does it compare to the 4 young masters of the Magic City? The 4 young masters of the Magic City were selected by the younger generation of the Magic City based on their appearance, family background, education, and other factors. Ah, this? I actually don't know.
Your grandfather only told me that the other party has excellent medical skills.
Medical skills? Can a young man's medical skills surpass those of the divine Dr. Deng? Can he make a lot of money? I'm definitely not going to marry someone like him. Hearing that Su Fan had no background and no ability, Han Xinxiao's mentality completely collapsed. She never expected her grandfather to be so outrageous. He actually arranged such an incompetent fiancé for her? Just then, a servant from the Han family reported that a man named Su Fan was seeking an audience. Su Fan? It's like speaking of the devil, and he appears. The father and daughter looked at each other. Then Han Zhengyang ordered the servant to bring Su Fan over. Soon, a cold and indifferent young man appeared in Han Xinxiao's sight. This is Su Fan? Looking at the young man standing not far away, the more Han Xinxiao looked, the more furrowed her brows became. Average appearance, a face that blends seamlessly into the crowd. And his height is not enough, just 175 centimeters, not even reaching Han Xinxiao's basic 180 centimeter threshold. And his plain and unremarkable attire, white shirt, trousers, and canvas shoes. Each piece is from an unknown brand. In Han Xinxiao's eyes, accustomed to wearing luxury goods for many years, this is undoubtedly cheap goods. And a person who can only wear such cheap clothes, one can imagine his family background. Such a person actually wants to be my fiancé? Overestimating oneself, ridiculous. A hint of disdain flashed in Han Xinxiao's eyes. She was determined. Even if her family talked until they were blue in the face, she would never marry such a person and waste her life. In fact, it's not just her, even Han Zhengyang's thoughts at this moment are not much different. Based on his first impression of Su Fan, he knew that this person was not a suitable match for his daughter. It looks like he needs to have a good talk with his father. You are Su Fan? The boy who has an engagement with my daughter Xinxiao? At this moment, Han Zhengyang, who thought he had figured out Su Fan's background, looked down on him and scrutinized Su Fan with a condescending gaze. Yes. Su Fan remained indifferent, taking out a red marriage certificate from his arms. The purpose of my visit to the Han family this time is. You don't need to say it, I know what you mean. Just wait a moment. Before Su Fan could finish speaking, Han Zhengyang raised his hand to interrupt, with an expression that said, I understand. Then he called the butler and instructed him to bring something from the study. A moment later, a bank card appeared in front of the puzzled Su Fan. What is this? I think you and my daughter Xinxiao are not a good match. Instead of ending in a miserable way, it's better to separate from the beginning. There is 10 million in this card, consider it as compensation for you. Let's call off the engagement. Han Zhengyang doesn't like to beat around the bush, so he spoke very straightforwardly. Dad is really cool. Han Xinxiao's eyes lit up, full of admiration for her father. Then she turned to look at Su Fan, with a hint of apology in her eyes. After all, breaking off an engagement face to face is a humiliation that many men find hard to bear. The scene she saw made Han Xinxiao feel both surprised and uncomfortable. She found that after hearing about the breakup, Su Fan's face not only showed no anger, but instead had a few strands of relief. How is this possible? Isn't marrying a high-quality woman like me every man's dream? I am the third-ranked stunning beauty in the entire city. Apart from a few people like Su Qingga and Bai Susu who are above me, I am the recognized #1 beauty. But why? Does he seem to look relieved? I don't need the money, but I hope Mr. Han can return the other marriage certificate to me. My third master told me. There are 2 copies of the marriage certificate, one for me and one for the woman. As long as Mr. Han returns the other marriage certificate to me, I will agree to the breakup. Marriage certificate? Han Zhengyang suddenly remembered that his father did give him another marriage certificate and instructed him to return it to the other party if the marriage fell through. So he instructed the butler to bring the marriage certificate and handed it to Su Fan. Thank you, Master Han, I will take my leave now, Su Fan said as he looked at the red marriage certificate in his hand. A faint joy flashed in his eyes. He had thought there would be some obstacles, but he hadn't expected that breaking off the engagement would be so easy. If every time could be this smooth, it would be much simpler to collect the 4 marriage certificates, obtain the hidden information, and find the enemy from years ago. With these thoughts in mind, Su Fan turned to leave. Han Zhengyang and his daughter were stunned by his decisive and resolute departure. What's going on? Why does it seem like the other party is the one most eager to break off the engagement? Just then, there were cries of surprise from outside the door, followed by a series of intense fighting sounds, but soon the sounds of fighting disappeared. Han Zhengyang, do you remember me? I have come to avenge the blood feud from years ago. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face walked in not long after. It's you! Fang Mo, Han Zhengyang thought to himself as he saw the scarred man. The man in front of him was a former competitor of the Han family's business. As the saying goes, the business world is like a battlefield,
and he had used some means to cause heavy losses to the Fong family in the business world.
Fong Mo's wife couldn't accept the fact of bankruptcy and jumped to her death. You didn't expect me to come back, did you? Ha ha.
I was at my wit's end and ended up seeking refuge under a master.
Now I have achieved a basic level of internal strength. And what does that mean? You should know, right? I will kill you like slaughtering a dog. What?
A martial artist with a basic level of internal strength. This is already a realm beyond ordinary people, just like a true martial arts master. Basically, very few martial artists can reach this level, 1 in a million.
Never did I expect. Fong Mo had actually reached this level. My fate is sealed.
No wonder the bodyguards outside were silent, they must have all been taken care of by him.
Han Zhengyang's throat felt dry.
He was very aware that in front of a martial artist with high internal strength, he had no chance of escape, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered.
Fong Mo, one person does the deed and one person takes the responsibility.
You can take my life, just spare my daughter, spare my family. Han Zhengyang pleaded bitterly, even kneeling on the spot, just to find a glimmer of hope for his family. Seeing his former enemy kneeling and begging for mercy, Fong Mo felt a sense of satisfaction in seeking revenge.
Just as he was about to mock something,
Han Xinxiao suddenly rushed forward and slapped Fong Mo in the face, threatening loudly and angrily, "This is a society ruled by law. I don't care what kind of martial artist you are, can you escape from a gun? I warn you, I have just called the police. If you don't want to be arrested and sent to prison, leave the Han family immediately." After that, Han Xinxiao went to help her father, constantly comforting him with words like, "Don't be afraid and the police will be here soon." What she didn't know was, her slap almost scared Han Zhengyang to death on the spot.
Ignorance is bliss. At this moment, Han Zhengyang's biggest regret was
not having educated his daughter about the concept of martial artists. Those monsters couldn't be dealt with by mere handguns. Now, with Han Xinxiao's slap, she would surely completely enrage Fong Mo. It's over, the entire Han family is finished. On the other side, Fong Mo was also stunned by a slap. Since becoming a martial artist with high internal strength, he had been respected and revered wherever he went. But today, because of carelessness, he was slapped by a young girl? If this got out, would he still have a place in this world? You scum! Fong Mo's eyes were sharp as knives, and he raised his hand to deliver a heavy slap, knocking Han Xinxiao to the ground. Then he stepped on her face, full of hostility.
Xinxiao! Seeing this scene, Han Zhengyang's eyes turned red.
Just as he was about to rush up to save his daughter, Fong Mo punched him and sent him flying.
Han Zhengyang, despair! Ha ha ha!
Today, I will personally slaughter your daughter in front of you, and let you feel the same pain I felt back then. Seeing his enemy powerless and furious, Fong Mo felt extremely pleased and laughed wildly. At that moment, he suddenly caught sight of an ordinary-looking young man fleeing towards the door.
Stop, do you think you can escape? It was strictly forbidden for martial artists to attack ordinary people.
To avoid being held accountable by the authorities later, Fong Mo had to silence everyone present today, including the indifferent young man.
Escape?
Upon hearing this word, Su Fan, who had been indifferent all along, seemed to recall a painful memory and furrowed his brows slightly.
After the annulment of the engagement, he had no more ties with the Han family.
So he didn't care whether the Han family lived or died, and he didn't want to get involved. But Fong Mo's words reminded Su Fan of the scene 5 years ago when he abandoned his parents and fled alone.
You remind me of a bad memory. You deserve to die. Ha, what did you say? You're asking for death. Fong Mo's face suddenly changed, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes.
Just as he was about to make a move and dismember the ignorant young man in front of him, Su Fan expressionlessly raised his right hand, pinched a leaf that was drifting in from outside with his index and middle fingers, and then flicked it towards Fong Mo's position as if wielding a sword.
I have a sword.
It can cut through the heavens, the earth,
and all living beings.
Swish, an invisible white sword energy spread from his fingertips, seemingly tearing through the space and shooting straight towards the terrified Fong Mo.
How is this possible? Releasing internal energy externally, you are a martial arts grandmaster.
With just a moment, Fong Mo was struck by the sword light in terror and despair, his entire body being cut in half at the waist, staining the entire room red with blood. The powerful sword energy continued unabated, cutting through tables, chairs, and benches until it struck the thick wall, leaving a crack several meters long on it.
Self-discipline. Starting tomorrow, I will discipline myself and write until the end of time. Please give me some free gifts. This book won't involve cultivation, and will probably remain urban.
Unless, after a million words, the results are still so good that I can't bear to finish it, but this situation is unlikely to occur.
Like ants.
Looking at the gradually cooling corpse on the ground, Su Fan remained silent, placing the leaf back on the table between his fingers. Then he turned around, hands behind his back, and walked out of the Han family's gate at a leisurely pace.
Is he human or a god? He can actually release invisible sword energy? Is this really something that humans can do?
When Su Fan's figure had completely disappeared, the previously silent reception room was filled with sounds of shock and trembling.
Han Xinxiao's worldview seemed to have been completely overturned.
What she had seen and heard today was something she had only seen in science fiction movies, but now it had become reality, leaving her feeling shocked. If it weren't for experiencing it firsthand, she might have thought it was a movie being filmed.
This is the realm of releasing internal energy externally. The legendary realm of martial arts grandmaster. Unbelievable. Su Fan is only a few years old, and at such a young age, he has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. It's simply unheard of. Han Zhangyang stared at the bottomless crack on the wall and murmured to himself under his breath. Under his father's explanation, Han Xinxiao finally learned that there really were legendary martial arts masters in the world, and they were divided into external energy, internal energy, and transformation realm grandmasters. External energy masters only understood how to use the power of muscles and tendons, and their strength was not much different from that of special forces or king of soldiers. Martial arts masters with inner strength have already begun to transcend ordinary people, breaking the limits of the human body. The realm can be divided into several levels, such as entry-level inner strength, intermediate inner strength, advanced inner strength, peak inner strength, and complete inner strength. As for the realm of transformation masters, they can dominate a region. They can release their inner strength externally, becoming as powerful as little supermen, capable of killing with a flick of their fingers. Wherever they go, they can become honored guests of various forces. Wow, Su Fan is so powerful. This man, isn't he the dragon among men that I've been looking for, the true chosen one? If I could be his woman, wouldn't I be able to walk sideways in the city of magic?
After listening to her father's story, Han Xinxiao was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth, and she felt an infinite admiration for Su Fan. But the thought of such an outstanding man, whom she had recently divorced, made Han Xinxiao want to slap herself. No, there's still a chance.
Su Fan is so young and full of vigor, and I am quite attractive. Men, don't they all like beauty?
If I can use my body well, maybe I can control Su Fan and make him kneel at my feet.
As long as I can subdue this martial arts master, that would prove my charm and make me the #1 beauty in the city of magic.
Even Su Chinga wouldn't be able to compare to me, especially now that he's become a vegetable and married that ordinary man. At this moment, Han Xinxiao had a bold idea. She had always been full of disdain and jealousy for Su Chinga, who was known as the #1 beauty in the city of magic. She always wanted to compare herself to her. Now that Su Chinga has married that useless Lin family's young master, as long as she can find a man who was 100 times better than that young master, from a certain perspective,
wouldn't that prove that she is actually 100 times better than Su Chinga?
On the bustling street, Su Fan, who had left Han's house, naturally blended into the crowd. He opened the marriage certificate in his hand, ignored the other contents, and turned the paper over. On the back was a large spring character, which caught his eye.
Spring? What does this mean?
Ah, third master, you really know how to give me a difficult question. Su Fan furrowed his brows, unable to figure it out. In the end, he could only smile bitterly, fold up the marriage certificate, and put it away. 5 years ago, Su Fan went to the beautiful country with his parents to discuss business, and suddenly encountered an assassination attempt by an unknown force. His parents fought off the assassins with all their might, and in extreme fear, Su Fan took the opportunity to escape. But he was soon caught up by the assassins again, and a bullet hit his left chest. Then the assassins set a big fire, burning all the evidence along with the hotel.
What they didn't know was, Su Fan's body was different from ordinary people's, his heart was on the right side. Therefore, he miraculously survived in the fire. He had been wandering in the beautiful country ever since, until he met his third master. From then on, his fate underwent a complete transformation, and he gained 3 masters with extraordinary abilities. The Grand Master, a great martial arts master with unparalleled skills. The second master, a peerless medical saint with miraculous healing hands. The third master, a master of the world, with divine calculations. Under the careful guidance of his masters, Su Fan learned a set of skills and changed his original name Su Yong to Su Fan. Now, returning to the city of magic, he is seeking the enemies from the past to wipe out their entire family. The third master said that all the information about the enemies from the past is recorded in the 4 marriage certificates. As long as I get back the 4 marriage certificates, I will naturally know who the murderer is. But the trouble is, the master said that we cannot use theft or robbery. The women must voluntarily agree to divorce and hand over the marriage certificates. The request for San Shifu.
Although Su Fan was puzzled, as someone who respected his teacher, he would never actively break the rules set by his master. The closest engagement partner to this place now is
the Chen family? Su Fan recalled the information left by San Shifu before they parted ways and headed towards the location of the Chen family.
He hoped that this time, things would go as smoothly as they did today. Just as Su Fan hoped that the youngest daughter of the Chen family, like Han Xinxiao today, would reject him, completing the divorce process in one go, he encountered a corner.
Oh!
A slender young man walked out from the corner and collided head-on with Su Fan. The impact was nothing to Su Fan, but the young man with gold-rimmed glasses and a relatively slim figure couldn't handle it. He fell to the ground and cried while covering the scraped skin on his right arm. Seeing this, Su Fan frowned slightly. He had learned medical skills from Air Shifu and could naturally see that the young man in front of him had only a minor scrape.
It was not even a wound, so why was he crying like this? Are you okay? Can you get up?
Although surprised by the young man's fragility, Su Fan ultimately took the initiative to reach out and help him up from the ground.
At this moment, at the corner, a middle-aged couple emerged, chatting and laughing.
They seemed to be a loving couple, with excited smiles on their faces. However, upon seeing their son crying on the ground, the middle-aged man suddenly became angry and pointed at Su Fan, loudly questioning, "You scoundrel!
What are you doing to my son, Xiaohao?" Seeing someone bullying his son, Lin Jianjun was furious. The family of three had just finished a press conference and were walking back to the staff dormitory when this unexpected incident occurred. This man, why did he look familiar? It seemed like I had seen him somewhere before. Looking at Lin Jianjun's fierce face, Su Fan was momentarily stunned and did not respond. Oh, my temper. Nowadays, everyone dares to ignore me? Lin Jianjun rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Young man,
if you don't want to leave this alley lying down, you better apologize to my son immediately. Upon hearing this, Su Fan's eyes turned cold, and he indifferently said, like an ant,
"Oh, you dare to talk back? It seems that this matter today won't be easily resolved."
Seeing Su Fan standing there with a calm expression, hands in his pockets, looking arrogant, Lin Jianjun's anger was ignited. Especially in the disdainful look from the other party, he vaguely saw the figure of a rebellious son.
Just as the situation was about to escalate,
Bai Yuelan hurriedly stepped forward to stop it and grabbed Lin Jianjun.
"Let it go, dear, today is our big day, it's not suitable for bloodshed." Lin Hao, who was originally sitting on the ground, also stood up and persuaded, "Dad, let it go. I'm not seriously injured, so forgive this young man." He was probably so engrossed in playing with his phone while walking that he didn't pay attention to the road and bumped into me. Under the persuasion of his wife and son, Lin Jianjun reluctantly decided to let Su Fan go. As they were leaving, he couldn't help but arrogantly say, "Hey, kid, be careful when walking in the future. Otherwise, you'll suffer sooner or later. After all, not everyone is as magnanimous as me." Lin Jianjun. Looking at the back of the three peculiar people walking away, Su Fan's face remained indifferent. However, there was a hint of speechlessness in his eyes. Over the years, he had traveled far and wide and encountered countless people from all walks of life, but it was truly the first time he had seen such a peculiar family. Lin Jianjun. Lin Jianjun?
Reciting this somewhat familiar name, Su Fan's pupils suddenly widened slightly.
He finally had some impression of who the person was. Tang Ant's husband, Lin Jianjun.
Tang Ant was a business partner who had a close relationship with his parents 5 years ago. She was a decisive and strong-willed woman who had rapidly led the Lin family to grow and expand. When Tang Ant and the Su family had close dealings 5 years ago, Su Fan was somewhat familiar with her, and had met her son a few times. 5 years have passed, things have changed.
It seems that Tang Ant has divorced this man? Well, it's for the best. I heard that this man used to frequently abuse Tang Ant. Encountering familiar people by chance and recalling familiar matters made Su Fan deeply emotional. What he most wanted to do now was actually to return to the Su family, acknowledge his grandfather and sister, and live a happy life together as a family forever. But for the absolute safety of his loved ones, Su Fan was determined to cut off this thought. After all, the path he had to take was one of invincibility, destined to be filled with bloodshed and countless enemies. If his enemies were to find out about the existence of his little sister and grandfather, it would inevitably lead to trouble. Anyway, Grandpa and the others all think I'm dead, so there's no need to acknowledge them, to avoid future heartache after parting. I just need to find an opportunity to take a distant look. And even if I stand in front of them now, my little sister and grandfather probably wouldn't recognize me. Su Fan sighed and shook his head wryly. In the past, he was a handsome young man, but since the fire that disfigured him, in order to operate more conveniently, he had voluntarily asked his second master to give him an ordinary and unremarkable face.
Now, even if his biological parents were alive, they probably wouldn't recognize their own son.
Ah, and my little sister, I wonder if she has a boyfriend now. If she does, what kind of person is he? What's his personality like? My little sister was so beautiful back then, I really don't know who she might end up with in the end.
I'll have to secretly test that man when the time comes.
If he's a scumbag or an abuser, I'll have to get rid of him early.
Su Fan narrowed his eyes.
He couldn't allow his little sister to end up with a man like Lin Jianjun. If she really encountered a scumbag,
he wouldn't mind discreetly making the man physically disappear, making room for another person by his sister's side. As Su Fan pondered, he gradually approached a stylishly decorated small villa. Finally, he stopped at the front gate.
This was the Chen family? Rubber Gatling gun, huh?
Listening to the strange sound coming from the villa, Su Fan was puzzled for a moment. But soon he cleared his inexplicable thoughts from his mind, lifted his leg, and stepped inside
Su's home.
Looking at his granddaughter lying quietly on the hospital bed, her right index finger trembling constantly, Su Shengtian couldn't help but shed tears.
He never expected
that today, which was supposed to be for signing the share transfer agreement, would bring him another big surprise. Since unlocking her little toe last time, Su Chinga had now unlocked her right index finger.
My precious granddaughter, if you are conscious, use your finger to draw a circle for Grandpa to see.
In Su Xingtian's excited gaze, the tender white finger paused for a moment, then slowly drew a circle on the bedsheet.
Good. Su Shengtian repeated several good words, trembling with excitement. At this moment,
he seemed to see the day when Su Chinga woke up completely.
Hearing how happy my grandfather is, Chinga, she must be very happy too, right?
Besides Su Shengtian, Lin Xian witnessed this scene with a smile. But the next second, he raised the share transfer agreement in his hand and looked at it again. His signature was still missing, and it would be officially effective once he signed it.
Xiao Xian, in the future, whenever you have time, come to the company.
I'll familiarize you with it first, preparing you for taking over in the future. Hearing this, Lin Xian instantly turned into an old man with a subway face.
Omega, what? You want me to work 996? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
We, the young people of this generation, just want to lie down and be lazy.
I really have no interest in working hard at all.
In the Su family's girls' room.
Grandpa Su, I can't accept these shares. Please take them back. If it's because of the 3.5 billion, and that's why you want to transfer the Su family's shares to my name, it's not necessary, really not necessary. That's not my intention.
I just want to stay by Chinga's side and wait for her to wake up. And if you transfer the shares to me, it will definitely be criticized by various aspects within the group. Hearing Su Shengtian urging him to sign as soon as possible, Lin Xian repeatedly waved his hand and firmly refused.
What a joke.
He has no interest in wasting time at the company and working 996 with the workers. Now, he just wants to earn lazy points all the time. After all, compared to lazy points, even more money seems meaningless.
What money can do, points can also be exchanged for. What money can't do, points can still be easily exchanged for.
In conclusion, it's impossible for me to work, not in this lifetime.
Lying down and being lazy is the true essence of life.
On the other hand, thinking that he understood the reason for Lin Xian's refusal, Su Shengtian felt a warmth in his heart.
Xiao Xian had clearly invested a huge 3.5 billion, but didn't ask for any return. He was still thinking about the situation of this old man. This kind of pure concern, as if between family members, he hadn't experienced it for a long time.
Xiao Xian, he's really too kind.
Indeed, the Su family group is a family business, and most of the shareholders are somewhat related. Knowing that he was going to transfer 25% of the shares to someone outside the family, some people in the company were indeed not very calm. The first to make trouble was his unfilial daughter, Su Yan. But this couldn't stop Su Xingtian's determination. Especially feeling Lin Xian's disregard for the 25% share of the group, and the attitude of thinking only for himself, which could bring rights and benefits. Su Xingtian was almost moved to tears, and his belief in his heart became even stronger. Xiao Xian, I have made up my mind. You don't need to worry about me. I will handle it within the group, and those people can't disagree. Just go ahead and sign. Lin Xian, Grandpa, you've misunderstood. I'm more worried about wasting my time to earn lazy points than worrying about you. Grandpa Su, I think we still need to consider it carefully. And for such a big matter, we should also ask for Chinga's opinion. We can't just make decisions on our own. At this point, Lin Xian could only pin his hopes on Su Chinga. He remembered in the original plot, Su Chinga attached great importance to her shareholding.
Whenever there was a chance, she would bring the Su family's shares back to her name, so as to eventually gain control of the Su family group. She attached so much importance to her shareholding, so she would probably refuse it soon. But the next moment, Lin Xian was shocked. The girl, who had just regained consciousness and was not very agile, was now quickly moving her finger, repeatedly drawing the square root symbol on the white sheet.
I agree. I unconditionally agree.
Sign it, Lin Xian. This is what our Su family owes you. A good man aspires to achieve great things and make a name for himself. You have been by my side all this time, and I'm sure you must be tired of it.
Don't worry about me, go and strive for your own future. Instead of spending all your time on me, it's not worth it.
For Lin Xian, Su Qingge felt guilty. She always felt that it was her fault that kept Lin Xian trapped by her side, trapped in this small room. Over time, Lin Xian must have felt stifled. After all, which man would want to stay by a woman's side all day instead of going out to achieve great things? If it's really for Lin Xian's good, perhaps letting him go is the best choice, rather than keeping him tied to her side. So now, she wholeheartedly agreed with her grandfather's decision.
Su Qingge continued to dance her delicate white fingers, repeatedly drawing the symbol square root.
This directly puzzled Lin Xian. If he could hear Su Qingge's thoughts at this moment, he would surely sigh and say, "Sis, times have changed, and you've narrowed your path.
Achieving great things is so tiring. It's better to stay by your side and be close to you.
Grandpa Su, now that Qingge has recovered well, I just want to be with her every day and have no interest in working.
To be honest, I can't bear to be away from Qingge for even a second. I can't leave her."
Lin Xian has thick skin, with all kinds of cheesy words. In short, it means, I'm not interested in the company's work, but I have a great interest in your granddaughter.
When these words came out, Su Xingtian couldn't help but laugh.
He didn't expect Lin Xian to like his granddaughter so much, to the extent that he could even reject countless people's dreams of getting shares.
Ha ha, little Xian, I didn't expect you to be such a romantic. My Qingge can receive such love from you. I can rest assured in the future.
Su Xingtian laughed heartily, looking at Lin Xian with admiration in his eyes. He knew that even if he was no longer around, his granddaughter would not be alone, because someone would take care of her on his behalf. But, little Xian, this is a different matter. You should take the shares first. As for the matters of the company, I can handle them for a while with my old bones. When Qingge fully recovers and wakes up, and you want to take over the company, I will officially arrange for you to take up a position in the company.
Ah, is that so? I don't need to start working right away? Why didn't you say so earlier?
Lin Xian's biggest worry was that after leaving Su Qingge, it would affect his speed in earning close points. Since Su Xingtian said so, he could freely choose his workdays. He no longer felt sentimental. In the hopeful gaze of Su Xingtian, he took the pen and began to sign. On the other side, in the dark confines of her consciousness, Su Qingge was still immersed in Lin Xian's cheesy words just now, feeling a bit shy and embarrassed.
Could Lin Xian be a scumbag?
Otherwise, how could he say such strange things?
Where did he learn them from? He's too skilled. What does it mean to just want to be with me every day and have no interest in working? And saying that he can't bear to be away from me for even a second, is it embarrassing? I'm not oxygen, why can't he be without me?
Su Qingge felt a complex mix of emotions, with a racing heart and a feeling of heat all over her body. Asterisk, for her, she could never adapt to the straightforward way boys express their feelings, let alone speak similar words. All of this is because of the softest and most sensitive part of her heart. During the month when her parents passed away, she closed herself off due to various betrayals.
She still remembers that time. Su Qingge was used to the fickleness of human relationships and how people leave when things get tough.
Many uncles and aunts who used to have good business dealings and a good relationship with the Su family, upon learning that the two pillars of the Su family had fallen and only a lonely grandchild and elderly person were left, showed their true colors like cats smelling blood, baring their fangs and waiting to pounce. Taking advantage of Su Xingtian and his granddaughter's grief, they began to erode the Su family's business. When Su Qingge and her grandfather realized that this couldn't continue, they struggled to pull themselves together. However, the Su family was already in a sorry state, with countless economic losses. This caused the Su family, once at the peak and just a step away from the top families, to quickly decline to the brink of bankruptcy. Fortunately, the grandfather and granddaughter managed to turn things around with great effort. The Su family barely survived that difficult period and has continued to exist until today. However, this is just barely hanging on. If it weren't for the substantial funds injected by Lin Xian not long ago, the Su family might have already been bankrupt and liquidated today. Not to mention the invaluable prescription for the beauty pill that Lin Xian provided. If the medicine truly works as miraculously as Lin Xian claims, the rise of the Su family would only take a few months. Therefore, Su Qingga herself knows that the Su family truly owes Lin Xian too much. That's why she understands her grandfather's intention to transfer his shares to Lin Xian.
Lin Xian finally agreed to sign his name? That's good. If I'm not around in the future, then the Su family's assets will be enough to ensure Lin Xian's livelihood for the rest of his life. As for me, relying on the arrangements I made before falling into a coma, I should be able to carry out my original plan without burdening the Su family. It's just that I've been in a coma for too long, and I don't know if those arrangements will still work when I wake up. Sai on the other side, under Su Xingtian's witness, Lin Xian signed his name on the contract and inherited 25% of the Su family's shares. Oh right, Xiao Xian. In about a week, it will be your and Xingga's official wedding date. At that time, you two should go get your marriage certificate first. Who knows, under your wedding night surprise, Xingga might wake up on the spot. Hearing this, Lin Xian scratched his head, his expression somewhat complicated. Is he really getting married now? In both his past and present lives, he has been a bachelor, without even a girlfriend, let alone getting married. At this moment, he suddenly has to get a marriage certificate with a woman. This complex emotion is truly indescribable. However, Lin Xian had long been prepared and quickly adjusted his emotions. Getting married is good. In the future, being together openly, no one has a reason to interfere. If I can sleep with Xingga every day, even if we do nothing else, the togetherness points for that day will double. And once the marriage certificate is obtained, the main role of Su Fan, the eldest uncle, will be impossible to escape. Index pointing up marriage. I didn't expect it to come so soon. I'm getting married now? In the dark confines of her consciousness, Su Qingga also heard her grandfather's words, and various complex emotions surged within her. When a girl gets married, she hopes to wear the most beautiful wedding dress and marry her beloved Prince Charming. But she is a vegetable, unable to move, unable to take care of herself. Lin Xian doesn't know if he will despise me. After all, marrying a vegetable person is not something a normal person can accept. Even if he doesn't say it, he must feel somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. I really want to awaken mind-reading skills and eavesdrop on Lin Xian's true thoughts. Facing the man she was about to marry, Su Qingga felt uneasy in her heart, caring a lot about whether Lin Xian would have any opinions about her identity as a vegetable person. Although after this period of getting along, she could clearly feel Lin Xian seems to completely not care about her identity as a vegetable person. But Su Qingga still uncontrollably thinks about it. Perhaps this is human nature. At the same time, she was also slightly curious about Lin Xian's appearance. Before she fell into a coma, the two of them had almost no interaction. So, in Su Qingga's mind, there was only a blank space regarding Lin Xian's appearance. However, through the excited chatter of the maids at home, she could only roughly understand that Lin Xian was very handsome, very handsome. By the way, Grandpa Su, how is the stockpiling of the beauty pill going? If nothing unexpected happens, at the latest, Lin Jianjun's side will have a big problem within a week. At that time, it will be the time for the Su family to rise and seize the market. In the room, seeing Su Shengtian getting up to leave, Lin Xian hurriedly asked about the matter of the beauty pill. Now that he had become a major shareholder of the Su Group, he definitely hoped that this enterprise would seize this opportunity and develop in a good direction. By the way, speaking of this, I am actually a little worried. After the Lin family's ointment had problems, Su Shengtian frowned tightly and mentioned the current dilemma about the sales of the beauty pill. Can you imagine how angry the public will be towards so-called beauty and skincare products? We rashly launched the beauty pill in the early stage. I don't think anyone would be willing to pay for it, and it might even cause public anger because it's in the spotlight. I think we should postpone the launch of the pill. First, increase the public relations efforts to lay the groundwork for the product's effectiveness, and then slowly introduce it. Regarding Su Xingtian's concerns, Lin Xian nodded slightly and acknowledged the other party's worries. However, Lin Xian had long anticipated this, and naturally had already come up with a solution. This method is to use his powerful social influence. Don't forget, Lin Xian is the contemporary king of entertainment, known as the savior of the entertainment industry. Thinking back to the various fanatical behaviors of fans in the entertainment industry before crossing over, such as million-dollar concert tickets and chasing after wedding dresses, Lin Xian knew that even if he sold a piece of shit, there would be plenty of brainless fans clamoring to buy it. Of course, what he was selling was the miraculous beauty pill. After fans experienced its miraculous effects, they would naturally spread the word, causing a new wave of sensation. The Lin Group, Lin Jianjun and the others had returned to the employee dormitory. Lan, the room is a bit dirty, you take care of cleaning it. Looking at the somewhat dirty and messy environment, Lin Jianjun's original good mood instantly disappeared,
and he frowned and instructed his petite wife beside him.
Yes, okay. Leave it to me, husband.
Bai Yuelan sweetly smiled, rolled up her sleeves, picked up a broom, and started cleaning the room. Such a virtuous posture made Lin Jianjun smile even more intense, feeling that with such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? Then he sat down on the sofa in the center of the room, resting. And behind the man, where he couldn't see, Bai Yuelan's originally smiling face was now full of impatience and irritability. It had been many years since she had personally cleaned a room or done housework. I still remember back at the Lin family, it was either ordering Lin Xin around, or having the maid do it. But now she has fallen to the point of having to do it herself.
Oof, so tired. This damn guy, always causing trouble for people. I told him to go stay at my brother's place for a while. It's better than squeezing into this broken house. But he refused for the sake of some man's face, and now I have to suffer for it?
Bai Yuelan looked displeased, vigorously poking the ground with a broom to vent her frustration.
Yuelan, make some food while you're at it.
I'm going to take a nap now, and I want some porridge when I wake up.
Oh, okay. Honey, have a good nap.
I'll start cooking after I finish cleaning. Lin Jianjun's voice suddenly came from the sofa, startling Bai Yuelan, who quickly turned and responded coquettishly. But deep down, she felt even more agitated about having to cook.
Eat. Why don't you just eat and die? Isn't takeout good enough? Do I have to cook for you? You have some nerve. But even though she was discontented, Bai Yuelan could only continue to encourage herself, comforting herself. It's just temporary, endure it for now.
She wanted to ask her son to help, but after calling out several times, Lin Hao seemed to be oblivious, engrossed in playing with his phone in the corner. Sighing, Bai Yuelan gritted her teeth and started working on her own. But she had lived a life of luxury for these years. Where had she ever done such rough work? After just a couple of minutes, she felt sore all over, clenching her fists and repeatedly patting her back and waist. She wanted to take a break, but ultimately gritted her teeth and persevered.
Endure. I have to endure.
Half an hour later, Lin Jianjun, who was sound asleep on the sofa, suddenly caught a whiff of the aroma of rice.
Honey, you're awake. Come and eat.
Lin Jianjun rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up, but his phone in his pocket started ringing.
Glancing at the caller ID, Marketing Director. Could it be that there's a problem with the beauty cream? #Oh, hello. It's me, Lin Jianjun.
Chairman, congratulations.
Our group is about to reach its peak.
As soon as the call connected, a man's ecstatic voice came from the other end.
The market response to the cream has been extremely positive, and sales have skyrocketed.
In just half a day since its launch, it has already exceeded 50 million.
If nothing unexpected happens, sales will soon surpass 1 billion, and at this rate.
After listening to the marketing director's report, Lin Jianjun was momentarily stunned, then a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face.
Ha. Very good. But you need to keep up the good work.
Remember to urge the production department to increase output, to avoid a supply shortage. After skillfully encouraging his subordinates for a few more words, Lin Jianjun hung up the phone, but the curve of ecstatic joy remained on his lips. After enduring hardship comes happiness. After enduring hardship comes happiness. After all the grievances I, Lin Jianjun, have suffered recently.
Finally, the time for a turnaround has come.
Since Lin Jianjun was on speakerphone when he took the call, both Lin Hao and his mother also heard this uplifting news, and they were both extremely excited. Daddy Honey, the mother and son, were both overjoyed, and they both threw themselves into Lin Jianjun's arms. The three of them shared their feelings at this moment and looked forward to the future rise of the Lin family.
Just then, a phone ringtone broke the hard-won atmosphere of affection.
Lin Jianjun furrowed his brow and took out his phone, glancing at the caller ID, and suddenly shivered.
Quiet.
It's a call from Boss Who. It must be about that several billion loan.
Boss Who?
When it comes to this notorious figure in the city, Lin Hao and his mother quickly fell silent.
Soon, Lin Jianjun nervously answered the phone. Boss Who? Did you call me because of the billions owed? Don't worry. It's just a few billion. I will repay you with interest soon.
Faced with Lin Jianjun's somewhat flattering tone, the person on the other end of the phone seemed quite satisfied.
A faint smile came through. Brother Lin, you're being too polite. Just a few billion. How could I possibly call specifically to collect the debt?
I just heard that your company has been doing well recently, so I wanted to congratulate you.
By the way, let's have a drink tomorrow and discuss some business cooperation. Cooperation? Our businesses are completely unrelated. Where does the talk of cooperation come from?
Although Lin Jianjun was puzzled, he dared not refute as he still owed a large sum of money.
After the call ended, Lin Jianjun's face turned ugly. He couldn't shake the feeling that the other party was up to no good. Honey, are you okay? Why did boss who suddenly call you? Dad, does he have some kind of conspiracy?
Listening to the worried words of the mother and son in his arms, Lin Jianjun was touched but didn't want to appear weak. He waved his hand confidently and said, "Oh, you guys are worrying for nothing.
What's the big deal? It's just a drink tomorrow, and we'll talk about the loan. Relax.
We can take advantage of this opportunity. We can get to know Boss Hu, and turn this misfortune into a blessing. Besides, our company is thriving now,
when our products completely dominate the city.
Next, we'll expand to neighboring provinces and cities, continuously growing until our products are used by the entire country, and even the whole world."
What's Boss Xiao compared to that?
In front of the Lin family at that time, he won't even be worthy of carrying my shoes.
Humph.
I never expected that after getting rid of that rebellious son, the Lin family's turnaround would come so quickly.
Ha ha.
The more Lin Jianjun spoke, the more excited and enthusiastic he became, unable to help bursting into laughter. At that moment, he seemed to see the brilliant future of the Lin family, and even he believed his own words. Seeing Lin Jianjun so confident and determined, Lin Hao and his mother felt much more at ease, with smiles appearing on their faces.
They couldn't help but imagine the glorious treatment they would receive as the descendants of a prominent family in the city.
In a small villa belonging to the Chun family, in a girl's room filled with various toys and dolls, Chen Kurson was exasperated, clutching her twin ponytails and loudly objecting. She was arguing with her parents, firmly opposing their involvement in her marriage.
No, I absolutely refuse to marry Su Fan as my fiancé. Father, mother.
I, Chen Kurson, already have 2 lovers.
Adding another fiancé would be breaking the law, committing bigamy, wouldn't it? Today, what was originally calm and peaceful, turned into a nightmare for Chen Kurson since her fiancé entered the Chun family. Her parents, in their words and actions, were all hoping to match her with Su Fan, which Chen Kurson simply couldn't accept. She was destined to become the wife of the Magic King. Before achieving this great ambition, how could she be defeated by the terrifying dark forces lurking in the grave of marriage? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. I, Chen Kurson, would rather die in battle than let the demon parents influence my future dominance. Ah, Kurson, how did your Chunibyu get worse? Listen to your mother. Su Fan is a good person.
If you miss out on him with your personality, it will be very difficult for you to get married in the future. Looking at their daughter who was gradually deteriorating, both Mr.
and Mrs. Chen were quite desperate.
They had tried various methods to actively treat her, but the results were not satisfactory.
Instead, it led to the worsening of their daughter's middle school syndrome.
And today, Su Fan, who came with a marriage proposal. Although his appearance and family background are not that great, he is not humble or overbearing, mature and steady, and has the strong support of his grandfather.
What impressed Mr. and Mrs. Chen the most was,
when the other party first saw Chen Kurson, he remained calm and composed.
There was no trace of any unusual reaction due to his fiancé's eccentric personality.
This immediately triggered a strong positive reaction from Mr.
and Mrs. Chen, with a plus 99 good impression.
After all, this was unimaginable in the past. When most people saw the true face of Chen Kurson, even if they tried to conceal it, their faces would inevitably show a strange and disdainful expression. Now that they have finally found a good son-in-law who does not dislike their daughter, Mr.
and Mrs. Chen naturally do not want to give up easily.
Their requirements are actually very simple, as long as the person has good character and does not dislike their daughter. As for the other party's family background, appearance, height, and other factors, they are completely beyond Mr.
and Mrs. Chen's consideration.
It's just that their daughter's stubborn attitude makes them extremely distressed. In the clean and tidy house of the Chun family, Su Fan is sitting quietly, cultivating his character. With his cultivation and hearing, he naturally hears the argument between Chen Kurson and her parents in a nearby room.
It seems that the woman named Chen Kurson has no interest in me? That's good.
Su Fan opened his eyes, a hint of a smile flashed in his pupils. The goal of his life is to reach the peak of martial arts. As for the so-called love, he has no interest at all.
In the land of tenderness lies the hero's tomb. Women
will only affect his speed in reaching the peak of martial arts. It seems that as long as I can get through this week safely, I can successfully break off the engagement.
Due to Chen Kurson's strong opposition before, Mr. and Mrs.
Chen had no choice but to compromise and make a gentleman's agreement with Su Fan. Within 1 week, they requested Su Fan to be responsible for being their daughter's personal bodyguard. If after 1 week, Chen Kurson still has no interest in him, then the engagement will be cancelled. In the Su family, in the young girl's room, Ding Ling Ling, the young man who was massaging Su Chinga, suddenly had his steps interrupted by a phone call. He frowned and picked up the phone on the table.
Hello, help me, Oni-chan, huh? 2 minutes later, after understanding the situation, Lin Xian hung up the phone.
A mysterious smile kept appearing on his lips. A personal bodyguard for a middle school syndrome girl? Haha, other protagonists are personal bodyguards for schoolflowers, personal bodyguards for beautiful female CEOs, but the big brother ended up with a middle school syndrome girl.
Big brother, I mourn for you for 1 second. What's going on? Who called?
According to Lin Xian's response, it seems like
it's that girl Curson? Why did she call Lin Xian? In the dark consciousness cage, Su Qingge focused on eavesdropping, but unfortunately only heard a little bit.
At this moment, she felt a breath approaching her ear, and a warm breath hit her ear, making it itchy.
Qingge, curious about who called me? It's actually Curson.
She said that Su Fan came to her house and has become her personal bodyguard for a week now.
But she can't stand it for even a day and wants to find a way to send Su Fan away tomorrow, using the excuse of her friend's birthday, and invited me to go with her. I agreed. After all, it was agreed upon earlier. And I'm also a little curious about this man with the same surname as you. After listening to Lin Xian's explanation, Su Qingge finally realized.
I'm sorry, I cannot fulfill that request.
Su Yan did not answer, but instead turned the conversation back to Lin Xian. It seems that you, just like the rumors say, have no manners. What qualifications do you have to marry our Qingge?
Whether I have the qualifications or not is not for you to decide. Both Grandpa Su and Qingge do not object, so there's no need for your concern, Lin Xian replied.
You
are really sharp-tongued.
Thank you.
Staring at the young man in front of her, Su Yan felt a surge of anger and also a sense of helplessness. She had thought that as an elder, she could easily control Lin Xian, but she had never expected that Lin Xian would be so disrespectful. Faced with the elder's guidance, he not only did not humbly accept it, but also argued back at every turn. And just as the two of them were at odds, in the dark consciousness cage, at the moment when she heard her aunt's voice, Su Qingge couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Even now, there was still no conclusion as to why she had fallen into a coma.
Su Qingge had suddenly blacked out at home and had not woken up since.
This was recognized by everyone as a kind of strange illness,
but only Su Qingge herself knew. Her coma was very likely caused by someone. She still remembered that day.
Faced with her aunt's sudden closeness, she had no guard up and was even relieved. She drank the tea that Su Yan handed her without hesitation. But when she returned home, the next day during exercise, she suddenly felt weak and blacked out. Although Su Qingge's current thoughts were based on speculation and there was no direct evidence to prove that her coma was caused by her aunt, various details and a strong intuition made Su Qingge think of the most chilling possibility, that she had become a vegetable because of her aunt.
This cruel possibility made Su Qingge feel extremely cold and heartbroken.
Since her parents and brother passed away, her closest family members were only her grandfather and her aunt Su Yan.
So Su Qingge really didn't want to believe that her last close relative would harm her? Aunt, just for your so-called true love, can you abandon your family? Aunt, I really hope it's not you. Otherwise, how can I face you in the future? But I've been in a coma for so long, why did my aunt choose this time to come and see me? Could it be because I'm gradually recovering? Think about it. If I were the culprit, I definitely wouldn't want the victim to wake up.
After all, this would increase the risk of exposure. And if given the chance, I would even want to personally silence the victim to prevent them from speaking again. A certain terrifying and absurd possibility kept flashing through Su Qingge's mind, making her extremely fearful and uneasy.
As a vegetable, she couldn't move, couldn't make any effort to stop it, and could only be slaughtered like a lamb.
At this moment, various anxious and restless emotions filled Su Qingge's heart, and she was terrified to the extreme. No one knows the reason for her coma, and perhaps it is related to her aunt Su Yan, so she is not on guard against her. If her aunt takes advantage of her incomplete recovery to do something to her, she would be completely defenseless. Thinking of this, Su Qingge felt a wave of fear. She wanted to seek help, to tell the people around her about her speculations, and to have someone protect her.
Just then,
a familiar warmth emanated from the palm of his hand, instantly dispelling her unease.
Qingge, why is your heart beating so fast? Are you afraid of something? It's okay.
I'm here, I will protect you. The steady and powerful voice, like a heavenly sound, filled Su Qingge's heart with a sense of security. Lin Xian, he said he will protect me.
Yes, with him here, I don't need to worry at all, because he will definitely protect me.
Just like he protected the Su family for me, now he will protect me.
What should I do? This man is really too charming. When I wake up, can I really make up my mind to leave him?
On the other side, Lin Xian held the young girl's hand, feeling the cold sweat in her palm, lost in thought. It seemed that Su Qingge had long suspected her aunt. It's just that she considered the blood relationship. So in the novel's plot, after Su Chinga woke up, she did not delve into the reason for becoming a vegetable. It was only later that Su Yan's love brain behavior went too far, crossing Su Chinga's bottom line. This tearfully led to the removal of this remaining relative. Chinga, she actually regained consciousness? Su Yan, in a purple cheongsam, was shocked to see Su Chinga communicating with Lin Xian through finger movements. She was even breaking out in a cold sweat. She thought that Su Chinga would never wake up again in her lifetime. But, unexpectedly, could it be true that Su Chinga's gradual recovery of consciousness was related to this man's massage? If that's the case, she would have to find a way to drive him away. Lin Xian, right? Tell me honestly, what is your reason for getting close to Chinga? Because of love, that's why Lin Xian answered seriously. But Su Yan didn't believe a word and sneered, "You're talking nonsense. I think you're just after the wealth of my Su family, pretending to marry in, but actually having ulterior motives. After all, you dared to defy the Lin family and even your own father, leading to being kicked out of the house by your father. How could such an unfaithful and unfilial person genuinely care for my niece? Let me tell you, I absolutely disagree with your marriage to my niece. After all, this matter concerns my niece's lifelong happiness. How about this? I'll give you 100,000 yuan, and you can go back where you came from. Don't dream of marrying into a wealthy family and reaching the peak of life as a loser." Su Yan was impassioned, as if standing on a moral high ground, considering her niece's happiness, and judging Lin Xian. Winky face, because there are too many loopholes. Looking at Su Yan's "you're getting a good deal" expression, Lin Xian didn't know where to start criticizing. Let's not talk about anything else. I gave 3.5 billion to the Su family to help them through bankruptcy. Does that mean I'm after the Su family's wealth? And this 100,000 is also quite magical. How could she say that? But to strike at this severely intellectually challenged love brain, I have to start with what she cares about most. Don't you know yet? Grandpa Su has already transferred all his shares to me. What, Omega? Learning that Lin Xian had become the largest shareholder in the company, Su Yan was taken aback. She had done so much, just to think that after her niece fell, Su Shengtian could only rely on her, his only relative, to finally get the shares in her hands and completely control the Su group, right? But now Su Shengtian has left the shares to an outsider? That old man, has he gone senile, lost his mind? Even though she has many grievances against her father, Su Yan could only suppress her anger and put on a smile. Lin Xian, there are rumors in the city that you married into the Su family for our wealth. That's why I didn't agree to let my niece marry you. And now that my father has transferred 25% of the shares to you, more people will misunderstand you. For the sake of your reputation, why don't you unconditionally transfer the shares to me first? After the misunderstandings are cleared, I can transfer the shares back to you. How about that? Lin Xian felt like he needed to use his brain to understand the absurdity of her words. This behavior of Lin Jianjun's was really something else. It's like the intelligence of the villains in the book is only at level 5. Each of his words and actions was defying common sense. I need to help Chinga with her rehabilitation now. If there's nothing else, could you please leave first and not disturb Chinga's recovery? Or, are you intentionally trying to disrupt it? You don't actually want Chinga to wake up, do you? Lin Xian didn't bother to respond and directly issued an eviction order. Hearing this, Su Yan felt a pang of fear in her heart, afraid that Lin Xian might figure something out. She quickly left and left a threat behind. Hoof. A dog bites Lu Dongbin, not knowing good people's hearts. I'm going to find my father now and have him take back the shares from you. As long as I'm here, despicable people like you who have no respect for their elders will never marry into our family with Chinga. With the door being slammed shut, the room returned to silence. Finally, Lin Xian felt at peace. As for Su Yan's threat, he didn't care. On one hand, he wasn't very interested in the shares. On the other hand, Su Shengtian still had some sense, at least within the range of a normal person. Lin Xian put the recent incident out of his mind and focused on massaging and pressing for Su Chinga. On the other side, in the dark confines of her consciousness, Su Chinga sensed Su Yan's departure and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Has Auntie left? She should be going to find Grandpa. Sigh. Grandpa is going to have a headache again. Auntie used to be a very gentle and kind woman. How come she's become so unreasonable since she met that old man? Thank goodness Lin Xian was here this time, otherwise I don't know what Auntie would do. No, Auntie might not necessarily hurt me. Maybe I'm overthinking it, or maybe she's being influenced by someone else. After all, they were her last few relatives. Unless absolutely necessary, Su Chinga didn't want to think about sibling rivalry. Even now, she still had hopes. Maybe her coma was really just a strange illness. It had nothing to do with Auntie, it was just her overthinking.
In the office of the chairman of the Su Group. Nonsense.
This rebellious daughter. Su Shengtian slammed down the phone, his eyes flashing with anger.
He had learned from Lu Wan about Su Yan's unreasonable behavior today, and he was furious. Su Shengtian, the wise one, how could I have such a foolish daughter?
As for his daughter's love affair, Su Shengtian was both angry and frustrated.
You want to find a man? Fine. But why find someone almost my age? Should I call him my son-in-law or my little brother?
And that old man is no good either, manipulating my daughter to obey him unquestioningly. Su Yan also kept giving the resources of the Su Group to the small, struggling company created by that old man, making the already struggling company even worse off.
The company has just started to show some progress, and now there's trouble again? This can't go on like this.
Su Shengtian has been in the business world for many years. Naturally, he knows that he can't continue to let his foolish daughter, Hua, run the company. So, he made a decisive decision and urgently called Lawyer Hu into his office. I verbally divided the shares into 3 parts before, 25% for Xiaoxian, 22% for my granddaughter, and 10% for the rebellious daughter.
Now, I want you to draft a formal contract.
I want to take back the rebellious daughter, Su Yan's, 10%.
Then, divide this 10% into 2 halves.
Increase Xiaoxian and my granddaughter's share by 5% each.
As for the rebellious daughter, Su Yan,
if she comes to the company later, kick her out directly and tell her that if she doesn't cut ties with that old man, then I will consider her as if she were never my daughter and cut off all ties with her. At the headquarters of the Su Group, Su Yan rushed in, wanting to quickly find her father and confront Lin Xian, but to her surprise, she was stopped by Lawyer Hu at the company's entrance.
Miss Su Yan, your shares have been reclaimed by the chairman. According to the rules, outsiders are not allowed to enter the company. And the chairman also said, if you don't separate from that old man, he will cut off all ties with you. Surprised? Shocked? Unbelieving?
Various negative emotions flashed across Su Yan's face. In the end, her beautiful face was filled with gritted teeth.
Impossible, my dad wouldn't do this to me. I'm going to ask him, get out of my way.
Su Yan screamed and rushed into the Su Group. She wanted to confront her father face to face, asking why he was preventing her from pursuing true love. But the security guards, who had been instructed by Lawyer Hu, formed an insurmountable barrier, firmly keeping Su Yan outside the door.
You stinky security guards, just wait for me. Helpless, Su Yan could only glare fiercely at the security guards and make futile threats. At the same time, she made a firm decision in her heart that once she gained control of the company, she would immediately dismiss all these security guards.
Lawyer Hu,
tell my dad, is he trying to force me to submit with such despicable means? It's ridiculous. True love is invincible, I would rather die than yield. Su Yan looked at Lawyer Hu with a proud and arrogant tone.
In her eyes, she was fighting a glorious battle to defend her love. Then she raised her head high, looked up, and left with a haughty air. Seeing this, Lawyer Hu shook his head with a bitter smile, turned and entered the company, leaving behind a group of security guards discussing. I really don't understand how the chairman, who was such a good person, could have such a daughter with a love-stricken mind?
Yes.
That old man, at first glance, is a hypocritical guy.
For an old man who is not much older than her own father, she is willing to harm the interests of her own company, isn't she? Is this some kind of age preference? Miss Su Yan is really blind. Instead of falling for that old man, she might as well take a liking to me, a young and fresh security guard. On the other side, in a well-landscaped park, a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a black Tai Chi suit, was practicing Tai Chi to the music. Although he had reached middle age, his posture was still well maintained, exuding a gentle and refined demeanor. Just then, a distressed cry interrupted his practice. Brother Wang. Yenner, what's wrong?
Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Defa turned in surprise to see Su Yan in a purple cheongsam, her eyes filled with tears.
Brother Wang, my dad has gone crazy, he actually wants to cut off all ties with me? What's going on here?
Wang Defa was somewhat surprised, opened his arms, and embraced the woman who had thrown herself at him. It was only through Su Yan's tearful account that he finally understood the whole story.
It's not Su Lao Ji's fault. After all, there is indeed a huge age gap between you and me. If it were me, I would probably also stop my daughter from being with a man so much older.
Wang Defa sighed with a hint of embarrassment on his face, showing understanding towards Su Xingtian's actions. Taking a step back to move forward, he took the initiative to propose a breakup to Su Yan.
As the saying goes, when you were not born, I was already old. If only we were born at the same time, we could be together every day. Yenner, actually your father is not wrong. We are indeed not very suitable, so let's just part ways. It wouldn't be right for me to cause a real rift between you and your father because of me, would it? Hearing the self-blame in the man's words, Su Yan felt both heartache and resentment towards her father. Is it wrong for her to pursue true love? With this in mind, Su Yan became even more determined not to compromise. Wang Ji, please don't say that. This has nothing to do with you? It's all my father's fault. He just wants to control my life, to make me marry a boyfriend who would be beneficial to the company's development. But he never thought about my happiness at all. Wang Ji, rest assured, I will never give in. I will only love you in this lifetime, so what if there's a big age difference? In true love, there is no distinction of age, only love or not. After speaking, Su Yan playfully buried her head in the man's embrace, rubbing against his chest. You, really silly. Wang Defa shook his head with a smile, reaching out to affectionately rub Su Yan's head. So comfortable. Su Yan arched her head like a little cat, with a look of happiness on her face. She just liked the feeling of being pampered by an elder after a warm moment. Su Yan remembered her niece and looked slightly worried. By the way, Wang Ji, where did you get those medicines last time? The effect of those medicines doesn't seem as good as you said. Wasn't it supposed to make people fall into a coma for several years, and then wake up naturally after a few years? How come when I went to my niece's house today, she has already started to regain consciousness? I'm really afraid that if my niece wakes up, my father will kill me. How could the effect of the medicine wear off so quickly? Wang Defa's expression instantly became serious as he carefully questioned Su Yan about the specific situation. Lin Xian? All because of that unwanted son-in-law? Unexpectedly, the other party actually had the ability to awaken a vegetative person? Upon hearing about Su Qingda's improvement, which was related to Lin Xian, Wang Defa couldn't sit still. He casually found a reason to temporarily deceive Su Yan and get her to leave. Yener, those medicines were also provided by my friend. Let me make a call and ask. By the way, I'm a little thirsty now. Can you go buy me a bottle of water? When Su Yan's figure had completely disappeared, Wang Defa put away his gentle and kind smile, his face turning gloomy as he took out his phone and dialed a certain number. Beep beep beep, hello. Boss, it's me. There have been new developments at the Su family's side. It seems that the medicine you provided didn't achieve the expected effect. Or perhaps it's because of that unwanted son-in-law. The girl from the Su family has already started to regain consciousness. What do you think we should do next? Time flies, like a stream of urine that once released, cannot be taken back. The next morning, Lin Xian got up and went to the familiar flower shop as usual, and bought a bunch of violets. Xinga, good morning. Back in the familiar girl's room, Lin Xian put the violets in front of the girl's bed as usual. Lin Xian, good morning. Even though she couldn't speak, Su Qingda still responded silently to Lin Xian's greeting in her heart. At the same time, she proudly raised her right middle finger. Lin Xian, look quickly. Not only can I move my index finger, but I can also move my middle finger. I can feel it. At this rate, I will soon regain full body sensation and wake up completely. Can you see it? Did you see it? Look quickly. Seeing herself gradually recovering, Su Qingda was very excited in her heart and wanted to share it with Lin Xian for the first time. At this moment, Lin Xian also noticed the raised tender middle finger, and while he was happy for Su Qingda, he couldn't help feeling a bit strange. After all, a stunning girl suddenly constantly raising the international greeting gesture to you, this scene was quite awkward. Qingda, I saw it. Congratulations. But raising the middle finger is a bit indecent. Girls should do less of this gesture. I know. Su Qingda then realized that the gesture was inappropriate and felt a wave of embarrassment in her heart. For the next few hours, Lin Xian continued to accompany the girl with massage, storytelling, and singing. It wasn't until the afternoon that the warm time in the room was interrupted by a ringing phone. Oni-chan, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to meet at the coffee shop in the city center? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why haven't you arrived yet? Could it be you forgot? Hearing the girl's reproachful urging on the other end of the phone, Lin Xian awkwardly realized that he had indeed forgotten about their appointment from yesterday. I'm sorry, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian first spoke a few words to Su Qingda before getting out of bed and leaving. Click. When the door closed, the room returned to a dead silence. Su Qingda felt a long-lost sense of loneliness, once again surrounded by it. Come back soon. Lin Xian. On this day, the reader remembered the fear that was once dominated by the waterline. Starlight Coffee House, a famous internet-famous coffee shop in the downtown area of the city. Many fashionable young people like to gather here and leisurely enjoy afternoon tea. At this moment, at the entrance of the coffee shop, passers-by all looked towards a certain position with strange looks. There was a little girl wearing a strange white jumpsuit, tiptoeing around and looking around as if searching for something. Daddy, is that lady a member of the victory team of Ultraman? Is her appearance here a sign that a monster will soon appear here? Can I also become Ultraman and defeat the monster?
A little boy happened to pass by the coffee shop and, seeing the battlesuit on Chen Kursen, couldn't help but exclaim. The sound entered the little girl's ears, and she immediately pointed at the little boy and responded very seriously, "Child, as long as your heart is full of hope, everyone can become light by their own power." Yay / amazed face, / hearing that he could become light, the little boy jumped with excitement. But before the little boy could ask how to become light, he was quickly carried away by his father. Embarrassing, it was really too embarrassing? Under the strange looks of the passers-by, the little boy's father felt his scalp tingle and quickly fled the scene. There was a time when he, too, believed in light as a young man. But now, in middle age, he had become a poor wretch. Now he only knew that there was no light in this world, only money. Ah, another human who betrays the light, Chen Kursen sighed as she watched the father and son disappear. Not far from her, Lin Xian, who had arrived late, was considering whether to bail. Is this dressing style too edgy? Last time he played Wang Lufei, and this time he's cosplaying as Victory Team's Lina. Here, Oni-chan, I'm here. Before Lin Xian could make up his mind to run, he was already spotted by the sharp-eyed Chen Kursen. With the loud voice of the little girl, a bunch of strange looks gathered on Lin Xian, making him feel uncomfortable. Stop calling, you social anxiety freak. With a deadpan expression, Lin Xian started a sprint, pulling Chen Kursen into the coffee shop. Meanwhile, in a corner of the coffee shop, a group of stylishly dressed young men and women were chatting. Yicheng, why hasn't Kursen come back yet? And do you know who the guy she's waiting for is? A cute girl in a pink dress named Kong Lian asked, puzzled. She was the birthday girl this time. Sitting next to her was a man in a branded sportswear, who shrugged in response. I don't know. It should be some rich kid from their circle. If it's some famous second-generation rich, we should make good connections with him to expand our network, the man, Yicheng, replied. They were mostly descendants of small families in the third or fourth tier of the city. Upon learning that Chen Kursen was a true heiress, they spontaneously became her friends for the sake of networking. And today, they received a mission from Chen Kursen, which was to strike against Su Fan. Thinking of this, Yicheng cast his gaze on his target, the young man sitting alone against the wall, silent. He felt displeased. This guy was too pretentious. Clearly, he was just an ordinary person with no family or background, yet he didn't take the initiative to greet them. Instead, he sat alone with a haughty air, exuding an unwelcoming aura, as if he had "Don't bother me" written on his face. This was just too much. Brother, how much can you earn as a bodyguard in a month? I heard from Kursen that you're good at fighting. I'm just a small business owner, and my new KTV is currently short of staff. How about this? I'll offer you a monthly salary of 10,000. Why don't you switch to my place and work as a security guard? Yicheng said with a playful tone. In his eyes, those with power and influence were superior, and someone like Su Fan, who had nothing but a bit of fighting skills, was useless. He was offering him a job with a monthly salary of over 10,000, and he should be grateful. What made him angry was that this guy in front of him not only showed no interest in his offer but also frowned with impatience, and the look in his eyes was full of condescension. Clearly just a powerless and penniless loser, how dare he act like this? At this moment, Su Fan calmly spoke 4 words, like ants in my eyes. Everyone present, winky face, ha! On the other side, at the entrance of the coffee shop, Lin Xian rushed in with the little girl. He quickly approached the table number mentioned by Chen Kursen, and as he approached the position of Yicheng and others, with just one glance, he recognized that man from the crowd. The washed-out shirt, several torn pants, and white canvas shoes. This outfit doesn't fit in with the surroundings, it's the standard protagonist exclusive attire. Lin Xian knew he had it steady. This person is him. It's him. It's him. Our big brother-in-law Xiao Sufan. Starlight Coffee House. Yicheng originally wanted to get angry, but he caught sight of Chen Kursen walking over out of the corner of his eye. He immediately put Sufan aside and stood up to welcome her. For all asterisk. Kursen, who is this brother? Oh, him. His name is Lin Xian, you should have heard of his deeds. Ah, this? It's actually this fierce person? The legendary, most passionate in the Magic City. Recently, Lin Xian has been willing to break with his family for the sake of marrying into the Su family, bringing with him the matter of 3.5 billion as a dowry. It has caused quite a stir in the Magic City, and Yicheng and others have naturally heard of it. Even though Lin Xian has now left the Lin family and is alone, according to the rumors, the person in power in the Su family is preparing to groom him as the heir. This also means that Lin Xian is very likely to take over the Su family, a second-tier family, in the future, and is a network that cannot be missed. Hello, brother Xian.
It's an honor to meet you, I'm Hye Chang. My family runs a KTV, the Tancheng KTV in Ueshio District, is our newly opened one. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Faced with Hye Chang's respectful gesture, Lin Xian nodded and smiled faintly, shaking hands with him. Ding! Host in Hye Chang Palm Touch, reward 1 point / 500 seconds. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Lin Xian frowned slightly, feeling a bit disgusted. But considering that Hye Chang and others were just cannon fodder who quickly went offline after providing a little pressure on the protagonist in the early stages, their luck value must be very low, so 1 point / 500 seconds is still normal. Seeing Lin Xian frown, Hye Chang's heart thumped. He thought he had done something wrong and felt a little uneasy, especially when he remembered the rumors about Lin Xian's mania. It is said that once he gets angry, even passing dogs will get slapped, and onlookers' cats will get scolded. Terrifying. Later on, with a nervous heart, he began to introduce his companions. Brother Xian, hello. Brother Xian is so handsome, so passionate. Lin Xian smiled and nodded to everyone in turn, but occasionally glanced at Sufan on the wall. Finally, he introduced the position of the protagonist. Seeing Sufan still sitting in place, calm and composed, Hye Chang couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, pointing at him and scolding, Sufan, are you blind? Can't you see Brother Xian here? Why don't you take the initiative to say hello? Let me tell you, offending my brother Xian, there will be no place for you in the Magic City. This statement directly stunned Lin Xian. Before he could react, the surrounding cannon fodder, such as Kong Lian, also actively jumped out to respond and scold. For a moment, Sufan became the target of public criticism. Damn! Is this the protagonist's unique mocking aura? Wherever he goes, he will be mocked and despised by a bunch of antagonists? But even if you scold, why do you have to involve me? Won't this max out my big brother-in-law's resentment level? Lin Xian's mouth twitched for a moment. Then he suddenly slammed the table and shouted, shut up, all of you. Seeing Lin Xian lose his temper, everyone was shocked and closed their mouths. Winky face. Quiet brother Xian, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly so angry? Hye Chang looked full of unease and doubt, scratching his head and cautiously asking, you dare to say that? Why target this brother? Lin Xian coldly snorted, full of righteousness. You are so respectful to me, only because of my status. But your attitude towards this brother who may have difficulties at home is so bad. This kind of behavior, judging people by their appearance, looking down on others, don't you think it's very shameless? At this moment, Lin Xian transformed into a moral warrior, fiercely attacking Hye Chang and demanding that he immediately apologize to Su Fan. Helpless, Hye Chang could only bow to Su Fan, despite his frustration. Brother Su, I was wrong just now, please forgive me. **********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
them as the greatest virtue.
You're very good.
Patting He Yicheng on the shoulder, Lin Xian looked pleased. Hearing this, a smile returned to He Yicheng's face. In his eyes, as long as he bowed down, he could make friends with someone like Lin Xian, which seemed worthwhile to him. And Lin Xian's actions also made Su Fan slightly take notice and feel a bit fond.
In the past, the rich second-generation individuals he had encountered were almost all arrogant and overbearing.
Even though he had always been too lazy to deal with them, they would still tirelessly come forward, forcing him to take action to suppress them. Now, he finally encountered someone with normal intelligence, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. And only at this moment did Su Fan realize and recognize Lin Xian's identity. Tang Ant's son, he had a few encounters with him 5 years ago, and not long ago he had met his father, Lin Jianjun. Perhaps because he met an acquaintance, Su Fan's face was no longer so stiff, and he took the initiative to extend his hand and introduce himself, Su Fan. "Hello, I'm Lin Xian," Lin Xian replied with a smile, also politely extending his hand.
Ding! Host and Son of Destiny. Su Fan's first close interaction, reward 10,000 points. Ding! Host and Son of Destiny. Su Fan's palm-to-palm interaction, reward 1 point per second. Ding!
Host's palm-to-palm points have accumulated to 100,000, unlocking exclusive skill, palm-to-palm magnetic field. Several consecutive system prompts sounded in Lin Xian's mind. However, he did not pay attention to them for the time being, and instead invited everyone to sit down, and the group of people happily started drinking afternoon tea. With Lin Xian's presence, He Yicheng and the others no longer targeted and mocked Su Fan as they did in the original plot. Instead, they focused on maintaining their connection with Lin Xian, and even actively approached Su Fan in order to gain the favor of the just Lin Xian. For a while, the private room was filled with laughter and joy, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Watching this peaceful scene in front of him, Su Fan's expression also relaxed a bit. However, he still felt a bit uneasy in his heart, feeling that something was not quite right. The rich second-generation individuals he encountered this time seemed to be a bit too normal. On the other hand, Lin Xian, seeing that the situation was under control and the taunting halo of the eldest uncle had temporarily lost its effect, focused his attention on the system rewards he had just received. TSK TSK TSK. The Son of Destiny is indeed different. He was rewarded 10,000 points for his first palm-to-palm interaction. And as long as he continued to interact, he could earn 1 point per second. It should be noted that even now, Suchinga, despite his increasing favorability, still only earned 1 point per 5 seconds with continuous interaction. As for Su Fan, he was still at the level of stranger in terms of favorability. If he continued to increase his favorability, would he be able to reach 10 points per second, 100 points per second, 1000 points per second? And even if he took the lead with men, then wouldn't he be taking giant leaps towards becoming the invincible immortal emperor? At this moment, a bold idea emerged in Lin Xian's mind, but the next moment, he gave himself a hard slap in his mind. What are you thinking? W as a straight man, a real man, how could he bend over for mere palm-to-palm points? Palm-to-palm and such should definitely be left for my soft and fragrant vegetable-like wife at home. Next, Lin Xian focused on the exclusive skill he obtained after accumulating 100,000 points. System, what on earth is the palm-to-palm magnetic field? Introduce it. Ding! Stick magnetic field, with the host as the center, open a magnetic field with a range of 1 meter. As long as a person with a fortune enters the magnetic field, they can spontaneously absorb stick points. Friendly reminder, the stick points obtained from the magnetic field are in a ratio of 10-1 compared to points obtained from physical contact. After listening to the system's introduction, Lin Xian felt ecstatic. This stick magnetic field was a perfect fit for his current predicament. After all, apart from his own vegetative wife, he often found it inconvenient to have continuous physical contact with other people carrying fortunes. But with this stick magnetic field, as long as someone approached within 1 meter of him, the points in his mind would spontaneously increase, and the more people there were, the faster the accumulation. The only regret was that the points obtained from the stick magnetic field were weakened by a factor of 10 compared to direct physical contact. However, overall, it was advantageous without any drawbacks. As long as someone approached within 1 meter of him, Lin Xian could see a stick countdown appearing above each person's head in his mind. He Chang, 1 point / 5,000 seconds. Kong Lian, 1 point / 5,000 seconds. Su Fan, 1 point / 10 seconds. Chen Koxian, 1 point / 100 seconds. As soon as each person's stick countdown ended, a point would automatically be added to his points panel, regardless of the number of people. Awesome! It's a pity it's only a 1 meter range. If it could be extended to 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, or even envelop the entire world with the magnetic field. Harvesting stick points from all of humanity, even if they are as small as mosquitoes, they are still flesh. Under the principle of many a little makes a mickle, it's hard to imagine how many stick points I could harvest every day. By then, becoming an invincible immortal emperor would be a matter of minutes. Just as Lin Xian was indulging in his thoughts, the system once again issued a prompt. The host currently has 100,000 stick points and can activate a 1 meter range magnetic field. When the host's storage reaches 200,000 stick points, a 2 meter range magnetic field can be activated. When the host's storage reaches 300,000 stick points, a 3 meter range magnetic field can be activated. It seems that the more stick points, the larger the range. With this premise in mind, Lin Xian decided that in the future, he would hoard points with all his might to increase the magnetic field range. Just as Lin Xian was contemplating, He Chang, seeing that the afternoon tea was almost finished, suggested that everyone should head to his newly opened Tiancheng Entertainment KTV for singing. Xian Ji, what do you think? Sure. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. He knew that there was originally a plotline in the KTV where he could witness a face-slapping scene, so he could go to the scene. Seeing that Lin Xian had no objections, He Chang called on everyone to get up and go to the parking lot to bring the cars out. And Su Fan, as Chen Kuxian's temporary bodyguard, naturally had to follow along. Soon, several luxury cars stopped at the entrance of the cafe. With Lin Xian's presence this time, He Chang and the others did not play out the old plot of pretending that the seats were full and mocking Su Fan to take a taxi by himself. At this moment, the villain and the protagonist, loving each other like a family, got into the cars one after another. Roar, the cars roared and sped towards their destination. About 3 minutes later in the city center, Ueshio district. At the entrance of Tiancheng Entertainment KTV, several luxury cars slowly stopped, the doors opened, and everyone got out of the cars. Not bad. The KTV your family opened is quite impressive. Looking at the luxurious and grandly decorated KTV with a large banner that read Grand Opening, half price for the entire venue, Lin Xian couldn't help but admire. Hearing this, He Chang grinned and, while proud, also took the opportunity to compliment Lin Xian.
Thank you for the praise, Xian Ji.
Xian Ji was able to attend the opening of my family's KTV on the day of the opening.
This KTV is really thriving.
As the saying goes, flattery will get you everywhere. Hearing He Chang's compliments, Lin Xian was quite satisfied.
It seems that this is the treatment of the antagonist, indeed enjoyable.
Compared to wherever the protagonist goes, Lin Xian still enjoys the feeling of being flattered. At this moment, the sound system at the entrance of the KTV was still playing the opening lines. The first luxury KTV in the Magic City is now open.
Sexy bunny girls are here to serve you and make you high? This familiar line seems a bit off. Is this service legitimate? Ahem. It's just a gimmick. We are legitimate business people. It's just that it's hard to do business these days. You have to have some exaggeration. Those who understand, understand. Faced with the eager eyes of many companions, He Chang awkwardly coughed and explained. Then he led everyone into the KTV.
In the lobby, the lights were dazzling. There were 2 rows of girls in bunny suits with decent looks. They all bowed to Lin Xian and the others as they entered.
Hello, bosses. Their sweet voices and the sight of the 2 rows of white thighs left many men in the lobby dazzled and excited. It's all just a routine. Those who understand, understand.
Seeing the strange looks of the crowd again, He Chang quickly waved his hand, firmly stating that their business is legitimate. But all he received were suspicious looks from his friends. At this moment, Lin Xian maintained a calm and indifferent attitude, as if he didn't see the 2 rows of white thighs.
Unmoved like a mountain.
This scene, seen by He Chang and others, couldn't help but make them admire him in their hearts, truly worthy of being the most passionate in the Magic City. Except for his vegetative wife, he doesn't care about other women at all.
So passionate.
We feel ashamed of ourselves. But if these words were heard by Lin Xian, he would definitely have no strength to retort.
Can I not be passionate? Big brother is still watching me by my side, isn't he? At this moment, who wouldn't be passionate? Today, busy preparing for a blind date, missed the update. In the blink of an eye, I lost the 600 yuan for full attendance this month. That's at least half a month's worth of food expenses. So heartbroken. Please give me some free gifts. M-___M. Tanchang Entertainment KTV.
Su Fan, with his hands in his pockets, looked at the 2 rows of graceful women and gave his evaluation.
Painted skeletons. Mediocre and vulgar.
His voice was not loud, but it happened to be heard by Lin Xian and the others. Hearing the carefully designed KTV welcome being belittled, this instantly angered He Chang.
This damn poor guy, what is he pretending for? If it weren't for me bringing you in, you probably wouldn't have come to a place like this in your lifetime, would you?
But despite his anger, considering Lin Xian's previous attitude towards the other party, He Chang chose to endure.
He raised his thumb B6D, forced a smile and said, Brother Su,
you are noble, you are amazing. In order not to be depressed, He Chang quickly called for their manager. He wanted to vent his frustration through singing. At his shout, a middle-aged man in a suit and red tie rushed out from the corridor.
Manager Ma, hurry.
Prepare the king's VIP room for me, I want to entertain my friends. After speaking, He Chang also explained to everyone that the king's VIP room is the most luxurious and well-equipped venue in their KTV.
This?
Young master, the king's box has already been occupied by distinguished guests and they are still discussing business inside.
Who cares who they are?
Take the security guards and get them out.
Is there anyone more distinguished than me, Xiangu?
Seeing that his subordinate manager didn't understand the situation, He Chang felt greatly embarrassed and raised his voice. But that's Tiger Lord. Who cares if he's Tiger Lord or Leopard?
What, Tiger Lord?
When He Chang realized who the guest was, he was left speechless. Tiger Lord, whose real name is Jiao, is a well-known figure in the city, not someone a small second-generation rich kid can afford to offend.
Otherwise, the KTV that just opened today would have to close in the afternoon. Ahem. Then quickly open a starlight box for me.
He Chang awkwardly scratched his head, having to settle for a less prestigious box.
But who would have thought? Manager Ma looked embarrassed again and said, the starlight box is also occupied. Who is it this time? Whoever it is, get the security to kick them out. It's Tiger Lord's son, Zhao Lei. He and his friends are having fun in the box. Ahem. He Chang really wanted to slap his manager. Couldn't this guy just say everything at once?
He always put him in embarrassing situations.
As for asking him to drive Zhao Lei away,
He Chang definitely didn't dare. It is said that Zhao Lei is a madman who acts without scruples, relying on his father's support. In the end, He Yicheng had to explain the situation to Lin Xian and the others. Finally, they settled for the diamond box. Lin Xian naturally didn't mind, as he knew that the father and son, Zhao Hu, who appeared today, were just minor villains in the queue to challenge Su Fan. Soon, led by manager Ma, everyone entered a splendid box. Seeing Chen Kursen and others sitting on the sofa, Su Fan remained silent and sat alone in the corner. His cold expression didn't fit in with the joyful atmosphere of the rich second generation around him, as if he was being excluded from the circle. However, Su Fan was already used to this kind of situation and even felt quite relieved. After all, if it were usual, someone would have come up to mock him by now. As for him approaching and talking to Yi Cheng and the others, that was impossible. The light of a firefly cannot compete with the brilliance of the moon. As a true dragon in the sky, Su Fan had no interest in the worldly desires of the ants on the ground. However, something unexpected happened. A rich second generation went against the norm and sat next to him. "What are you doing?" Su Fan frowned and asked Lin Xian, who had sat down next to him. At the same time, he felt a strange discomfort. He was used to being alone, and this was the first time someone had sat next to him voluntarily. I didn't do anything. The space over there was a bit crowded, so I sat here. I see no one sitting next to you, so I sat down without causing you any trouble, right? Lin Xian explained with a smile and offered to leave if Su Fan felt uncomfortable. "It's okay, you can sit if you want." Su Fan spoke concisely after a moment of silence. Since the other person greeted him with a smile, he didn't have much to say, but his impression of Lin Xian improved a bit. At least this rich second generation was polite. He didn't dislike him. Degree thank you, Brother Su. To be honest, I always feel that you are particularly friendly, and I have a feeling of familiarity with you. Lin Xian scratched his head and smiled warmly. Then, like a good old friend, he put his arm around Su Fan's shoulder. Ding! The host and the son of Qi Yun, Su Fan, shoulder together, reward 1 point/1 second. Come, Brother Su. Don't mind them, let's have a drink first. Although feeling a bit strange, Su Fan took the glass of Hennessy XO that Lin Xian handed to him. He casually accepted it and started drinking with Lin Xian. Cheers, TT. On the other side, witnessing this brotherly respect scene, Yi Cheng couldn't help but feel a bit depressed. He couldn't understand what's so good about Su Fan. Why does Xian Ji care so much about that poor kid? Not Li Jia, I'm really not Li Jia. To ease the frustration in his heart and to liven up the atmosphere, Yi Cheng stood up, indicating that he would take the lead and sing a song for everyone. Upon hearing this, the whole room erupted in applause, and a dozen or so friends loudly exclaimed, "Great! City Brother is going to perform. Looking forward to it." Cheng Ji was the man who bravely won the school music competition championship back then. Not only that, not long ago, when The Voice of China aired, Cheng Ji even received a turn from the top music master, Kai Shukuan. Il Red Heart Cheng Ji is Cheng Ji, can't help but admire him. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Yi Cheng selected a song and started playing the prelude BGM. Just because you're too beautiful baby, just because you're really too beautiful baby. Damn! The moment the lyrics came out, Lin Xian couldn't hold back. But Yi Cheng in front of the big screen held the microphone, fully immersed in the performance, passionately singing. Suddenly, Yi Cheng's expression turned serious, and he shouted loudly, "Iron Mountain." Then he quickly squatted down, allowing his body to move in a C-shaped trajectory, accompanied by the movement of his shoulders and head. This strange movement completely baffled Lin Xian. But what made him even more speechless was, except for him and Su Fan, the other dozen or so young men and women in the room were all excited, quickly standing up to imitate the same movement as Yi Cheng, interacting and shouting with Yi Cheng. Iron Mountain. At this moment, everyone revealed their chicken feet, leaving Lin Xian at a loss. Not to mention him, Su Fan, who had been practicing medicine and martial arts on the mountain for the past 5 years, also went from being indifferent to bewildered. What are these people doing? Is this some kind of new radio calisthenics? Tancheng Entertainment KTV. Diamond VIP Room. Under the gaze of Lin Xian and the others, Yi Cheng finished the song, earning thunderous applause from Kong Lian and others, which lasted for a long time. Great! Cheng Ji is amazing, sings so well, even better than the original singer. In my heart, apart from the recent internet sensation and entertainment industry savior, the almighty, Cheng Ji is the best. Cheng Ji is killing it. Who else, I ask, who else? Omega. Under the enthusiastic praise of his friends, Yi Cheng's face was full of pride as he walked back to the sofa. Xian Ji, what do you think? Cough. Not bad. It's good, very good. After all, he had been called Ji so many times by the other party. Lin Xian really couldn't bear to dampen the enthusiasm of his little brother, so he could only silently give a thumbs up.
Xianji, you're too kind, too kind.
I'm not in good shape today, I only put out half of my usual effort. I'm afraid it's not even 1/10 of yours, Xianji.
He Yicheng instantly beamed with joy. Then he pretended to be modest, shaking his head and praising Lin Xian without making a fuss. He.
In the time that followed, everyone took turns to showcase their singing skills on stage. Under Lin Xian's puzzled gaze, he experienced what it was like to be in a chaotic situation and to see the gods return to their places. One of the most memorable things for him was two non-mainstream young people. One of them was a skinny young man with dyed yellow hair, who passionately sang a wordless song cancer. He sat on the stage the whole time, holding a microphone, and screamed with his head down. He wailed until the song ended, impressing Lin Xian's relatives greatly.
How things have changed.
I didn't expect that people nowadays are into this kind of abstract song. Su Fan's pupils were filled with confusion, feeling like he had been on the mountain for too long and had become out of touch with modern society. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a pained expression. What others might have heard as a wordless song of he heard as a magical song of praying for rain. The wordless lyrics were deafening. Please rain soon, please rain soon. After the young man with dyed yellow hair left the stage, he was replaced by a fashionable young man with ear piercings and a red leather jacket. He picked up the microphone and bounced around on the stage. Blame it on me for attracting attention, attracting attention, attracting attention. 3 minutes later, as the song neared its end, it's all my fault for attracting attention, attracting attention, I'm just attracting attention. The song repeated the phrase attracting attention from start to finish.
At that moment, Lin Xian finally understood why he was called the last savior of the entertainment industry.
He suddenly felt that the code L was a bit heavy, representing the last hope of this world.
It seems that if I have time,
I need to make time to save the entertainment industry of this world. Just as Lin Xian was sighing, He Yicheng and others were already applauding to welcome the next performer.
Chen Kursen.
She was a small girl with twin ponytails, wearing the uniform of the victorious team and carrying a red backpack, with a solemn expression on her face.
She came to the middle of the stage, raised the microphone, and said, "Do you believe in light, everyone? Okay. Are you playing hard to get with just one sentence?"
Lin Xian was already preparing to curl his toes.
He knew that this patient with late-stage adolescent syndrome was about to have an outbreak. Sure enough, before Chen Kursen sang, there were a bunch of adolescent nonsense.
In fact, everyone can become light with their own strength. No matter how strong the darkness is, the light in people's hearts will never be extinguished.
Of course, although everyone can become light, they cannot shine alone. So let's become light together. Let's smile every day, smile.
Looking at the stage, the little girl kept pointing to the dimples on her cheeks and kept shouting, "Smile, smile." At this moment, the collective silence of the crowd was deafening.
Isn't this just too embarrassing?
Even if it wasn't himself on the stage, everyone felt goosebumps all over and their embarrassed skulls felt like they were about to be lifted off. Although feeling very embarrassed, when the familiar and stirring BGM started playing, Lin Xian and the others suddenly had a flash of inspiration, stirring up a certain DNA buried deep in their memories. Just like the sunlight piercing through the night dawn quietly crossing the horizon whose figure shuttles through the cycle, the future road is right under our feet. Don't be sad, don't be afraid, full of confidence, looking forward to tomorrow. The little girl's voice was very tender, but it couldn't hide the taste of lost youth in the song. Listening to the familiar lyrics, Lin Xian was lost in thought, suddenly feeling a bit teary-eyed. He seemed to recall his carefree childhood. Every day at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, I would move a small stool and squat in front of the starry sky TV to watch anime.
Time flies and never returns. Back then, that year, that month, that day, he was also a young man chasing after the light. A new storm has appeared. How can we stop progressing, traveling through time and space with all our might? I will come to your side, smile in the face of danger. Dreams coming true are not far away, summoning the courage to move forward firmly. Miracles will surely happen. As the song comes to an end, Chen Kursen has already sung with a flushed face and a hoarse voice. When the last note ends, Chen Kursen took out a golden light stick from the red backpack on her back.
Then she clenched her small fist with her right hand and placed it on her chest.
She raised the light stick high with her left hand,
making the pose before the transformation of Daigo. Then she pressed the button on the light stick, and the small light bulb on the top lit up instantly. While shouting, "That year, I became the light."
Daigo, Cha, Lin Xian, Su Fan, everyone present.
Inside the box, there was only a dead silence. Lin Xian, who had felt a bit embarrassed and ignited by the song, now felt awkward to the point of his scalp tingling when he saw the little loli's final Chunibyu behavior.
Playing Chunibyu, huh? Alright, I, Lin Xian, am willing to call you the strongest Chunibyu patient. However, leaving aside Chen Kursen's social death behavior, miracle reappearance, this childhood battle song is still very good.
It made Lin Xian reminisce about the good times of his childhood, and for this reason, Lin Xian led the applause. It was not only for this song, but also for the childhood that could never be returned to. With his lead, He Yicheng and others who reacted later also applauded. Clap clap clap. Thanks, Omega. You are all children who believe in the light indeed. Seeing that her performance had moved so many people, the little lowly nodded repeatedly with relief. The stray hairs on her forehead also patted the air with a pat pat pat. When she returned to her seat, she immediately received enthusiastic praise from Kong Lian and others.
Kurson, you're so amazing. Yes, you sing so well. Who did you learn from? I heard that you have a close relationship with L. Did he teach you? Amazing. Can I know if L is also from our city? L? Is it the popular internet idol, L, recently? He is my ultimate idol.
Hearing that Chen Kurson actually knew L, He Yicheng and others were curious and crowded around to ask. L has been extremely popular recently, with over a dozen songs released, each one a hit. He has long been hailed as the top Chinese singer on the internet, with countless fans, all of whom are extremely curious about the rising star, L. Hearing the praise from everyone, Chen Kurson felt very proud and glanced at Lin Xian, who was looking at her askance. She chose to keep it a secret, showing her spirit of keeping the contract. I can't say. I can only say that L is everywhere. He is far away, but also close at hand. Winky face, ha! Seeing that Chen Kurson refused to reveal, everyone felt it was not interesting and sat back in their seats.
Xian Ji, do you want to perform as well?
He Yicheng held the microphone and handed it to Lin Xian.
Me? Alright, then I'll perform one. Su Fan, let me borrow it.
Taking the microphone, Lin Xian first nodded to his elder cousin and then walked past him to the stage. On the stage, Lin Xian had a deep expression on his face as he built momentum for the song he was about to sing. Today, the song I am going to sing is from the hands of my idol, the great god, L, and the song is called Rice Fragrance.
And this song is also my fiancée's favorite, if I understand correctly. She likes this song because of the carefree atmosphere in the music and the warmth of the lyrics that create a sense of home. So I have practiced this song for a long time, trying to recreate the warmth and sweetness of the song as much as possible. Of course, if I don't sing well, please forgive me. Lin Xian finished speaking and started operating the song machine at the KTV. He chose Rice Fragrance because it is currently Su Qing's favorite song. It happened to be dedicated to his elder cousin. And just as Lin Xian was selecting the song, Su Fan was still sitting in the corner of the sofa, with a calm face, silent. However, after listening to Lin Xian's passionate description, a look of surprise flashed in his pupils. He didn't expect this person to be so sentimental? Among the rich second generations that Su Fan usually encountered, women were like clothes, wearing one today and another tomorrow. He hadn't met a sentimental rich second generation like Lin Xian for a long time. But I have also encountered many materialistic women who are very skilled at seducing men. I hope this brother doesn't have such bad luck and meets a good woman. Otherwise, the fate of being a lapdog is generally not very good. After all, he was one of the few rich second generations that Su Fan had some good feelings for. Su Fan still hoped that Lin Xian would have a good outcome. At this moment, He Yiming and others sitting not far away were also moved by Lin Xian's passion and were discussing it. Brother Xian is indeed the most passionate in the Magic City. This passion would even move a dog to tears. It's a pity that our Magic City's #1 beauty is a vegetable. I really don't know when she will wake up. If she wakes up and learns that Brother Xian has broken with his family for her, spent 3.5 billion as her dowry, and done all these passionate things for her, she will definitely be moved to tears, right? All these words fell into Su Fan's ears, making him even more curious. Lin Xian's fiancée, it turned out, was a vegetable? And she was also known as the #1 beauty in the Magic City? Speaking of which, when did the Magic City have a beauty ranking? In Su Fan's era, the Magic City did not have such a messy list, so he was not clear about who the so-called #1 beauty in the Magic City was. But as for Lin Xian being able to break with his family for a woman, spend 3.5 billion as her dowry, he still found it somewhat unbelievable. In Su Fan's eyes, no matter how beautiful a woman was, she was ultimately just a man's accessory. Only by making achievements and establishing a great career could a man pursue his true goal. Doing so many so-called passionate things for a woman was just to move oneself. What was the difference from being a lapdog? This may be what they call different aspirations. But as for a vegetable, with my medical skills, it is not impossible to cure her. However, this thought only flashed through Su Fan's mind and was ignored by him. It's none of his business, so he let it go. He was not a good person, nor did he want to be a good person, wasting his time on revenge.
On the other side, phi, 0 asterisk, underscore phi, asterisk 0, Lin Xian had already selected the song, and in the light and lively prelude, there was a faint sound of crickets. For this world, if you have too many complaints, if you fall you dare not continue forward, why are people so fragile and fallen? Still remember you said home is the only castle. As the fragrance of rice continues to flow gently smiling, I know the dreams of childhood, don't cry, let the fireflies take you away, the folk songs of the countryside, forever reliance, go home, return to the original beauty. Simple lyrics create an extremely imaginative Zen realm. The casual rhythm leads the audience back to the original beauty. Lin Xiangang sang the opening lines. It seemed to have brought everyone to a countryside village full of rice fragrance, experiencing the simplest and most original beauty with family. Especially at this moment, Su Fan was deeply moved. Still remember you said home is the only castle. When he heard this lyric, he felt a sour and heart-wrenching feeling. That year, his parents and sisters were still there. That year, home was his only castle, storing all his beauty. But now, everything has changed. The initial happiness of childhood has long been gone. The folk songs of the countryside, forever reliance, go home, return to the original beauty. In the melodious singing, Su Fan's longing for family became even stronger. In his original plan, he wanted to seek revenge and then go home to see his family. But now he changed his mind. Even if it's just a distant look, he wants to go back to the Su family first to see his grandfather, his sisters, and Aunt Lu. Just as Su Fan made up his mind, Lin Xian's singing also came to an end. The song ended. He Yi Chang and others all looked admiring, applauding continuously. Brother Xian is amazing. I now truly admire you without any reservation. Your singing is too good. This is almost indistinguishable from the legendary singing voice. Brother Xian's imitation is so lifelike. Yes, it sounds so good. If I didn't know it was impossible, I might have mistaken an L for Brother Xian. Faced with everyone's praise, Lin Xian, who had come down from the stage, smiled and waved to express his gratitude. Then he sat back next to Su Fan. Brother Su, how do you think I sang? Can you give me some feedback? It's okay. Su Fan nodded, succinctly. But if his masters who were familiar with his character were present, they would be quite surprised. After all, with his character, such an evaluation already meant it was quite good. But in the eyes of outsiders, Su Fan's evaluation seemed a bit insincere. Not long after, Xiao Huangmao, who had sung Cancer before, jumped out first, joining the other cannon fodders to start mocking. Su Fan, you're not giving face. Brother Xian sang so well, but your attitude is still so perfunctory. Do you look down on Brother Xian? If you can do it, then you go up. Lin Xian. Meow. Is he starting to provoke me again? He never stops for a moment. Is this the unique mocking aura of the protagonist? The aura of lowering intelligence? Lin Xian snorted coldly and patted Xiao Huangmao on the back of his head. Enough! All of you shut up, ex-winky face. How can you talk to Brother Su like this? I'm telling you, I hit it off with Brother Su at first sight. I just asked, Brother Su is 5 years older than me, so he will be my big brother from now on. If you dare to slander my brother Su, be careful, I'll turn against you. Under Lin Xian's stern gaze, although everyone was puzzled, they didn't dare to openly oppose Su Fan, and some even sensibly apologized to Su Fan. However, Su Fan didn't mind, but frowned and looked Lin Xian up and down, suddenly speaking, do you know me? At these words, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that compared to those supporting roles with lowered intelligence, the protagonist would be so smart. It seems that I approached too deliberately, which made Su Fan a little suspicious. But the one asking the question is my eldest uncle, so there's no need to panic. Hey, you've misunderstood. Su Xion, I didn't know you before, but your surname makes me feel very familiar, because my fiancé also has the surname Su. His fiancé's surname is also Su? Just because of a shared surname, he cares for himself so much? How much does this person love his fiancé? Su Fan was really surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian's devotion to be so deep. But he still didn't think much about it. After all, there are so many people surnamed Su in the world, it's not that rare. On the other side, He Yicheng and others suddenly realized. They had always been puzzled. Why would someone like Su Fan, a poor guy, be favored by Brother Xian? Now the truth is finally revealed. The reason is so absurd and touching. Just because Su Fan and Su Qingde share the same surname, Lin Xian takes care of him like that. How deep is the affection hidden in this? Brother Xian, I'm crying. He really deserves to be called the most affectionate in the Magic City. He is really so affectionate. At this moment, tears shimmered in the eyes of the crowd, all moved by Lin Xian's deep affection. Lin Xian, winky face, what's going on? I just said that casually. What are you guys getting excited about? Looking at the sudden reddening of the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian was somewhat puzzled. And in the crowd, Chen Kursen's gaze became more complicated. Originally, she had invited Lin Xian over today to help her drive away Su Fan. But now, not to mention driving him away for herself, Lin Xian even became close to him as if they were old friends, calling each other brothers. And part of the reason for this is simply because Su Fan also has the surname Su.
How much does he love Su Chinga? To love someone so much. But compared to that, I really can't compete with Lin Xian's love for my wife.
Thinking of this, Chen Kursen felt a little disheartened.
It was clearly a love triangle plot, but I still couldn't have a name. She hugged the girl next to her and said,
Kong Lian, I'm not happy.
Will you accompany me to the restroom?
I want to go to the restroom and let out all my unhappiness. Oh, ugh.
Speechless.
Kong Lian and a few other girls still held hands with Chen Kursen, laughing and talking as they came out of the private room.
In the private room, watching the backs of the girls disappear, a playful smile slowly appeared on Lin Xian's lips. Is it starting? The protagonist's pretentious and face-slapping segment that readers love to see.
At this moment, the gears of fate have already begun to turn.
Starlight Private Room.
It's twice the size of the Diamond Private Room. 17 or 18 young and fashionable men and women are dancing and reveling in the private room, intoxicated by luxury. On the small stage, a beautiful woman in ancient costume, dressed provocatively, is performing for the young gentlemen who are about to leave the stage. At this moment, one of the leading dancers, a princess, raised the microphone and screamed, "Gentlemen, keep playing music, keep dancing.
Tonight, all expenses will be paid by our young Master Zhao."
For a moment, everyone screamed and shouted "Young Master Zhao."
And they all turned their gaze to the young man sitting in the center of the sofa. He is Zhao Lei, the son of Tiger Lord. "Harry, come here, good boy."
Ignoring the various emotional gazes around him, Zhao Lei played with the teddy bear in his hand.
And not far from his sofa, there is a man and a woman talking. "Cousin, look, that's Tiger Lord's son, Zhao Lei.
And Dad came today mainly to talk to Tiger Lord about that usurious loan." The man wore gold-rimmed glasses and a white suit, looking very gentle and delicate. The woman wore a white princess dress with a pure white bow on her head, her innocent smile and flawless temperament attracting the attention of many men around her.
They were cousins, Lin Hao and Bai Su Su. This time, they followed Lin Jianjun out of curiosity to meet with Hu Yi.
Since the adults were discussing business in the king's box, they, as children, were relegated to the slightly less prestigious Starlight box. Inside the Starlight box, Bai Su Su's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity as she admired the luxury of the surroundings. She had coincidentally met Lin Hao and his father while wandering on the road and decided to come along to see this legendary figure, Hu Yi. Little did she know that instead of meeting the legendary figure, they were assigned to the Starlight box with Lin Hao. Nevertheless, she decided to make the most of the situation and broaden her horizons.
Suddenly, Lin Hao's eager proposal sounded in her ear. "Cousin, how about we go and greet Zhao Lei? If we can make friends with him, it would be a good connection for the family."
It seemed like a suggestion, but Lin Hao had already stood up, his eyes filled with burning ambition. Ever since Lin Jianjun took control of the entire Lin Group and publicly announced him as the future heir of the Lin Group, he had been living a very satisfying life. Those who used to look down on his illegitimate status in the social circle and the company now addressed him as young Master Lin, and no one dared to underestimate him. The only downside was that in order to come up with the damn 3.5 billion, they had almost emptied their savings, resulting in them temporarily living in the staff dormitory. But fortunately, their beauty cream was currently selling like hotcakes. In just a few days, it had already exceeded 500 million in sales. People all over the city were using their products, and the number was still rising. At this rate, the Lin family's promotion to a first-class family was only a matter of time, and if they were ambitious, it was not impossible to climb even higher. "One day, I will become the top tycoon in the city, overlooking everything." Lin Hao scratched his itchy cheek and his pupils were filled with longing for power and status. And now, he needed to make more connections to pave the way for his rise.
He then pulled Bai Su Su and walked up to Zhao Lei, the center of attention, and politely said, "Master Zhao, I am Lin Hao. This is my cousin, Bai Su Su, who is a famous beauty in the city."
Lin Hao knew that just stating his own background would not catch Zhao Lei's attention, but with his cousin, it was different.
After all, in this world, how could there be a man who didn't like beautiful women?
As expected, Zhao Lei, who had been playing with a little teddy bear, finally showed interest and looked up.
"Oh, Lin Hao."
Although he said Lin Hao's name, his eyes were constantly on Bai Su Su beside him. Lin Hao was delighted and quickly gestured to his cousin.
"Cousin, go and greet Master Zhao." "Oh, hello, Master Zhao."
Bai Su Su greeted him with a pure and innocent look, like a first love, instantly making the men present feel excited. Even Zhao Lei, who usually only liked Lolitas, couldn't help but feel a moment of infatuation.
To be honest, in terms of looks and figure, Bai Su was not outstanding.
But her innocent and pure temperament had a fatal attraction to every man. Which man wouldn't want to take in such a flawless blank canvas and slowly mold her into his own shape?
Zhao Lei had an idea in his mind.
He first greeted everyone with a gentle smile and introduced Lin Hao to his friends.
Hello, Mr. Dong. Hello, Mr. Li, my name is Lin Hao. Lin Hao was overjoyed and naturally did not miss the opportunity to make connections with various influential figures.
After chatting with Lin Hao for a while, Zhao Lei casually mentioned, Xiao Hao, I feel a connection with your cousin at first sight.
I'd like to take some time tonight to talk to her about life. What do you think? Oh no.
As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Hao knew he was in trouble.
He wasn't stupid and understood Zhao Lei's underlying intentions.
Before he could come up with a response, Bai Su, looking puzzled, interjected, Zhao, what do you want to talk about?
I can chat with you right now. Why wait until tonight?
This remark not only caught Zhao Lei and the others off guard, but also left Lin Hao at a loss.
Cousin, does she have to be so naive? Do you really think that someone would just want to chat with you innocently in the middle of the night? Because the conversation might go late, we might end up talking all night. All night?
Well then, Zhao, I need to sleep by 10:30.
Early to bed, early to rise is good for the skin.
Hearing Zhao Lei's intention to chat all night, Bai Su shook her head repeatedly. She never used makeup, yet her skin remained tender and moist.
Her secret was going to bed and waking up early.
Staying up all night would be too damaging for her skin and body. Although her family had been using beauty ointment lately, and everyone's skin seemed to have improved significantly, Bai Su still refused to use chemical products and insisted on maintaining her health. Of course, part of the reason was Lin Xian's advice, which had always been on her mind. On the other side, Lin Hao and the others were dumbfounded. They never expected Bai Su to refuse Zhao Lei's kindness with such a lame excuse. Later, in order to please Zhao Lei, his wealthy friends by his side all spoke up to persuade her.
Girl, you need to think it over. Being on good terms with Zhao is a great benefit for your family.
Su, opportunities like this don't come often.
When you have the chance, you should know how to seize it. Zhao's favor is hard to come by, you know?
In the city, there are countless women who are trying every means to get into Zhao's bed.
Sister, that's just how the world works. As long as we women give a little, we can get unimaginable benefits. Why not do it? Faced with the persuasion of the wealthy offspring present, Bai Su looked bewildered. What are these guys talking about? I just want to go to bed early, that's all. Why are they dragging me into this and making it more and more absurd?
Looking at the bewildered Bai Su, Zhao Lei suddenly chuckled. He had originally thought that Bai Su was playing hard to get with him, but after observing for a moment, with his sharp eyes honed over the years,
well, perhaps she really was just a naive and soon-to-be extinct type.
And facing such an extremely ignorant woman, all of Zhao Lei's desires were instantly aroused.
He couldn't wait any longer. Interesting, take this woman to the small room. Since she wants to rest early tonight, I'll talk to her about life right now.
Zhao Lei licked his lips and ordered his men with a lecherous smile. After all, the Bai family was just a third-tier small family, and if something happened, his father could handle it. At this moment, Zhao Lei was extremely proud of his father, who was a powerful figure, backed by the first-tier Han family. This allowed him to act recklessly in the city and bully others. At his command, several henchmen dressed like street thugs surrounded the cousins. Seeing this, Lin Hao's face turned green. He knew he couldn't do anything, and his cousin might have to face the consequences today.
He instantly felt some regret. I knew I shouldn't have provoked Zhao Lei, but who could have known that this guy was so crazy, wanting to dominate publicly? Zhao, calm down. Zhao, my cousin is still a child.
Lin Hao shouted desperately, standing in front of his cousin. But when one of the thugs just touched him, Lin Hao was knocked back several steps, skillfully fell to the ground and fainted.
Thug, I didn't even use much force. How did you fall down? And so decisively? Did I accidentally awaken some extraordinary martial arts?
At this moment, the thug leader looked puzzled.
And on the ground, Lin Hao sighed. I'm sorry, cousin. I can't save you alone, so fainting is the best outcome for me.
Otherwise, I would just get beaten up for no reason, and the result would still not change.
But if you become Zhao Lei's woman, it might be a good thing.
Not only would it elevate the Bai family, but it could also bring me greater assistance.
Turning a misfortune into a blessing? With this thought, Lin Hao suddenly felt that his cousin's loss of innocence might not be entirely a bad thing. Cousin!
Seeing Lin Hao faint, Bai Su screamed in panic. As the thugs approached with lewd smiles, she began to realize the situation, sweating coldly. After all, she had never seen a pig run, but she had eaten pork. According to the plot of TV dramas, these people were definitely bad guys, and their intentions.
Recalling the melodramatic TV dramas she had watched, Bai Susu's face turned pale. "Save me!"
She shouted loudly, but everyone unconsciously avoided her gaze. No one dared to intervene, afraid of offending Zhao Lei. As the thugs approached closer, Bai Susu felt completely hopeless.
What's going on? According to the plot of movies.
At this moment, shouldn't my Prince Charming appear to save me? In this moment, the image of Lin Xian flashed through Bai Susu's mind.
Bang! Stop! You scum!
Just then, as the door was kicked open, a furious shout reached Bai Susu's ears. She suddenly brightened up, excitedly looking towards the door.
He's here! My Prince Charming has finally come to save me!
In the hopeful gaze of Bai Susu, and the shocked looks of everyone, a little girl entered the private room, holding a dazzling lightstick, and confidently approached.
I heard it! The voice of a girl in distress. Don't be afraid, because I'm here. Leave the rest to me. Quietly, the sudden turn of events left everyone in a stunned state. Omega!
They looked at the little girl at the door of the private room, holding a lightstick, wearing a white victory team uniform, and carrying a red school bag.
They couldn't help but question their lives? Clatter clatter. Ignoring the astonished looks of the crowd, Chen Kursen locked onto the girl surrounded by the thugs, and quickly approached.
Behind her, Kong Lian and a few other girls looked both dumbfounded and worried.
They had just finished feeling unhappy.
They were about to return to the private room where Lin Xian and the others were. But as they passed a room door, Chen Kursen suddenly perked up her ears and said seriously, I heard
the voice of a girl in distress.
Then, amidst the exclamations of Kong Lian and the other girls, she kicked open the door of the private room.
Ha! How could it be you? Chen Kursen pushed through the crowd and came to the aid of the distressed girl.
Only then did she realize that the person in front of her was none other than Bai Susu, whom she had met briefly not long ago. She furrowed her brow. But thinking about the victory team uniform she was wearing, and the responsibility inherited from the members of the Daegu team,
Chen Kursen's gaze became firm again.
A true Ultraman hero would never ignore a girl in distress. Thinking of this, she looked at the pouting Bai Susu, grabbed her hand, and was about to lead her away from this place of trouble.
Stop! Let go of the girl. She is the woman appointed by Master Zhao. Who are you? Want to die?
Finally, the thugs snapped out of their daze and quickly blocked the path of the two girls leaving.
I'm just a passing Ultraman.
Facing the fierce thugs, Chen Kursen looked serious and gave her answer.
Winky face, ha!
But this sentence not only made the whole audience laugh, but also triggered the thugs' crazy mockery.
Too childish. Ha ha ha. Is this woman out of her mind? Does she really think she's Ultraman just because she's wearing a costume? She's not ashamed at all. Ultraman is just a trash anime made for money, and only idiots believe in it.
Listening to the mocking laughter that surged like a tide, Chen Kursen's expression dimmed, because she knew that what the other party said was true. After all, she was just a teenager, not someone with a problem in intelligence. She knew many things in her heart, but she just didn't want to believe it, or maybe she was deceiving herself. But even so, her belief in her heart would never waver. Ultraman may not really exist,
but the spirit of Ultraman will never die.
In the box, the resolute voice of the little girl echoed, causing the mocking expressions of the people present to freeze for a moment.
And at that moment, Zhao Lei, under the awe of the people around him, came to the two girls. I can let the woman behind you go. In exchange, you stay. For a lolicon. Chen Kursen, a cute little girl who was 155 meters tall, was simply irresistible. The moment Zhao Lei saw Chen Kursen, he was immediately aroused, and a strong desire erupted in his heart. This top-quality loli, he had to have her. No, no, no way. Sister, they are not good people. Don't worry about me, you go quickly.
Hearing the malicious intent in Zhao Lei's words, Bai Susu looked anxious and kept urging Chen Kursen to leave. Although she knew that staying behind might lead to terrible things, it was precisely because of this
that she couldn't involve Chen Kursen.
Hearing this, Chen Kursen just turned back and smiled slightly, patted Bai Susu's hand, indicating that she didn't need to worry, she was there.
And she glared at Zhao Lei, shouting loudly, in broad daylight, under the clear sky. You dare to forcibly take a good girl? Do you really think you can do whatever you want in the Magic City? Let me tell you, today I will take her away, and I'll see who dares to stop me.
Zhao Lei was first stunned, then laughed wildly. So what if I forcibly take her?
My dad is Zhao Hu, and we have the Han family backing us. So I can do whatever I want, I can bully others, ha ha. Of course, there are many people we can't afford to offend. But sorry, that doesn't include you? Just accept your fate. Come and serve me well, I'll reward you with a big sausage to eat.
At this point, Zhao Lei, with a lecherous smile, walked towards Chen Kursen and the two girls.
Ah, two more innocent flowers about to be defiled. Seeing the two girls in danger, although some people in the box showed signs of reluctance, in the end, they wisely remained silent. Ah!
At this moment, Bai Susu was already screaming in fear. On the other hand, Chen Kursen remained calm. She would often have her bodyguards at home teach her some self-defense techniques, which she believed would be more than enough to deal with Zhao Lei. As Zhao Lei approached, Chen Kursen assumed a fighting stance. When Zhao Lei, with a playful look on his face, got closer, she quickly pulled out a bottle from her red backpack and sprayed it wildly at Zhao Lei's face.
Take that! Anti-wolf pepper spray.
Caught off guard, Zhao Lei was hit directly in the face and felt a burning sensation. Especially in his eyes, it felt like they were being blinded. But Chen Kursen had no intention of waiting for him to recover. Seeing her surprise attack succeed, she immediately reached into her backpack for something else. Fatal. Anti-wolf swing stick. Ultimate. Anti-wolf high-intensity flashlight. Invincible. Anti-wolf pepper water. In the dumbfounded gaze of Bai Susu, the red backpack seemed to be like Doraemon's magic pocket, constantly producing various gadgets, which Chen Kursen used to attack Zhao Lei. Finally, the little girl found a black stick, and she turned on the red switch on the stick. ZZZT. The flashing electric light made Chen Kursen's smile look very evil. What do you want? Stop it. Voila, la secret technique. Anti-wolf high-voltage shock stick. In Zhao Lei's desperate gaze, the little girl jabbed the shock stick into him. Instantly, his whole body trembled, foaming at the mouth, and was directly paralyzed. Zhao Gonzi? It's over. It's over. If the Tiger Lord finds out what happened to his son, he'll go berserk in minutes. Catch these two women, don't let them escape. When the Tiger Lord asks, we can use them as scapegoats. Seeing a dozen fierce-looking men approaching them, Chen Kursen remained calm and handed her twin ponytails to Bai Susu. I won't have time to take care of you later. Grab my twin ponytails and follow me out. Run? Are you serious? How can we possibly run from this? Looking at the approaching men, Bai Susu nervously swallowed her saliva. Chen Kursen didn't reply, she just took out the final weapon from her backpack. Seal the gods. Light fireworks Gatling. Amidst the screams of holy crap, crazy woman, run fast, and others from the crowd nearby, Chen Kursen lit the fuse. In an instant, the private room erupted like boiling water, and people scattered and fled in panic. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, various colorful fireworks sprayed wildly from the Gatling, causing chaos in the room. In the blink of an eye, the room was filled with smoke, and people couldn't even see each other's faces, only covering their noses and hiding everywhere. Seeing her masterpiece, Chen Kursen excitedly shouted, holding the Gatling and charging around. Today, anyone who blocks me will die. Behind her, Bai Susu still looked bewildered, but instinctively held onto her twin ponytails, and the two girls bombed their way out of the Starlight private room. During this time, as they passed by the sofa, they accidentally stepped on Lin Hao's crotch one after the other. The pain was so intense that he couldn't pretend to be unconscious anymore and started screaming. In the diamond private room, Lin Xian held a microphone and was singing passionately, drawing cheers from the audience. A toast to the sun, a toast to the moonlight, awakening my longing, softening the cold window so I can fly against the wind without looking back, not afraid of rain and my heart frost in my eyes. Just as he was halfway through the song, the door suddenly burst open, and Chen Kursen and the others hurried back. Seeing this, He Yicheng stood up to greet them and made a casual joke. You've been gone for so long. I thought something had happened to you. Ha? Are you okay? Why do you look so terrible? Did you run into trouble just now? It's nothing. Don't worry. With me around, nothing can harm you. I'll take care of anyone who dares to bully you. Seeing his girlfriend's pale face and hesitant expression, He Yicheng couldn't help but frown and ask, It's Zhao Lei, the son of Hu Yi. Recalling Zhao Lei's miserable appearance, Kong Lian's heart became even more uneasy. What? He Yicheng took a sharp breath, looking shocked. How could you provoke that crazy guy who likes to bully others? Well, it's a long story. Then make it short, hurry up. I'm so anxious. Urged by He Yicheng, Kong Lian finally explained the whole story. After hearing it, He Yicheng and the others took a sharp breath. So terrifying. The combat power in the second dimension is actually so terrifying? This can break through the encirclement. No, that's not the point. You're confused. Kuxian, you're confused. That's the son of Hu Yi. If you've already done this to him, Hu Yi won't let you off easily. But fortunately, your family has developed well in recent years, so Hu Yi probably won't make things too difficult for you. But maybe your family will have to pay a price to calm Hu Ye's anger. He Yicheng pondered and urged Chen Kursen to call home. Don't! If my family finds out about this, they will definitely restrict me in the future. Is there any other solution? Chen Kursen shook her head repeatedly, resisting with a determined look.
This almost made He Cheng furious.
At this moment, he was both shocked and afraid. After all, Zhao Lei had caused trouble in his territory, and if Hu Yi were to investigate, he would be the first to suffer. Not to mention anything else, this KTV, which had just opened today, might face the risk of closing in the afternoon.
What else can we do to make Hu Yi back down?
Either his backer, the Han family, speaks up, or the recent uproar in the Magic City, the intervention of that martial arts master.
A martial arts master? What's that?
Seeing Chen Kursen and the others looking puzzled, He Cheng could only helplessly explain. On the other side, looking at the still frightened by Susu behind Chen Kursen, Lin Xian seemed lost in thought.
It seems that I triggered the butterfly effect?
This led to Bai Susu's cousin appearing here. I remember in the original plot, when Chen Kursen came out of the restroom, she encountered Zhao Lei, who had a Lolita complex, and after beating him up, it led to the emergence of Zhao Hu as a character.
But now, the plot seems to have become unpredictable.
At the same time as Lin Xian frowned, Bai Susu gradually calmed down from the panic and noticed Lin Xian in the crowd.
Brother Lin Xian, what is he doing here?
Although she was puzzled, she was troubled at the moment. In order not to involve Lin Xian, Bai Susu's face darkened, and she ultimately chose not to acknowledge him.
Can the internal energy be released externally? Is the martial arts master really that powerful? After hearing He Cheng's explanation, Chen Kursen and the others finally understood the power of the martial arts master and looked up to him with admiration. If we could have him as our backer, wouldn't Zhao Hu dare not do anything to us? That's true, but where can we go to make friends with such a person who has such extraordinary abilities? Faced with Chen Kursen's bold idea, He Cheng could only respond with a bitter smile. After all, the martial arts master is such an extraordinary figure. How could I care about this group of small fries? Since we can't make friends, let's temporarily find someone to impersonate him, okay? This novel idea immediately attracted everyone present, including Lin Xian's puzzled gaze. Even Su Fan, the original self, raised his head in surprise at this moment, not understanding what Chen Kursen meant by impersonation. In this world, is there anyone who can impersonate him? Chen Kursen touched her chin, her eyes flowing in confusion. Suddenly, she turned to her temporary bodyguard and asked, Su Fan, you said you were good at fighting before? How good are you? I heard that Zhao Hu has several bodyguards, some of whom may even have martial arts skills. Can you beat them? Ha! Although puzzled, Su Fan still spoke the truth. Like ants. Weak and vulnerable, not worth a hit. Hearing this, Chen Kursen's eyes lit up and she said seriously, in that case, you can impersonate that martial arts master. We'll cooperate with you and see if we can fool that stupid tiger. Winky face, ha! What is this? Let me impersonate myself? After a moment of confusion, Su Fan couldn't help but laugh. He could only say that Chen Kursen and the others were too naive. Not being in martial arts, they didn't understand the power of a martial arts master. There is also a mutual sense among martial artists. As long as they probe a little, they can roughly know each other's level of cultivation. Therefore, it is almost impossible to impersonate a martial arts master. Of course, Chen Kursen and the others are outsiders and it is normal for them not to understand the reason. Okay, Su Fan agreed with a nod. After all, he was originally supposed to protect Chen Kursen, so it didn't matter what pretext he used. On the side, Lin Xian had long been unable to hold back his laughter, feeling that things were getting more and more interesting. Begging for free gifts. Is it my illusion? It feels like there are a lot fewer people. Are they all celebrating Qixi Festival at the hotel? Just me, sitting at the keyboard, accompanying my fifth sister through the long night? It can't be, it can't be. As for the follow-up to last night's blind date, let's talk about it tomorrow. The VIP room. Brightly lit, extravagantly decorated. Sitting on an expensive imported sofa was a bald man in a floral shirt. He had a big cigar in his mouth and a black Northeast tiger tattoo on the back of his head. This man's name was Zhao Hu, also known as Tiger Lord. Sitting across from him was a middle-aged man with a big back head and a very restrained expression. Old Lin, what do you think about my proposal to invest in your company? Tiger Lord, I think the company's new product, beauty cream, has just been launched. If you invest, there may be a risk of loss, so it's better to think it over. I didn't hear clearly just now. Old Lin, say it again? Zhao Hu raised his voice by 8 degrees, glaring at Lin Jianjun with a sinister look, scaring Lin Jianjun into a cold sweat. Ding dong! Fortunately, at this moment, Zhao Hu's phone received a text message, temporarily diverting his attention, which made Lin Jianjun breathe a sigh of relief. He originally thought that Zhao Hu had met with him today to discuss the matter of the 400 million loan, but he never expected that.
The other party would actually propose to use this 400 million as investment capital and to occupy 10% of the shares in the Lin Group.
Isn't this nonsense? Not to mention the flourishing Lin Group now. Even when the company was in a development bottleneck before, he couldn't sell off shares like this. Moreover, he had just bought back the remaining shares from that unfilial son, achieving complete control of the Lin Group. How could he possibly let the wolf into the house? Lin Jianjun made up his mind.
No matter how Zhao Hu threatened and cursed, there were certain bottom lines he would never compromise on. And at this moment, Zhao Hu was looking at the text message on his phone. That was sent by Miss Han from the Han family. Master Su's picture has been sent to you. Find the person for me as soon as possible.
Master Su?
When mentioning this name, Zhao Hu's face was full of awe. A few days ago, he already knew about the danger that the Han family had faced, and even personally visited the Han family. And on the wall, that over 1 meter long sword mark, made Zhao Hu amazed.
Martial arts master.
Truly terrifying, although I cannot reach it, my heart yearns for it. Just as Zhao Hu was about to open the picture and admire the heroic figure of the master, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and a group of people quickly rushed in carrying a young man on a stretcher.
Master Hu, something bad happened. Young Master Zhao has been electrocuted by someone.
Zhao Hu suddenly stood up from the sofa, looking at his own son foaming at the mouth on the stretcher, and became furious.
What? Who did it? How dare they even touch my son, Zhao Hu's son? Is there still justice in this world? Is there still law?
Seeing Zhao Hu getting angry, the room fell silent, and no one dared to breathe. After all, the man in front of them was a big shot in both the black and white worlds. He had about 100 men under his command, specializing in handling dirty work for the Han family or other forces, and was always ruthless, often resorting to breaking people's hands and feet. Few dared to provoke him in the city.
But now, his son had been beaten like this? Everyone present knew. The person who had attacked next would surely suffer unimaginable retaliation and torture?
At this moment, a pale-faced young man in the crowd stood up with a twisted expression.
Master Hu.
I just asked Manager Ma, and the person who hit young Master Zhao is from the diamond box, and my cousin was also taken away by them. Lin Hao spoke with a pleasing tone, explaining the ins and outs of the matter.
He described Bai Susu as the victim who was taken away.
And he, wanting to avenge Zhao Lei, bravely tried to stop the thugs from leaving, but was kicked in the crotch by the other party.
Well, you did well. Go rest by your father's side.
Hearing that Lin Hao was injured for his son, Zhao Hu's expression softened a bit.
Thank you, Master Hu.
Praised by Zhao Hu, Lin Hao was overjoyed. He then walked to Lin Jianjun's side, still walking with a bow-legged gait, and said, Dad.
Well done.
Seeing Lin Hao gaining the appreciation of Master Hu, Lin Jianjun was greatly relieved.
This was his good son.
He knew how to seize the opportunity to make connections for the Lin family and solve problems.
With the injury incident, Zhao Hu probably wouldn't force him to invest in the Lin Group, right? Ah, that damn bastard. He was too ruthless. Does it hurt, Howard?
No, thanks for your concern, Dad. While Lin Jianjun and his son were showing their deep father-son bond, Zhao Hu had already ordered his men to go to the diamond box and bring all the culprits to him.
Yes, Master Hu.
More than a dozen muscular men bowed in unison, exuding a fierce aura, and then left the room. In the diamond box, Chen Kursen was originally giving an enthusiastic speech about her counterfeit plan, but suddenly, the door was kicked open.
Bang!
Then, a dozen strong men in black vests rushed in. The leader, a small boss named Jian, had a fierce and evil look on his face.
Who hit my young Master Zhao? If you don't want to die, come out now. Me. It's me. Chen Kursen was full of excitement, raising her hand repeatedly.
Oh, *******. It seemed as if she was afraid of being overlooked in the crowd due to her height of 1.55
meters, so she kept jumping up and down.
This scene directly stunned Jian and the other big men.
Is this little girl crazy? Do you know you've caused a big problem? Why are you so excited? No, this little girl must have been pushed out as a scapegoat?
Because he had rushed over in a hurry, Jian was also not clear about the whole process of Zhao Lei's injury. But he never believed that the little girl in front of him had the ability to harm Tiger's son.
The real culprit must be among these men. Humph, a bunch of cowards, only know how to push a little girl forward?
Since the mastermind is unwilling to come forward voluntarily, then take all of them away.
Jian waved his hand, signaling his men not to let anyone go.
Now, it was Chen Kursen's turn to feel depressed.
#Oh, hey, I said it was me, why don't you believe me? And I'm 18, not a child.
Besides, call me little again, and I'll use a Gatling gun to spray you to death. Listening to Chen Kursen's complaints and antics, He Cheng and the others were almost scared to death by this lady.
Please, calm down a bit.
Our hearts can't take it. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Lin Xian looked at the scene and found it quite amusing. Beside him, Su Fan remained indifferent, neither happy nor sad, as if he hadn't seen the black-clothed man surrounding himself and the others at all.
Soon, under Jian's lead, the group arrived at the VIP box. Ha! Lin Jianjun and his son were also there? As soon as they entered, Lin Xian saw two familiar figures on the sofa.
And sitting opposite them were Zhao Hu and his son.
Dad!
It's that little bitch, grab her and take her to my room, I want to torture her. At this moment, Zhao Lei had regained his senses, but the tingling numbness in his body still lingered, causing him to look at Chen Kursin with a fierce gaze, wanting to quickly get this little bitch into bed and ruthlessly torture her with his own bat.
Tiger, there's a misunderstanding here. Let me explain slowly to you.
In order to prevent the situation from escalating, He Yicheng bravely stepped forward. He tried to explain the causes and consequences of the incident from a fair and neutral perspective.
Among them, he emphasized Chen Kursin's family background.
Originally, most of what He Yicheng said was considered nonsense by Zhao Hu. He didn't care who was right or wrong.
After all, what if his son was wrong? What if he bullied others with his power?
As his son, he had the right to be arrogant.
But when Chen Kursin's background was exposed, Zhao Hu frowned. She was actually from the Chen family? That's a bit tricky, isn't it? The Chen family was a well-known second-tier family in the Magic City, and their development was quite good. He really couldn't do anything to the Chen family, right? After all, the Han family couldn't just step in and suppress the Chen family over such a trivial matter. Tiger, you see?
Both sides are actually a bit at fault in this matter. How about both sides take a step back, and I'll have Kursin serve tea and apologize to young Master Zhao. Seeing Tiger's expression improve, He Yicheng took the opportunity to make a suggestion.
But this sentence immediately angered Zhao Lei. Apologize your ass. How could Zhao Lei allow himself to be humiliated for no reason?
He would not rest until he got Chen Kursin into bed today. Taking 3 steps in 2, Zhao Lei quickly approached, wanting to grab the little girl himself. Seeing He Yicheng standing in front of her, he kicked him out with one foot.
Get out of the way.
Under the heavy blow, He Yicheng immediately turned as pale as a shrimp, crouching in pain on the ground.
Brother Yicheng.
Seeing this, several of the young men with yellow hair glared at Zhao Lei, but the next moment they were all kicked to the ground by Zhao Lei.
Damn, dare to glare at me? Want to die?
The young men with yellow hair who dared not resist could only curl up on the ground, allowing Zhao Lei to kick them around at will.
Stop, please stop. You'll kill them.
Seeing some of the young men with yellow hair already spitting blood, Bai Susu and the other girls were anxious and tearful. But the more they acted like this, the more Zhao Lei wanted to show his strength as a male, kicking even harder. And no one present dared to stop him.
Even Zhao, who wanted to take the opportunity to establish his authority.
Since he couldn't touch the Chen family girl, he might as well start with a few lackeys. At this moment, that man finally made his move.
Ah!
Zhao Lei, who was originally full of arrogance, suddenly felt a huge force coming at him, and he was kicked out like this. Rolling all the way, he finally fell in front of Zhao Hu. All the people took a cold breath and looked at the young man who had withdrawn his foot with horrified eyes.
Carrot, like an ant, you dare to be arrogant in front of my big brother?
Lin Xian coldly snorted. Then he silently retreated behind the protagonist.
Big brother, it's up to you next. You bastard. How dare you kick my son?
After a moment of daze, Zhao Hu instantly became furious. And the people around witnessing all this were also shocked. In the underground world of the Magic City, apart from a few forces such as the Crimson Society and the Wild Wolf Gang, who dares to challenge Lord Hu? Now, Lin Xian directly kicked his precious son in front of him.
Isn't this seeking death?
And at this moment, a roar also sounded.
Lin Xian, you unfilial son.
Everyone turned to look, and it was Lin Jianjun who recognized his own son. He was shocked and angry, glaring fiercely at Lin Xian. You beast! How dare you even hit Master Zhao? Why don't you kneel down and apologize to Lord Hu? Beside him, Lin Hao also looked worried and kept persuading, brother, you are too reckless.
How can you hit Master Zhao?
Violence is not right, you should quickly kneel down and apologize to Lord Hu.
Maybe Lord Hu is generous and willing to forgive you.
It was only at this moment that everyone recognized the relationship between Lin Xian and his father, and Zhao Hu's face also completely darkened, sneering repeatedly.
Alright, so this is your son. Lin, my friend, is your Lin family trying to embarrass me?
If you don't give me an explanation today, then don't blame me for not giving you face. Hearing this, Lin Jianjun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and tried to distance himself. Lord Hu, I have long driven this beast out of the house.
Many people in the Magic City have witnessed this. We even signed a contract to sever the father-son relationship.
From a legal perspective, this unfilial son has long had no connection with the Lin family. Of course, he clashed with you today. No matter how you deal with him, I will not have a word of complaint. However, Lin Xian still had his blood on him.
Lin Jianjun couldn't bear it in the end and ended up in a miserable situation.
So he glared angrily at Lin Xian, urging this unfilial son to kneel down and apologize, begging for Lord Hu's mercy. But despite his earnest efforts, Lin Xian, this beast, didn't feel the slightest bit of it, and looked at him with a strange and speechless gaze.
Mr. Lin, did you forget to take your medicine this morning? Lin Xian.
Seeing his earth-shattering fatherly love being repeatedly ignored, Lin Jianjun could no longer suppress his anger. With a grim face, he came to Lin Xian and was about to slap him, giving him a complete childhood.
Daddy, don't hit brother. Smack.
Just then, Lin Hao rushed out and stood in front of Lin Xian. Lin Jianjun, who couldn't stop in time, slapped Lin Hao in the face, knocking him down.
Why are you doing this to yourself?
Even if you put in so much effort, this heartless beast will not feel any affection. Looking at the bright red five-finger mark on Lin Hao's face, Lin Jianjun's heart ached, and he looked at Lin Xian with pain and despair.
You beast, you beast. Don't you feel a twinge of conscience when you see this scene?
At this moment, Lin Jianjun laughed bitterly. He didn't know what sin he had committed in his previous life to give birth to such an unfilial son.
Good night.
Someone has been urging me about the follow-up of the blind date, but there's not much to say. The day before yesterday, I went to the girl's house with my parents. I went to a small room with the girl alone and chatted for a while. She is 2 years older than me, born in 1994. She looks ordinary, the kind of person you would forget after passing by on the street, just like most ordinary people. Currently, she is working in Shenzhen, helping her boss manage a store, earning a few thousand a month. Now we have added each other on WeChat and are chatting to see how it goes. I don't know if it will work out. Let's just chat on WeChat for now. Honestly, in terms of appearance and age, she is miles away from the cute and young girl I had in mind, but sometimes you have to face reality.
I am just a nobody, nothing at all.
Most of the beautiful and outstanding girls have high standards, and ordinary people like me hardly have any hope of marrying them. Most ordinary people just have to settle, as long as they don't look too bad, they can get by, and life just passes by. People have to learn to accept their fate. When I was young, I thought I could change the world. But as I grew older, I realized that I couldn't even stick to the most basic routines, and I achieved nothing.
When you realize that you are just a small nobody, that's when you grow up, right?
Useless, can't even discipline your own son. Lin Jianjun had been advising Lin Xian for so long, but Lin Xian remained indifferent. Zhao Hua completely lost his patience and turned to glare at Lin Xian with a fierce expression. Kid, Zhao Hua, have been in the underworld of Shanghai for many years.
You are the first to lay a hand on my son in front of me. You've got guts. How about this? I'll let it go this time. But in return, I'll break one of your legs. So, can we just let this matter go?
Zhao Hua touched the tattoo of a big tiger on the back of his head, with a look of leniency. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian had not reacted yet, but Lin Jianjun's face lit up. Although he felt cold-hearted towards the unfilial son in front of him, after all, the other party was born from his own body. Seeing that Zhao Hua was willing to let it go, he couldn't help but feel relieved.
Unfilial son, what are you waiting for?
Master Hua has decided to be generous, and will only break one of your legs. For such a great favor, you should hurry up and kneel down to thank Master Hua.
Lin Xian. Damn it! Where did this guy come from, a mental hospital?
Even Zhao Hua himself was somewhat surprised at this moment, not to mention the others present.
This kind of talk, a person should not, at least should not, easily say it out loud? Lin Xian's father is really different from ordinary people.
Su Fan sighed in his heart. He inexplicably thought of his own parents, and in comparison, suddenly felt very fortunate. Uncle, Lin Xian did nothing wrong.
And this man was going to break Lin Xian's leg, right? But you still want Lin Xian to kneel down and thank him, isn't that too much? Even the usually naive and sweet Bai Susu couldn't bear it at this moment and spoke out to dissuade.
Upon hearing this, Lin Jianjun frowned and gave his niece a stern look.
Why is this girl so clueless? He was completely considering this unfilial son. Enough, Susu. You simply don't understand.
As the saying goes, a person's face is like a tree's bark. But Lin Xian kicked Mr.
Zhao in public. Now he only has to pay with a leg, but Mr. Zhao has lost his precious face. This is outrageous.
Listening to these subversive words, many people present had a look of disbelief. They began to doubt whether their 9-year compulsory education had gone astray.
And at this moment, Lin Hao, with 5 finger marks on his cheek, looked at Lin Xian and spoke earnestly. Brother Lin Xian, Dad is right.
But I know a man's knees are made of gold, and you certainly wouldn't want to kneel.
In that case, today, let me, Lin Hao, kneel in place of my brother.
After speaking, Lin Hao knelt in front of Zhao Hu, with a solemn expression. Master Hu, thank you for agreeing to only break my brother's leg.
On behalf of my brother, I kneel here to thank you. Thank you, Master Hu. Ah, this?
Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned.
Because
it was just too explosive. They couldn't tell if their own values were skewed, or if the confident Lin Hao and his father had a problem.
Not bad, not bad.
The Lin family knows their manners.
Kid, I keep my word.
After breaking your leg, I won't pursue it further. Faced with Zhao Wu's satisfied gaze, Lin Xian was speechless.
Are you delusional? Did you forget to take your medication? Are you having an episode?
This remark caused a commotion throughout the room. Everyone stared at Lin Xian as if he were a madman.
Has this guy lost his mind? How dare he insult Master Hu to his face? It's over. Seeing Zhao Hu truly angry, He Yicheng and the others were all silent.
At this moment, a delicate voice rang out. It was from the little girl Chen Kursen.
You dare? Are you afraid of provoking our backer? I can't provoke him? Ha ha. I want to see who in the Magic City can't provoke Master Hu. He is my bodyguard.
The widely known martial arts master in the Magic City, Su Fan.
Ha? Su Fan? Is it the Master Su who can cut through heaven, earth, and all living beings with a single sword?
In Zhao Wu's astonished gaze, Chen Kursen pushed Su Fan forward, glaring at Zhao Wu arrogantly. But deep down, she was a little anxious. She didn't know if she could successfully deceive this silly tiger in front of her. If not, she could only take out the remaining two big weapons, the fireworks and the Gatling gun, and fight her way out, leading everyone to escape. Today, with the Gatling gun in hand, Chen Kursen was determined to fight against all odds. And beside her, He Yicheng and the others were silently praying, hoping to temporarily deceive Zhao Hu. But contrary to their wishes, the moment Zhao Hu saw Su Fan, he burst into laughter.
These bastards really took him for a fool?
How extraordinary is the cultivation of a martial arts master.
According to the intelligence he knew,
for an ordinary person to reach the level of internal energy martial artist, it would probably take 40 to 50 years, and that's just the beginning.
As for a martial arts master,
it would require even more favorable conditions, and to reach the level of a master in the year of destiny, that would be a rare talent.
Su Fan looks like he's only in his 20s, at most 27 or 28.
How could he be a martial arts master at such a young age?
It's ridiculous.
Just as Zhao Hu felt deceived and was about to take action, a casual voice rang in his ear. These people are all right, I've got them.
If you dare to trouble them again, I will kill you directly. Su Fan's expression was calm, as if he were talking about a trivial matter.
Today he spent time with Lin Xian and others, and the feeling was not bad. Seeing that this group of second-generation rich kids had relatively normal intelligence, Su Fan decided to step in and protect them.
But in the eyes of outsiders, Su Fan's behavior undoubtedly seemed like running around with a bucket of dung looking for trouble. Damn! Su Fan, do you want to die and drag us down with you? What? Do you, like Brother Xian, have the courage of Liang Jingru? Why are you all so arrogant? Our hearts can't take it. It's killing us.
He Yicheng and the other second-generation rich kids supported each other, sweating profusely. They were really afraid of being scared unconscious right here. Even Chen Kursen, who was fearless, was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect Su Fan to dare to say such arrogant words. If the other party was really a martial arts master, then of course they could do as they pleased. But what if he was a fake? If he pushed Zhao Wu too far, wouldn't that be the end right then and there? Wait a minute.
Chen Kursen suddenly realized. She understood the reason for Su Fan's arrogance.
Since he had to pretend, it was better to be more arrogant and real. After all, a true strong person wouldn't bother arguing with a scoundrel like Zhao Hu, they would just act directly. And just as she had guessed, when Zhao Hu saw Su Fan acting so arrogantly, he had originally wanted to explode in anger, but instead all his words were stuck in his throat, his face full of uncertainty.
Why does this guy have such confidence? If he's trying to scare me, then his acting is just too incredible.
He stared at Su Fan's indifferent gaze, a terrifying look that treated life as insignificant, like ants. At this moment, Su Fan frowned and suddenly glared at Zhao Hu. You vermin, like ants. Immediately lower your head, with no self-awareness.
Who do you think you are to look me in the eye?